Chapter 1. Refreshing Negative States at Midnight. At 11:59 p.m., a robust and handsome man sat gravely on the edge of his rented bed, a small knife clutched in his hand, poised against his wrist. Was he contemplating suicide? Not at all. Li Mingyang merely sought to test the limits of his newfound abilities, to ascertain the extent of his capabilities. He was not a native of this world, rather, he had traversed into it 3 months prior. Astonishingly, upon his arrival, he discovered that his reincarnation had bestowed upon him certain inexplicable changes. For instance, his recuperative powers were remarkable. No matter how exhausting his day had been, he would awaken each morning revitalized and brimming with energy. Through preliminary exploration and experimentation, Li Mingyang concluded that this extraordinary ability did not emerge gradually with sleep but occurred instantaneously, precisely at midnight. Thus, he found himself seated on the edge of his bed, knife in hand, contemplating a drastic measure. He intended to inflict a wound upon himself, to witness whether his remarkable abilities would remain steadfast.
As the seconds ticked away and midnight approached, his hand trembled slightly, betraying his hesitation. Despite the clarity of his thoughts, the moment of self-infliction proved daunting. Damn it, no turning back now. If it comes to it, a trip to the hospital is all it takes. Besides, I know my limits. It might only require a couple of adhesive, especially on a day when one feels particularly fatigued. Rising the next morning brings a palpable enhancement in one's abilities across various aspects. Over the past 3 months, coupled with the intentional, rigorous physical training following my recent dismissal, I have transformed from a typical sedentary office worker, burdened with a slight paunch, into an individual with discernible muscular definition, even boasting the faint outlines of a six-pack. Ding-dong. Accompanied by a melodious chime, I, Li Mingyang, who had risen early to diligently exercise this newly sculpted physique, received a message from my landlady. Dear Li, this month's rent is soon due. When might you be able to settle next month's payment? Her tone, while polite, carried an air of detachment and appropriate demeanor for a landlord, unlike the often exaggerated portrayals of either overly calculating or benevolent beauties found in many novels. In this day and age, particularly in large cities, genuine warmth is a rarity. Of course, while the warmth may be absent, a semblance of mutual respect remains. No rational person would behave in an outrageous manner. Certainly, dear landlady, I understand, I promptly replied, and without further delay, I transferred the monthly rent of 1,500 yuan. Although this was in a modest, aging apartment in Guangzhou, merely a 30 square meter studio, such a rental price is indeed quite favorable for this location. Furthermore, this rent includes complimentary broadband, a significant reason for my continued residence here, saving me over 100 yuan each month. 3,681.36. Gazing at the balance after completing the rent transfer, I abandoned my initial plan to head out. While exercising is undoubtedly beneficial, the adage holds true. The more one moves, the more one tends to eat. With my current balance, it seemed prudent to remain at home, at least until I secure a new job. Perhaps I should simply go downstairs to grab a bite to eat, and then head to the job market. Amused. An hour later, I found myself seated before my well-worn laptop, my expression one of bewilderment. In an era where even entry-level positions demand a bachelor's degree along with work experience, my status as a freshly graduated 22-year-old with only a diploma was hardly impressive. After an extensive search, I often encountered either a mismatch with the employer's requirements or a lack of interest in the available positions. Roles such as security guard or assembly line worker were simply not within my realm of consideration. Setting aside the ease of the job itself, the income simply did not meet my expectations. Despite what appeared to be an extraordinary ability akin to a superpower, I couldn't help but wonder if my commitment to extreme training could lead to even greater achievements. The potential of one's own body may reach a realm beyond human imagination, however. Concurrently, this newfound capability has inevitably resulted in a significant increase in Li Mingyang's appetite. Over the course of these 3 months, Li Mingyang has finally grasped the notion of wealth in literature, strength and martial prowess that prevailed in ancient times. Remarkably, he has yet to engage in any high-intensity training, yet within just 3 months, his mere consumption of food has nearly depleted the modest savings he had painstakingly accumulated. If he does not secure a higher-paying job, Li Mingyang harbors doubts about his ability to survive in this city, often referred to as a paradise for laborers without succumbing to hunger. Chapter 2. Balancing body refinement and earning money. The boss greeted, as usual, Yangzhou fried rice. The modest eatery downstairs had become Li Mingyang's favored dining establishment during this period. Despite its small size, the restaurant prided itself on cleanliness and hygiene. Crucially, the proprietors were rumored to be among the local landlords, owning dozens of properties and thus not in need of money. Their venture into the culinary world was merely to occupy their time, which resulted in a generous serving of fried rice that was both clean and plentiful. For merely 10 yuan, one could indulge in a substantial bowl of fried rice. Li Mingyang was not alone in his preference. Many workers in the vicinity favored this establishment for its affordability, healthiness, and substantial portions. There was truly no better place to dine. "Ah, it's you, Li. 2 bowls as usual today?" Although phrased as a question, the boss's tone brimmed with confidence, having grown familiar with the young man's sizable appetite. Generally, the restaurant's servings were ample enough to satiate even the most laborious of workers with just 1 bowl. Yet Li Mingyang had consistently ordered 2 since his first visit. Even amidst the bustling crowd of patrons, the owners had committed Li Mingyang's extraordinary appetite to memory, especially since he was quite the handsome lad once seen. One's recollection was invariably more vivid. "No," Li Mingyang responded with a serious shake of his head. The boss was about to inquire if perhaps Li was feeling unwell today, but he was taken aback when Li raised 3 fingers. "I'm a bit hungrier today. I'll have 3 bowls." Perhaps due to the recovery from a wound sustained yesterday, Li Mingyang felt an insatiable hunger, his earlier job search having momentarily distracted him. Otherwise, his stomach would have protested long ago. Declaring his desire for 3 bowls, Li Mingyang wasted no time, finishing 2 large bowls amidst the incredulous gazes of other diners. Although his pace with the 3rd bowl appeared slower than with the first 2, he was steadily making progress, seemingly poised to finish without issue. "Yesterday's task nearly exhausted me. I feel as though my back can hardly straighten today." Just as Li Mingyang prepared to settle the bill and depart, he suddenly heard a familiar rural accent. Not being a local, Li hailed from Guizhou province, where it was well known that young people from rural areas, like himself, were a rarity. In other provinces, and particularly along the coast, they were rather commonplace. However, to encounter fellow countrymen casually while descending for breakfast was something Li Mingyang had not anticipated. Indeed, that task yesterday, though well-paying, was quite arduous. The stairs were steep and challenging, especially with over 100 pounds to carry. "It's a miracle I can still stand today." Upon turning in surprise, he found himself face to face with several middle-aged men, their sun-kissed skin and robust physiques unmistakably embodying the essence of laborers. Although not as visually appealing as the individuals found in a gym, it is evident that strength resides within. Who could argue otherwise? Despite the fatigue that accompanies the toil, the remuneration is commendable for those willing to endure hardship. Yesterday alone, I earned over 600. If I could secure consistent work, with diligent effort over 2 years, I might return to my village to construct a home and find a suitable partner for the children back home. Though I subsist on the simplest of fried rice and engage in laborious physical tasks, the smiles on the faces of my fellow workers, these seasoned gentlemen, are infectious. "Ah, old Liu, you continue to take on jobs. Have you considered whether your body can withstand it? With such a workload, one might not need to rest for 3 days. But at least a single day is essential. Otherwise, you risk earning little and ending up in the hospital. These days, hospitals are truly exploitative. A visit could render a year's worth of effort futile. Indeed, it is apparent that the conversations among these gentlemen are merely casual banter. Yet the nature of their work sparked a revelation for Li Mingyang. Yes, carrying loads. How had he not thought of this earlier? His physique is naturally suited for such labor, and with diligence, not only could his body strengthen at an impressive pace, but his income could also rise rapidly. The prospect of earning over 1,000 daily, even achieving a monthly salary of 30,000, is not merely a fantasy. Surely, there is no occupation more fitting for him. It offers the dual benefits of physical enhancement through rigorous daily exercise while allowing him to earn a living. The perfect harmony of earning and self-improvement is unparalleled. As these thoughts unfolded, Li Mingyang pondered further. Although he had only arrived in this world 3 months prior, he discerned that it bore striking similarities to his previous existence. Douyin remains unchanged, and even he feels almost identical to his past self, albeit with a slight deviation in life trajectory. His familial circumstances are somewhat poorer, and instead of being a medical student, he has become a college graduate, meandering aimlessly in Guangzhou post-graduation. In this era, opportunities for financial gain seem monopolized by the affluent, making it exceedingly challenging for ordinary individuals to carve out a path, let alone young men like Li Mingyang, lacking both the necessary credentials and skills. Yet, the internet appears to offer a promising avenue. He recalls frequently encountering a content creator in his previous life who engaged in load-carrying work. This individual amassed over 1 million followers online, supplemented by the earnings from their daily labor. Should he strive diligently, achieving a monthly income of 30,000 is feasible. Even 100,000 could come within reach, provided he garners more followers and secures additional advertising deals. Is this not a viable path laid before him? A ready-made template exists, requiring only his imitation to follow. Upon contemplating this, Li Mingyang turned his gaze toward the several local uncles behind him, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Without a moment's hesitation, he approached them with determination. "Gentlemen, I couldn't help but overhear your discussion about the job of carrying materials. Might I inquire if you are in need of additional hands? To be candid, I recently found myself unemployed, lacking any specific skills, and am left with nothing but my physical strength. Although I may appear somewhat pale, I assure you, I am a genuine child of the countryside, more than capable of hard work." Chapter 3. Live Streaming Challenges. Becoming a man who earns 1,000 a day. When Li Mingyang unexpectedly approached them, the older gentleman initially harbored a healthy dose of skepticism. However, upon hearing the familiar dialect spill from his lips, their expressions transformed into warm smiles. "If you wish to join us in our endeavors, we hold no objections. After all, there are no stringent prerequisites, as long as work is available. One simply needs to show up and toil. The extent of one's earnings hinges entirely on individual capability and stamina. Yet, judging by your fair complexion, we fear you may struggle with the rigors of this laborious task." The older men did not doubt Li Mingyang's claim of hailing from the countryside, for it is rare for someone not from rural origins to venture far from home to seek work. Nonetheless, his pristine appearance suggested that even as a country lad, he likely had not engaged in much hard labor. "Fear not, gentlemen. You must believe me. My fair skin is merely a result of my inability to tan, compounded by years spent in an office environment. Hence, I may appear somewhat delicate, but I assure you, I possess a sturdy foundation. I kindly request that you include me in your street work. I promise I will not be a burden to you." "Oh, how rude of me. I have yet to introduce myself. My name is Li Mingyang, and I hail from a small town near Liangqing. You may call me Mingyang or Shaoli. We are all from the same place, so there is no need for formality." After spending some time conversing with the older gentleman, Li Mingyang took the initiative to settle their tab, as it was a modest sum, as long as they were willing to include him in their work. He felt that treating them to a meal, even if it was just the cost of a few bowls of fried rice, was a small price to pay. While the work of carrying heavy loads requires no specific qualifications, merely strength, navigating an unfamiliar environment without a guide can render even the strongest individual helpless when it comes to securing tasks. Glancing at the additional phone numbers stored in his device, it was not that Li Mingyang did not wish to exchange WeChat contacts. It was simply that these gentlemen appeared exceedingly unpretentious. None of them utilized WeChat, seemingly trapped in a lifestyle reminiscent of a decade past. Their wages remained in their bank accounts, and the cash they possessed was nearly all tangible currency. Even their mobile phones were basic models, serving only the purpose of making calls, devoid of any remarkable features. During their earlier banter, Li Mingyang learned that the sole pastime of these gentlemen seemed to be returning to their rented accommodations to watch television. Had it not been for this serendipitous encounter with several middle-aged gentlemen, Li Mingyang would scarcely have imagined that, in this day and age, there exist individuals leading such a frugal lifestyle. It could be said that the essence of thriftiness is intricately woven into their very being. Nevertheless, working alongside these gentlemen provided Li Mingyang with a certain degree of reassurance. His inherently straightforward nature, combined with the bond of shared hometown origins, alleviated any trepidation of being ensnared in the deceptions that pervade contemporary society. Upon returning to his rented accommodation, Li Mingyang accessed the back end of Douyin, contemplating his account, which had merely served as a platform for browsing. With resolute determination, he began to navigate its features. Although his innate talents could allow him to lead a comfortable life through diligent labor alone, he recognized that, as his physical prowess evolved incrementally, he could also ascend to a higher income bracket merely by engaging in physical labor. Earning 3 to 5,000 yuan each month should not be an insurmountable challenge. He mused. Yet, he was acutely aware that such manual labor would inevitably face obsolescence, regardless of any future plans he might devise. These plans, however, would not hinder his aspiration to leverage the influence of the internet, enabling him to supplement his income while fulfilling his primary professional obligations. Thus, he adopted the moniker the God of Carrying, and in his profile, he crafted a captivating introduction, live streaming carrying. Striving to be a man who earns 1,000 yuan a day, this form of labor, primarily physical, exists on the fringes of society, with perhaps 90% of the populace remaining largely oblivious to its nature. The sudden revelation of such a vocation, coupled with an ambitious goal that might seem daunting to the average person, a daily income of 1,000 yuan, could translate to a monthly earning of 30,000 yuan if one were to work all 30 days. In this society, achieving a monthly income of 30,000 yuan, regardless of the city, even in major urban centers, categorizes one as a high-income individual. Contrary to the common perception that manual laborers belong to the lower income strata, a stereotype suggesting that only the uneducated or those unable to secure more prestigious employment would engage in such work, the title God of Carrying adds an enticing allure. He believed that once he began sharing video content, anyone who chanced upon it would surely pause for at least a few moments of intrigue. After completing these preparations and observing his follower count standing at 0, Li Mingyang deliberated briefly before taking out his phone to record a short video. On the Douyin platform, one cannot simply initiate a live stream at will. A requisite number of followers must be amassed first, specifically over 1,000, to unlock the live streaming feature. Thus, Li Mingyang's immediate task was to publish several videos to build his follower base before he could formally embark on his live streaming endeavor. Additionally, he needed to procure a set of live streaming equipment, preferably a wearable type, as his role would not only be to stream, but also to work simultaneously. It is imperative that the equipment does not hinder my normal work. A conventional mobile phone simply will not suffice. As Li Mingyang muttered to himself while devising a plan, he opened the Douyin marketplace. Upon seeing the prices of the devices within, he could not help but exclaim in frustration, "Oh, for heaven's sake. A moderately acceptable live streaming device costs me 2,000 yuan. Indeed, no matter the endeavor, one must make a considerable investment before reaping any rewards." Although it pained him to part with his money, Li Mingyang resolutely completed the transaction, leaving his already dwindling savings in tatters due to this single, modest live streaming device. He fervently hoped that the several gentlemen would prove helpful and secure him a job soon, allowing him to earn an income. Otherwise, life would become exceedingly difficult. Chapter 4. A construction waste contract worth 12,000. Not long after finishing an ample meal, having devoured 3 large bowls, Li Mingyang found himself feeling hungry once again as he rubbed his belly. While he may not be able to consume much more, he felt that managing a bowl of fried rice should pose no significant challenge. If this trend continues without a stable and relatively generous source of income, Li Mingyang truly fears that he might starve himself. Brothers, many of you must be curious about what laborers like us engage in during periods of inactivity. I cannot speak for others, as I have only recently embarked on this journey. If we were to be meticulous, I have yet to secure my very first contract in this profession, thus I cannot even claim to be a part of it. However, one thing is abundantly clear to me. Possessing a robust physique is of paramount importance in such occupations, as well as in others of a similar nature. Therefore, during this idle time, I resolved to maintain my physical fitness through exercise. As the sun set in a cascade of golden hues, Li Mingyang held the live streaming equipment he had purchased. Although he was not yet equipped to broadcast live, he spoke animatedly to the device. Not out of practice for potential stage fright, but rather to record daily videos, which he intended to edit and share on his account later. Despite being a novice in this field, he was uncertain of what content would captivate an audience, even struggling with the editing process. Yet, rather than languish at home doing nothing, he opted to venture out and experiment. After all, idleness brings no rewards. Furthermore, Li Mingyang was acutely aware that in this era, one must possess a distinctive quality to attract viewers' attention. Consequently, he devised a rigorous exercise regimen that far surpassed that of the average individual. While he may not compare to seasoned athletes who frequent the gym, his capacity for physical exertion certainly eclipsed that of ordinary people. As the 3rd day approached, Li Mingyang still had not received a call from any of the older gentlemen he had been expecting. However, he was not anxious. After all, He had clearly heard that they needed rest after completing a job. Such strenuous labor is not something an average person can endure on a daily basis. Not everyone is like Li Mingyang, a prodigy in his own right. Just after finishing breakfast, feeling somewhat adrift and uncertain of his next move, his phone finally rang. Mingyang, we have received an order for the removal of construction debris amounting to 12,000 yuan. The homeowner insists that all the debris must be cleared from the premises by tomorrow. However, the residence is situated in an urban village where large machinery cannot access, and it is located on the top floor of a walk-up building. The area is quite spacious, yet the amount of construction waste is considerable, and the stairway is rather difficult to navigate. This task is undoubtedly one of the more challenging assignments we typically encounter. Mingyang, would you be interested in coming over to give it a try? Upon hearing the earnest and simple voice of the uncle on the phone, Li Mingyang's previously expressionless face suddenly broke into a smile. Finally, the moment had arrived for him to take on his very first substantial lifting job. Although the past 2 days had been monotonous, consisting solely of physical training and video editing at home, with occasional trips downstairs for meals, there had been some unexpected rewards. Thanks to the exaggerated amount of exercise, his follower count had surpassed the 500 mark within just 2 days. If he were to edit another video after completing this task, reaching 1,000 followers should not pose a significant challenge. Most importantly, through these 2 days of rigorous training, Li Mingyang had gained a better understanding of his physical capabilities. While he may not become a man who earns 1,000 yuan in a single day, he conservatively estimated that he could earn no less than 500 yuan daily. This realization was a crucial factor in his confidence to pursue a career in heavy lifting. For him, this was undoubtedly a job that promised commendable results with minimal barriers to entry. All right, uncle, it's in the urban village, right? I'll be there shortly. As one of the foremost metropolises in China, Guangzhou has very few remaining urban villages. Yet, those that do exist are stubbornly entrenched within the city, much like stubborn scars. In increasingly prosperous cities, both property and land become exceedingly expensive, and even the government faces monumental challenges when it comes to demolishing these urban villages. After receiving the specific address, Li Mingyang swiftly changed into a set of worn-out clothes and headed downstairs, mounting his electric scooter to navigate towards his destination. Thanks to his previous part-time experience as a delivery person, he was relatively familiar with the intricate streets and alleys of the urban village. Locating his destination was not particularly arduous. As he dove into the labyrinthine urban village, known as a nightmare for delivery workers, Li Mingyang maneuvered with remarkable agility. Much like a nimble carp, he zipped through the narrow lanes on his small electric scooter. From the moment he received the call, it took him less than 15 minutes to successfully arrive at the location. Uncle, is our work today on the 6th floor? Engaging in casual conversation for a brief moment. As he wandered through the surroundings, Li Mingyang found himself gazing at the dark and narrow corridor before him, a slight twitch occurring at the corner of his eye. It is safe to say that this renowned urban village perfectly aligns with Li Mingyang's preconceived notions of it. Chapter 5. Physical Limits? If you can't die, work harder. Yes. The 6th floor, at the very top. However, this task is far from easy. The staircase, as you can see, is narrow and steep. Furthermore, we have already examined the construction debris inside, which is quite substantial. Each bag weighs at least 100 to nearly 200 pounds. Nevertheless, the compensation offered by the homeowner is not insignificant. For each bag carried down, we receive 10 yuan for transportation. Moreover, once we have transported the bags, there is no need for us to do any further handling. We simply place them in the vacant area below, and a garbage truck will come to collect them later. Aware that Li Mingyang is encountering such work for the first time, the uncle provided a rather detailed introduction to the job, all the while gauging Li Mingyang's reaction. If he seemed unfit for the task, it might be best to send the young man home. After all, such arduous labor is not typically suited for someone so young, especially since it is said that young Li is a university graduate. To engage in such menial work would seem a waste of his educational background. 10 yuan per bag? Upon hearing the uncle's words, Li Mingyang did not dwell on anything else but immediately seized upon the crux of the matter. This remuneration is quite substantial. Even he could not help but feel a spark of excitement. Although his are some states he is a man who earns 1,000 yuan a day, Li Mingyang is aware that this goal is not something he can achieve in the short term. However, at this rate of 10 yuan per bag, even on his first day of work, earning 500 to 600 yuan should not be an insurmountable challenge, right? Such earnings would far surpass his previous experience of sitting in an office, burdened by endless tasks. What are we waiting for? Let us commence work immediately. Time is money. Every minute wasted now translates to one less yuan earned later. Observing Li Mingyang's eagerness, the uncle could not help but chuckle. Youth is indeed wonderful, brimming with such enthusiasm for every endeavor. What are you so anxious about? This is construction debris. Do you intend to simply carry it all down as it is? If so, you would likely exhaust yourself in less than a day, perhaps managing only 10 trips before the debris takes a toll on you. Here, take this. Don't mind its age. This is an old tool I used. You should be familiar with it. Place it on your back, and it will make your work much easier. Upon seeing the yellow back pad handed over by the uncle, Li Mingyang paused for a moment, then could not suppress a laugh. This must have been brought from my hometown. I have not seen such a thing in all my years in other provinces. It seems to be unique to my area, but it is indeed a good tool, more efficient and alleviating the worry of being chafed. Laughing, Li Mingyang accepted the back pad with resolve. Why endure unnecessary pain when there is a tool to ease the burden? Accepting the uncle's kindness, he chose to embrace it wholeheartedly. Moreover, there exists an age-old adage that resonates profoundly. Disregard the counsel of the elderly, and one shall face immediate consequences. Li Mingyang is certainly not the type to ignore sage advice. Come, Mingyang, give this a try and see if you can manage the weight. This contraption is rather heavy. Those unaccustomed may find it quite challenging. Despite having ascended to the 6th floor alongside several middle-aged men, Li Mingyang was not alone. Over 10 unfamiliar faces accompanied them. Judging by their accents, they seemed to hail from the same hometown, collectively handling a substantial order exceeding 10,000 yuan, a task not easily accomplished by a mere handful of individuals. Even the industrious compatriots known for their resilience numbered almost 20. As Li Mingyang surveyed the room, nearly filled to capacity with woven bags of similar size, he couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment. It appeared that the individuals from the metropolis had undertaken significant renovations, resulting in a considerable amount of construction debris. It seemed as though entire sections had been dismantled and rebuilt. Fortunately, the weight of less than 200 pounds was quite manageable for him. His earlier claims of frequently assisting with household tasks were no exaggeration. Although his family engaged in a modest business, their circumstances during his childhood were far less favorable. Li Mingyang possessed ample experience in labor. For instance, as he hoisted a hefty bag of construction waste onto his back, he instinctively knew how to position it for optimal efficiency. Unlike some clumsy individuals who might stand upright, he bent slightly at the waist, allowing the weight to rest predominantly on his back rather than relying solely on his arms. Observing Li Mingyang's effortless descent, the middle-aged men exchanged glances, each recognizing the astonishment reflected in the other's eyes. Well, I must say, this young man appears to be quite the diligent worker. His strength is unmatched by today's youth. And judging by his adeptness, he likely has considerable experience at home. Indeed, I previously thought he was jesting, yet it seems he truly possesses the aptitude for this work. As they engaged in light banter, the men continued their labor, each taking turns to shoulder the heavy debris and descend at a measured pace. Time swiftly passed from morning to the afternoon, and by 2 o'clock, aside from the few middle-aged men, the other compatriots who had arrived with Li Mingyang regarded him with newfound respect. Having toiled relentlessly since morning, the majority were utterly exhausted, their perseverance sustained only by sheer willpower. Yet, Li Mingyang was not only recognized as the most industrious among them, but had also maintained his stamina from dawn until now. Though drenched in sweat, he uttered not a single complaint of fatigue, exhibiting no intention of pausing. It seemed he was determined to complete the task in one go before allowing himself to rest. Although Li Mingyang is capable of such endurance, others truly find it challenging. Just as he was about to carry another bag downstairs, having just set one down, he prepared to turn back and continue when someone called out, "Mingyang, hold on a moment. Let us take a break and have something to eat before we resume. It is currently the hottest part of the day. We ought to replenish our energy. It would be unwise to push ourselves so recklessly. We wouldn't want to risk heat stroke and end up in the hospital. At that point, not only would we forfeit our wages, but it would be fortunate if we didn't have to pay out of pocket for treatment." Upon hearing this, Li Mingyang paused for a moment. He was well aware of his own physical limits, and he had indeed been pushing himself to the brink. Yet, he also understood his unique resilience. From the very beginning of his labor, he had resolved to work tirelessly, thinking that as long as he didn't collapse, he would labor until he could labor no more. After all, when the clock strikes midnight, regardless of how exhausted or injured he might be, he could rejuvenate and rise again, fully restored. Chapter 6. The Enchantment of Pork Knuckle Rice. Devour 3 heaping bowls. Very well, let us take a moment to rest. We shall resume our endeavors after the meal, although I feel I could persist for at least another hour or two. The gentle reminders from the elder gentleman prompt me to heed their advice and take a break. In just a brief moment, I quickly realize that while relentless toil indeed yields a profound impact, my objective is not to exhaust myself in one go. My aim is to become a man who earns 1,000 yuan in a single day. To achieve this goal, it is essential to extend my working hours judiciously, taking breaks to conserve my stamina, thereby enhancing my endurance for a more sustainable performance. This approach will facilitate the attainment of my daily target of 1,000 yuan. Moreover, a tinge of concern lingers in my mind. Although I am aware that my energy replenishes after midnight, I must avoid overexerting myself to the point of alarming my fellow villagers. Should I scare them away, they might hesitate to call upon me for future assignments. I possess little knowledge of this domain, nor do I have established channels for procuring work independently. Many tasks cannot be accomplished solo. They necessitate a reliable team, available to assist within the stipulated timeframe set by the client. Thus, during my early days in this profession, I find myself reliant on the support of these seasoned gentlemen. I am merely a helper, lacking the capacity and connections to secure substantial contracts. To ensure longevity in this line of work, I have resolved to maintain a modest demeanor. Uncle, what shall we feast on today? We cannot simply return home to eat, can we? While the fried rice from Fatty's place is plentiful and economical, the distance makes it somewhat inconvenient, does it not? It is only upon pausing that I become acutely aware of the hunger gnawing at my insides. The rumblings of my stomach, echoing like a protest from within, are undeniable. After such intense labor, my energy reserves have been nearly depleted, and my body is beginning to run on fumes. Every organ within me is fervently demanding sustenance. So, even you feel hunger. The unmistakable sounds emanating from my stomach have caught the attention of the elder beside me, who burst into hearty laughter. Initially, they believed I was akin to a tireless automaton, impervious to weariness. Yet, it appears that youth merely grants me a greater capacity for endurance. Min Yang, I understand that you young folks wish to earn more, but bear in mind that carrying loads is not like other jobs. Excessive strain can indeed harm your health. Do not underestimate your youth and think you can endure without regard for your well-being. It is imperative to cherish your body. Otherwise, when you reach a certain age, perhaps merely in your 40s or 50s, you may find that a surge of ailments renders even the simplest act of walking a painful and arduous task. The uncles genuinely admire Li Mingyang, a fellow villager who is hardworking and resilient. Yet, they cannot help but feel a pang of sympathy for him, as they perceive that a child who can endure such hardships must come from a less fortunate background. In Li Mingyang, they see a reflection of the future for the children back in their hometown, students who are reluctant to study, with dismal academic performance, destined to toil in the big city just like their fathers after spending a couple of years idling away back home. The best outcome for them would simply be factory work, and as they age, when factory doors close to them, they would inevitably be relegated to manual labor. Come, Mingyang, let us take you to savor some delicious food. In this vast city, the best culinary delights are often found in the urban villages. Not only delectable but also reasonably priced. Here, I know a particularly delightful establishment that serves pork trotter rice, although it may cost an extra 1 or 2 yuan. At 12 yuan a bowl, the flavor is undeniably exquisite. The trotters are tender and flavorful, guaranteed to leave you enchanted. After resting for over 10 minutes in the shade and unknowingly consuming more than half a bottle of water, the uncles finally felt a semblance of recovery. They promptly rose from the ground, called out to Li Mingyang, and led the way ahead. Wandering through the narrow alleys of the urban village, they eventually halted at the entrance of an inconspicuous little shop. This establishment lacked even a signboard, yet simply standing at the entrance made Li Mingyang's eyes light up with anticipation. Though the absence of a sign and the average hygiene left much to be desired, the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air was irresistible. By this enticing fragrance alone, Li Mingyang was convinced that the culinary skills of this little shop were exceptional. However, the intoxicating scent only amplified his hunger, making his stomach rumble fiercely. The little shop was remarkably efficient. Within just a few minutes of sitting down, a large bowl of pork trotter rice was placed before Li Mingyang. Unable to contain his eagerness, he stirred the dish haphazardly, mixing the succulent trotters with the rice, and took a heaping mouthful. He barely had time to chew before the distinct grains of rice mingled with the tender trotters were swallowed whole. 1 bowl, 2 bowls, 3 bowls. Under the astonished gaze of the uncles, Li Mingyang devoured 3 large bowls of pork trotter rice in quick succession. Ah, what a delight! I finally feel rejuvenated. After finishing his meal, Li Mingyang swiftly polished off a substantial bowl of pumpkin vegetarian soup. Only then did he contentedly pat his belly, reclining in his chair with an expression of utter relaxation. Chapter 7. Midnight Checkout, 680 yuan. Are we not commencing work yet? Originally, Li Mingyang had assumed that the older gentleman's notion of a break merely entailed resting for an hour or so after their meal. However, he was genuinely taken aback when, after finishing their lunch at 3 o'clock, the group sought refuge in a shaded area, reclining against their makeshift cushions, and drifted into slumber until just past 5. Even at this hour, there was no inclination to rise and resume their tasks. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Li Mingyang ventured to inquire. Let us wait a little longer. We shall resume our labors at 6 o'clock, as the heat remains oppressive at this hour. This, in fact, exemplifies a subtle strategy employed in our line of work. Unlike conventional office workers who toil during daylight hours, we take advantage of the cooler mornings to work until the peak afternoon heat necessitates a respite, reserving the remainder of our tasks for the more tempered evening hours. After all, it is universally acknowledged that nighttime tends to be more refreshing. Of course, the scenario shifts dramatically in winter, wherein one must seize the daylight hours to maximize productivity, for evening temperatures drop significantly. Observing that Li Mingyang was restless and had no intention of resting, one of the older gentlemen straightened up, leaning against the wall, and engaged Li Mingyang in a conversation to clarify some of his queries regarding their work. After absorbing the elder's insights, Li Mingyang glanced at the sun setting outside. Although it was nearing dusk, the temperature remained uncomfortably high. Indeed, rather than laboring under such oppressive conditions, it would be wiser to seize this opportunity to recuperate and replenish one's energy, preparing to labor diligently when the evening cools. In fact, extending the duration of these breaks could enable one to accomplish more arduous tasks in a single assignment, ultimately enhancing one's earnings. Such knowledge stems from years of accumulated experience, and Li Mingyang was resolute in his commitment to excel in this field, at least for the immediate future. That was his intention, and he listened intently. All right, it's time to rise and prepare for work. It's already 6 o'clock. Today's assignment is substantial, and we must act swiftly. If we fail to complete our tasks today, our reputation may suffer, making it difficult to secure future work. Therefore, everyone, let us hasten. As Li Mingyang and the elder shared a moment of camaraderie under the shade, indulging in casual conversation and sipping water to replenish their fluids, the foreman unexpectedly sprang to his feet, bellowing with a voice akin to a rusty bell. He urged the still reclining workers to promptly rise and commence their duties. With a lucrative contract amounting to 12,000 yuan, which translates to 200 packages at 10 yuan each, there was no time to waste. They were merely a group of around 20 individuals, each tasked with clearing approximately 60 bags of construction debris. The owner had only allocated a single day for this endeavor. Before dawn and prior to the arrival of the construction crew the following day, they were required to remove all the refuse. Thus, even though it was only 6 in the morning, the air still bore the lingering warmth of the sun, and while it was considerably cooler than at noon, the temperature still hovered around 30 degrees. Although a brief rest until around 7 might have been more conducive for work, the foreman had no choice but to hasten the workers to commence their tasks to ensure that everything could be accomplished within the day. To thrive in this bustling metropolis, even the most humble laborers must adhere to a code of conduct. It is essential to cultivate a respectable reputation. Otherwise, despite possessing great strength, one may find themselves without any work. Come on, let us seize the moment and get to work. Opportunities like today's large contracts are rare. The more we accomplish, the more we can earn. If we perform well, others will be inclined to reach out to us for future jobs, as everyone desires skilled hands on their team. This is the best guarantee for timely completion of assignments. Upon hearing the foreman's urging, the elder promptly rose, deftly slinging his back pad over his shoulders while reminding Li Mingyang to hasten his pace. Although it is often said that teaching apprentices can lead to the demise of the master, the labor involved here is inherently devoid of much technical complexity. Moreover, given the elder's age, he could not work for many more years. Thus, it seemed prudent to offer guidance to the younger compatriot, helping him avoid unnecessary detours. Such advice was merely a casual suggestion, and perhaps it could foster a personal bond. Why not take advantage of that? Of course, whether Li Mingyang heeds this counsel is ultimately his own affair. Their encounter was serendipitous, and the elder's willingness to share wisdom was indeed a rare occurrence. If Li Mingyang chose to disregard the advice, it would not concern the elder overly much. However, as the elder observed Li Mingyang donning his filming equipment, a flicker of curiosity crossed his expression. While he was intrigued as to why the young man would bring such items to work, adhering to the principle of asking little and observing less, he merely cast a puzzled glance before resuming his labor. With idle thoughts about the equipment, the elder reasoned that it would be more beneficial to carry another bag. After all, each additional bag meant 10 more yuan. The reality was stark. Despite having started work early at 6, they had barely managed to transport half of the construction debris during the day. By 10:30, Li Mingyang finally succeeded in bringing a single bag down to the ground floor. His clothing was thoroughly drenched in sweat, and even his sneakers were soaked, making each step slippery. At this moment, Li Mingyang finally comprehended why these older gentlemen had chosen to don a pair of flip-flops. The reason was simple. It was solely to allow for perspiration to escape. Observing his hands and legs, which trembled uncontrollably, he felt as though his body had reached its utmost limits. Gazing down the darkened corridor ahead, Li Mingyang acknowledged that his body was protesting vehemently against any further movement. Even the slightest lift of a hand felt like an immense torment. Yet, he resolutely decided to grit his teeth and persevere. As the clock approached midnight, Li Mingyang hoisted the final bag of construction debris and made his way downstairs. This marked the official completion of the task. And it was at this moment that the weary laborers, who had toiled throughout the day, experienced a surge of exhilaration. Although each individual was utterly fatigued, having nearly reached the brink of their physical endurance, the sight of the foreman holding a stack of crimson bills ignited uncontainable smiles across their faces. This is for you. A total of 680 yuan. The queue swiftly progressed to Li Mingyang, who, upon receiving the assorted bills from the foreman, felt an inexplicable sense of rare fulfillment. This was his first experience earning such a substantial amount of money in a single day, and he distinctly sensed the authenticity of this income. Young man, keep up the good work. To earn this much on your very first job is commendable. If you continue to put forth effort, it won't be long before you can return home to build a grand house. Or perhaps you could save some money to start a business back home. Young people like you, who are willing to toil and endure hardship, undoubtedly have a bright future ahead. By the way, let us exchange contact information. If we receive similar large contracts in the future, you will certainly have a share. The foreman clapped Li Mingyang on the shoulder, his face radiating admiration. Chapter 8. Strengthening Body and Spirit. Thank you, foreman. I shall continue to strive diligently. If there are any substantial projects in the future, I would appreciate it if you could remember to call upon me. The sincerity behind the foreman's words remained somewhat ambiguous to Li Mingyang. In this society, where appearances hold great significance, compliments are often mere formalities, and one ought not to take them too seriously. However, adhering to the principle of making the most of opportunities, Li Mingyang decided to embrace the foreman's encouragement and ascend the proverbial ladder. It is said that the more acquaintances one has, the more avenues one can explore. Thus, expanding one's network could lead to additional opportunities, wouldn't it? Boss, 3 bowls of fried rice, with extra chili, please. Upon returning to his residence on his electric scooter, Li Mingyang was elated to see the small restaurant downstairs still illuminated. With a swift halt, he parked his scooter at the entrance and hurried inside with eager strides. Ah, you. Look who decided to arrive so late. The owner intended to jest upon seeing Li Mingyang's dusty appearance. However, upon closer inspection, he realized the truth. Did you truly engage in manual labor today? I thought you were merely jesting when I saw you conversing earnestly with those older gentlemen. Having operated this establishment for many years, the owner was well aware of the socio-economic dynamics at play. Most patrons were from the lower strata of society, and he could easily discern the nature of various occupations. Observing Li Mingyang's disheveled state, the owner quickly surmised the reality of the situation. How did it go? Such labor is not typically suited for someone of your youth. If you find yourself without work again, there is no shame in seeking alternative employment. I can recommend a couple of positions for you. Although the pay may not be substantial, the work is certainly more manageable and stable. The owner, a local resident and a longtime resident of the urban village, ran the restaurant primarily to occupy himself. Financial security was hardly a concern for him. As a well-connected figure in the area, he was more than willing to offer Li Mingyang a fair opportunity should he find him suitable. No, thank you. I believe I have discovered my true calling. Compared to the monotonous office life, where one toils for meager rewards, I find this line of work far more fitting. It offers greater freedom and potentially higher earnings. On my very first day, I earned 680 yuan. As he spoke, a radiant smile broke through the dust on Li Mingyang's face, his gleaming white teeth shining brightly, evoking both amusement and a twinge of sympathy. All right. I see you're enjoying this work. Then by all means, carry on. Whenever you feel overwhelmed, feel free to reach out to me. Although I may not possess extraordinary skills, assisting you in finding a job is certainly within my capabilities. In response to my earnestness, Li Mingyang reciprocated with warmth. Sure. When the time comes, I shall not hesitate to trouble you, for I have been a loyal patron of yours for many years. Our enduring friendship assures me that you would not wish to see me return home looking disheveled and defeated. After an exhausting meal, I finally managed to drag my weary body home, take a brief shower, and collapse onto my bed. I initially intended to rise for a glass of water. Yet this seemingly simple act of getting up caused Li Mingyang to gasp in discomfort. Aches, tingles, swelling, and pain. Every muscle and bone in his body felt as though it had been subjected to a chaotic culinary mishap, overwhelmed by a multitude of agonizing sensations. The discomfort had not been so pronounced during work. Now, however, with relaxation came a rush of sensations akin to emerging from a major surgery. As the effects of adrenaline faded away, bringing forth a tide of suffering. At that moment, Li Mingyang felt a flicker of regret about his choice of profession and the relentless effort he had expended. Fortunately, he reminded himself that he was no ordinary individual. He possessed a unique advantage. He switched on the small television hanging by his bedside, which had remained untouched for months, and began watching some awkward programs. Striving to distract himself, it was not that he did not wish to use his phone, but even the simple act of lying down and browsing was an immense challenge for his fatigued arm muscles. Endure. The pain is but fleeting once midnight arrives. Relief will come. Before long, nearly a month had passed since Li Mingyang entered this profession, and he was no longer the obscure newcomer he had once been. In just a month, thanks to his increasingly robust physique and remarkable recuperative abilities, he had made a name for himself in the lifting community. At the very least, he had established connections with numerous individuals, and whenever someone faced a particularly challenging job, they would surely remember Li Mingyang. Chapter 9. The Parallel of Short Videos and Live Streaming. From initially requiring 2 to 3 days to secure a single gig, it has now evolved to the point where opportunities arise almost every day, despite the exhaustion that accompanies this relentless pace. With the intensity of work pushing the limits of his physical endurance, Li Mingyang persists even when he has clearly reached his threshold. Each day feels like a struggle for survival. Nevertheless, the rewards of this self-imposed rigor are substantial. In just 1 month, Li Mingyang has earned over 15,000 yuan, an amount he previously could not achieve in 2 months. Moreover, Li Mingyang's physical condition has improved significantly. Both his strength and stamina, though he progresses only incrementally each day, are steadily advancing. The exhilarating sensation of becoming stronger day by day is undeniably addictive, especially when such personal growth is accompanied by considerable financial gain. After more than a month of development, Li Mingyang has taken to editing videos of his work whenever he finds a moment. Each job completed translates into a complete short video, and to date, he has published 21 such videos. In the current online landscape, this content is relatively novel. And coupled with Li Mingyang's commendable appearance, along with the evident progress in his income and achievements featured in each video, his follower count has seen a commendable rise. Though it has only been slightly over a month since he began posting short videos, Li Mingyang's follower count has already surpassed 15,000, reaching the threshold required for live streaming. However, he finds himself engulfed in hesitation. While compiling a day's worth of work into a single short video might yield a more fulfilling narrative, dedicating an entire day to live streaming could render the content monotonous and uninspiring. Most critically, live streaming would significantly hinder his work efficiency. Live streaming inherently involves interaction between the host and the audience. Should he focus solely on his tasks, the already lackluster nature of his stream could become even more tedious. There is a substantial risk that this could not only fail to benefit his account, but could also yield adverse effects. Furthermore, if he engages with the viewers in his live stream, would he not need to pull out his phone to monitor the comments? Work is already an exhausting endeavor. Adding the distraction of a phone, even if secured, would undoubtedly compromise his efficiency. The old adage of not being able to have both fish and bear's paw rings true. Should he desire both, he risks expending immense energy only to achieve nothing. akin to drawing water with a basket. This is not the outcome Li Mingyang envisions, and thus, even though he has long surpassed the requisite 1,000 followers for live streaming, he remains reluctant. Yet, Li Mingyang persistently maintained his original lifestyle, diligently recording videos of his work each day. Upon returning home, he would find time to edit and publish these videos on his account. However, the notion of live streaming had never crossed his mind. At times, he pondered the possibility of being a prominent influencer with over 1 million followers, or even a modest one with several 100,000. Would that enable him to hire a live streaming assistant? This would not only preserve his work efficiency, but also ensure a certain quality within the live stream. Regrettably, these thoughts remained mere musings, as he currently lacked the means to realize them. Lying in bed, he reopened his Douyin account, gazing at the meager earnings that had just barely surpassed 3 digits. Li Mingyang felt his enthusiasm for work diminish considerably. In this fiercely competitive digital landscape, monetizing one's account proved to be a formidable challenge. When would he become an influencer with over 100,000 followers? Observing the number 15,231 in his follower count, he couldn't help but let out a wistful sigh. In today's online realm, a follower count of 100,000 is considered the minimal threshold for being recognized as a legitimate influencer. Yet, for Li Mingyang at present, 100,000 seemed an ambitious goal. Without reaching this number, his account would struggle to generate substantial revenue. Only upon crossing this threshold could he potentially attract advertisements, thus creating additional income beyond mere video views. It was only then that the revenue from his short videos might gradually increase, becoming a significant source of income alongside his primary job. He clicked into his works page once more, noting that the most successful video was from a couple of days ago, marking his first daily income surpassing 800. This represented a significant stride toward his goal of becoming a man earning 1,000 a day, with an impressive 260,000 views. This figure was commendable for his current account. The comments numbered a little over 200, with likes exceeding 10,000. However, he could still discern the presence of contrarians and trolls among the comments. Individuals who perhaps found little satisfaction in their own lives and sought validation in the digital realm. Whenever they encountered something that contradicted their preconceived notions, they instinctively felt compelled to voice their dissent, believing themselves to be uniquely enlightened amidst the collective folly. Li Mingyang remained indifferent to such absurdities. For instance, he encountered a few particularly nonsensical comments. "This is so fake. With that physique, how could you possibly earn over 800 a day? If such income were attainable, why do migrant workers live in such dire conditions? I won't even bother to explain. This obviously fabricated script is an affront to my eyes." Such remarks were not uncommon across Li Mingyang's videos, and he could always find a handful of them. Even beneath such comments, one can still observe a plethora of affirmations, to which Li Mingyang could only remark that many individuals on the internet are indeed exceptionally talented. Nevertheless, these comments unexpectedly sparked a flicker of inspiration within him. If he were to maintain a consistent streaming presence, he realized that he lacked substantial content and captivating effects, which would not significantly benefit his account. However, he could contemplate the idea of streaming occasionally, not for any other purpose, but to substantiate the authenticity of his work. Although, even in such a scenario, many might dismiss it as scripted, for there exist certain individuals who dwell solely in their own worlds, unable to tolerate anything outside their narrow perceptions. Yet, as long as he executes it skillfully, perhaps drawing from the memories of some internet celebrities from the previous century, he could unveil a few memorable phrases. For instance, one that has lingered in Li Mingyang's mind is, "Just do it. I am playing the game of reality." At that moment, it might indeed incite a small wave of discussions and fervor online. In summary, as long as his approach is sufficiently innovative, even familiar concepts may yield unexpected effects. At this moment, the inspiration in Li Mingyang's mind flowed forth like a deluge. He even contemplated the timing for his inaugural live stream, planning it for the moment he achieves his first goal. After all, successfully reaching a milestone of earning 1,000 yuan in a single day is quite a noteworthy topic. If he were to stream at that juncture to validate the authenticity of his efforts, the combined impact could potentially transcend the simplicity of 1 equating to 2, perhaps resulting in a significant surge in his follower count. This would allow him to reach the threshold for monetizing short videos and lay a solid foundation for his future career transition. Chapter 10. The Thorny Order of 20,000. Hello? Is this Mingyang? As Li Mingyang was about to retire for the night, The familiar ringtone of his phone abruptly pierced the silence. It was Ma Datu, the foreman he had encountered when he first embarked on his career. This was the moniker by which he was known. Li Mingyang was unaware of his real name, only knowing that his surname was Ma. He typically referred to him as Brother Ma or Foreman Ma. Brother Ma, what order do you have in mind? Li Mingyang inquired, curiosity piqued. Could it be yet another challenging and intricate task? Despite being a novice in the field for less than 2 months, Li Mingyang had already garnered a reputation. Generally, if an order were not particularly demanding, it would not find its way to him, as it was well understood that he did not entertain mundane requests. He was sought after for orders that were not only complex but also lucrative, with potential earnings of several hundred yuan per task. Indeed, this order is quite formidable. Ma Datu replied. The difficulty level surpasses that of our previous endeavors. However, the remuneration is substantial, an impressive total of 20,000 yuan. That said, taking on this task requires a certain fortitude, as the working environment can be somewhat daunting. Those lacking courage may encounter unforeseen challenges. I immediately thought of you upon seeing this order, he continued. I'll send you the specifics shortly. Are you interested? If so, please return my call before midnight. We plan to gather at the small square at the entrance of the urban village around 8 in the morning. We can charter a vehicle together, and the host will reimburse us for the round-trip fare. The destination is rather distant, so this will save us the hassle of commuting. Having conveyed this, Foreman Ma hastily ended the call. Given his understanding of Li Mingyang's character, he was confident that the young man would not decline the opportunity. However, securing this substantial order would necessitate reaching out to additional workers, as a shortage of manpower would impede progress. Moreover, careful consideration in selecting the laborers was paramount. Those who merely drifted through life were to be avoided. Ma Datu had ascended to his current status in the city through diligence and a commitment to maintaining his reputation. Should he fail to complete an order as planned, it would tarnish his hard-earned credibility. Future opportunities to receive work would not come easily thereafter. Li Mingyang was the first worker Ma Datu sought. He was, without a doubt, the most diligent and earnest individual he had encountered. Provided the compensation was appealing and sufficient for Li Mingyang to earn a substantial wage, he would not hesitate to accept even the most arduous tasks. Simultaneously, he would exert maximum effort in his work, striving to achieve the highest possible remuneration. Well, originally, Li Mingyang had already prepared himself. The so-called challenging task seemed rather mundane in his eyes. After all, during the past month, he had encountered a myriad of environments within the city. However, upon reading the description of this particular assignment, he couldn't help but exclaim a phrase from the essence of his culture. Was this a test of endurance or merely a playful challenge? Unlike any other tasks he had undertaken before, this one was not an ordinary building nor situated in a tourist area. This order originated from a factory, which explained the exorbitant price offered. The difficulty was indeed quite formidable. The initial challenge alone was enough to dissuade the majority of individuals, although the elevation to be scaled was merely to the second floor. Approximately 5 meters high, the staircase was treacherous. Within the confines, one could hardly stand upright, necessitating a crouched traversal. Yet, that was not the end of it. Upon reaching the second floor, one had to navigate through a labyrinth of intricate machinery, with the pathway consisting of steel plates no wider than 50 centimeters. Merely completing a round trip under such conditions would require at least 10 minutes, assuming one's stamina remained robust. As fatigue set in, a single journey could extend to 20 minutes or more. For a task of this nature, Li Mingyang generally lacked enthusiasm unless the compensation was substantial. Fortunately, the remuneration presented at the conclusion of the order did not disappoint him. The simplest of goods, a bag of cement, was to be delivered. It was unclear what construction endeavor necessitated such a considerable quantity of cement, but for each bag transported, he would earn a commendable 20 yuan. If he performed exceptionally well today, could he not aspire to realize his ambition of becoming a man earning 1,000 yuan a day? With this thought, Li Mingyang's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, prompting him to retrieve his recording equipment and meticulously clean it. Today, he must diligently document his work video, as he sensed a remarkable potential. Should he achieve his goal, this video was destined to garner significant attention. Chapter 11. The Titan of Labor. Battling with a burden of 200 pounds. Here we are. Your task is to transport the cement from the entrance to this location. At the crack of dawn, precisely at 8:30 a.m., Li Mingyang arrived at the work site with the convoy. The first sight that greeted him was an impressive stack of 1,000 bags of cement. One could not help but wonder what purpose the factory had for such a vast quantity. Nonetheless, The intentions of the other party bore no relevance to Li Mingyang. However, the working conditions were indeed dire. The information he had seen on WeChat the previous day had been far too conservative. The staircase was almost a climb on all fours. But that was merely a prelude to what lay ahead. Upon ascending, he learned of a narrow steel pathway measuring 50 centimeters, which certainly existed. Yet he was not informed that this path was enclosed by a grid. In other words, the group of laborers was left with a mere 50 centimeters of maneuvering space. With both sides tightly confined, transporting the cement to its destination required them to adopt fixed, specific postures, severely limiting their movements. This posed a significant demand on the workers' physical endurance. It was far from an ordinary task of transportation, resembling pure torment. It was no surprise that the other party offered a high price of 20 yuan per bag of cement. Cement, after all, is inherently heavy, with each bag weighing 100 pounds. Such an outrageous burden, even on a regular path, would be a challenge for most. It was even more daunting given that this route felt akin to a challenge involving a refrigerator. Though the task appeared formidable, a spark of exhilaration flickered in Li Mingyang's eyes. Higher difficulty meant higher compensation. With increased rates, he could earn more, could he not? Having surveyed the route, he inquired if there were any questions. If not, they ought to hasten their work. He had checked the weather forecast, noting that today was the last day of sunshine before rain would arrive tomorrow. It was imperative to transport all the cement to the designated location within the day. Should any issues arise, it was prudent to voice them early for effective communication and resolution. If there were no problems, once contracts were signed, failure to complete the task would result in financial liability for the unfulfilled cement outside. In business, while the other party's words may have been blunt, they were indeed the standard rules of the industry. If one lacked the capability to take on the job, it was best to clarify that early to avoid misunderstandings. Should the task be accepted and subsequently left incomplete, the losses incurred due to the inability to fulfill the task would naturally fall upon them. However, this bore no consequence for Li Mingyang. Their responsibility was merely to labor. The one who accepted the contract would be accountable for any compensation. Regardless, they were entitled to every penny earned upon completion of their work. Thus, to assume the role of a foreman was no simple endeavor. It necessitated meticulous oversight of each task's difficulty and workload. One must strike a delicate balance in the workforce. Having too many workers can jeopardize their earnings, ultimately making it difficult to recruit labor in the future. Conversely, having too few workers risks failing to complete tasks, leading to dissatisfaction from employers and a loss of future contracts. It is imperative at times to be prepared to bear the risk of losses. However, the role of a foreman is not devoid of its advantages. Were it solely disadvantageous, few would choose to pursue this profession. Take, for instance, the current undertaking involving a staggering 1,000 bags of cement. Even if the foreman does nothing beyond securing this contract, he stands to gain approximately 1,000 yuan in income. The foreman typically earns a commission of about 1 yuan per bag, yet this sum is contested between the foreman and the employer, as the wages for the laborers must align with prevailing market rates. This represents a substantial 1,000 yuan. While Li Mingyang may not yet possess the physical capacity to meet such a target, for the average individual, this sum is significant. Not all contracts guarantee a fixed commission of 1 yuan. Some contracts inherently offer lower unit prices, which naturally reduces the foreman's commission. Moreover, many foremen are diligent and industrious, often emerging from the ranks of laborers themselves. They not only accept contracts and earn commissions, but they also actively participate in the work, thus substantially increasing their income. These junior foremen may appear no different from regular laborers, yet their overall earnings are quite commendable. If they can maintain stability in their work for 2 or 3 years, constructing a house and purchasing a modest vehicle upon returning home is an attainable goal. However, becoming a foreman necessitates a certain network of connections. One must cultivate relationships and be well regarded on both sides. It is essential to secure contracts while also being able to find willing laborers, all while maintaining a degree of respect. The workers must be obedient. Otherwise, should a few choose to oppose you, no amount of money will suffice to cover the losses. Let us commence. Although this task is somewhat challenging, the compensation is favorable, 20 yuan per bag, inclusive of lunch and dinner. After surveying the proposed route with the management personnel, the workers expressed their genuine concerns regarding the difficulty of the path. Nevertheless, they were equally enticed by the offered remuneration, each one eager and full of vigor. Despite the arduousness of the route, their years of laboring have endowed them with ample strength and skill. Opportunities for such lucrative contracts do not present themselves frequently. If they do not seize this chance to earn, the next may be a long time coming. Listening to the familiar voices of those guiding him, Li Mingyang felt no surprise. The seasoned uncles accompanying him are veterans in the labor sector, and it is entirely customary for such figures to emerge in the face of substantial contracts. It would indeed be unusual not to see them. All right. Let us all exert ourselves today. After we complete our work this evening and earn some money, we shall indulge in a delightful barbecue feast. Within the urban village where Li Mingyang resides, there is a barbecue restaurant run by a fellow villager, frequented by many workers who, having wandered far from home, yearn for the flavors of their hometown. Moreover, the taste of their barbecue is undeniably exquisite, and they emphasize generous portions at reasonable prices, ensuring a thriving business. Haha. While a barbecue might be tempting, with such spare change, one might as well purchase some potatoes to fry at home. Only you, the sandal warrior, can afford to indulge occasionally. As for us elder folk, we have families to support. Each of us engages in labor-intensive work, and our appetites are considerable. If we were to dine on barbecue, one would need at least 100 or 200 yuan per person to feel satisfied. It seems rather impractical, doesn't it? Upon hearing the response, Li Mingyang was not particularly surprised, as nearly all the laborers shared a similar frugal mindset regarding expenditure. Every yuan is hard-earned, thus naturally leading to considerable savings when it comes to spending. However, Li Mingyang astutely seized upon a keyword in the other person's words. Sandal warrior? Is that referring to me? Who could have bestowed such a moniker? It carries the distinct flavor of a middle-aged urban novel. I might as well be the Dragon King. Return Chapter 12, Shedding Layers for a Perfect Physique. Upon encountering such a vulgar title, Li Mingyang felt a shiver run down his spine. What sort of individual could conceive such an explosive moniker? Observing the disdain etched on Li Mingyang's face, the older gentlemen found themselves in fits of laughter, feeling as though the burdens they bore had suddenly lightened. It was evident that these middle-aged men shared a sentiment that the name was indeed somewhat risky. Their jesting was rooted in a spirit of camaraderie. Engaging in strenuous labor is inherently exhausting. If everyone were to wear frowns without seeking a bit of amusement, the work would become unbearable. The day commenced at 8:30 a.m., and due to the terrain, individuals lined up for their tasks like passengers awaiting train tickets, proceeding one after another. Even those who felt fatigued and yearned for respite were compelled to persevere, unwilling to hinder the progress of others. Even if one truly desired a break, they had to grit their teeth and complete their current load before retreating to a resting place outside. As long as one was on the path, no thought of pausing could be entertained. This unique terrain, coupled with an uncommon mindset, rendered today's work far more enjoyable than the usual heavy lifting. Of course, the extent to which the motivation stemmed from the paltry sum of 20 yuan per bag remained a mystery. Nevertheless, Li Mingyang himself was invigorated by the task at hand. Though returning home each day brought with it an inevitable wave of muscular soreness, over time, he seemed to acclimate to this sensation. He even found a certain ecstasy in it. To him, this was not merely the ache of muscles or the discomfort of labor, but rather a symbol of his progress. Each time he endured such a trial, after midnight, he could distinctly sense a newfound strength within his physique. Li Mingyang was not privy to the exact metrics of his transformation, for he lacked the financial means and spare time to acquire a gym membership or hire a professional trainer to assess his progress. However, every evening, he indulged in a moment of vanity before the mirror during his shower. Compared to his previous appearance, with an unsightly belly, he now embodied a robust and muscular figure. His musculature differed from that sculpted in gyms and bore no resemblance to that of competitive bodybuilders. The contours of Li Mingyang's physique were apparent. A fitted t-shirt revealed his athletic build, though his body type was distinctly that of a powerlifter, lacking the pronounced definition of professional bodybuilders. Yet, at first glance, it was evident that he was imbued with explosive power. Goodness, it seems that this 20 yuan is not so easily earned. At first, it didn't seem too burdensome, but the relentless ascent and descent of these small stairs truly tormented him. After several hours of this exhausting routine, he felt as though his weary back could scarcely lift again. Upon returning to the factory entrance, he gazed at the cement pile, which had diminished by nearly half. And with a deep stretch, Li Mingyang candidly expressed his sentiments. How is it that a young fellow like you already complains of back pain? It is we, the old-timers, who should be uttering such words. A vigorous youth like you, with robust health and strong recuperative powers, will likely recover with a mere night's sleep. Yet, for us seasoned workers, it seems we shall be unable to take on any orders for the next couple of days. Hearing Li Mingyang's remarks, the older gentleman who had been following him could not help but join in the banter, not about the terrain, but about Li Mingyang himself. As noon approached, the factory staff promptly wheeled in a meal cart, brimming with an abundance of dishes and rice. One must commend the factory for its generosity. The provided meals appeared to be quite thoughtful and substantial. A large pot of braised pork, a dish of stir-fried green peppers and shredded potatoes, and a serving of mapo tofu, accompanied by a bucket of 3-flavor soup, awaited them. The rice was also plentiful, available for all to take as long as they ensured not to waste it and could consume it. Many workers, who had been utterly exhausted, felt their energy rejuvenated at the sight of the delicious spread. Had they been responsible for their own lunch, it's likely that many would have hesitated to indulge in such lavish fare. Wow, this food smells absolutely delightful. It was evident that the factory's cooks possessed exceptional culinary skills. The aroma surpassed that of typical small eateries. Upon seeing the meal being served, Li Mingyang, disregarding the dust and grime covering him, promptly joined the queue for food. Under the astonished gaze of the staff serving the meals, as well as the familiar glances of his fellow workers, he filled 3 large plates to the brim. He then sought out a shaded spot to sit down and relish his feast. Naturally, he did not forget his filming duties. He removed the camera that had been perched on his head and placed it across from him. Over the past month, Li Mingyang had indeed made notable gains, such as his remarkable appetite and the way any dish seemed appetizing when he was eating. Whenever a video featured him dining, it appeared to garner significantly more views and comments. Gradually, recording daily meals became an integral part of his routine. However, this time felt somewhat different, perhaps due to the sweltering heat combined with the strenuous workload. His short-sleeved shirt became drenched early on, prompting him to instinctively shed it and toss it aside, revealing his robust physique. Chapter 13, 180. A man earning 1,000 a day has achieved his goal. Wow, you, my friend. I never noticed under your clothes. But now that they're off, look at those muscles. No wonder you've made quite a name for yourself in just over a month. You're clearly cut out for hard work. Observing Li Mingyang's impressive physique, the nearby gentlemen couldn't help but cast envious glances. Although their muscles remained robust, they paled in comparison to Li Mingyang's aesthetics. The most telling factor was their advancing age, as their bellies and chests had become somewhat flabby. Even in their youth, they had never possessed such a physique as Li Mingyang's. Without the aid of technology or professional training, such a form is largely dictated by one's innate talent. Indeed, if I had met a few of these brothers earlier, I might have struck it rich by now. Just look at this physique of mine. It's the embodiment of a laborer's strength. It would be a disservice to not engage in the labor befitting such muscles. Surrounded by fellow men, many of whom shared similar gestures to Li Mingyang's, he felt no embarrassment at their light-hearted teasing. Instead of donning his shirt and enduring discomfort, he preferred to relish a brief moment of cooling off, allowing his body to dissipate some heat. Often, heat exhaustion is not solely due to high external temperatures, but rather the body's internal heat that cannot escape. Therefore, even in cooler seasons, one can succumb to heat exhaustion, let alone in the sweltering summer. Li Mingyang prioritized his health over any trivial concerns about appearances. Delicious. I must say, the large manufacturers are exceptional. They not only provide meals but also ensure the quality is superb. This flavor might even surpass that of many restaurants. Initially, I expected an ordinary lunch, perhaps just with better variety, but the taste pleasantly surprised Li Mingyang. He couldn't stop after one bite. It was simply too delightful. By the time he finished 2 large plates of food, he finally had a moment to express his thoughts. You're always dreaming of good fortune. If we enjoyed such treatment every day, I fear the competition in our field would double overnight. For us, that might not bode well. When more people enter the fray, the competition intensifies and the number of jobs available diminishes. The most crucial aspect is that increased competition may diminish our earnings for the same work. We may not see even 80% of what we earn now. As he spoke, the older gentleman was filled with profound contemplation. Who, if given the choice, would willingly engage in such menial labor? Surely, working in a factory is far more advantageous than toiling away in the streets of the city. A few years ago, despite their advancing age, several men could easily find employment in factories upon migrating to the city. However, in recent years, the economic landscape has soured, compounded by an increasing number of individuals struggling to secure jobs. Consequently, the influx of laborers has surged, while job opportunities have dwindled. Naturally, factories seek to employ the most competent workers, and it is no surprise that these older men have been cast aside. They have been reduced to residing in cramped quarters within urban villages, sharing living spaces and barely scraping by through hard labor in this sprawling metropolis. In these times, it is evident that no matter the profession, one must avoid the pitfalls of excessive competition. Upon hearing this sentiment, Li Mingyang felt a deep resonance with it, lamenting that had the competition not been so fierce, he would not have been compelled to resign. Alas, I am utterly exhausted. I feel as though I am on the brink of collapse. Initially, I believed that the remaining tasks would not take long to complete. Yet we have all overestimated our dwindling stamina. Compared to the efficiency of the morning, the workers in the afternoon moved like stumbling zombies, their productivity dismal. In the end, they persevered solely through sheer willpower, mechanically laboring with a singular thought in their minds, to swiftly clear all the cement. Even so, when the final bag of cement was finally transported, the clock had already struck 10:30 p.m. Since commencing at 8:30 a.m., and accounting only for a brief lunch break and approximately half an hour for dinner, they had labored for over 12 grueling hours. Even Li Mingyang, with his increasingly formidable physique, could not suppress his groans after dropping the last bag of cement. Every part of his body, his neck, shoulders, arms, thighs, and yes, even his weary back, felt as though it no longer belonged to him. What was once mere soreness had escalated to a state of utter numbness. He moved like a rusted machine, each motion fraught with discomfort. Thank you all for your hard work. Please come forward to collect your wages. Upon returning home, make sure to rest well and treat yourselves. The foreman, it must be said, displayed a commendable degree of humanity, recognizing everyone's exhaustion, and eschewed any arbitrary queuing. Instead, he simply called out names from the list, allowing those mentioned to approach and receive their pay. For those not called, they could find a spot to collapse and rest. As time ticked away, the moment finally arrived when Li Mingyang's name was called. Li Mingyang, you've done well. As you had jested previously, it would indeed be a lamentable loss if you were to abandon this profession, although I had long anticipated that such a day might arrive. I never imagined it would come so swiftly. Gazing at the names within and the figures that followed, even a foreman, who prides himself on his worldly experience, could not help but utter a few words of astonishment. Li Mingyang, 59 bags of cement. Compensation amounting to 1,180 yuan. Upon hearing this figure, even Li Mingyang himself momentarily stood in disbelief, having initially set a modest goal of becoming a man who earns 1,000 yuan in a day. Could it truly be that he had accomplished it? Had he genuinely achieved this milestone? Although there was a glimmer of hope as he arrived, the moment the objective was realized, he found himself engulfed in a haze of disbelief. Chapter 14. A viral video, gaining 180,000 followers overnight. Upon returning to his modest rendered apartment, Li Mingyang found himself momentarily lost in thought as he gazed at the small bundle of cash clutched in his hand. It had not been long since he set his first modest goal, yet his account remained largely stagnant. Although gaining over 10,000 followers in just a month is commendable compared to the majority of ordinary individuals, for Li Mingyang, such a meager achievement felt profoundly unsatisfactory. Despite his eagerness to edit the video from that day and share the joy of reaching his goal with his online audience, fatigue overwhelmed him. Even as hunger began to gnaw at him, he lacked the energy to prepare a meal. He collapsed onto his bed, lying still, staring up at the ceiling while his mind wandered aimlessly. He awaited the arrival of midnight with quiet anticipation. This day marked the most exhausting experience since he embarked on his career in the lifting industry. If his previous endeavors had pushed him to the limits of physical endurance, this challenge had undoubtedly surpassed them. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a rather risky video he had recorded. Once the clock struck 12, Li Mingyang felt rejuvenated. As he edited the day's footage, he also ordered takeout. What had begun as a mere pang of hunger transformed into a ravenous desire, akin to a horde of famished sharks in his stomach. While diligently editing the video, he unexpectedly discovered a highlight, footage from his lunch break, during which he had removed his shirt due to the sweltering heat. To be honest, this was the first time he had observed his physique from such an unconventional angle. When at rest, his muscle definition appeared rather subtle, yet with the slightest exertion, his muscles burst forth, revealing a formidable appearance beneath a thin layer of subcutaneous fat. Even Li Mingyang found himself captivated, watching the segment repeatedly before snapping back to reality, exclaiming, "These muscles look absolutely magnificent." In that instant, inspiration struck him. When he mindlessly scrolled through short videos during moments of boredom, what did he enjoy watching the most? The alluring figures of women flaunting their physiques, of course. Therefore, if those with enviable bodies could perform suggestive dances, why not showcase his own sculpted form? With this thought, Li Mingyang resolutely decided to incorporate the footage of himself from lunch into the video he was preparing to release, ensuring it featured several close-ups. In a mere span of 5 minutes, a video primarily documenting a lunchtime meal occupied nearly a minute and a half. When Li Mingyang completed all his tasks and, having indulged in a hearty meal, lay down on his bed prepared for slumber, the clock struck 3 in the morning. Without hesitation, he clicked the publish button for the video. For someone of his modest stature had no need to ponder the intricacies of optimal posting times. As long as the editing was well executed, he believed, it was sufficient to release it into the world. Why concern oneself with trivialities? Though a flicker of hope glimmered within him regarding the video's potential, Li Mingyang did not entertain the notion that a mere compilation of slightly risky content could achieve viral success. Yet, sometimes, surprises and fortuitous moments arrive with astonishing abruptness. Upon awakening, he found that it was now the following afternoon. Initially intending to check the time on his phone and perhaps order takeout. After all, he had achieved his modest goal of earning 1,000 yuan in a day. He felt justified in taking a day to relax. Today, he had no plans to accept any new orders. Rather, he was eager to assess the performance of his video. Should the results prove satisfactory, he might contemplate embarking on a live stream to showcase his burgeoning talent. However, the moment he unlocked his phone, Li Mingyang was taken aback. For his device had inexplicably frozen. How could this happen to a phone he had recently purchased for 3,000 yuan? What a disappointing piece of technology. It was widely touted that domestic phones had reached commendable quality, even surpassing international standards, yet here he was, grappling with this malfunction. Faced with such a predicament, Li Mingyang felt a surge of panic. Despite his current daily earnings being substantial, they represented his hard-earned money. Losing 3,000 yuan without cause would undoubtedly be a source of great anguish. After considerable effort, he finally accessed his Douyin backend, only to be rendered speechless by the figures displayed before him. The view count was irrelevant at this point, as it had lost all significance. Just yesterday, he had been a mere fan with over 10,000 followers, but after a single night's rest, upon reopening his phone, he discovered his follower count had astonishingly surpassed 200,000, nearly a few hundred more, and he would reach a staggering 210,000. The comment section had also swelled to over 300,000 entries. No wonder his phone had become so sluggish. Overwhelmed by such unprecedented success, Li Mingyang could hardly comprehend that his rise to fame on Douyin had occurred so suddenly. Chapter 15. Transforming into a beast at an observable pace. What magnificent muscles of the working class! I find them utterly delightful. This is far superior to those hulking brutes in the gym. Such a charming young man, complimented by that physique. Slurp. Alas, my friend, with a body like that, I could easily keep pace with your hooks, just like a harmonious train. As Li Mingyang opened the comment section, an array of bizarre comments flooded his vision, culminating in one particular remark that left him utterly dumbfounded. Why are there so many flamboyant individuals these days? It seems their presence is ubiquitous in every comment section, and this familiar, inverted language. Could it be that their influence has spread all the way to the vast Northwest? Despite his inner monologue of exasperation, a smile remained etched upon Li Mingyang's face. Regardless of the nature of the comments, be they sweet or sour, he read them all with a beaming smile. What do their opinions matter? Each comment serves as a catalyst for his burgeoning follower count. The more comments he receives, the more viral his video becomes. Naturally, his fan base will swell accordingly. In due time, he would begin to reap the monetary rewards, leading to a life of increasing ease and comfort. Thus, in Li Mingyang's eyes, every word in the comment section radiated with golden light. He could almost envision countless red bills waving at him. What once seemed like a meager following of just over 10,000 fans lacked any real monetization potential, but now, with a follower count surpassing 200,000, Li Mingyang found himself in the realm of moderately significant influencers. He had acquired the qualifications to earn some income. At the very least, he could secure a few brand collaborations each month and showcase products in his window. Conservatively estimating, his account could generate several thousand yuan monthly. With a stroke of fortune, he might even see his earnings exceed 10,000. Coupled with his current job, life suddenly appeared filled with promise. Li Mingyang, grinning like a fool, continued to peruse the comments on his video. As he read, he noticed the sky darkening outside, and his stomach began to protest against his foolish demeanor. It was only then that he reluctantly snapped back to reality, summoning great willpower to tuck his phone into his pocket and venture out in search of sustenance. The benefits of a viral video are immense. After his follower count surged, Li Mingyang observed a significant uptick in views for his previously lackluster videos. The number of comments was also growing at an astonishing rate. It was evident that this video's success would yield at least several thousand yuan in revenue. No wonder so many aspire to thrive in the online realm. When a video goes viral, it truly feels as effortless as eating and drinking. What fortune has befallen you today? From the moment you stepped through the door, even while indulging in your meal, your smile has remained unwavering. Could it be that you've struck up a romance with an enchanting girlfriend? Li Mingyang, having developed a familiarity with the proprietor downstairs, faced no hesitation in responding to the teasing remark. A girlfriend? Who in their right mind would bother with such a distraction? Such a creature only hampers my pace in earning money. While devouring his meal, he replied without lifting his gaze. Oh, judging by your tone, it seems you've struck it rich. I suppose your visits here will dwindle in frequency. The owner chuckled, recognizing that an increase in income would inevitably elevate one's standard of living, and his humble eatery might soon be ill-equipped to cater to Li Mingyang's burgeoning lifestyle. Upon hearing Li Mingyang's words, the proprietor continued his light-hearted banter, but it bore a hint of sincerity, infused with blessings and satisfaction. He had no shortage of wealth. Rather than seeing these young patrons frequent his establishment daily, he yearned for them to embark on their own ventures, flourishing in life, ideally far from his modest diner. With Li Mingyang achieving some success in their lengthy acquaintance, the owner held a favorable impression of him, naturally finding joy in his accomplishments. Is this really all you've achieved? Come on, you know what I do for a living. If I were to eat like those office workers, I reckon a significant portion of my monthly income would vanish into meals. Such extravagance. It's simply too excessive. Li Mingyang reassured, so you needn't worry, barring any unforeseen circumstances. I will undoubtedly remain a regular here. After all, establishments like yours, with such a genuine heart, are rare. Not only is the food exquisite, but the portions are generous. If I were to miss your culinary skills, I dare say I wouldn't sleep well at night. With the adage it takes a village to raise a child in mind, Li Mingyang could hardly retort against the proprietor's flattering words. Moreover, since the owner chose to run a restaurant, it was evident he possessed a passion for cooking. For a chef, there is no greater delight than receiving praise for their culinary creations. As anticipated, upon hearing Li Mingyang's compliment, the owner, though modestly downplaying his skills, could not hide his delight. He promptly retrieved a bottle of soda from the restaurant's refrigerator. Seeing you finally make a name for yourself, I must celebrate. Such joyous news deserves a toast. Allow me to offer you this bottle of water. Please don't refuse. Consider it a small token of my appreciation. As you've been a loyal patron, a few bucks for a drink is hardly something to fuss over. Li Mingyang cast a surprised glance at the owner. Being courteous at this establishment, he had long since forgotten how to express such sentiments in this context. Despite his modest achievements, Li Mingyang was not foolish enough to be overly courteous to a landlord who owned several buildings. Without a moment's hesitation, he guzzled down more than half a bottle of soda, exclaiming, "Boss, you're being a bit stingy here. You know my appetite, and this bottle of soda hardly suffices." The landlord, amused yet exasperated by Li Mingyang's jest, pointed at him and remarked, "You rascal. No wonder you've managed to make a name for yourself in this place. You have certainly acquired one of the essential traits of a successful person. Your audacity is truly remarkable." Despite his playful critique, the landlord opened the refrigerator and handed Li Mingyang a large bottle of soda. Chapter 16. The first taste of success in life. It is not that Li Mingyang is devoid of emotional intelligence or lacks the ability to engage in meaningful conversation. Rather, this reflects a certain camaraderie. It was merely a bottle of soda, and the jesting was all in good fun. Adding a touch of flavor to an otherwise mundane existence is a delightful endeavor, is it not? Upon concluding their meal and settling the bill, Li Mingyang casually took care of the cost of the second bottle of soda. While banter is all well and good, one must recognize that taking advantage of such small favors might leave the proprietor feeling somewhat uneasy. The first bottle was graciously offered by the owner, making it perfectly acceptable for Li Mingyang to accept it, but when it came to the second bottle, one must understand the nuances of humor. Upon hearing the sound of the payment code being announced and watching Li Mingyang's retreating figure, a smile involuntarily graced the owner's face. Among the many patrons who dined at his establishment, it was Li Mingyang who stood out as particularly agreeable. In fact, when Li Mingyang was unemployed, the owner even contemplated whether to introduce him to a job opportunity, providing a transitional phase to prevent him from returning home in defeat, thereby granting the young man a chance to breathe and regroup. This inclination stemmed from Li Mingyang's extroverted nature and his amiable demeanor, which allowed him to forge a good rapport with the owner in a short span of time. However, the crux of the matter lies in Li Mingyang's sense of propriety. He knows when to jest, yet when it comes to serious matters, he exudes a comforting presence. From the owner's perspective, individuals like Li Mingyang, even if they do not achieve great heights, are likely to find their way and make a name for themselves, as they possess a certain capability. After all, securing a job is merely a matter of a few words, and fostering a good relationship is certainly a worthwhile endeavor. Unexpectedly, Li Mingyang resolved his own situation and is now flourishing. The owner is aware of the reason behind Li Mingyang's exuberance today. He has been following the developments of Li Mingyang's account. After all, Douyin has a feature called People Nearby, and during his leisurely scrolls through short videos, the owner naturally stumbled upon Li Mingyang's content. He even went so far as to follow Li Mingyang, contributing to the young man's online venture. Thus, the owner is well informed about Li Mingyang's recent surge in popularity. Despite his advancing age, the owner maintains a youthful mindset and possesses a solid understanding of the current digital landscape. He recognizes that Li Mingyang has genuinely made a breakthrough with this account. Even if he were to do nothing else, as long as he can maintain it, his monthly income will surpass that of the majority of workers in the city. Hello. Is this Mr. Li Mingyang? I was wondering if you might be open to receiving advertisements. After his video went viral, Li Mingyang naturally received a plethora of messages, each more varied than the last. Returning home, he lay on his bed, chuckling as he perused the messages, even if some of them were rather unseemly. However, Li Mingyang regarded the other party's words as mere nonsense. Yet, as he continued reading, he genuinely stumbled upon some useful information. Remarkably, just a day after his sudden rise to fame, a sponsor had already taken the initiative to reach out to him. Upon encountering this news, Li Mingyang shot up from his bed, his demeanor shifting to one of earnestness. This was a pivotal moment in his life, the first sponsorship video. After all, and it was imperative to exhibit a certain level of decorum, a sense of ritual was undoubtedly warranted. Hello, I am Li Mingyang. May I inquire if you're here to promote a product? If convenient, could you kindly share a description of your offerings? In truth, Li Mingyang was a novice in the realm of being a content creator, without any acquaintances in the industry. After pondering for a while, he decided to respond directly. Oh. So, you are seeking to place an advertisement. Initially, he anticipated a delay before receiving a reply, but to his surprise, the response was instantaneous. Well then, if you're accepting advertisements, do your best, young man. Keep striving. You are destined to become a prominent influencer in the future. Upon reading this message, the glimmer of expectation in Li Mingyang's eyes dimmed significantly. To his dismay, he realized that what he had presumed to be his debut sponsorship opportunity was merely a jest from a playful viewer. Nevertheless, Li Mingyang did not harbor any feelings of anger. The fact that a netizen chose to tease him was, in essence, a testament to his newfound popularity, was it not? He reclined back onto his bed, a smile resurfacing on his face. Although he recognized the jest, he nonetheless replied, "Understood. I shall strive to become the esteemed influencer with 1,000,000 fans that you envision." Alas, I had thought my first sponsorship was imminent, and I even sprang up from my bed in excitement. Little did I know it was but a prank. I have indeed learned the lesson of my inexperience. Li Mingyang maintained a positive mindset, embracing the humor of the situation. After all, with his current viral video, he need not fret about advertisers seeking to collaborate. Typically, the subsequent video following a viral hit garners substantial views. Should businesses wish to capitalize on this opportunity, it would undeniably be an opportune moment for them. Evidently, the other party was taken aback by Li Mingyang's response and attitude. "Oh, your mindset is quite commendable. I anticipated you would be upset. Well, enough of the jokes. I am genuinely here to promote a product. I have observed your previous videos, and I see the considerable effort you invest daily. Our factory specializes in selling work-related products, primarily knee and wrist supports, along with a selection of ice silk sleeves. Thus, I thought to approach you for advertising, taking advantage of your current momentum before your fame escalates, which would also allow for a more economical advertising fee, merely a small advantage." Upon reading this reply, it was now Li Mingyang's turn to feel a mix of skepticism and curiosity. Really? After much hesitation, I finally responded with just these 2 words. Of course, you may check your back end. The specific collaboration requirements have already been sent over, along with our quotation. If you find it suitable, then I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Chapter 17. An embarrassing advertisement. Upon hearing these words, Li Mingyang skeptically accessed his author backend, only to discover a request for advertising collaboration with Edo. However, it appeared that the content of this advertising partnership deviated slightly from what had been previously stated. Hadn't the representative claimed to specialize in sports products? How then? Had the product morphed into this peculiar item? While it bore a faint connection to the realm of sports, it certainly rendered his first advertisement rather awkward. As Li Mingyang pondered this predicament, he suddenly noticed a string of numbers below. Merely for ad insertion, the offer was a staggering 5,000 yuan. Given his current follower count, such a sum was a remarkably generous offer. After all, it was not a long-term engagement. Merely an insertion within a single video would suffice. With just over 200,000 followers, the typical rate for advertisements in his category hovered around 2,000 yuan per insertion. In less favorable times, some individuals even accepted offers as low as 1,500 yuan. Thus, the 5,000 yuan proposal exceeded market rates by more than double. Thus, any further hesitation would be a disservice to the value of money. This was, after all, a substantial sum, enough to cover nearly a month's wages from his previous job. Now, he was only required to record a video and promote a product. Was this a daunting task? Not in the slightest. Even factoring in editing time, the endeavor would take no more than 20 minutes. Earning 5,000 yuan in such a brief span seemed an opportunity few would refuse. Moreover, he was somewhat familiar with the men's underwear brand in question. Having worn their products for an extended period, he had to admit, their quality was commendable and the comfort undeniable. Thus, promoting the product posed no ethical dilemma for him, as he had genuinely experienced its quality. Are you sure your company specializes in sports goods? The advertisement you sent me appears somewhat different, Li Mingyang remarked, finally finding the courage to address the individual who had teased him earlier. To his surprise, upon reading Li Mingyang's message, the respondent exhibited no signs of embarrassment, maintaining a playful demeanor. Hey, sports underwear is still sports, right? Just say it has sports in the name and you're good to go. Besides, what I mentioned earlier, we produce those items too, but compared to our main line, they are merely side products. And honestly, my offer is quite generous, wouldn't you agree? A full 5,000 yuan. That's enough to secure an advertisement from influencers with millions of followers. As Li Mingyang gazed at the message that popped up in the dialog box, he was initially taken aback, but soon regained his composure. Although he had recently gained some attention, he understood the importance of remaining grounded. He recognized that this was a prime opportunity for monetization and resolved to seize it with both hands. Despite the somewhat brash demeanor of the other party, this individual represented his very first benefactor in life, and it was essential for him to exhibit a commendable level of service. His boss was right. It was indeed Li who had been somewhat thoughtless. He inquired if there were any specific details regarding the advertisement that the boss would like to discuss. If there were, he would be more than willing to accommodate those requirements to tailor their exclusive advertisement accordingly. Though not from Sichuan, Li Mingyang had been subtly influenced by the face-changing artistry of his neighboring province and had acquired a modicum of skill in it. Ideally, it would be best to incorporate their advertisement seamlessly while he was at work. After all, the athletic underwear for which they were advertising was marketed with the keywords cool and quick drying, making it the perfect context for such a promotion. Upon hearing Li Mingyang's words, the other party fell silent for 2 seconds before promptly sending over their specific requests. As Li Mingyang read the new message in the dialog box, he was struck dumb. He immediately felt like giving himself a hard slap. How foolish of him to speak so freely. Initially, the advertisement could have been executed with little fuss, but now, having opened his mouth, the other party had taken the opportunity to outline their demands. The awkwardness of promoting underwear was already significant, but now he was expected to insert this advertisement while he was working. Li Mingyang could already envision the peculiar looks from his co-workers when they saw him in such a compromised situation. Yet, this was a substantial sum of 5,000 yuan. He couldn't possibly forego the money for the sake of pride. Moreover, if he wished to continue advancing in the realm of social media influence, such advertising opportunities would be indispensable in the future. He recalled the legendary figure, once dubbed the most sentimental master of Jiangnan, who had donned women's clothing to serve as a model before achieving fame. Even if the advertisements he accepted were somewhat embarrassing, in the future, when he looked back upon his journey after attaining success, those moments would not be seen as a tarnished legacy, but rather as the path he had traversed. Having prepared himself mentally, Li Mingyang finally responded with fingers that trembled slightly. Not a problem. I will ensure everything is arranged perfectly for you. Despite the awkwardness of the situation, this first advertisement held significant importance for Li Mingyang. Should he manage to create a cost-effective advertisement, even if his follower count paled in comparison to larger influencers, the effectiveness of his promotion would allow him to command a higher price for future advertisements than others at his level. This was a matter of great consequence for his livelihood, and he could not afford to treat it lightly. Thus, after a day of rest at home, when Li Mingyang returned once more to the familiar battleground of the construction site, laboring tirelessly throughout the morning until his body was drenched in perspiration. If his comrades often engaged in physical exercise or performed strenuous labor, their bodies would frequently be soaked in sweat. Particularly, after an intense bout of exertion, their undergarments would become damp and clingy. In such moments, while I cannot speak for others, as a brother to my fellow enthusiasts, I would recommend our esteemed brand of athletic underwear. This particular garment, even though it was lunchtime, Li Mingyang, amidst the bewildered expressions of his coworkers, unexpectedly retrieved a brand new box of underwear from his bag. He even pulled one from the box and began to showcase it to the camera. A level of awkwardness that transcends mere embarrassment. Chapter 18. Breaking Limits Every Day, Bold Imaginings. After Li Mingyang completed the advertisement shoot, even his typically audacious demeanor could not shield him from the subtly inquisitive gazes of his colleagues, causing his cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Even the few older gentlemen, who generally shared a cordial rapport with him, hesitated to voice their thoughts. They instinctively felt compelled to inquire about his peculiar behavior, yet found themselves at a loss for words. Li Mingyang's conduct today seemed to transcend the boundaries of their understanding. One elderly coworker, hailing from a rural background, found himself musing internally, could this young man have been ensnared by some malevolent force? How else could he have so dramatically transformed into such an eccentric? Or perhaps he had suffered some sort of setback, leading to an unsettling shift in his demeanor? Naturally, such thoughts remained unspoken. Yet Li Mingyang's actions undeniably struck them as bizarre. Li Mingyang had long anticipated this reaction, aware that most of his coworkers were of a more advanced age. Few among them owned smartphones, let alone found the time to navigate the vastness of the internet. Even those who occasionally indulged in short videos did so merely for amusement, oblivious to the underlying significance and utterly unaware that this was a legitimate profession, one that could yield substantial financial rewards. Nothing to worry about, as you know. I have been recording videos and posting them online while working. After quite some time, I have accumulated a modest following. A company approached me to feature in an advertisement, stipulating that it must be recorded during my work hours. Hence, that was the reason for my earlier behavior. Though it may seem a bit embarrassing, it is all in the name of earning a living. Li Mingyang was determined not to let his colleagues misconstrue him as a lunatic. After all, whispers could wield considerable influence. If rumors spread and he were branded as eccentric within their circle, it might deter others from presenting him with lucrative opportunities in the future. Thus, despite the tinge of humiliation, he felt compelled to offer an explanation. Advertising. Upon hearing this, the older gentleman appeared momentarily taken aback. They understood the concept of advertising, but typically associated it solely with television. Could it be possible that a young person in their midst, akin to the stars on TV, could also engage in such endeavors? Although no one articulated their thoughts, Li Mingyang discerned their expressions, which conveyed an implication. Creating minor videos online with a meager following was hardly an impressive achievement. Furthermore, the advertisement merely garnered a sum of 2,000 yuan, a paltry amount compared to the earnings of true internet celebrities and renowned stars. However, I pondered that 2,000 yuan was not an insignificant sum. It was merely a matter of losing a bit of face while working. Moreover, everyone had been so considerate towards me that they would hardly mock me over such a trivial matter. It is not merely a matter of advertising underwear. Even the most embarrassing of tasks would attract numerous individuals willing to undertake them for financial gain, would it not? Concerning the fact that I was promoting advertisements, Li Mingyang opted to explain to those around him with a mixture of truth and fabrication. The ailment of envy is a universal affliction among humanity. Much like the saying that while a brother's failure may incite sorrow, it is the brother's success that truly stings the heart. Thus, Li Mingyang concealed his actual earnings of 5,000 yuan, opting instead to present a figure of 2,000. Even this modest sum garnered considerable envy from those around him. After all, every penny they earned was hard-won, and not everyone possessed Li Mingyang's extraordinary stamina. 2,000 yuan was sufficient for them to undertake 3 or even 4 jobs. Meanwhile, Li Mingyang merely had to pull out his underwear and speak a few words into the camera in his spare time. They too desired to earn such easy money. Of course, the 2,000 yuan was due to the client's numerous demands, hence the elevated price. Typically, one would not receive such a high sum for advertisements, and 1,000 yuan would be considered quite satisfactory. Reflecting on this, Li Mingyang further reduced his stated income significantly. Furthermore, advertisements are not always readily available. There are times when one might not receive even a single offer in a month. This final remark was truly a deal-breaker. Many were initially intrigued and wished to inquire how Li Mingyang managed to earn money online. Yet, upon hearing that one might not secure even a couple of thousand yuan in a month, they thought it more prudent to seek part-time work instead, where they might earn more. Contemplating this, the older gentleman promptly extinguished their aspirations in this regard, casually jesting about Li Mingyang's unabashed demeanor. Essentially, they were implying that he had the audacity to openly discuss even an underwear advertisement without a hint of embarrassment. Subsequently, I refrained from further probing into this matter, to which Li Mingyang silently breathed a sigh of relief. This way, he would not have to worry about inciting envy among his fellow workers when future advertisements arose. Xiaoli, this is yours. 1,346 yuan. Impressive, my boy. It seems that lately, your earnings never fall below 1,000 yuan. Although this line of work is somewhat exhausting, if one perseveres for a few years, a car and a house back home will surely be within reach. As the foreman transferred Li Mingyang's share of the wages to his phone, he couldn't help but express a tinge of envy. Despite appearing to earn a decent income and enjoying a certain level of prestige, he truly fell short in comparison to Li Mingyang, who was undeniably exceptional. Li Mingyang paid little heed to the teasing remarks of the foreman, for nearly every cell in his body was imbued with an overwhelming sense of fatigue. The aspiration to earn 1,000 yuan daily is no trivial pursuit. Recently, each time he ventured out to take on assignments, he relentlessly pushed his physical limits. Following his last breakthrough, he realized that although such an endeavor required him to rest for a day, it also necessitated an increased intake of sustenance, no less than 5 or 6 meals the following day to meet his heightened energy demands. While this was not particularly kind to his finances, he observed a marked enhancement in his physical condition with each surpassing of his limits. Since this revelation, Li Mingyang has consistently strained his body, striving towards the goal of transcending his physical boundaries. In his heart, he harbors a bold notion. If he could continue to break through these limits, could his body not perpetually strengthen, leading him to one day become a true superhuman? Chapter 19. The first attempt at solo undertaking. Though the notion merely flickered through Li Mingyang's mind, it seemed to take root deeply within the recesses of his soul. Uncertain if this idea would ever materialize, he understood clearly that with each successive breakthrough of his physical limits, his current physical prowess had indeed become increasingly extraordinary, gradually veering towards the realm of the superhuman. Presently, his physical condition was beyond comparison to that of an ordinary individual, even surpassing that of professional athletes in the gym. After all, they adhered to the principles of scientific training, unlike Li Mingyang, who relentlessly pushed his body to its extremes. Yet, there was one aspect that troubled him immensely. Despite his burgeoning strength, his appetite had similarly escalated. Once, 3 bowls of fried rice sufficed to satiate him for 3 meals a day. Now, he could consume 4 bowls in a single sitting, occasionally necessitating 4 meals daily. He couldn't help but dread the prospect of transforming into a true glutton, envisioning a future where his days would be consumed by the act of eating or the journey to procure food. Moreover, as he endeavored to surpass his physical limits, the challenge would only intensify, and the nutrition required for such breakthroughs would grow ever more substantial. In essence, he would need to consume increasingly greater quantities of food, preferably rich in nutrients. Li Mingyang harbored genuine concerns that he might not be able to keep pace with his body's demands. Even if he indulged in copious feasts daily, he might still face the risk of starvation. In summary, while his body currently exhibited the capacity to continually transcend limits and grow stronger, he pondered whether the strength could be pursued indefinitely. Would he still possess control over his own body as he evolved? These questions lingered in Li Mingyang's mind, shrouded in uncertainty. However, for the time being, he need not fret over such dilemmas. Although his appetite had expanded, his physique was simultaneously fortifying itself. Ultimately, should he reach a certain threshold, he could simply pause his relentless pursuit. After all, the endeavor to grow stronger was devoid of any absurd system imposing mandatory tasks upon him. It was entirely dictated by Li Mingyang's own volition. Thus, these contemplations faded from his thoughts as swiftly as they had arisen. Yet they sowed a seed within him, a seed that heralded a pathway to greatness through his physicality. though his current condition might still possess its shortcomings. He believed that as he continued to strengthen, his potential would transcend mere laborious toil. In any field, achieving the pinnacle of one's abilities promised a bright future. However, such aspirations belonged to a distant tomorrow. For now, he resolved to focus on his responsibilities and duties. Given his current appetite, without a well-paying and stable job, it is likely that he will soon deplete his modest savings. Consequently, he would find himself in a predicament where he is either perpetually hungry or on the verge of starvation. Is there a suitable opportunity for him? Through recent endeavors, Li Mingyang has not only garnered a certain degree of recognition within the industry, but has also established himself as a seasoned veteran. Unlike those simple porters, Li Mingyang has diligently studied various facets of the industry since his entry. For instance, he has explored the most advantageous locations for securing orders. After thorough research, he has discovered a locally unique app that boasts a considerable user base, with numerous job postings available within it. Without hesitation, he downloaded the app. Recognizing the value of such a resource, as his physique continues to strengthen, Li Mingyang has begun to entertain the notion of accepting orders independently. This presents a significant challenge for him, yet it promises greater financial rewards. After all, as both the order taker and laborer, every penny earned flows directly into his pocket. Most importantly, his video channel has encountered a plateau, with growth stagnating despite sporadic displays of his muscular physique. His follower count has barely surpassed 300,000, fluctuating daily in an indecisive manner. Therefore, his intention to experiment with solo order taking is also motivated by a desire to ascertain whether this approach could lead to a surge in his follower count. Notably, he has also renamed his live stream channel from the man who earns 1,000 a day to the man who earns 2,000 a day. Having achieved the former goal, he recognizes the necessity of a new aspiration. With his increasing physical prowess, Li Mingyang is confident in his ability to reach this new benchmark. Earning over 1,000 a day for laborious work is already an impressive feat, sufficient to capture attention. Currently, each time Li Mingyang ventures out to work, he consistently earns above 1,000. With his new target established, should he succeed, it could very well become a notable highlight. Additionally, he occasionally receives small advertising opportunities. And whenever he promotes these while working alongside his colleagues, he is met with a range of reactions, some filled with envy, others viewing him as a fool. Regardless of their expressions, Li Mingyang realizes that this situation is untenable. Over time, envy will surely brew among them. Furthermore, with so many people around, it poses challenges for his filming, does it not? Li Mingyang sought to discover small-scale tasks that were not overly demanding, yet offered a commendable cost-performance ratio and presented a certain level of challenge. Ideally, he aspired to capture these endeavors on video, so that upon witnessing the difficulty, viewers would instinctively exclaim a phrase from the essence of Chinese culture. He stumbled upon a promising assignment with an estimated total value of around 2,500 yuan. Notable for its complexity and requiring manual labor within an urban village setting. The most enticing aspect of this task was the opportunity to push his own limits. As he perused the myriad of assignments available on the app, he eventually unearthed a suitable task in an inconspicuous corner. Typically, the foremen frequenting such platforms operate with their own small teams, and they often dismiss these smaller tasks unless they find themselves in dire need of work. However, Li Mingyang found himself amidst a market segment characterized by minimal competition. Therefore, for him, identifying a task he could handle alone was not particularly challenging. In fact, it could be described as rather effortless, given the abundance of opportunities available on the app. Chapter 20, 18 hours. The man earning 2,200 a day. Greetings. You must be the worker, Li. Are you the only one who has come? According to the agreed time, Li Mingyang swiftly arrived at the worksite on his small electric scooter. Upon seeing that Li Mingyang was alone, the other party's eyes involuntarily revealed a hint of surprise, even a touch of hesitation. Although this particular job was not substantial, merely over 2,000 yuan, it hardly seemed feasible for a single individual to complete it. Moreover, he was pressed for time, requiring the work to be finished within the day. If Li Mingyang were to undertake the task alone, it would likely take 2 or 3 days, which clearly did not align with his timeline. Seemingly attuned to the other's uncertainty, Li Mingyang promptly assured him, "Of course. I am not alone, boss. Rest assured, with so many items to move today, it would be improbable for me to accomplish it by myself. Reputation is paramount in this line of work. I have brought along 2 colleagues to assist." We will ensure that everything is transported today. Once we are done, we will call you for inspection. Li Mingyang chose not to directly concede that he was indeed alone, opting instead for a minor fabrication. After all, it was evident that the other party harbored doubts about his ability to complete the task single-handedly. Admitting to this would likely lead to unnecessary complications, and perhaps jeopardize the entire job. Ultimately, as long as the items were moved, the number of people involved was inconsequential. Upon hearing Li Mingyang's words, the boss visibly relaxed. All right, as long as everything is moved before I arrive tomorrow morning, you can come by for the inspection, provided there is no damage. I will settle the payment on the spot. Naturally, if you finish earlier, call me, and I will come to settle the bill. As for the items, they consisted of these tiles. Do not underestimate them. Each box weighs over 100 pounds, nearing 200. Care must be taken to handle them gently, especially since the stairway is quite narrow, making the task challenging. The price, as stated online, is 20 yuan for each item moved to the 6th floor. As he uttered this last statement, the boss couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. However, given the location in the urban village, with narrow alleys and stairways, he was fortunate to have found someone willing to undertake the job. Initially, he had contemplated raising the price to 25 yuan per item if no one else had come forward by the end of the day. Fortunately, Li Mingyang's timely appearance saved the boss a considerable amount of money, given that there were over 100 items. Even a modest increase of 5 yuan per item would result in hundreds of yuan in additional expenses. Though the boss was not financially constrained, it is wise to save where possible and spend judiciously. Certainly, boss. Please come by tomorrow for the work inspection. Although we could finish moving everything tonight, it would likely be quite late by the time we are done. Therefore, I shall not disturb you this evening. We will conduct the inspection tomorrow morning instead. However, I must make it clear up front that if any of the tiles suffer damage during the moving process, you will need to compensate accordingly. Naturally, should such an unfortunate event occur, it would undoubtedly be my responsibility to cover the costs, as per industry regulations. After reiterating this point, the boss departed with satisfaction, and Li Mingyang commenced his work. Li Mingyang had moved tiles numerous times since he began his work in heavy lifting, yet this particular batch was notably larger. They appeared to be sizable floor tiles, approximately 1.5 meters in length and 80 centimeters in width. It was no surprise that the job had remained unattended online for 2 or 3 days. The price of 20 yuan was indeed not very enticing. Even if someone were to come across it, they would likely shake their head and walk away. For an average person, handling such items alone would be impossible. It required 2 individuals to maneuver a single piece. When considering this, the mere 10 yuan per person for each tile hardly justified the effort involved. Fortunately, despite their weight, Li Mingyang found no significant strain in moving them. Even though each tile weighed approximately 200 jin, he could manage to lift them with ease. Li Mingyang arrived at the site at 9 a.m. Being the sole worker on this job afforded him considerable flexibility in managing his time. Additionally, since all the tiles were piled at the entrance of the stairwell, he was spared from the discomfort of heat, as the stairwell remained relatively cool. Thus, even in the midday sun, he simply took a brief meal before resuming his labor. Initially, he anticipated completing the task by around 10 p.m. However, he underestimated the magnitude of this job that was worth over 2,000 yuan. 18 hours. A full 18 hours. Li Mingyang toiled from dawn until the early hours of the morning before finally transporting the last tile upstairs. He could confidently assert that without his special ability to automatically regain strength at midnight, he would have likely failed to complete this assignment. Yet, even with this advantage, he struggled through the latter part of the night, battling intense hunger to finish. Today, Li Mingyang undoubtedly surpassed his limits once again. He worked for a total of 18 hours, moving 110 tiles, which amounted to a payment of 2,200 yuan. Chapter 21. Becoming a symbol of inspiration. When Li Mingyang awoke from his slumber, the clock had already struck the afternoon of the following day. Having worked past midnight, he found himself still bearing the weight of fatigue, despite the late hour. After all, he had engaged in several hours of strenuous labor during the latter part of the night. It was impossible to remain unweary without a touch of divine intervention. However, he had grown accustomed to this sensation of exhaustion over time. Although his body ached, it was a manageable discomfort. After a simple descent downstairs for 4 bowls of fried rice, Li Mingyang returned to his rented room to begin editing the footage from the previous day's work. This particular endeavor marked the longest work duration he had ever experienced, resulting in an unusually lengthy video. Moreover, it was the first time he had surpassed the milestone of earning 2,000 in a single day. With meticulous care, he selected the soundtrack and highlighted the most thrilling segments, hoping that, with a bit of luck, this video might gain some traction. While he did not dare to dream of exceeding 400,000 followers, achieving the threshold of 350,000 seemed like a modest target worth pursuing. Reaching that milestone would elevate his advertising rates, and Li Mingyang had always approached profitable endeavors with utmost seriousness. By the time he completed the video editing, the sky outside had unknowingly darkened. Following the events of the previous day, Li Mingyang had resolved to handle future orders himself, finding little merit in accepting external jobs. As for settling the accounts from yesterday, he initially intended to rise early to clear the dues. To his surprise, the boss had already taken the initiative to visit early that morning, promptly transferring the sum of 2,200 directly to him. Exhausted from his endeavors, Li Mingyang succumbed to sleep until the afternoon sun was high. This experience with accepting orders had proven sweet for Li Mingyang. Not only did he receive a higher salary, but he also felt liberated while filming, free from the constraints that had previously plagued him. He could even indulge in playful banter during work, which positively impacted his video views. In contrast to his earlier experiences working alongside others, where he often curbed his playful inclinations under the weight of their disapproving gazes, he now embraced his identity with clarity. Li Mingyang recognized that his focus was shifting towards short videos. His primary occupation had transitioned from laboring on construction sites to managing his video account. As his online presence grew, so too did the monetization potential of his content. The strenuous work he once relied upon had transformed into merely a means to facilitate his creative endeavors, rather than serving as his primary source of livelihood. Even in the future, once he discovers a more suitable approach, it is highly likely that even the labor of carrying bricks will become obsolete. Therefore, Li Mingyang has prepared to take on orders independently, granting him greater freedom of time and the ability to select his own work. This will allow him to steadily enhance the quality of his short videos, resulting in a significant improvement compared to before, with much higher autonomy. The next morning, upon waking, Li Mingyang exclaimed in astonishment 3 times. He had contemplated that surpassing the threshold of 2,000 yuan in daily earnings might lead to a minor surge in his video's popularity. Yet he truly did not anticipate the outcome. Sometimes, an individual's fortune is indeed a matter of mystique. Had it merely been Li Mingyang posting his videos alone, the best outcome would have aligned with his own predictions, a minor success. However, unexpectedly, after he released his video, it caught the attention of an official national account, which proceeded to share it. Most importantly, the official account made slight edits to his video content, transforming him into a figure of inspiration. Given the current employment landscape in the country, which is far from favorable, many individuals find themselves unemployed or in a state of waiting for work. The government advocates for shedding the outdated attire of Confucian scholars. As long as one can earn a living, the nature of the work is of little consequence. This video fortuitously aligned with the government's current direction, and once relevant personnel took notice, it naturally progressed from there. As for the specifics, Li Mingyang could not quite grasp them. After all, whether in this life or the last, he is an utterly ordinary citizen. The thoughts of those in higher echelons are beyond his conjecture, but he remains unconcerned about such matters. He simply knows that his account has once again gone viral. And this time, it even has the endorsement of an official source. It is not an exaggeration to assert that as long as Li Mingyang does not engage in self-sabotage online in the future, his account has effectively acquired a shield against demise. Unless there are particularly compelling reasons, the Douyin officials will not only refrain from making things difficult for him, but may also occasionally provide a boost in visibility. 1 million. 1 million. Incredible. It is truly astounding. From morning until night, regardless of what Li Mingyang was doing, even while showering, he could not resist the urge to check his short video analytics, eager to see how many new followers he had gained in just a few minutes. Finally, as Li Mingyang persevered through the late hours, around 3 or 4 in the morning, when his eyelids felt unbearably heavy, his follower count finally surpassed the remarkable milestone of 1 million. Had it not been for the consideration of the late hour, which might invite resentment if he celebrated aloud, Li Mingyang might have leaped with joy. Although in this day and age, there are countless creators on Douyin with over 1 million followers, reaching this level still grants one the title of a prominent influencer. In other words, merely due to this official retweet and the subsequent proliferation of these videos, Li Mingyang's market value has surged several-fold. The distinction between a 1 million follower influencer and one with several 100,000 may seem negligible at first glance. However, When it comes to advertising and various engagements, the offers presented by brands are incomparably higher once one crosses the million-follower threshold. Achieving this milestone is akin to stepping onto a higher rung of the ladder, marking a significant accomplishment in the realm of the average individual. Concurrently, as Li Ming garnered his million followers, he also earned the title of an inspirational figure, transforming from an ordinary office worker who was compelled to resign into a prominent influencer with a substantial following in just a few short months is no small feat. Even when opting for the most basic, low-barrier job, he managed to excel and distinguish himself within the industry. In summary, one could succinctly state, Li Mingyang is indeed flourishing. At least in recent days, both his account and his persona have garnered considerable attention online, particularly on the Douyin platform. Chapter 22. The Emergence of the Tower-Wielding God of War. What on earth? Brother, what are you engrossed in? I've called you several times, yet you remain oblivious. In a dorm room at a second-tier university, Zhang Tao intended to invite his roommate to dine with him, only to find the lad sprawled on the upper bunk, utterly absorbed in whatever captivated his attention. Having received no response after multiple calls, Zhang Tao, unable to tolerate such indifference, decisively delivered a sharp slap to the arm of the upper bunk. Good grief, when did you sneak over here? You startled me. What on earth are you watching? So engrossed that you can't hear me calling you to dinner, as if I were asking you to attend class. Zhang Tao expressed his discontent with his roommate's inattentiveness. Usually, during mealtime, his roommate was the most enthusiastic. What could possibly have rendered him so absent-minded today? Could it be heartbreak? But that seemed implausible, for this fellow was notorious for his constant companionship with Zhang Tao, both being well known in the dormitory as the two solitary souls. Surely, he hadn't begun a clandestine romance behind Zhang Tao's back? If that were the case, he would truly deserve a scolding. Even if he were heartbroken, he would have brought it upon himself, daring to betray their singlehood and forsake the noble status of a solitary gentleman. Was it truly necessary to experience the pangs of love? He had just stumbled upon a video of the tower-wielding God of War. Initially lacking interest, Zhang Tao was taken aback by the sheer prowess displayed. It seemed even those who trained rigorously in sports could not possess such stamina. It felt as if this individual transcended humanity, resembling a beast in physical form. One would expect him to be akin to AT-800, a nuclear-powered machine. For even beasts do not exhibit such extraordinary endurance. Intrigued, Zhang Tao pondered the emergence of such a talent online. He and his brother had always dismissed fitness influencers, as outsiders might marvel at their muscular physiques. However, as insiders, they recognized that apart from a few elite figures, many were mere FA8s, with some muscles evidently enhanced by performance-enhancing substances. Even among ordinary fitness enthusiasts, the duo could boast physiques that rivaled theirs once they shed their shirts. Thus, Zhang Tao felt a genuine curiosity about this remarkable figure his roommate so ardently praised. What kind of extraordinary beast could elicit such admiration from his companion? Subsequently, Zhang Tao found himself ensnared in the video, unable to extricate himself. He even followed Li Mingyang from the very first video to the latest update, witnessing the journey from earning mere hundreds to surpassing 2,000. Observing the dates between the videos revealed that this transformation occurred in just over a month, perhaps two at most. At this juncture, Zhang Tao began to question reality. He was tempted to wonder if the video were fabricated. Yet, this was an official account sharing the content, and the authenticity of the material was unmistakable, whether it be cement, construction debris, or other materials. Their weight is unmistakably significant and cannot be compared to mere ordinary props. Thus, after watching all the videos, Zhang Tao found himself engulfed in a sense of melancholy, even forgetting to eat. After a prolonged silence, he murmured to himself, pondering the purpose of his years of toil. What have we strived for all these years? Since his middle school days, he had devoted himself to sports, persisting until now. It felt as though every bit of progress came at the cost of immense sweat. And even at a young age, he had already sustained numerous injuries. Yet, his ultimate achievement was merely gaining admission to an ordinary second-tier university, hardly distinguishing himself among his peers. At that moment, his longtime friend, who had already regained his composure, overheard Zhang Tao's lamentations and interjected nonchalantly, "That is quite normal. In any field, there will always be a distinction between the gifted and the average." To him, the individual showcased in the videos, the god of lifting buildings, was undoubtedly a prodigy. Not only was his physical recovery astonishing, but his potential was also remarkable. After engaging in high-intensity labor for a considerable time, His physical prowess was visibly enhancing at an astonishing rate. Frankly speaking, it seemed a waste of such talent for him to be engaged in this kind of work. It could even be described as squandering a precious gift. If he were to enter the realm of sports, it seemed likely that he would quickly achieve remarkable results in any endeavor he pursued. Should he find a suitable path, it would not surprise me in the least to see him competing on the Olympic stage one day. As he concluded, even his tone bore a sense of reflection, yet, unlike Zhang Tao, he seemed to take it all in stride. After all, he had grown accustomed to setbacks throughout his life, never ranking among the most outstanding in his peer group regardless of the activity. Thus, regarding Li Mingyang's extraordinary physical gifts, he could only express a few sentiments without harboring any further thoughts. A similar scene was unfolding across the nation as Li Mingyang's popularity soared in recent days. Any user of Douyin would inevitably encounter videos related to him during this time. These might be posts from Li Mingyang's own account or various derivative creations. Regardless, anyone spending ample time on Douyin would find it impossible to escape content connected to Li Mingyang. After nearly 2 days of momentum building, Li Mingyang, the god of lifting buildings, had firmly established his reputation. Many professionals in various fields, upon witnessing Li Mingyang, could not help but gaze in admiration, believing him to be an undiscovered gem, a talent waiting to be honed. Indeed, numerous individuals were even tempted to seek him out for further dialogue and exchange. Chapter 23. Rising to Fame. Seeking to ride the wave of popularity? Certainly, these are merely the thoughts of a select few. After all, to the vast majority, Li Mingyang is already advanced in age. Even though he now exhibits remarkable potential, he is nonetheless in his 20s. Despite his capabilities, how much more can be uncovered? Thus, most people regard Li Mingyang with a sense of detached amusement. There are also those who deeply lament the missed opportunity of discovering such talent a decade, or even just 5 years, earlier. Had they recognized Li Mingyang's gifts sooner, they might have personally sought him out to nurture his talents, perhaps even positioning him on the grand stage of international competition, as many online commentators have suggested. Alas, the truth remains, he is somewhat past his prime, which is indeed a pity. Li Mingyang remains oblivious to these sentiments, and even if he were aware, he would likely not be concerned. His thoughts have never gravitated towards such considerations. Being a professional athlete is undoubtedly admirable. Should he reach the pinnacle of success, it would significantly enhance his quality of life. Nevertheless, among the multitude of athletes, how many truly ascend to the peak? In any domain, there can only be one champion in the realm of sports. Even when including silver and bronze medalists, there are merely 3. Moreover, how many people genuinely remember the so-called runners-up? It is the gold medalists who capture everyone's admiration. Furthermore, this esteemed title must be within a popular sport. Victories in lesser-known disciplines, even if they yield a championship, seem to bring little transformation to one's personal existence. Certainly, life would improve considerably, but the prospect of achieving financial freedom appears rather bleak. Amidst the clamor of the online world and reality, Li Mingyang remains largely unfazed. He understands that his sudden rise to fame necessitates the consolidation of his popularity. Consequently, after a day of rest at home, he resumed his quest to identify opportunities that align with his strengths. He carefully considered not only the remuneration, but also the workload and the nature of the tasks, ensuring that they would captivate his audience. Seizing this moment of soaring popularity, he aimed to release several videos to deepen the engagement of his followers. Ideally, he hoped to leverage this momentum to amplify his visibility even further. Yet, despite his diligent research into local opportunities late into the night, he found nothing suitable. Feeling somewhat dazed, he chose to abandon his search for the moment and turned to TikTok to unwind. Sometimes, ideas do not materialize through sheer force of will. Rather, they often emerge unexpectedly during moments of relaxation. Since he could not find an appropriate opportunity at present, he decided to embrace a period of leisure. Although solidifying his popularity is a pressing matter, it is not as urgent as it seems. At least within the next few days, his popularity should continue to rise steadily. Therefore, he still has several days at his disposal. Moreover, if he appears overly eager and focuses solely on the efficiency of releasing videos while neglecting quality, it could potentially yield negative outcomes instead of any benefits. Having come this far, Li Mingyang must tread carefully with each subsequent step. Having ascended to the status of a million-follower influencer, if Li Mingyang manages his account wisely, earning a modest sum of several $100,000 a year should be well within reach. In other words, he can live quite comfortably relying solely on this account. Hence, during such a pivotal time, he must remain humble and vigilant. The porters of Mount Tai? Sometimes, unexpected surprises arrive quite suddenly. Li Mingyang had initially planned to scroll through videos and sleep, contemplating the next day at a leisurely pace. However, while browsing, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a profession that suited him remarkably well and was trending. This was not solely due to the profession itself, but also because Mount Tai inherently possesses considerable allure. If one were to name a mountain of significant stature in the hearts of the Chinese people, Mount Tai would undoubtedly be the foremost contender. Historically, any emperor of note would undertake a pilgrimage to Mount Tai for the grand ceremony of Fengshan, despite the fact that a certain foolish emperor later tarnished its reputation. Nonetheless, this does not diminish the mountain's renowned significance among the populace. Annually, countless tourists flock to this revered site, and the challenge of conquering Mount Tai has become a major topic of discussion online. Many influencers travel great distances to undertake this summit challenge. Generally, such videos garner impressive view counts, particularly in relation to their follower numbers. Thus, upon discovering the role of a porter at Mount Tai, Li Mingyang's interest was piqued. If he could partake in this endeavor and subtly showcase his skills, it would be a remarkable opportunity. To enhance his performance even further for the videos, he contemplated a strategic adjustment to his schedule, dividing his work hours into 2 segments, early and late night, allowing him to rejuvenate after midnight. With the enhancement of his unique abilities, his performance would undoubtedly exceed all expectations. With a new filming location and content in mind, Li Mingyang felt a wave of relief wash over him, allowing him to immerse himself in short video creation. After all, in this era, there is no shortage of captivating figures online. Such physiques and styles, whether enhanced by special effects or not, are rarely encountered in everyday life. In the vast realm of the internet, one need not spend a single penny. A mere modicum of data suffices to indulge in free viewing, even allowing for selective choices. How could one not take the time to savor this abundance? Would it not be a disservice to the marvels of our advanced digital age? Is it not an affront to the exceptional platform that is Douyin? Following the meteoric rise of Li Mingyang, he has undeniably captured the attention of many across the nation. Generally, those who manage to amass over 1 million followers are far from foolish, while they may not entirely grasp the nuances of prevailing trends. They possess a basic understanding of the importance of following the crowd. Moreover, the recent official video's widespread sharing has unmistakably signaled the shift. The crux of the matter lies in their astute recognition of the substantial flow of traffic emerging from this trend. For those engaged in the realm of social media, traffic equates to profit. Consequently, numerous influencers have begun to contemplate whether to seize this opportunity to reach out to Li Mingyang, albeit with the intention of capitalizing on his momentum. However, their own follower bases far exceed his, suggesting a mutually beneficial partnership. Such collaboration would indeed be a splendid prospect for both parties. Why not embrace this win-win situation? Chapter 24. The influential fitness bloggers' initiative to collaborate. Many bloggers have entertained the idea of collaboration, yet few have taken immediate action, as most are still in a state of observation. They wish to ascertain how long the favorable winds of Li Mingyang's popularity will last. A pivotal factor is that although Li Mingyang's follower count has surpassed 1 million, it remains relatively modest compared to those bloggers boasting several million or even tens of millions of followers. Thus, approaching him for collaboration could lead to ambiguity regarding who benefits more from the partnership. Despite various reservations, numerous individuals are indeed tempted to seize this wave of popularity to ignite their own online presence. However, the number of those who decisively commit and take action in a timely manner remains exceedingly small. Among these rare individuals is a prominent blogger, affectionately known as Gongzi, who enjoys a fan base of over 10 million. Upon witnessing Li Mingyang's video, Gongzi was immediately captivated. He is often referred to as the principal, not only because he heads a martial arts school but also due to his philanthropic endeavors, which include substantial donations to schools in remote mountainous regions. While his given name and online persona are well known, the title of principal has become an integral part of his identity. Nevertheless, most fans prefer to call him Gongzi, reflecting his approachable nature. As a leading figure in the fitness community, Gongzi's character has consistently proven commendable. His actions reveal a compassionate individual, and his amiable personality stands in stark contrast to his rugged exterior, perhaps contributing to his vast following. After observing Li Mingyang's performance, Gongzi felt a surge of admiration for such talent. He believed that someone with such physical potential should be guided and trained appropriately. Failing to harness this gift would be a true waste. Furthermore, From Li Mingyang's work ethic, Gongzi discerned that he likely hails from humble beginnings, as his hard work is genuine and markedly different from the stage portrayals of certain influencers on construction sites. In fact, Li Mingyang's impressive physique has been cultivated through direct labor, devoid of any formal training. Gongzi, recognizing this inspirational figure who has even garnered praise from national media, felt compelled to extend a helping hand to this seemingly inexperienced young man. Regardless of Li Mingyang's future achievements, establishing a positive connection now seemed advantageous. For more friends, pave the way for greater opportunities. Although it might appear that he currently has no pressing need for Li Mingyang's assistance, who can predict the future? It is entirely plausible that before long, this young man may eclipse his own status, while Gongzi himself might experience a decline in popularity. The fluctuations of the internet have become a commonplace occurrence in this era. It is entirely conceivable that today you are hailed as a prominent influencer with millions of admirers. Yet by tomorrow, you might find your account inexplicably banned, rendering you unrecognizable. When Li Mingyang received a call from Gongzi, his expression was one of sheer astonishment. Although Li Mingyang often boasted of being a major influencer with a substantial following, he was acutely aware that his status paled in comparison to true titans like Gongzi, who boasted over 10 million fans. The stark disparity in their standings left Li Mingyang feeling as though he had been struck by a fortuitous windfall. However, in the next heartbeat, a wave of clarity washed over him. Well, Gongzi, let me be candid. I am quite financially constrained and cannot afford any substantial fees for this collaboration. Li Mingyang hesitated, confident that any reasonable adult would grasp the essence of his statement. Haha, my friend, your words are indeed entertaining. The sole reason I reached out to you was simply to propose a collaboration, with no ulterior motives whatsoever. I merely wish to join forces to create a video together, devoid of any complicated agendas or financial entanglements. Besides, you've been riding a wave of popularity lately, and I thought it prudent to capitalize on your momentum. As long as you don't mind my presence, it would be a tremendous opportunity. Why would there be any charges involved? Furthermore, I, Gongzi, am not that sort of person. So, what do you say, my friend? It's merely a matter of a single phrase. This idea was quite spontaneous on my part. If there are any inconveniences on your end, feel free to decline without any reservations. After all, I acknowledge that it was indeed a rather presumptuous approach on my part. Chapter 25. Let us execute a major order of 20,000. No, it should be my honor that you reached out to me proactively just now. And such an endeavor would indeed be mutually beneficial for both of us. If we are to be frank, I might even be the one gaining the upper hand here. If you continue to speak in such a manner, I would genuinely feel quite embarrassed. As for timing, I'm available at any moment. You can arrange it as you see fit, and I welcome you anytime. Upon hearing Gongzi's words, Li Mingyang was momentarily taken aback. But he quickly realized that this was undoubtedly a splendid opportunity. It was far superior to the idea of merely riding on the coattails of Taishan's popularity. While challenging Taishan certainly possesses a certain appeal, it is all relative when compared to a prominent figure like Gongzi, who boasts millions of followers. The allure of challenging Taishan pales in significance. The crux of the matter is that Taishan is always there, accessible at any time, yet individuals like Gongzi, with their substantial following, are not easily approached unless one seizes the moment. Even if there were avenues for such collaboration, I simply could not afford the price. Thus, Li Mingyang swiftly discerned the weight of the two options in his mind. All right, my brother, your straightforwardness is refreshing. I truly appreciate such candid individuals. There's no better time than the present, and since we are not too far apart, let us aim for the day after tomorrow. If we act swiftly, I should be able to arrive by tomorrow afternoon, though it appears your work begins quite early in the morning. Given that this is a challenge, we must avoid any frivolous antics. Everything must adhere to the reality of the situation. Therefore, let us reserve the actual video shoot for the morning after tomorrow. And I kindly ask you to prepare a challenge of considerable difficulty. After all, Gongzi is a well-known fitness influencer online, and his physique is not merely for show. If the challenge is too easy, it may lack the necessary intrigue. Even if I might not be able to match your feat of working 18 hours straight with a daily income exceeding 2,000. However, setting a modest goal of becoming a man who earns 1,000 in a day should not be overly ambitious, should it? I must admit that Gongzi's personality aligns quite well with his appearance. His forthright and candid nature is genuinely appealing, while some may not appreciate it. For someone like Li Mingyang, who does not indulge in much pretense, interacting with him feels quite effortless. All right then, Gongzi. Please let me know in advance when you are coming tomorrow, and we can share a dinner together. We can also discuss the work details ahead of time. As this will be our first collaboration, and it is imperative that we achieve some noteworthy results. Li Mingyang's sentiments were not solely for Gongzi's benefit. They were primarily for his own interests as well. Originally, his primary task over the past few days was to stabilize his popularity. If he failed to capitalize on the opportunity presented by a prominent influencer like Gongzi, it would be rather foolish. However, utilizing such an opportunity requires a certain finesse. Li Mingyang's words were merely a way to provide Gongzi with an opening, facilitating his subsequent actions. This time, Li Mingyang did not intend to let Gongzi return home comfortably. In truth, capturing the audience's attention is quite straightforward, as evidenced by the plethora of variety shows in today's entertainment industry. The short videos they collaborate on can indeed be perceived as a form of entertainment. As an influencer with a substantial fan base, he naturally carries a certain aura in the hearts of his followers. Conversely, casual viewers often harbor little affection for these influencers. After all, a large fan base typically suggests significant earnings, which can evoke feelings of discomfort among others who are struggling to make ends meet. One should not entertain the notion that influencers do not profit. In this digitally advanced 21st century, internet users are astute and well-informed. Therefore, to successfully attract the audience's gaze, the protagonists in the videos must be portrayed in a somewhat tragic light. Consequently, Li Mingyang planned to set a trap for the soon-to-arrive Gongzi, harboring a faint anticipation of witnessing a memorable scene unfold. Moreover, given Gongzi's mindset, he would likely play along, despite the fact that such memorable moments often equate to a tarnished reputation for influencers. Yet, considering the journey of a certain infamous figure, one can see that even notoriety can be a form of fame. At times, if a particular joke is overplayed, it can evolve into a connection with the audience. Even if they may not know the influencer personally, they have likely interacted with their memes or catchphrases. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Li Mingyang was not idle. He swiftly took out his phone to explore potential opportunities. Previously, he could only access gigs worth around 2,000 yuan, which was already his limit. However, with Gongzi, a muscular powerhouse, joining his ranks, the landscape had changed. Although achieving a goal of 1,000 yuan a day might prove challenging, he believed that earning around 600 to 700 yuan was plausible. This would allow him to broaden his selection of gigs to approximately 3,000 yuan, significantly increasing the options available to him. While the idea was promising, Li Mingyang's search on the website yielded little that was suitable. If it were just him, he might have found one or two decent opportunities, but with Gongzi's involvement, this endeavor needed to have a certain level of intrigue. In other words, the challenge of the task must be sufficiently formidable. Otherwise, when the time comes, the audience will find no excitement to behold, and consequently, their enthusiasm for the burgeoning internet celebrity, Li Mingyang, will dwindle. Perhaps he should consider embarking on this ambitious endeavor himself? After all, during his tenure at work, he has acquainted himself with a considerable number of colleagues. Even if he were to undertake a substantial project, he could muster enough hands to assist. Furthermore, even in the event of unforeseen complications, such as minor delays, Li Mingyang's current savings should provide a safety net. When weighed against the potential financial loss, he places greater significance on his prospects in the realm of short videos. Moreover, even if he were to accept a highly challenging assignment, it does not necessarily imply the occurrence of a breach of contract, does it? Once his mindset shifted, Li Mingyang swiftly identified a fitting target, a project within a factory valued at a remarkable 20,000 yuan. The complexity of this task could rival that of the factory he had previously visited, and he genuinely believed that it might even present an even greater challenge. Chapter 26. This is indeed a purebred beast. Brother Gang, I have long admired your name. When I first saw you in videos, I sensed you must be a formidable man. Now that I finally have the opportunity to meet you in person, I find your stature even more impressive than I had imagined. Li Mingyang has an astute understanding of the psychology of fitness enthusiasts. Why do they toil day in and day out, lifting weights and sculpting their bodies? It is solely in pursuit of the admiration of others. Thus, upon first encountering Brother Gang, Li Mingyang candidly praised his muscular physique. My friend, your words are indeed flattering, but it barely scratches the surface. If you ask me, your muscles are the epitome of true strength. Though they may not appear vast in dimensions, their density is unparalleled. Not to mention your extraordinary stamina. Working at such high intensity for a full 18 hours is something I could scarcely fathom. As he concluded, Brother Gang's expression radiated sincerity. He genuinely admired Li Mingyang. Despite the envious remarks from many bloggers who saw Li Mingyang ascend to prominence as a million-follower influencer. However, Brother Gang, being a legitimate fitness aficionado, was able to discern the true caliber of Li Mingyang's abilities through his videos. What astonished him most was not Li Mingyang's rise to fame, but rather the sheer physical prowess he possessed. It was the first time in many years that he encountered someone like Li Mingyang, endowed with such extraordinary physical gifts. It seemed as though there were no limitations to Li Mingyang's potential. It was as if he could continue to progress indefinitely. After all, for an ordinary person to exert themselves like Li Mingyang, reaching this point would likely lead to muscle breakdown in just a few days. Reality is not a novel, and the methods for truly pushing physical limits are scarce. Though Brother Gang is straightforward, Li Mingyang still held his hospitality in high regard. Not only did he arrange for a stay at a 5-star hotel, but he also took Brother Gang to a renowned local restaurant. While the establishment was not particularly large, it was undeniably popular. Had Li Mingyang not made a reservation the day before, they might not have been able to dine there at all. The reason for Li Mingyang's enthusiasm was clear. Brother Gang, after considering your suggestion yesterday, I believe it is crucial for us to approach our first collaborative video with the seriousness it deserves. After all, our audience does not wish to see us simply completing tasks with ease, as if we are on a leisurely vacation. Therefore, I propose that to enhance the quality of our video, we could make some sacrifices and increase the difficulty of tomorrow's tasks. Since yesterday, I have been contemplating this matter and have been searching online for suitable challenges. Fortunately, diligence is not in vain. After several hours of meticulous selection, I finally discovered a substantial project. The challenge is sufficiently high, and when we produce it as a short video, I believe it will garner ample discussion. At this point, Li Mingyang paused, observing that Gongzi's expression bore no sign of dissent. Rather, there was a glimmer of anticipation. With this reassurance, he continued, "This is the project I have prepared for us tomorrow. Brother Gang, please take a look. If you find anything unsuitable, we can certainly make adjustments. After all, I have only recently embarked on this journey as a short video creator. Although I have achieved a modicum of success, I still consider myself a novice. If there are any oversights on my part, I kindly welcome your guidance, so please do not hesitate." Li Mingyang's words were delivered with an artistic flair on the surface. Each statement was imbued with humility, elevating Gongzi's status. In reality, however, he was deftly placing Gongzi on a pedestal. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Li Mingyang had adopted this demeanor. Even if Gongzi found the task daunting, he would likely hesitate to decline. Moreover, Li Mingyang's statement provided him with an escape route. Should Gongzi truly be reluctant to accept the job, his final words could serve as a softening gesture. Even if their collaboration did not materialize, it was essential not to offend directly. After all, cultivating friendships opens numerous pathways, and tarnishing his reputation on the first collaboration with another creator would not bode well for Li Mingyang's future endeavors. Fortunately, Gongzi was not the type to wear two faces, whether online or offline. Upon receiving the task sheet from Li Mingyang, he displayed no hint of displeasure. Instead, a satisfied smile emerged. "Haha. I knew you would cater to my tastes, little brother. Those simpler tasks do not showcase our rugged masculine spirit. A true man should tackle the most challenging and substantial projects. I find this task quite appealing. Moreover, as you said, the sufficient difficulty will ensure our first collaboration generates greater buzz. Consequently, the outcome of the short video will naturally be more impressive." At this moment, Gongzi spoke with a bold and generous spirit. Although the task appeared demanding, who was Gongzi? He was a muscular powerhouse, maintaining a rigorous training regimen daily. Surely, a moderately challenging project could not possibly overwhelm him. Then, as the clock struck noon the following day, when Gongzi once more turned his gaze upon Li Mingyang, his eyes were filled with a sense of existential doubt. Prior to this, he had acknowledged that his stamina would differ from Li Mingyang's. Yet he had not anticipated such a significant disparity. In order to ensure the video captured the best possible effect, Gongzi was closely mirroring Li Mingyang's every step, subtly conveying a competitive spirit. After all, contemporary netizens thrived on such dynamics. However, he truly did not anticipate that Li Mingyang was nothing short of a thoroughbred workhorse. From 8:30 in the morning until now, aside from the occasional sip of water, he had scarcely taken a moment's respite. He consistently engaged in rigorous physical labor. And although his upper body was already drenched in perspiration, judging by his performance, he had yet to approach the limits of his stamina. Chapter 27. A memorable scene. The stalwart Gongzi. Little brother, Little brother. Big brother. I can't go on any longer. Let us take a brief respite. Upon witnessing Li Mingyang descend the stairs, prepared to continue hauling items, Gongzi found himself utterly spent. He had finally come to a profound realization. The exertion experienced in the gym is entirely distinct from the labor of work. The former serves merely to strengthen one's muscles, while the latter, if one lacks the finesse of technique, can indeed lead to sheer exhaustion. Though Gongzi had gradually begun to grasp the necessary methods, the weight of the items to be transported remained constant throughout. As his physical stamina dwindled, the intensity of the labor showed no signs of abating. After toiling since the early hours of the morning, both his energy and endurance were nearing their limits. Thus, as he observed Li Mingyang seemingly unfazed and ready to continue, Gongzi could no longer endure and felt compelled to voice his desire for a momentary pause. Li Mingyang was taken aback by this request. He had assumed Gongzi could persist a little longer. Perhaps the bewilderment reflected in Li Mingyang's gaze pricked at Gongzi's pride. After all, with such a robust physique, how could he falter so drastically in this moment? He initially contemplated rising to assert his capability to endure for another 2 hours. But as he attempted to muster the strength, he was met with an overwhelming ache in his thigh muscles. Ultimately, reason prevailed over impulse. It was time to rest. After a morning of labor, it was only prudent to replenish himself with food and water before resuming work. This was not a declaration of surrender, but rather a strategic pause to restore his vigor before continuing. Upon hearing this, Li Mingyang glanced at the clock and acknowledged that mealtime had indeed arrived. Moreover, he harbored his own considerations. If he pressed Gongzi to continue working at this juncture, it was likely that the latter would not last much longer. Such an outcome would diminish the overall spectacle. However, granting Gongzi a moment to recuperate might lead to a more intense performance in the afternoon. Imagining the physical limits Gongzi could reach, Li Mingyang pondered the prospect of capturing compelling content, perhaps even filming a behind-the-scenes glimpse of Gongzi's state after a day of labor. This could create an engaging narrative online, fostering a lively discussion. Gongzi, look at you with your impressive physique and formidable muscles. You must indeed declare defeat. Keep pace with everyone else and strive harder. Even if there is a slight gap between us, you cannot allow yourself to be outperformed by those older than you. As the clock approached 5 p.m., nearing 6, it was evident that approximately 1/10 of the substantial order remained. At this point, it was not merely Gongzi who was nearing his limits. Nearly all present were on the brink of exhaustion. The act of transporting goods has evidently slowed down compared to the morning hours. Yet nearly everyone is gritting their teeth and persevering. This is the nature of the profession. One works to the brink of exhaustion. For securing substantial contracts is no simple feat if one does not seize the opportunity to earn a little extra. It becomes questionable whether they can even sustain their own livelihood, let alone save money to send home. Observing the trembling legs of his companion, Gongzi, Li Mingyang could not help but reveal a mischievous grin, his own steps considerably lighter than Gongzi's. Following closely behind, Li Mingyang found the energy to jest with this fellow. Although Gongzi yearned to retort, he was too fatigued, and even uttering a single word felt like a tremendous drain on his dwindling strength. Thus, he merely continued his labor, face flushed and legs quaking, ignoring Li Mingyang's playful banter. As half an hour slipped by, it became apparent that Gongzi's stamina was nearing its limit. However, with the task still incomplete, he could only grit his teeth and endure. After all, to abandon the effort now would be to become a laughingstock. Setting aside Li Mingyang's peculiar tenacity, Gongzi had already lost the will to compare himself to his companion after a day of toil. Initially, he could barely keep pace with Li Mingyang, but as time wore on, both his expression and spirit dulled into numbness. Watching Li Mingyang repeatedly pass by him, Gongzi had long since lost count of how many times he had been surpassed. Yet, a flicker of resolve remained within him. Although he could not match Li Mingyang's extraordinary abilities, he could not allow himself to be outdone by the lean, wiry uncles around him. They were still pushing through, and Gongzi could not afford to surrender so soon. At that moment, Li Mingyang approached Gongzi once again, this time opting for silence as he adjusted his camera with one hand, a hint of mischief playing on his face as he aimed it at Gongzi's robust thighs. In stark contrast to the well-defined muscles were the quaking limbs, now trembling as if they were strands of noodles, each step accompanied by violent shakes. It seemed as though Gongzi might collapse onto the stairs at any moment, and Li Mingyang nearly broke into laughter, unable to contain himself. The scene was undeniably amusing, presenting a comically rich tableau, and the edited footage would surely become a highlight. After all, Gongzi had always projected the image of a tough guy online. effortlessly facing various challenges. Yet here he was, with legs resembling noodles, a sight that might very well be unprecedented. The edited clip would undoubtedly garner significant views and buzz. Moreover, Li Mingyang was confident that after pushing his body to such extremes today, Gongzi would find it impossible to recover by the next day. Tomorrow, I shall personally capture a brief farewell video, which will be seamlessly arranged behind today's footage, creating a delightful juxtaposition of a larger and smaller video. The overall effect of the program will undoubtedly be exceptional. Chapter 28. The Checkout, an astonishing threefold discrepancy. Regarding Li Mingyang's subtle maneuvers, Gongzi certainly took note. If an ordinary individual were to find themselves in such an embarrassing predicament, the prospect of being filmed would likely provoke a furious reaction. Yet, both he and Li Mingyang are far from ordinary. They are content creators in the realm of social media, where earning a livelihood is challenging. And sometimes one must swallow one's pride. In their pursuit of garnering more followers and increasing video views, sacrifices are inevitable. Just as a typical worker expends mental or physical labor, these digital creators must invest their intellect, and often, their dignity. At this moment, Gongzi easily comprehended why Li Mingyang resorted to such antics. It was simply because the audience relishes such spectacles. If the viewers enjoy it, what does it matter if Gongzi loses a bit of face? After all, he has endured similar situations before. Indeed, there are times when content creators, in their quest for humor, might willingly engage in mildly embarrassing antics even when no shame is warranted. In summary, it boils down to a singular truth: the pursuit of profit knows no shame. Although only a mere tenth of the items remained to be transported half an hour prior. In the morning, it would have taken merely a couple of hours to complete. However, it was now evening, and everyone had been laboring nearly all day, with their stamina nearly depleted. Thus, even with such a small remaining task, the completion of all duties had pushed the clock past 8, nearing 9 o'clock. At this juncture, even Li Mingyang found himself approaching physical limits, let alone Gongzi, who was encountering this heavy lifting for the first time. Though Gongzi's robust physique suggested strength, endurance and stamina could not necessarily rival that of seasoned laborers. These individuals have honed their skills over years, achieving not only peak proficiency but also seasoned physical resilience. Nevertheless, this moment marked the happiest time for everyone. Exhaustion was undeniable, yet the more fatigued one felt, the greater the rewards from the day's labor. The allure of crisp red banknotes is persistently captivating. In the place where they worked, the homeowner compensated them generously, opting for immediate cash payment as per the stipulated requirements. Clutching a bundle of 20,000 yuan, Li Mingyang began disbursing wages to the elder gentleman. Each bag carried earned 10 yuan. And these seasoned veterans of the industry certainly did not receive less than 500 yuan each. As he distributed the payments, the once substantial sum of 20,000 yuan dwindled to a mere small stack. The remaining amount was reserved for Li Mingyang and Gongzi's wages. Due to the piece-rate nature of their work, Gongzi was already well aware of his earnings without needing to be told by Li Mingyang. Today, he hefted a total of 63 bags, leaving him utterly fatigued. Even while seated, his legs trembled uncontrollably. The slightest movement, such as raising his hand, provoked waves of muscle soreness. However, when Li Mingyang presented him with 630 yuan in cash, Gongzi instinctively reached out to accept the money. Gazing at the scant handful of bills in his hand, he couldn't help but compare it to the modest stack in Li Mingyang's possession, causing his cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Prior to arriving, he had naively believed that the challenge of earning 1,000 yuan in a day would be a trivial endeavor. Though he recognized a potential disparity between himself and Li Mingyang, he had assumed it would not be significant. After all, he had diligently maintained his physique over the years, earning a reputation as a formidable figure online. Yet, upon immersing himself in the work, he found it was far from easy. For instance, he had only earned 630 yuan, while Li Mingyang's earnings appeared to be at least double that. To be candid, after years of effort, he had achieved a modest degree of success. A mere 600 yuan was something he would typically overlook. Yet, this particular sum felt extraordinarily precious, highlighting the hardships faced by those at the bottom of the socio-economic ladder. Pausing for a moment, Gongzi's previously resolute demeanor grew even more steadfast. Those children born in the mountains ought to dedicate themselves to their studies, enabling them to secure decent employment in the future. They should not have to endure the same struggles as their parents, who must deplete their physical strength to survive through menial labor. Furthermore, the education in the mountainous regions requires greater emphasis, while it may be unrealistic to expect the same resources as in metropolitan areas. It is imperative to ensure they receive what they rightfully deserve. Realizing that his words might be somewhat inappropriate in front of Li Mingyang, Guangxi felt a twinge of concern. Fortunately, they were recording a short video rather than live streaming. Otherwise, it might have seemed as though he were undermining Li Mingyang. He was engaged in charitable work, while Li Mingyang was not, and uttering such sentiments during a live broadcast could inadvertently cast a shadow on his companion's reputation. After a moment of reflection, Guangxi redirected the conversation to Li Mingyang's salary. I must confess, brother, before coming here, I genuinely believed that earning 1,000 yuan in a day would be rather simple. Yet, after a long day, I find myself with only 630 yuan. I'm curious, brother, how much do you earn? It must be at least double mine, right? Upon hearing this, Li Mingyang couldn't help but break into a smug smile. Indeed. Otherwise, do you think I would have earned the title of the god of carrying for nothing? Although I did not achieve the milestone of earning 2,000 yuan in a single day today, I have nonetheless approached that goal, reaching 1,860 yuan. With continued perseverance in my efforts, I anticipate that I will soon be able to consistently attain the status of a man who earns 2,000 yuan daily. As he concluded, Li Mingyang could not suppress a proud smile. The thought of nearing a daily income of 2,000 yuan was something he could scarcely have imagined just a few months ago. Upon hearing this, Guangxi also could not help but reveal a bittersweet smile, having initially thought that a twofold disparity was already remarkable. However, he was taken aback to discover that the gap between himself and Li Mingyang was threefold, with still more to strive for. Indeed, the comparison of individuals can be disheartening. Chapter 29. The continuous arrival of Guangxi. It must be said that Li Mingyang possesses an astute intellect, as he adeptly seized the opportunity presented by Guangxi's proactive visit. With a seamless series of smooth and subtle maneuvers, both the work-related video and the farewell video released the following day generated considerable buzz online. Thanks to the exceptional production quality, Li Mingyang solidified his reputation as the god of building defense. Of course, Guangxi also reaped some rewards from this venture. The video not only granted him a moment of fame but also saw his fanbase swell by over 100,000. He even acquired the moniker Noodle Guang, as his earlier video featuring his noodle-like legs had been transformed into a plethora of meme templates. In just a day or two, these creations had proliferated across the internet. Faced with such circumstances, Guangxi exhibited no signs of frustration. Instead, he made several appreciative calls to Li Mingyang. Each conversation was filled with gratitude, as his previous videos, while successful, had never garnered such explosive popularity. Rather than lamenting the use of his animated clips for memes, Guangxi subtly encouraged the trend. After all, the more the audience engaged with the memes, the more familiar they became with Guangxi, naturally fostering a sense of fondness towards him. This, undoubtedly, was advantageous for his long-term development. However, the benefits for Li Mingyang were evidently more substantial. His follower count surged by over 300,000. The scale of Guangxi's audience far exceeded Li Mingyang's, and even a small influx of followers significantly boosted Li Mingyang's numbers. Furthermore, the viral success of the video drew the attention of numerous businesses keen to capitalize on the opportunity. This situation mirrored the previous one, as fresh merchandise had just arrived, accompanied by 2 additional popular videos as a foundation. It was evident to discerning observers that Li Mingyang's prospects extended far beyond this singular event. Those seeking collaboration now could secure a most favorable deal, especially in comparison to the rates they might face once Li Mingyang fully matured as a creator. Moreover, Guangxi's approach to collaboration, evidenced by the successive success of these 2 videos, showcased Li Mingyang's capabilities, affirming that his rise to prominence was not merely serendipitous. At the very least, Li Mingyang demonstrated both intellect and skill in his craft. Consequently, advertisers need not fear that their investment would go to waste. Should the next video achieve similar acclaim, their returns would be substantial. Thus, in the past few days, aside from resting at home, Li Mingyang has been inundated with various calls. Approximately 80 of these were from different companies, all harboring a singular objective: to insert their advertisements into his videos. The offers were notably lucrative, with the highest reaching an astonishing price of 40,000 per placement. Confronted with such enticing prices, Li Mingyang undoubtedly felt tempted. However, for the sake of long-term considerations, he ultimately declined, as the brand's reputation was rather dismal. Should any unforeseen calamity arise in the future, it could potentially jeopardize his advertising endeavors. Although he currently occupies a humble position, it is precisely such a modest stature that renders one more vulnerable to being crushed beneath the weight of the sands, is it not? Moreover, a myriad of internet celebrities were eager to seek collaboration with Li Mingyang. After all, they had already recognized his potential and intellect. Zhengzi's recent initiative to approach him had resulted in the explosive success of 2 videos. No influencer could resist a twinge of envy, given that he boasted over 100,000 followers, all of whom were genuine. Even if they each appeared to have a significant follower count, the actual number of authentic fans was a closely guarded secret. For them, an additional 100,000 followers was a substantial figure, capable of significantly enhancing their existing income. Especially in an era where internet celebrities primarily thrive on product promotion. Even if merely 1% of those followers chose to shop through their channels, that would still translate to thousands of potential transactions. The potential profits from such numbers require no further elaboration. Any sensible individual could easily calculate the vast benefits. As evening descended, Li Mingyang found himself sifting through the myriad of advertisers seeking collaboration on his Douyin backend. Although he did not yet possess a dedicated team, he had cultivated a reasonable understanding of these advertisers. In this digital age, a simple search could unveil a wealth of information about various brands. Despite his stringent selection criteria, numerous advertisers managed to stand out. After a subsequent round of price evaluation, Li Mingyang was astounded to discover that his advertising slots were already booked out for at least a month ahead. Should he manage to secure all these advertisements, he could potentially accrue an income in the tens of thousands. Even though this reality lay starkly before him, Li Mingyang could not suppress an occasional silly laugh, feeling as though he were in a dream. Not long ago, he had been an ordinary worker, even suffering the indignity of being forcibly laid off and relegated to unemployment at home. Just a short while ago, he had lived a rather dismal existence as a typical laborer. Yet, in such a brief span of time, he had achieved such remarkable financial rewards. Although the money had yet to find its way into his pocket, Li Mingyang could boldly proclaim himself part of the elite group enjoying a monthly income surpassing 6 figures. In response to this transformation, Li Mingyang could only exclaim, "My golden touch is truly delightful." While the process may have been somewhat simplistic and fraught with challenges, once he grew accustomed to it, he found himself rather enamored with the exhilarating sensation of daily growth and empowerment. Moreover, this is merely the initial step in the journey of one's professional aspirations. As one gradually carves out their own path, the truly prosperous days lie ahead. After all, as a man, who does not harbor dreams of residing in a luxurious mansion, driving an extravagant car, and being flanked by 2 enchanting companions? Although it may seem that the conditions for achieving such dreams are not yet within reach, Li Mingyang firmly believes that this day is not far off. With the selection of advertisers nearly complete, it is now time to turn to the selection of collaborative partners. Li Mingyang's criteria for choosing collaborators are quite straightforward. Regardless of their reputation, he prioritizes those with the highest follower count. The quality of their reputation does not directly impact him, but as long as their follower numbers are substantial and the quality of the videos is commendable, such collaborations would undoubtedly be beneficial. In fact, the less favorable reputation of a partner might even generate a certain level of intrigue for his own videos. Chapter 30. After Tax, 460,000. The internet truly yields quick profits. Hello, this is the situation. I have been approached by numerous advertisers lately, so if your company wishes to advertise, you may need to wait a bit. Early the next morning, after a light breakfast, Li Mingyang picked up the phone to start contacting these manufacturers. Although he was eager to accept as many advertisements as possible, he understood the necessity of maintaining the quality of his videos. After careful consideration, he decided to be forthright and ascertain the willingness of these advertisers. If they were amenable to waiting, collaboration could proceed. If not, he would have to regretfully inform them that they could return at a later time. Of course, Li Mingyang was no fool. He prioritized based on the bids received, with the highest offers naturally taking precedence. In cases where bids were identical, he would then consider the reputation and ranking of the brands. In essence, he aimed to secure the best opportunities for himself. He would seize as much as he could. If he ultimately could not grasp something, there was no need for regret, as opportunities would abound in the future. Currently, several prominent influencers are eager to collaborate with me, and I trust you are familiar with the previous partnership with Gongzi. I assure you, while the upcoming videos may not achieve the same explosive popularity as Gongzi's, the topics they generate will certainly hold considerable interest. Choosing to advertise with me, bolstered by these influencers, would undoubtedly be a worthwhile decision for you. After all, opportunities like this are not always readily available. Indeed, regarding the insertion of advertisements, I anticipate a maximum of 2 per video to preserve its quality. Excessive advertisements may detract from viewership, and I doubt you would wish to see your investment squandered. In his efforts to retain these advertisers, Li Mingyang employed his persuasive skills to great effect. Regardless of the circumstances, he sought to paint a rosy picture, striving to secure as many contracts as possible. Once the funds were transferred, the advertisers would have little room for reconsideration. At that point, how to produce the videos would rest solely on his discretion. After all, they had agreed to wait, so they could bide their time. Moreover, this arrangement was not necessarily disadvantageous for the advertisers. As Li Mingyang's video output increased, so too would his follower count, leading to an inevitable rise in viewership. These advertisers might not encounter losses with Li Mingyang. They could very well find themselves enjoying a small advantage. In truth, Li Mingyang could afford to wait until he had further developed his platform before negotiating with these advertisers, potentially yielding even greater financial rewards in the future. However, Li Mingyang was ultimately plagued by poverty. The first encounter with such a substantial sum of money laid before him was exhilarating. With just a stretch of his hand, he could pocket it. Unable to suppress his excitement, his trembling hands yearned to seize the advertiser's funds. Fortunately, the other party grasped the gravity of the situation, and after a brief moment of hesitation, over 80 of the advertisers acquiesced. After all, this collaboration was unlikely to be a loss for them. Even in the worst-case scenario, a minor loss would amount to only a few dollars. Thus, upon finalizing contracts with all the advertisers, Li Mingyang was astonished to discover that within just a few days, his income had soared to an astonishing figure, over 460,000 after taxes. As he gazed at the long string of numbers in his bank account, he found himself momentarily dazed. Coupled with his previous earnings and savings, his bank balance was nearing 600,000. Such a figure was unimaginable for him just a few months ago, when his monthly salary barely reached 5,000 or 6,000. Even if he were to forego all expenses, accumulating that amount would take nearly a decade. Yet now, in just a matter of days, the money had already found its way into his account. Although he had yet to shoot any advertisements, Li Mingyang had calculated that even if he completed all of them, it would take no more than a little over a month. If he released his videos more promptly, it might take even less than a month. It felt like a dream. Lying in bed, despite having checked that number countless times, he couldn't help but open his online banking app now and then. With each glance, he felt his smile grow ever more radiant. This was a savings figure he had never encountered in his lifetime, transforming from a life of scarcity to one of abundance. Li Mingyang had not become arrogant. This maturity could be credited to his experience across 2 lifetimes. Should he seize the moment and purchase a car for himself? Not only was he elated, but he had also begun to contemplate how to allocate this newfound wealth. Buying a house was out of the question in the city where he resided. This amount would suffice only for a restroom. Returning to his hometown to buy a house seemed unnecessary, as neither he nor his parents would benefit from it. Thus, after much deliberation, it appeared that his only options were 2 vehicles. However, this notion quickly dissipated after a brief consideration. Having lived in this city for several years, no one understood its dreadful traffic conditions better than Li Mingyang. Purchasing a car would not only fail to enhance his life, but would also entail monthly parking fees of several $100s. Moreover, it was likely that he would not even have the opportunity to drive it out once a month. Thus, he decided against it. Even if one intends to purchase a vehicle, it is prudent to wait until returning home for the new year, at which time one can acquire a car in their hometown. Not only will this allow for personal use while at home, but it can also be retained for the benefit of one's parents. This approach is far more sensible than spending money here on a mere decorative item. Chapter 31. Secondary Development. A surge in height and weight. Uncle, as usual, please bring me 4 bowls of fried rice. Although Li Mingyang now has money in his pocket, he remains prudent and refrains from extravagant spending on food. Each morning, he continues his routine of visiting the little shop downstairs, where it must be said that Uncle's fried rice is truly unparalleled. After all this time, he has never grown weary of it. Oh, look at you now. A successful figure with 1 million followers. Do you plan to stay here for the long haul? Despite his age, Uncle displays a remarkable understanding of the online world. He observes how influencers frequently engage in various challenges to diversify their content, often traveling across the country. I believe you could learn a thing or 2 from them. At the very least, you should solidify your popularity and perhaps even gain more followers. That would be splendid. In this era, not many can boast of achieving such rapid growth in their accounts as you have, so it is crucial to seize this opportunity. Uncle is indeed an intriguing individual. Although he has never ventured into this industry, he articulates its nuances with clarity. It is evident he has dedicated considerable thought to these matters. I'm not planning on that just yet. Even if I do, it might take some time. These plans are not commercial secrets. And Li Mingyang is more than willing to share his joy with Uncle, whom he feels a strong connection to. Recently, numerous prominent bloggers, particularly in the fitness sphere, have reached out to me for collaboration. So, I expect to remain here for a while. As for the future, I will likely follow a path similar to most other bloggers. While I may not be traveling constantly across the nation or even the globe, I will certainly venture out occasionally to film videos. However, when that time comes, it might mean bidding farewell to Uncle's delicious fried rice, as he feels that, compared to the bustling city, his hometown may be more suitable for him. As he uttered this last thought, a complex expression crossed Li Mingyang's face, perhaps tinged with a sense of melancholy and reluctance. Upon arriving in the big city, he had envisioned making a name for himself and putting down roots here. Yet, unexpectedly, he has achieved that goal, having successfully opened the door to wealth and freedom. Nevertheless, his current thoughts are starkly different from those of the past. He now yearns to return to his hometown. Haha, returning home is wonderful. No matter how vibrant the outside world may be, nothing compares to the comfort of one's own homeland. Moreover, as a prominent influencer now, returning home would be akin to a triumphant return. Perhaps the local government will even seek you out upon your arrival. When the time comes, whether it be to promote one's hometown or engage in other endeavors, one will inevitably realize that, despite the fact that one's follower count on Douyin may not be particularly remarkable, one holds a significant status back in one's native place. Upon hearing this, Li Mingyang was momentarily taken aback. He had not contemplated this before. However, after a moment of reflection, he found himself not opposed to the idea. Contributing to the promotion of his hometown, even without any financial reward, could foster goodwill among the local elites, which would serve him well in times of need. After all, the interactions and connections between individuals often begin with a mutual sense of indebtedness. Before anyone could respond, the boss, with a hint of surprise, turned to Li Mingyang and remarked, "Speaking of returning in glory, I hadn't considered it until now. How long has it been since you last changed that outfit? Surely it's not something you purchased back in your school days? It clearly no longer fits you. Why do you continue to wear it? Don't tell me you've been unable to afford new clothes all this time." Upon hearing this, Li Mingyang instinctively felt a sense of confusion. It made no sense. He had only purchased these clothes within the past year at most. How could they possibly not fit? Moreover, considering he had previously carried a slight paunch, he had been evolving away from the greasy look men often embody. With his current physique, logically, he should be wearing something that fits well. Glancing down at himself, he soon recognized the issue. It appeared that these clothes were indeed a size too small. It was akin to a high school student attempting to wear garments meant for a middle schooler. No wonder he had been feeling somewhat off lately, as if constrained. Yet, Li Mingyang had never been particularly concerned about his appearance. Unlike many young women who meticulously prepare a full-length mirror before stepping out, he generally paid little mind to such matters, particularly since he mostly headed out to work at construction sites. Had it not been for his boss's reminder, he likely would have remained oblivious to this detail. Could it be that he was undergoing a second growth spurt? A rather bold thought suddenly crossed Li Mingyang's mind. After all, he possessed a certain advantage, and he often pushed his body to its limits, occasionally striving for breakthroughs in his physical capabilities. It would be entirely inconceivable for his height and weight to experience a second development, would it? With this thought, Li Mingyang could no longer contain his curiosity. He hastily finished the remaining fried rice and swiftly returned to his rented room. Standing before the digital scale, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment, 89 kilograms. Nearly 180 pounds. Even after excluding the slippers on his feet and the two garments adorning his body, his weight undeniably exceeds 175 kg. Previously, he had only weighed around 150 kg, which was already a state of false bulk. Yet now, he has inexplicably gained over 20 kg and still possesses such a physique. Subsequently, Li Mingyang took a moment to measure his height, fortunate to find a tape measure at home, allowing him to ascertain his stature, 186 centimeters. Upon seeing this figure, he could not help but exclaim a traditional expression in astonishment. He was acutely aware of his height. The average stature in his region was not particularly tall. And upon graduating from university, he had measured merely 176 centimeters. Yet now, he had genuinely grown an additional 10 centimeters from that baseline. His height and weight had indeed surged beyond his expectations, experiencing a second growth spurt in his 20s. Chapter 32. the fitness queen with millions of fans is coming? Li Mingyang has always harbored a certain dissatisfaction regarding his height. Back when he was in his hometown, this concern did not trouble him. After all, a height of 176 centimeters is considered quite respectable there, even somewhat above average, as most individuals stand around 170 centimeters, with some even shorter. Thus, his height of 176 centimeters was not perceived as lacking. However, upon venturing out for studies and subsequently entering the workforce, Li Mingyang began to develop a modicum of resentment towards his stature. He vividly recalls a comment from a female colleague from the north. At first glance, I thought Li Mingyang was tall, but upon closer inspection, I realized he is not particularly tall, and he is about the same height as me. This remark nearly plunged Li Mingyang into a state of self-doubt. He yearned to retort, asserting that 176 centimeters is not short by any means. Yet, the tone of his colleague implied that in the northern regions, even this height might fall short of many women. Now, to Li Mingyang's astonishment, he has experienced a remarkable growth spurt, skyrocketing to 186 centimeters, which has filled him with immense satisfaction. However, amidst this joy, a shadow of worry lingers in his mind. He is aware that his unique condition causes negative states to refresh daily at midnight. Throughout these continuous adjustments, both his height and weight have surged dramatically in just 2 to 3 months. He cannot help but wonder if this trend will persist, leading to further increases in his height and weight. Suddenly, an image materializes in his mind, a terrifying giant, muscular, and weighing 300 to 400 pounds, towering over 2 meters. The mere thought of transforming into such a figure sends a shiver down his spine. While Li Mingyang harbors a deep-seated yearning to become a muscular man, steadily progressing toward that goal, he feels that embodying the fearsome image conjured in his mind would be excessive. If that day ever arrives, he fears it would pose a challenge in finding a partner. After all, few would dare approach such a daunting visage. Nevertheless, these thoughts occupy Li Mingyang for only a brief moment. He is acutely aware that, beyond concerns about his appearance, his primary focus lies in enhancing the quality of his life. He is resolute in his pursuit of physical training, not merely to cultivate a robust and extraordinary physique, but also because he understands that consistent exercise significantly enhances his overall well-being. After all, what man does not yearn for strength? If transforming into such an image could bestow upon oneself absolute power, contemplating this, Li Mingyang found it somewhat acceptable. After all, as long as he amassed sufficient wealth, he would never lack for the things he desired, be it riches, status, or the beautiful women he had long yearned for. His current mindset was rather nonchalant, adopting a philosophy of going with the flow and progressing step by step. As for what he would ultimately become, Li Mingyang's inner self was not as concerned as one might think. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Li Mingyang? Yes, this is Li Mingyang. How may I assist you? Just as Li Mingyang was gathering his thoughts to arrange for the next collaborative video, an unexpected call interrupted him. The caller directly addressed him by name, piquing his curiosity. Surely this was not a telemarketing call? Perhaps it was another influencer seeking collaboration? Li Mingyang's intuition often proved accurate. Indeed, the caller was an influencer eager to partner with him. Moreover, she was a fan, boasting nearly 20 million followers, a prominent figure in the fitness realm, even earning the title of the most beautiful woman in that domain. The purpose of her call was straightforward. She wished to secure a spot in line to become the second influencer collaborating with him, right after Gongzi. After a brief contemplation, Li Mingyang readily agreed to her request. Primarily, her substantial following was a compelling factor. After all, she was the reigning beauty of the fitness community. Additionally, if his next collaboration featured this rabbit-toothed beauty, the video could potentially surpass the popularity of his previous work with Gongzi. The chemistry between men and women often ignited extraordinary sparks. However, he wondered if this beauty truly possessed the talent to match her appearance or if she was merely a fade. Regardless, this uncertainty would not sway Li Mingyang's criteria for selection. He felt a surge of ambition, resolving to pursue a project of considerable difficulty, one that would far exceed his collaboration with Gongzi. The thought of capturing a stunning beauty in a state of disarray. Surely, countless viewers would be eager to witness such a spectacle. With this in mind, a mischievous smile crept upon Li Mingyang's lips. Chapter 33, truly a colossus of justice with millions of followers. Having navigated the online realm for a considerable period and achieved a modicum of success, Li Mingyang cannot claim to possess an absolute grasp of the sentiments of netizens. However, he has cultivated a fair understanding of their inclinations. His interest in the prominent internet personality, Rabbit Tooth, has been notably piqued. After all, the formidable presence exuded by her every move is irresistible to study further. Thus, it is entirely reasonable that Li Mingyang had previously engaged in such research, which elucidates his readiness to agree so readily before. Provided that he executes the video production adeptly, he harbors no concerns regarding viewership. Should he manage to create captivating content, he is confident that his follower count will rise once more. In a sense, he believes he is bestowing a benefit upon his brothers. Having sacrificed so much for their enjoyment, it does not seem excessive to hope for their support in return. To join the ranks of his fanbase, it must be noted that Rabbit Tooth is quite anxious. She likely seeks to capitalize on the peak of her current popularity by releasing the video promptly. This would enable her to harness additional traffic and increase her follower count during this opportune moment. Thus, it was merely the following morning when Li Mingyang received a call from her, indicating that she had arrived at the airport. Although taken aback, he quickly made arrangements, recognizing that work was not feasible for the day due to time constraints. However, they could sit down to discuss the project's content beforehand. "Hello, Miss Rabbit Tooth. It is a pleasure to meet you. You are even more stunning in person than in your videos." Upon encountering Rabbit Tooth, Li Mingyang was genuinely struck by her beauty. With her exquisite makeup and meticulously chosen attire, combined with the confidence that accompanies being a major internet celebrity, she radiated an air of self-assurance. Yet, these attributes paled in comparison to the undeniable allure of her striking features. Li Mingyang could not help but exclaim, "One can only say, she is indeed a colossal justice figure with millions of followers. The weight of this justice is truly significant. Hello, Mr. Li. I wonder what arrangements you have in mind for our collaboration?" As they met for the first time, neither was particularly familiar with the other, and Rabbit Tooth approached this encounter solely with a collaborative intent. Li Mingyang, understanding her tone, realized she likely wished to avoid any deeper entanglements. This suited him perfectly. The more straightforward the commercial collaboration, the easier it would be for him to maneuver. In managing various aspects of the project, he could proceed without excessive reservations. Upon hearing her words, Li Mingyang immediately donned a professional smile. With decisive clarity, she retrieved her mobile phone and presented the details of several tasks she had chosen yesterday that aligned with her aspirations. Miss Rabbit Tooth's unexpected straightforwardness prompted me to speak candidly. I believe that for our collaboration to yield fruitful results, we must cultivate a compelling topic and a striking contrast. Given your exquisite beauty, one might presume that I would opt for relatively easy tasks. However, we shall take on challenges of greater difficulty, even surpassing the level of difficulty encountered when the robust man, Gongzi, joined us. This approach will not only ensure that our video garners significant attention, but also benefit you immensely, Miss Rabbit Tooth. After all, if you persist in completing this task until its conclusion, regardless of the outcome, as long as it is not dismal, your image among viewers will undoubtedly undergo a remarkable transformation. Even casual onlookers will develop a favorable impression upon witnessing your performance. Observing Rabbit Tooth and her assistant, Li Mingyang truly showcased his eloquence, tailoring each statement from the perspective of his interlocutor. Although this strategy predominantly served his interests, his words were not deceitful, were they? Upon hearing his remarks, Rabbit Tooth hesitated, as she was engrossed in the content displayed on Li Mingyang's phone. It must be said that his choices were indeed audacious. There were 3 tasks, each of which presented a challenge no less formidable than those faced by Gongzi. Naturally, Rabbit Tooth had viewed the 2 videos featuring Gongzi, who, despite his robust physique, appeared utterly exhausted after completing his tasks. The mere thought of accepting one of these daunting challenges sent a chill through her. What sort of disheveled image would she project? Would her petite frame be able to withstand such trials? These were uncertainties she wrestled with. Nevertheless, her journey to this point had been marked by tenacity, evident in her physique. Without exceptional self-discipline, the average person could hardly achieve such a form. Thus, after a brief moment of contemplation, Rabbit Tooth gritted her teeth and resolved to take the plunge. After all, her career had reached a developmental impasse, with a faint sense of regression looming. Seizing this opportunity to cultivate a rapport with the online audience could significantly bolster her future endeavors and stabilize her career. "All right, let us proceed. I shall tackle the most challenging task," she declared defiantly. "I refuse to believe that after years of training, I cannot endure this one task." Bang! With a sharp crack, Rabbit Tooth's palm struck the table of the private room with force. Almost biting down on her own molars, she blurted out a phrase, her face and eyes radiating fierce intensity. Yet, This emotion was not directed at others. It was solely aimed at herself. Witnessing this scene, Li Mingyang couldn't help but raise his thumb in admiration. Impressive. She was truly tough on herself, a formidable character. It was no wonder she had made it to this point. If such a determined individual could not succeed, then who could? Chapter 34. Women? They merely affect my efficiency in making money. Come, let us commence our labor. Li Mingyang did not disappoint Ziya. He decisively accepted the most challenging order at the earliest opportunity. Furthermore, when the morning arrived for work, he exhibited no signs of tenderness or pity. Observing Ziya's hesitation, he called for her, and as she approached, still somewhat uncertain, he effortlessly hoisted a 50-kilogram bag of cement onto her shoulder. The once meticulously crafted makeup of Ziya was soon engulfed in a cloud of cement dust, rendering her appearance utterly disheveled. The image of a fitness goddess, who could withstand the sweatiest workouts while maintaining her poise, was now a distant memory. With merely one bag of cement, she was abruptly brought down from her lofty perch to the realm of the ordinary. Upon witnessing the outcome of his actions, Li Mingyang wore a satisfied smile. This was precisely how it should be. The dramatic entrance had undoubtedly generated substantial buzz. Surely, this was the most disheveled she had appeared since embarking on her online career. Faced with Li Mingyang's brazen display of masculinity, Ziya shot him a glare. She contemplated voicing her thoughts, but recalled that this was her own request. Consequently, she swallowed her words, grateful that he was indeed a formidable individual with high expectations for himself. Her physical training was not merely a fade for the audience. She genuinely possessed a physique brimming with explosive power. Thus, the weight of the 100 pounds of cement did not seem overly burdensome for her. Although it was undeniable that she could not compare to the sheer strength of the burly men like Gongzi. Nevertheless, her strength surpassed that of the majority of ordinary men. As Li Mingyang watched her ascend the stairs with the cement, he could not help but smile in admiration. Ziya was commendable, at least she could hold her own. Had it been another affluent female influencer, the mere thought of bearing such a load, be it cement or even a bag of cotton, would likely have been met with disdain. In fact, it would be more accurate to say that even the sight of laborers would evoke a look of contempt on their faces. How are you holding up? If it becomes too much, do not hesitate to take a break. While I cannot afford you any preferential treatment, I acknowledge you are a woman. It is entirely natural that physical strength may not match that of men. This is dictated by our inherent physiological differences, not something that can be wholly altered through training. If you truly find yourself fatigued, resting is not a sign of weakness. What caught Li Mingyang's attention was the fact that, starting from 8:30 in the morning, they had been working for nearly 2 hours, and it was now approaching 11 o'clock. Rabbit Tooth persisted in her labor, navigating the narrow and steep staircase of 8 floors while carrying a full 100 kilograms of cement up and down. Despite feeling the intense physical exhaustion himself, Li Mingyang was aware that Rabbit Tooth, a fitness influencer with millions of followers, was accustomed to rigorous training. Yet, the sheer magnitude of the task at hand made her ability to endure until now a remarkable feat. Li Mingyang harbored concerns that this young woman might overexert herself, risking her health. Should such an unfortunate incident occur, it would undoubtedly lead to serious repercussions. At that point, forgetting about gaining followers, he might even find himself facing a 2-year prison sentence, which would be considered fortunate by any measure. I'm fine, I can still manage, she reassured him. All my training isn't for naught. Although I am indeed quite fatigued, I can still persevere. You need not worry about me. I am well aware of my physical limits. If I tire, I will simply slow down or take a break. After all, I'm merely here to shoot a video. There's no need to risk my life over it, right? Taken aback by Li Mingyang's sudden concern, Rabbit Tooth cast a surprised glance at him. She had assumed he was the epitome of a stoic, emotionally oblivious man, perhaps even lacking in social acumen. However, she was pleasantly surprised to find that he actually cared about her well-being. Despite her exhaustion and heavy breathing, she engaged with him, replying to his queries and taking a couple of sips of water before resuming her work, albeit with some difficulty. Li Mingyang, you've really made a name for yourself, haven't you? Not only are you earning money, but you even have a girlfriend now? Just as Li Mingyang was lost in thought while observing Rabbit Tooth's silhouette, an older man suddenly approached him with a mischievous grin. What girlfriend? Li Mingyang instinctively froze, taken aback by the comment. What was this man talking about? But then it dawned on him that the man must have misunderstood the nature of his relationship with Rabbit Tooth. Sir, you seem to be mistaken. She is merely collaborating with me on a video due to my recent popularity online, he clarified. Please do not underestimate her. She is a major internet celebrity with over 10 million fans. I genuinely admire her. Despite being a delicate young woman, she has managed to persevere in her work without complaint, showing a commendable work ethic. In response to the older man's teasing remarks, Li Mingyang chose to flatly deny any such implications. It has been previously stated that any thoughts of a girlfriend are entirely unfounded for Li Ming at present. His sole focus is devoted to his work and the pursuit of financial success. Women, in his perspective, would merely hinder his earning potential. Even if a woman boasts over 10 million followers, significantly aiding his career, and possesses the charming allure of a notable beauty, it remains inconsequential. Furthermore, even if Li Ming were to entertain such notions, it is uncertain whether she would reciprocate his affections. Despite their seemingly harmonious interactions, a stark disparity exists between the two. The difference between having 100,000 followers and over 10 million is monumental. They belong to entirely different realms. Li Ming's recent fortune stems from his engagement with national policies, allowing him to frequently interact with influencers boasting millions of followers. To believe that such interactions could ignite any sparks would be a testament to his questionable intellect. Chapter 35. 3 sentences earn the title of Titanium Alloy Straight Man. After all, countless predecessors have imparted their wisdom, advising that when one has yet to achieve success and fame, it is wisest not to squander the limited energy one possesses on romantic pursuits. At this juncture, such matters are the least valuable, and regardless of the effort invested, they may be cast aside as mere refuse. Conversely, once one has attained success, relationships become equally trivial. At that point, even a lackadaisical attitude, or a somewhat unpleasant demeanor, will attract a throng of admirers, akin to moths drawn to a flame. Thus, Li Ming's mind remains extraordinarily clear, recognizing that romance is not a concern for him at present. Instead of indulging in such frivolities, he would rather exert himself further, forging ahead on the path to an extraordinary physique. As long as he continues to progress, he draws nearer to the summit of success. Not to mention, a formidable woman like Rabbit Tooth, who evidently dedicates herself entirely to her work, seeks to capitalize on her current prominence online to amass wealth. Any considerations regarding future arrangements can wait until after her peak has passed. When faced with the choice between career and love, even a moment's hesitation would be a profound disrespect to over 10 million fans and the riches that accompany them. After exchanging a few idle words, Li Mingyang immersed himself once more in the tedious and burdensome tasks at hand. However, he did not neglect to monitor Rabbit Tooth's condition. Having been in this field for quite some time, he has grown familiar with the limits of physical endurance and the nuances of surpassing them. Though he is not a medical professional and lacks any diagnostic tools, merely observing Rabbit Tooth's activity allows him to gauge her current stamina. As noon approached, it became evident that Rabbit Tooth's strength was nearly depleted. Yet, in Li Mingyang's eyes, this state barely grazed the surface of her limits. It was merely a testament to her mental fortitude. The true physical limits still lay far ahead. Observing her trembling legs, Li Mingyang kindly offered a word of caution. Are you all right? If you're struggling, perhaps you should take a break. There's no need to push yourself here. I'd rather not have to take you to the hospital later. Moreover, with your current efficiency, to be frank, navigating this narrow staircase significantly hampers my productivity. As he spoke the last words, a hint of exasperation crept onto Li Mingyang's face. This line of thought had struck him suddenly. He understood the underlying implication of Rabbit Tooth's gaze earlier, which subtly suggested that he was, indeed, a quintessential straight man. Since the other party has already formed such an opinion, it would be remiss of Li Mingyang not to align himself with this persona and exert a bit more effort. Moreover, these few remarks could very well become a catchphrase during the video playback. In terms of both video impact and viewership enhancement, the inclusion of these lines is indeed quite advantageous. After their earlier exchanges, Tizia has come to realize that Li Mingyang is not someone lacking in emotional intelligence. However, the fact that he intentionally uttered such words made her quickly comprehend his underlying intentions. Fortunately, being a seasoned professional herself, Tizia adeptly seized the opportunity presented by Li Mingyang's impromptu performance. With a dramatic eye roll, she mustered what little energy she had left to exclaim, "What do you care? You titanium alloyed, rigid man." Upon hearing her retort, Li Mingyang couldn't help but twitch his lips. He was quite pleased with her response, as it certainly heightened the program's entertainment value. Yet, he was genuinely taken aback by how unreserved her sarcasm was. Nevertheless, it did clarify the theme quite directly. As evening fell, Li Mingyang and Tizia, weary from the day, casually sought out a small roadside restaurant for dinner. "How do you feel about today?" Initially, the two were not particularly familiar with each other. While they could feign familiarity for the sake of work, the atmosphere shifted to a somewhat awkward tension once the cameras were off. Fortunately, neither Li Mingyang nor Tizia was particularly shy, with Li Mingyang initiating a casual conversation. The chatting atmosphere managed to remain somewhat amicable. "Not too bad. I must say you truly are a talent in short videos. Your keen insight into trending topics and video effectiveness is remarkable. To be honest, I had never imagined that even a profession like building construction could foster a successful short video account. I certainly never anticipated that such videos could gain such immense popularity. If you had ventured into this industry a few years earlier, you would likely have already achieved great success." As their conversation drew to a close, Tizia could not suppress her admiration. After spending these days together, she had come to the conclusion that, despite the current gap in their respective levels, Li Mingyang would undoubtedly catch up with time and experience. After all, judging by today's performance, Li Mingyang not only possesses intelligence but also possesses a remarkable set of skills that others lack. His extraordinary physical prowess. It is exceptionally challenging for an average person to emulate his niche. Once Li Mingyang amasses a certain following, he could easily pivot to other pursuits. As long as he adeptly leverages his physical attributes, whether as a fitness influencer or in any other capacity, one is bound to become a refreshing presence within the community, potentially soaring to great heights and leaving all others far behind. Chapter 36. In Yang's eyes, there exists only a craving for pork knuckle rice. 2 days swiftly passed, and as predicted by Li Mingyang, the latest video, bolstered by the presence of a captivating beauty, an influencer with over 10 million fans, yielded remarkable results. The collaboration between the two was seamless, whether in creating engaging content or crafting humorous anecdotes. Consequently, this video garnered a significantly higher viewership, likes, and comments compared to the previous episode featuring Gongzi. Of course, this comparison pertains to simultaneous metrics, as Gongzi's video had already been circulating for several days, while this new release had just emerged. In terms of total views, it may not surpass the earlier videos, yet within the same time frame. The data for this recent release outperformed that of the collaboration with Gongzi. Indeed, the netizens are an exceptionally talented bunch. Li Mingyang possesses a habit, the value of which may be debatable. When he finds himself with idle time, he often revisits his previously released videos. This is not merely for viewing. He also opens the barrage of comments and sometimes meticulously sifts through the commentary section. While it is impossible for him to peruse every single comment, he at least schemes through a substantial portion. Firstly, the netizens' remarks can be quite entertaining, and on numerous occasions. Li Mingyang sincerely believes that the comment section is far more engaging than the videos themselves. Secondly, he seeks to identify his own shortcomings through this feedback, as an objective perspective is invaluable. Compared to himself as a creator, the viewers undoubtedly possess a more impartial outlook. Li Mingyang is not overly sensitive. Even if he encounters some harsh critiques, he remains unfazed, occasionally taking the time to analyze the criticisms. After all, some of the comments may hold a semblance of truth, prompting him to reflect on whether there is room for improvement. At this moment, Li Mingyang was engrossed in watching a video, which happened to feature a scene from their lunchtime. The camera faithfully captured the dining experience of Li Mingyang and Rabbit Tooth, albeit in a rather disheveled state after a morning of work. Even during their meal, Rabbit Tooth appeared somewhat oblivious to her image, indulging in her food with a hint of gluttony. Yet, considering her inherent beauty and physique, this unrefined manner only accentuated her allure, even satisfying certain unique preferences among viewers. Many netizens, upon witnessing this spectacle, could not help but salivate, with their barrage of comments often crossing the line of decency. However, a notable number focused their attention on Li Mingyang's demeanor. Indeed, in Yang's gaze, there was nothing but a fervent desire for pork knuckle rice. There exists not the slightest yearning for the captivating beauty before him, but rather an unadulterated desire for pig trotter rice. This dish has become somewhat of a motif in Li Mingyang's videos after engaging in such physically demanding activities. Savoring a fragrant bowl of richly flavored pig trotter rice is indeed a pleasure. Not only does Li Mingyang have an affinity for it, but he also aims to instill memorable elements in his videos through this recurring theme. Consequently, his fanbase has evolved into a veritable legion of pig trotter rice enthusiasts. These individuals are neither drawn by Li Mingyang's extraordinary physical prowess nor the content of the videos themselves, but solely by his dining experiences. Given Li Mingyang's substantial appetite, Coupled with the appealing presentation of the pig trotter rice, his manner of eating compels viewers to unconsciously desire a second helping of rice. Over time, this has naturally culminated in the formation of this dedicated legion. Even during mealtimes, viewers cannot resist pulling up Li Mingyang's videos, bypassing all else, and fast-forwarding to the eating segments. Watching him enjoy his meal while dining has proven to stimulate appetites, even when they might not feel particularly hungry. Perhaps this is the enchantment of live streaming? Li Mingyang may not fully comprehend the peculiar tastes of these online enthusiasts. But as long as there are those who appreciate it, he is more than willing to retain such elements. He has even begun to contemplate, once the current trend subsides, whether he might indulge in the realm of mukbang to enrich his video content, while not aspiring to be a full-time mukbang host. The occasional venture into a buffet or indulging in various delicacies could certainly attract a fair number of fans. However, the evolution of events often unfolds unexpectedly. The carefully crafted persona of the titanium alloy, ironclad straight man that he and Rabbit Tooth endeavored to create appeared to go unnoticed by many. In this day and age, even the so-called Sigma male struggle to garner attention online. Everything evolves rapidly. What may initially draw considerable viewership can quickly lead to audience fatigue as trends follow suit. Nevertheless, Li Mingyang was somewhat surprised to find that, although the straight man motif did not capture the audience's interest, his visage, so thoroughly consumed by thoughts of pig trotter rice, ignited considerable amusement among viewers. In fact, he found himself inadvertently participating in the meme culture. Within a mere afternoon, a plethora of memes had emerged in the comments section, such as, "Women? What are women? In my eyes, there exists only pig trotter rice. And no matter the grandeur of the distraction, it pales in comparison to this bowl of pig trotter rice." Such expressions proliferated in the comments, and while their emergence was unexpected, he welcomed it wholeheartedly. Regardless of the memes that viewers choose to engage with, their willingness to play with such themes indicates their fondness for the video itself. The viewership of the videos, along with the follower count of Li Mingyang, will undoubtedly surge as a result of these memes and emoticons. Chapter 37. It is merely a pure business collaboration. Hey, Gongzi? What made you think of calling me? Could it be that after your recent recuperation, you wish to collaborate on another challenge video? It has been slightly over a month since my partnership with Rabbit Tooth, and during this time, Li Mingyang has undoubtedly emerged as one of the most popular influencers on Douyin. This wave of immense fortune has been deftly embraced by Li Mingyang, and a myriad of influencers seeking collaboration have been deftly accommodated by him. Each video produced has yielded commendable results, propelling Li Mingyang's follower count to soar dramatically within this short span. Today, Li Mingyang can proudly assert that he has indeed established himself as a prominent influencer. Even if he does not yet qualify as a major star, he can certainly lay claim to being a significant content creator, particularly since he has yet to engage in live streaming. His endeavors are confined solely to short videos. Yet even so, his follower count has surpassed an impressive 5 million. This is the benefit of riding the wave of national momentum. Although Douyin may appear to be a colossal entity, it is perceived as such by these creators. Regardless of their follower count, should Douyin choose to hinder your progress, your standing can plummet dramatically. It is not uncommon for accounts to face suspension over minor infractions. Nevertheless, even such a behemoth as Douyin appears diminutive in the face of the national machinery. Adhering closely to governmental policies, it is only natural that Li Mingyang, who has received official commendation from the media, would receive a degree of promotional support from Douyin. Moreover, Li Mingyang possesses the acumen and maturity to navigate this landscape, avoiding the pitfalls of arrogance that often befall those who achieve a modicum of fame. Instead, he has chosen to remain grounded, astutely following the prevailing trends to harness this wave of popularity. This diligence has enabled him to ascend from a modest influencer with just over 1 million followers to a major content creator with over 5 million in a mere month. As for Gongzi, the first fitness influencer to seek collaboration, he has found that, in their interactions, Li Mingyang's character and temperament align well with his own. Thus, they have maintained contact and fostered a solid relationship. You rascal, let us set aside the idea of shooting short videos together. Even though considerable time has passed, I still feel a lingering soreness in my muscles. Though I am aware this is merely a figment of my imagination, as my body has long since recovered. I would prefer not to engage in your grueling regimen. The intensity of your workouts is enough to astonish anyone, and I am acutely aware of my own limitations. While I might dabble in the gym as a novice, Encountering someone of your caliber is quite another matter at this point. Gongzi's expression conveyed a mixture of nostalgia and regret, reflecting on his youthful naivety when he first approached this young man for collaboration. Reflecting on his status as a prominent figure in the fitness realm, he was acutely aware that his muscular physique was no mere ornament. Thus, he resolved to keep pace with Li Mingyang. He thought that even if he could not surpass Li Mingyang, he must at least avoid falling too far behind. Regardless of how fatigued his body felt, he persevered resolutely. Unfortunately, that time he truly injured himself, both in pride and in body, necessitating a lengthy recuperation of over 2 weeks at home. He marveled at how Li Mingyang consistently maintained such a high-intensity regimen and wondered about the nature of his recovery. For this, he found himself at a loss, ultimately attributing it to innate physical talent. After all, he had worked alongside Li Mingyang and understood the immense value of that experience. He recognized that there were no tricks involved. It was simply that Li Mingyang possessed an extraordinary natural ability. Not only was he exceptional in his own right, but among all the individuals Gongzi had encountered over the years, none could rival Li Mingyang. Thus, despite their amicable relationship, Gongzi was resolute in declining any proposals for collaboration, asserting that he was content with his life and unwilling to endure such trials again. Although their previous collaborative video had garnered impressive views and yielded great results, it had also led to a hiatus of over 2 weeks from his own content creation. The sensation of experiencing profound discomfort from even the simplest movements was one Gongzi hoped to avoid repeating. He called to inquire if there were any bloggers seeking collaboration lately. Since they had previously worked together on a video, he thought it was his turn to extend an invitation. He proposed a joint filming session, mentioning his current challenge of contracting a fish pond, which had led to a noticeable decline in viewership due to the frequency of his uploads. Thus, he sought to invite a couple of noteworthy guests to enhance the video's appeal. Naturally, he thought of Li Mingyang first, considering his current popularity online. He sought to leverage Li Mingyang's traffic, while candidly expressing his desire to preserve his own well-being. Upon hearing Gongzi's words, Li Mingyang hesitated for only a brief moment before agreeing. This dilemma was not solely Gongzi's. Li Mingyang faced a similar challenge. After all, the demand for heavy lifting jobs was limited. Initially, the novelty might impress viewers, but over time, they could grow weary of it. Li Mingyang could distinctly sense that his video viewership had entered a decline. Being a relatively new content creator, he realized that without fresh and engaging material, he too risked stagnation. With the passage of time, one may easily fade into obscurity, yet this invitation from Gongzi serves as a refreshing change for his fans. At present, I find myself devoid of particularly brilliant inspiration, so perhaps participating in this endeavor would be a worthwhile experiment. However, it is inevitable that discussions between two men, after addressing serious matters in work, will veer off course. Just moments ago, we were engaged in earnest dialogue, yet Gongzi suddenly displayed a mischievous grin and exclaimed, "Brother, I haven't missed a single one of your recent video updates. I've noticed you've collaborated with quite a number of lovely ladies. And you, my friend, are rather daring, regardless of the type of beauty. After visiting you, they seem to leave nearly in wheelchairs, even if they occasionally muster the strength. Their legs tremble like noodles. With so many enchanting women around, haven't you found a few that catch your eye? Although you are still young, experiencing the bittersweetness of love wouldn't be such a bad thing." Upon seeing the lecherous expression on Gongzi's face, Li Mingyang rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Are you truly yearning to savor the bitterness of love? I'd be embarrassed to expose your intentions. It seems you're more inclined to cough. Well, something else entirely. Brother Gang, I've reiterated that these are merely normal business collaborations. I'm currently not inclined towards such matters. Rather than squandering my energy and time on trivial pursuits, I would prefer to dedicate my efforts to enhancing my videos and account. When the day of success arrives, what could I possibly lack? It would be foolish to jeopardize my progress over such distractions. Only someone truly lacking in sound judgment would do something so reckless." Chapter 38. The video found by my parents. It must be said that Li Mingyang is undoubtedly a beacon of clarity in this world. While people often proclaim the importance of establishing a family and a career, the truth is that this phrase should be reversed in any era. Establishing a career before starting a family is the more prudent approach. For only when one has ascended to a certain level can one hope to find a more suitable and outstanding partner. Take ancient times as an example. If you were merely a destitute and uneducated youth from a rural background, with the obligation to serve in corvée labor each year, what kind of wife could you possibly attract? Most likely, you would find someone of similar humble origins from the neighboring villages. However, should you pursue education and achieve scholarly distinction, though we need not delve into the lofty titles of Jiren or Jinshi, even attaining the status of a Shiotsai would signify a remarkable social elevation. In that era, a Shiotsai not only exempted his family from labor obligations but was also free from taxation. Thus, upon earning this title, one not only gained a certain social standing but also acquired inherent means to pursue wealth and prosperity. The mere exemption from taxes opened numerous avenues for acquiring vast tracts of land, even if such lands were not truly yours. This privilege could allow you to live a worry-free life. The saying poor Shiotsai exists primarily due to comparisons with the more affluent Jiren and Jinshi. In ancient times, attaining the status of Shiotsai ensured one was a figure of respect within a 10-mile radius, worthy of being addressed as Master Shiotsai. At such a juncture, does it not stand to reason that your marital prospects would greatly expand? Even if one could not ascend to the ranks of the powerful, marrying the daughter of a landowner would not pose an insurmountable challenge, would it? Hence, this is why Li Mingyang perceives the notion of prioritizing family over career as fundamentally flawed. Establishing a family prior to a career can often be a hindrance rather than a help. After exchanging a few words with Gongzi, the two agreed that Li Mingyang would not be able to set off today. After all, he still had a video that required editing and needed to make some preparations. He had to pack his belongings, arrange travel plans, and book accommodations. Thus, he resolved to depart the following day. Just as he was preparing to immerse himself back into his work after hanging up the phone, he was startled by another incoming call. Initially, he assumed it was Gongzi, perhaps with additional details to clarify, but to his surprise, it was his parents calling. To be honest, Li Mingyang felt ill-prepared for this call from his parents. While they had spoken on the phone intermittently, he could not shake the awkwardness that lingered in his heart. After all, he was a grown man in his 20s. Yet the sudden emergence of his parents felt jarring. Although to others, Li Mingyang appeared to have grown up closely alongside his parents. Only he truly comprehended the complexity of his situation. In a certain sense, his biological parents felt like strangers who had suddenly emerged in his life. Despite Li Mingyang having inherited all the memories of his original self, the experience resembled that of an observer watching a film, lacking profound emotional resonance. This left him feeling somewhat disconcerted. Nevertheless, despite his internal confusion, Li Mingyang harbored a deep sense of filial piety toward the parents of this lifetime. Regardless of the circumstances, he had assumed stewardship of this body, and thus naturally bore the responsibilities that came with it. Honoring his parents was merely the most fundamental obligation he needed to fulfill. Hello? Mom and Dad, what prompted you to call me today? Is something the matter? After taking a few moments to steady his emotions, Li Mingyang answered the phone with a facade of nonchalance. However, he was taken aback by the tempestuous barrage of inquiries from his usually gentle parents. You rascal. I suspected something was off when we spoke last time. Your tone was rather peculiar. So, you've been secretly toiling away, haven't you? You lost your job and didn't inform us, did you? It's not as if it's a grave matter. It's not a crime. Nor are you guilty of anything heinous. So what if you're unemployed? Why suffer in silence? We never expected you to achieve great heights anyway. If you can't make it out there, just return to our hometown. You could help your mother and me manage the little supermarket. While the earnings may not be substantial, at least you won't starve. Isn't that preferable to toiling in arduous labor every day, looking utterly worn out? Chapter 39. The sudden assault of the elderly couple. Although the mother unleashed a torrent of words upon Li Mingyang, it was unmistakably clear that her underlying sentiment was more one of concern than anger. After all, due to family planning policies, he was her only son. Witnessing him engage in arduous physical labor each day, how could she not feel a pang of heartache? While she had a plethora of admonitions, the essence of her words was a gentle urging for him to return home, as the elderly couple did not harbor grand expectations for him. The couple held rather progressive views. As the old saying goes, dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes. A mouse's offspring will burrow. They were, after all, the most ordinary of people and did not aspire for their son to be anything extraordinary. Now that their son found himself struggling in the world, they felt no sense of shame, only a desire for him to come back home. Though their small supermarket was modest in scale, the town's economy was quite robust. Operating this little business, they could reliably earn several thousand yuan each month, and during prosperous times, a monthly profit exceeding 10,000 yuan was not uncommon. As for the father, being a teacher at the local middle school, he brought home a salary of over 9,000 yuan, nearly 10,000. With this income, the couple felt secure in their retirement. leaving the management of the supermarket to Li Mingyang. With guaranteed income, they saw no need to toil outside for a meager salary. Engaging in laborious work was even less necessary, while it might yield some additional earnings. The toll on one's body could lead to medical expenses in later years that far outstripped any monetary gain from such struggles. Mom and Dad, rest assured, my foray into this field is due to my inherent talent. Honestly, if I had discovered this sooner, I would have likely pursued athletics during my school years. This is merely a temporary measure. When the time is right, I will explore other avenues. Besides, I am not just doing manual labor. I primarily focus on creating short videos. Have you not noticed the number of followers on my account? In a few months, I plan to transition my career. But for now, I must solidify my popularity. Though he felt a twinge of awkwardness, Li Mingyang was warned by his parents' concern. His parents from a previous life were likely beyond reach, yet in this life, he was fortunate to have a pair of loving parents. Thus, as he explained himself, his tone remained gentle and soothing. At over 20 years of age, having lived 2 lives, he had long outgrown any rebellious phase. He empathized with his parents' worries and fully understood why his mother spoke in such a tone. It was not a reproach directed at him, but rather a manifestation of her deep concern for his well-being. Well, it seems you've grown up, your wings have strengthened, and you no longer heed the words of your parents, correct? Even through video calls, they find it challenging to manage you. Upon hearing Li Mingyang's explanation, his mother showed no sign of relief. Instead, she appeared somewhat indignant. In her perspective, their household was not in dire straits that necessitated their son to toil in such arduous labor externally. However, the elderly couple understood that their son had indeed matured, and through the screens, they felt powerless against him. Thus, after exchanging a few brief words, they decisively ended the call. Li Mingyang found himself in a rather bemused state regarding this outcome. He was aware of his parents' concerns and recognized that his video did indeed have a striking impact. It was evident that his parents had scrutinized his video thoroughly, given their decision to call. Under such high-intensity work conditions, any rational individual would harbor worries for Li Mingyang's well-being, let alone his own parents. But what could Li Mingyang do? Should he directly inform his parents about the existence of his extraordinary abilities? Could he disclose that his physical state refreshes precisely at midnight? This was the greatest asset upon which his life depended, and revealing any aspect of it was out of the question, regardless of who the recipient might be. The more individuals who were privy to this knowledge, the greater the risk of exposure. It was best to keep such matters confined to his own thoughts. After all, Li Mingyang certainly did not wish to awaken one day to find himself on an autopsy table in an unknown laboratory. Once the call ended, he resumed his video editing tasks. Although the recent weeks had witnessed a decline in viewership and engagement, he still maintained a level of popularity far exceeding that of an ordinary content creator, despite a slight decrease from his peak. Even with this downturn, seizing the opportunity to release more videos could aid in solidifying his fanbase. At this juncture, Li Mingyang had largely relaxed, especially since his follower count had surpassed 5 million. Even if he lacked the power to further increase his following, as long as he could diligently preserve this 5 million, his future would likely be secure. Moreover, he had a series of transformation plans in the pipeline. In summary, upon reaching this milestone as a short video creator, he no longer needed to fret about his livelihood for the latter part of his life, provided he refrained from excessive extravagance. Even if his career only lasted a few peak years, the income generated during that time would surpass what an average person could earn in a lifetime, perhaps even more. Furthermore, post-peak, he would not be devoid of income. Even during a downturn, his earnings would be unattainable for the average individual. Thus, since arriving in this world, Li Mingyang's previously taut nerves had considerably relaxed. However, knock, knock, knock. As Li Mingyang finally completed all the editing work and tidied up his luggage in preparation for his departure to Gongzi's place the following day, an unexpected knock echoed through the door of his rented apartment. Thanks to the commendable safety measures in the country, he did not overthink the situation. Instinctively, he approached the door and opened it, curious to discover who could be visiting him. After all, he had neither ordered takeout nor received a package. What could possibly warrant a knock at his door? Could it be a community member conducting a population survey? However, upon swinging the door open, Li Mingyang was greeted by 2 familiar faces that he could scarcely have imagined appearing at his threshold. It was none other than his parents. Staring at them in sheer disbelief, his mind was flooded with confusion. Just earlier that afternoon, they had been video calling him from their home. How could they possibly have arrived at his doorstep so suddenly? Chapter 40. Mandatory Medical Examination. Healthy beyond human standards. Mom? Dad? What brings you here? Come inside quickly. It's rather warm outside, and the air conditioning is on indoors. Have you eaten yet? As it happens, I haven't dined either. Let's take a brief respite, and later, I shall treat you both to a sumptuous meal. Although Li Mingyang was taken aback by his parents' unexpected arrival, he quickly regained his composure, donning a warm smile. He couldn't help but feel apprehensive, considering the rather blunt tone his mother had employed during their video call earlier. Just a few hours had passed since they had traveled directly from their hometown to his doorstep. If he did not present a favorable demeanor, he feared his fate might not be particularly pleasant. Perhaps this was what they termed bloodline pressure. Despite being a grown man in his 20s, he felt like a child in the presence of his parents. Even when he had done nothing amiss, a subconscious sense of guilt washed over him. All right, please come in and take a seat. At this moment, his parents had yet to bestow upon him any favorable expressions. However, since their arrival, their gaze had not strayed from Li Mingyang's form. They instinctively scrutinized him, eager to ascertain whether their son was in good health. After all, the workload depicted in the short videos was astonishing. Even seasoned individuals accustomed to hardship would be taken aback. From their initial meeting until now, Li Mingyang's demeanor appeared entirely untroubled. In fact, his parents exchanged glances, each subconsciously questioning whether this was merely an illusion. Yet, in their shared gaze, they discerned the same perplexity reflected in one another's eyes, which quelled their doubts. After all, it was plausible for one to misjudge, but surely two could not be mistaken. Have you grown taller? Not only have you bulked up considerably, but at this age, you still manage to gain height? His mother instinctively glanced down at his feet, attempting to discern whether her son was donning the fabled height-increasing shoes. However, all she found were a simple pair of slippers and athletic shorts, leaving no room for any deceit. In their minds, it was inconceivable for their son to possess such stature, which explained the bewildered expressions they exchanged. In your 20s, and still managing to grow taller? Is this the growth pattern we are familiar with? Indeed, it appears so. I had intended to surprise you, but it seems you've uncovered my secret. He recounted how, after being compelled to resign from his job, he had encountered several fellow villagers. He had noticed a significant increase in his appetite lately, alongside a remarkable enhancement in his physique and strength. With no pressing matters at hand, he had taken the opportunity to focus on his well-being. The few fellow villagers I encountered were all engaged in construction work, which led me to contemplate giving it a try myself. Subsequently, I discovered that through extensive physical labor, my appetite grew significantly, and my physique transformed day by day, becoming increasingly robust. It felt akin to a second maturation. Just look at my biceps, my chest, and my abdominal muscles. If I were to declare myself a professional athlete, I dare say some might believe it. Most notably, it was only recently, prompted by the owner of the restaurant downstairs, that I realized I had also grown taller. Measuring myself at home with a tape, I was astonished to find that I had increased from 176 centimeters to 186 centimeters. I had gained a full 10 centimeters. When Li Mingyang recounted this, his tone couldn't help but carry a hint of pride. Regardless of past or present, height had always been a sore point for him. While it was somewhat better back home, once he ventured out, he often felt that his height of 176 centimeters fell short of expectations. But now, he had not only surpassed 180 centimeters but was indeed on a trajectory toward 190 centimeters, coupled with his muscular physique and strikingly handsome features. He embodied the quintessential image of a rugged man. Thus, during this period, Li Mingyang could hardly contain his elation, even taking moments to admire himself in the bathroom mirror while showering. However, upon finishing his tale, he noticed that his parents did not share in his enthusiasm. Instead, their expressions were grave. "Son, do you not find your situation rather unusual?" they queried. "It's one thing to grow stronger, as physical exertion naturally leads to some increase in strength, not to mention your hearty appetite. Eating more and observing growth is expected, but to grow taller at this point." His mother resolved to act, rising from the sofa without a moment's pause. "Let us go. Although it's a bit late, we can still head to the hospital for an emergency checkup to ascertain what might be the matter with your body. Surely, you haven't contracted some bizarre illness? After all, a few centimeters of growth might be understandable, but a sudden increase of 10 centimeters is decidedly abnormal." With that, his mother took Li Mingyang's hand, refusing to give him a chance to protest, and they swiftly departed to the nearest large hospital. "Mom and Dad, I've told you I'm perfectly fine. The notion of a second maturation isn't unheard of. It's actually a rare yet entirely normal phenomenon. Just look at these medical reports. Every single aspect of my health is exceptional. Remember what the doctor said?" He remarked that I am extraordinarily healthy, to the point of being almost inhuman. While others may present with minor ailments during checkups, I am entirely devoid of any issues. Standing at the entrance of the hospital, Li Mingyang proudly raised the examination report in his hand, gazing at his parents with a beaming expression full of self-satisfaction. Chapter 41. How much? How much have you earned? Though Li Mingyang's smug demeanor provoked his mother to the brink of delivering a sharp reprimand, she ultimately restrained herself, reminding herself that he is, after all, her beloved son. You incorrigible boy, she began, while your health appears sound, I hope you will refrain from engaging in such strenuous labor in the future. In your youth, the toll may not be apparent, but as the years accumulate, such physical exertion can indeed be quite detrimental to one's health. We wouldn't want you, at the tender age of 40 or 50, burdened with ailments that rob you of life's joys, would we? Money, after all, is a transient entity. It comes and goes. As long as it suffices for your needs, there is no need to exhaust yourself in pursuit of it. Our family is not particularly in want of funds, is it? Upon learning that Li Mingyang's health was indeed robust, his parents exhaled with relief. However, they could not suppress their concerns regarding the nature of his work. As depicted in the video they had seen, rest assured, dear parents, he reassured them, I am fully aware of my own physical condition. If this line of work were truly harmful, I would cease it without your prompting. After all, I am your son, and you know my disposition well. If I did not find this work suitable, I would not force myself into it. While earning money is essential, my health and well-being are of paramount importance to me. He continued, I believe my current vigor is a result of my second growth spurt. Not only has my appetite increased significantly, but I also possess an inexhaustible reservoir of energy each day. Engaging in this work does not deplete my body. Rather, it serves as a form of exercise. I suspect that had I not been involved in this activity, I would have become quite portly by now, rather than enjoying the robust health I currently possess. Noticing his parents' continued disapproval of his current employment, Li Mingyang felt compelled to articulate his perspective. He understood their concern stemmed from love. Yet he also recognized the uniqueness of his own situation. This path was his means of securing his future, a chance to transcend the ordinary. Having been granted a second chance at life, along with extraordinary potential, he was determined not to lead a mundane existence. He aspired to live a life that, if not extraordinary, would at least be more liberating than the last. The fundamental prerequisite for achieving this, he reasoned, was financial stability, at the very least. To attain a degree of financial independence, he envisioned a life free from the relentless grind for basic necessities and the burdens of daily living. A home, a vehicle. While he did not covet luxury, he desired a comfortable existence. Why wait until old age to reflect with regret on missed opportunities? Dear parents, even if one desires to cultivate physical fitness, why not engage in a conventional job and exercise during one's leisure time? Must one persist in this current occupation? It seems that perhaps your youth renders you oblivious to the consequences, or it could be that your tenure in this role is still relatively brief. However, if this continues for many years, even the most robust physique may falter under such relentless strain, regardless of what Li Mingyang may convey. My parents remain steadfast in their resolve. They are fully aware that even should I seek employment elsewhere, they would find it equally challenging to govern my decisions. Yet, I am loath to let this trivial matter regarding my job create discord within our familial bonds. Thus, I strive to elucidate my perspective. Parents, honestly, what is wrong with earning more while I am still young? Setting aside other considerations, think about the expenses associated with vehicles and homes. Each of these incurs significant costs. At this moment, I possess the capability to capitalize on these few years to generate income. Should I allow the opportune moment to pass, I would surely regret it later. My intellect is quite sharp, and having inherited memories, I understand my parents well. Thus, I am acutely aware of their sentiments. I anticipate their inevitable retorts upon hearing my assertions, and that is precisely the reaction I seek. Earning money. Now, every utterance revolves around financial gain. I acknowledge that you possess a certain talent in this field. Every outing yields at least over $1,000 recently. We have observed your videos where each excursion brings in over $2,000. However, it typically requires about 3 days for you to undertake a single job, which translates to a maximum monthly income of merely over $20,000. I question whether it is truly worth such physical toll for that level of income. Even if you were to return to the town to manage our small supermarket, with a modicum of effort, one could still earn over $10,000 monthly. While it may not rival your current earnings, at least it would be less taxing, would it not? Upon hearing this, the smile on Li Mingyang's lips nearly escaped his control. He had awaited this very response from his parents. Parents, if it were not for my frequent comments about your resistance to progress, I might think you were oblivious to the modern landscape. Although you often browse Douyin in short videos, your understanding of this industry remains limited. You have mentioned that it was through social media that you discovered my current profession. Have you not noticed the sheer number of my followers? Over 5 million, to be precise. Do you have any idea how much I am currently earning? These figures represent the proceeds from advertisements I have previously accepted, and they reflect the income that has been received and taxed. You may observe for yourselves how lucrative the online realm can be. I suspect you have heard of its potential, yet perhaps you remain skeptical. As I spoke, Li Mingyang revealed the balance of his bank account. Apart from the previous advertisements he had undertaken, Li Mingyang has recently secured additional projects, causing his bank balance to exceed 800,000. Is this truly 800,000? Fearing a miscalculation, his mother took Li Mingyang's phone and meticulously counted the digits, confirming the figures before the decimal point. Once she ascertained the balance, she could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Upon hearing this staggering amount, his father also chimed in, incredulously asking, how much? Did you truly earn that much? Chapter 42. Recruiting a photography assistant. Initially, the elderly couple had privately deliberated upon their arrival. If their son, Li Mingyang, were reluctant to take over their small business, they contemplated utilizing their savings of over 200,000 yuan, accumulated over the years. Although this sum might not suffice for any grand ventures in today's economy, they believed that investing a portion into a small business that piqued Li Mingyang's interest could yield positive results. Over the years, they had developed a modicum of business acumen. And Li Mingyang, having been immersed in this environment since childhood, should be able to discern viable opportunities, as long as the chosen venture was reasonably sound. It seemed unlikely that they would incur losses. They could expect to earn something while engaging in meaningful work. With Li Mingyang being their only child, a modest income from him would not pose a significant concern. Their small supermarket, combined with the income from the elderly man's job, provided a comfortable living for their family of 3. The couple had even reassured themselves that, should their investment falter, it would not be catastrophic. Eventually, Li Mingyang would have to face reality and return home to manage the family supermarket, which he was well acquainted with after so many years. As long as he remained sensible, the supermarket could continue to thrive. However, upon glimpsing the balance in their son's bank account, the words of encouragement they had prepared suddenly felt inadequate. After years of diligent saving, their modest 200,000 yuan paled in comparison to the 800,000 yuan that Li Mingyang had amassed in just under 3 months since he began posting videos. Furthermore, he had already garnered over 5 million followers. If he could maintain or even grow this follower count, it was reasonable to anticipate a significant increase in his income, potentially reaching 1 million yuan annually, a seemingly unattainable goal for ordinary people, now transformed into a tangible milestone for their son. Though the couple was in their 50s, they possessed a progressive mindset, having once defied familial opposition in their youth. Instead of settling for a simple teaching position, the mother chose to venture into business. The successful outcome of this decision was evident. Had they opted for conventional employment, their current living conditions would have been far less favorable. Now, confronted with the impressive figures in their son's bank account, the couple swiftly comprehended his previous aspirations. If this path could indeed yield financial success, they wondered about any potential impacts on Li Mingyang's health. Naturally, it is imperative to seize this opportunity. Considering the current income of my son, even if it amounts to 800,000 over 3 months, that would translate to over 3 million in a year. The mere thought of such a figure causes even my traditionally successful father's arm to tremble slightly. Earning 10,000 a day. In an era where making over 10,000 a month is quite a challenge, a daily income of 10,000 seems almost extravagant. Yet, this seemingly luxurious figure has indeed materialized in my son's hands. Even if the earnings do not reach their lofty expectations, having that amount would still represent an income that most in their small town could scarcely aspire to. Mom and Dad, why do I feel as if you two are more enthusiastic about my job than I am? Sometimes, changes occur with remarkable swiftness, as exemplified by the evolution of my parents' stance on Li Mingyang's employment. Just a day prior, they held strong objections, yet now they have executed a complete reversal, not only dropping their opposition, but also exhibiting considerable enthusiasm and support. This is evident even as Li Mingyang merely contemplates hiring a filming assistant. While he is still pondering the best channels through which to recruit someone, his parents have already begun to rally resources for him. As they put it, Have you never seen a pig run after having eaten one? Though they have never engaged in grand business endeavors, they have certainly witnessed enough of the world. While they may not be experts in recruitment, they possess more experience than Li Mingyang, who has only recently entered the workforce. What nonsense are you spouting? The earlier objections were merely out of concern for your health. We worried that you might push yourself too hard, striving to earn more to bring home. However, the recent health report has confirmed that your vitality is exceptional and your earning potential far exceeds our expectations. We are certainly not incapable of understanding your aspirations. If one could amass a lifetime's wealth in just a few short years and retire young to enjoy life, who wouldn't yearn for such a reality? Take your father. For instance, wouldn't I have wished to retire at this age, or even younger? Well, let us not digress. Our agreed-upon interview is set for 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and it is nearly time to begin. Following a preliminary review of the resumes, we have ultimately selected 3 candidates for the interview. At this juncture, my parents possess little experience, while we could manage the initial screening of materials. Determining the final suitability rests entirely upon you. After all, this assistant is for your own benefit, and we are not particularly familiar with the specifics of your work. Henceforth, the responsibility lies solely with you. As for your mother and me, having finally made our way to this place, we might as well indulge in some leisure activities. There is no need for your concern. After all, we are of an age where we are not relics of a bygone era. Although we have never visited this locale before, we are certainly capable of navigating our way around. By the way, it is quite possible that your mother and I may not return home tonight. Now that you have begun to earn, the modest savings we have amassed serve little purpose. We shall simply leave it for ourselves to relish life, and spending our time traveling is indeed a splendid choice. Chapter 43. The young prodigy with a radiant sense of justice. Upon finishing their remarks, the elderly couple afforded Li Mingyang no time to respond. After all, they had already assisted their son as much as they could. There was little else they could do. Their visit for a leave of absence was quite challenging, especially with the impending end of the academic term, which kept the old man, a teacher, rather occupied. Thus, they sought to make the most of their limited time left. Hoping to explore the area and experience the coastal city-esque lifestyle, Li Mingyang harbored no objections to this. In fact, he felt a sense of relief, as he believed this to be the proper approach to life. In the past, they had toiled incessantly, always fixated on earning money. Even when they had managed to save a little, they rarely indulged in expenditures, prioritizing serious matters such as purchasing a home, constructing buildings in their town, or acquiring land. As far back as Li Mingyang could remember, his parents had been ensnared in a perpetual cycle of earning, borrowing, purchasing, and repaying debts, never truly enjoying life. They had never even embarked on a decent vacation. Now that he was capable of earning an income himself, the burden resting upon his parents' shoulders seemed to lighten significantly. Seizing this rare opportunity for his parents to enjoy some leisure was not a detrimental idea. In fact, Li Mingyang wished they could travel more, given their income. Even frequent excursions would not be financially burdensome. They would not require his support. Their earnings and savings were more than sufficient for their needs. This financial stability had emboldened Li Mingyang to venture to a distant metropolis to pursue his ambitions. If he failed, he could always return home. After all, he had arrived in this city alone and could just as easily return alone. Moreover, he knew he would always find sustenance back in his hometown. He could never starve. Was this truly a legitimate recruitment process? His parents had always managed the selection of materials, so this was Li Mingyang's first time scrutinizing the profiles of the 3 candidates. To his astonishment, the first profile left him utterly flabbergasted, even prompting him to question his own life choices. It was not for lack of options, rather. It was the photograph on the first document that stunned him. Although it was an ID photo, the charm of the young woman's face was unmistakable. Most strikingly, even from this mere glimpse, Li Mingyang could discern that this youthful-looking lady possessed an undeniable aura of formidable justice. Her presence was truly remarkable, exceedingly so. Li Mingyang genuinely felt that she transcended the conventional scales of beauty. As he continued to peruse the profile, he noted the name, Wang Yuqing. It was quite pleasant, though it seemed somewhat incongruent with her striking visage and figure. She graduated from a local media university? Could such a person truly choose to apply as their own assistant? Li Mingyang was initially taken aback, but soon recalled the current era's employment challenges. After all, he was somewhat of a prominent figure himself. It seemed only natural for someone to seek sustenance in his proximity. Upon reviewing Wang Yuqing's credentials, Li Mingyang discovered that she indeed possessed remarkable talent. Although many individuals embellish their profiles with artistic flair, this young woman was refreshingly genuine, providing an array of certificate copies alongside her application. In her academic environment, she undoubtedly stood out as a top scholar. She was capable, attractive, and even harbored a strong sense of justice. In that fleeting moment, Li Mingyang found himself somewhat smitten, not out of any nefarious intent, but purely from admiration. After all, who wouldn't he wish for an appealing assistant by their side? However, the ultimate decision hinged on her personality. Li Mingyang's expectations for an assistant were not particularly lofty. As long as she could edit videos according to his specifications and serve as a filming aid, that would suffice. Despite her evident prowess, if her character did not align with his expectations, if she were not the obedient type, no matter how impressive her sense of justice, Li Mingyang would never consider retaining such a person. Having acquired wealth, hiring an employee was meant to bring him comfort, not to invite a demanding presence into his life. Li Mingyang asserted that he did not possess any peculiar preferences, nor did he have any inclination towards submissiveness. He was well aware that with his financial means, there would be plenty of compliant and beautiful young women available in the future. Hello, boss. I am Wang Yuqing. Here to apply for the position of your filming assistant. One must admit that first impressions are indeed significant. Although Li Mingyang had already perused the profiles of the two other candidates, he chose to call Wang Yuqing first to invite her for an interview. After all, if circumstances allowed, who would not desire a charming and gentle presence by their side? In an ideal world, Li Mingyang preferred not to have a male assistant. Initially, he expected that such an academically accomplished individual might exhibit a degree of arrogance, yet he was somewhat surprised upon meeting her in person. The young woman standing before him, speaking with a slight stutter and visibly nervous and shy, had managed to acquire such an impressive array of certificates. It is often said that appearances can be deceiving. Nevertheless, this alone significantly elevated Li Mingyang's fondness for her. A soft and endearing young woman was certainly welcome. At least, she appeared to embody the obedient and well-mannered type. There is no need to be anxious. I have already reviewed your credentials, and you are indeed a remarkable talent. However, I am curious. Given your expertise, you must understand that I am still in the early stages of establishing my venture, lacking even a formal company. What prompted you to apply for the position of my filming assistant? Moreover, the salary I offer is not particularly high, is it? Although for an ordinary graduate, a monthly wage of 5,000 yuan is quite substantial. For someone of your caliber, securing a position with a salary exceeding 10,000 yuan should not pose a challenge. Correct? Confronted with his curiosity, Li Mingyang chose to express his thoughts candidly, as he was genuinely intrigued. Wang Yuqing, indeed, was a straightforward young woman. Boss, to be honest, my salary expectations are not excessively high. 5,000 yuan suffices for my needs. The reason I decided to apply for the filming assistant position is twofold. Firstly, you are relatively young, which suggests that communication would be more accessible. Secondly, with fewer colleagues, there is less intrigue and competition. I would only need to report to you. Most importantly, given the nature of your work, it is inevitable that you will travel extensively, both across the country and internationally. I, myself, am quite fond of traveling, so? At this point, Wang Yuqing left her thought unfinished, but Li Mingyang grasped her meaning and couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, she was a candid yet endearing young woman, though she did not explicitly state it. Li Mingyang understood that her intention was to accompany him and enjoy the opportunity to travel at his expense. Chapter 44. An Expert's Touch. A profoundly different efficiency and effectiveness. In response to the candid demeanor of the young lady before him, Li Mingyang felt no adverse sentiments. As long as she could fulfill the tasks assigned to her with quality and diligence, he harbored no objections to her making use of the opportunity for a little sightseeing during her work. After all, this was merely a reasonable utilization of the conveniences afforded by her position, was it not? With that settled, he transitioned to the formal interview segment. Firstly, he expressed satisfaction with his initial impression of her. It appeared that her personality would likely align harmoniously with his. He had little patience for those who, in idle moments, sought to challenge their employer, yet he did not consider himself an insufferable boss. Having been a seasoned employee himself, he understood all too well the frustrations that stem from dealing with unreasonable superiors who insist on micromanaging. His expectations were straightforward. As long as she could accomplish the tasks he assigned, and if she could accompany him during filming, he would not concern himself with her activities outside of work hours. Furthermore, there were no fixed working hours. One could only say that they were expected to be available as needed. However, he reassured her that, given she had presumably reviewed his videos prior to this meeting, she would know that he typically filmed a new episode every 2 to 3 days. Thus, ample time for rest could be assured. So, if Miss Wang had no further inquiries, he proposed they could officially commence their collaboration, allowing him to witness her capabilities. If everything proceeded without issue, he would be delighted to congratulate her on her successful employment. Li Mingyang was not one to dawdle, and having deeply empathized with the struggles of the working class, he maintained a flexible approach to scheduling. Unlike those tyrannical employers who relish in watching their employees remain tethered to their desks, even after their tasks were completed, he found no joy in witnessing the suffering of individuals bound by meager salaries. In response to Li Mingyang's words, Wang Yuqing expressed no objections. In fact, her performance pleasantly surprised him. Initially, he had perceived her as somewhat timid, leading him to believe she would consistently exhibit such behavior. However, he was taken aback when, upon discussing work, her demeanor shifted, revealing a newfound confidence. An aura of professionalism subtly enveloped Wang Yuqing. "Are you asking me to edit some videos, boss? I'm curious if there are any materials available for use. Even previously recorded footage would suffice. I've studied your videos, and many contain excellent highlights. It would indeed be a pity to let them go unseen. After accumulating a substantial volume of videos, we can indeed compile a collection, such as a humorous compilation or a montage of exhilarating scenes. Although this may seem to border on the realm of filler content, as long as the quality of our video editing remains commendable, it can yield a significantly positive impact. Thus, while it may not drastically increase your follower count, it will certainly aid in solidifying your current popularity." Once immersed in her work, Wang Yuqing appeared transformed. The shyness and timidity that once marked her demeanor had vanished. Her eyes were fixated on the computer screen before her, her gaze solely reflecting her dedication to the task at hand. Her hands moved tirelessly, occasionally accompanied by insightful suggestions. Li Mingyang, upon hearing her ideas, could not help but feel a spark of inspiration. Why had he not considered this before? Even during moments when he yearned for a break, the absence of new content compelled him to persist, striving to maintain his steadily rising popularity. Thus, he found himself gritting his teeth and continuing to work, juggling both physical labor and behind-the-scenes tasks, effectively toiling year-round without respite. While manageable in the short term, sustaining this pace over many days had left Li Mingyang feeling mentally and physically drained. Were it not for this strain, he would not have been contemplating the urgent need to hire a filming assistant. As time flew by, over 40 minutes had passed, while Li Mingyang idly scrolled through videos. The sound of Wang Yuqing's fingers dancing across the keyboard finally ceased. "Boss, come take a look. I've edited 2 videos. One is a humorous compilation, and the other features high-energy moments. The voiceovers and music are all set. Please let me know if there is anything you're dissatisfied with. I can make adjustments at any time." Despite her confidence in her abilities, Wang Yuqing remained grounded, fully aware of Li Mingyang's remarkable journey to success in such a short span. She understood that he possessed unique insights and ideas, and as her role was that of an assistant, it was essential for her to prioritize his perspective in the editing process. Taking a seat at Wang Yuqing's former station, Li Mingyang noticed that both videos were relatively brief, totaling around 5 to 6 minutes. Upon viewing them, he could not suppress a deep sigh. His own editing sessions typically required several hours, often resulting in less than satisfactory outcomes, fraught with revisions and adjustments. Yet, within a mere hour, Wang Yuqing had presented him with 2 exemplary pieces that exceeded his expectations. "Impressive. I am thoroughly satisfied with the quality of your edits. They vastly surpass my own efforts. And your efficiency is remarkable. Indeed, expertise should be entrusted to those who specialize in it. I am pleased to announce that you have been officially hired. Moreover, the salary is no longer the original 5,000. It has been increased by 1,000 to 6,000. Additionally, contributions for social insurance and housing fund will also be calculated based on the 6,000 yuan level." Chapter 45. Bidding farewell to parents. Welcoming self-discipline. "Thank you, dear boss. You are truly a wonderful person." As Li Mingyang watched the little girl's figure fade into the distance in the taxi, this phrase echoed in his mind. This girl, is she unaware that in this day and age, the good person card should not be distributed lightly? Who among the upright would wish to receive such a card? Upon hearing those words, an inexplicable sense of envy enveloped him, and he resolved that this month, the girl's bonus would be forfeited. No questions asked. The task was completed normally, hence no bonus. Due to his parents' visit, the collaborative video project with Gangzi had to be postponed. though fortunately, Gongzi expressed understanding. After all, Li Mingyang's work ethic was such that even a muscular man like Gongzi could not help but be impressed, let alone Li Mingyang's elderly parents. Thus, their unexpected arrival and insistence on a full medical examination for Li Mingyang were entirely reasonable in Gongzi's eyes. Should he ever have a child of his own, he would likely be even more exaggerated than the old couple. Parents, why not stay a little longer? Li Mingyang thought, feeling a twinge of reluctance as he watched his parents packing to return home. They had made a special trip, and it seemed a pity to leave so soon, especially considering the substantial cost of their tickets. Initially, before his parents' arrival, Li Mingyang felt a sense of trepidation, uncertain of how to face his lifelong guardians. However, upon their actual visit, he discovered that the family's interactions felt remarkably natural. There was none of the awkwardness he had feared. It was akin to his previous life with his parents. In fact, due to their personalities and family atmosphere, this time the interactions were even more relaxed and harmonious. No, it is still the end of the semester. The courses are quite demanding, and preparations for the final exams are imminent. The school has already begun to press for submissions. Had it not been for your father's decades of service there, even taking these few days off would not have been easy. Besides, there will be plenty of opportunities to travel in the future. After all, retirement is just a few years away. Even if one wishes to indulge before retirement, there are still winter and summer breaks to consider. Once we leave, take care of yourself. If you find it too strenuous, do not overexert yourself. We are aware of your unique physical condition. However, excessively taxing your body is never advisable. As the farewell approached, Li Mingyang's parents could not help but offer a plethora of reminders. Yet, as he listened, there was no trace of impatience in him, only a nod of acquiescence to their concerns. As for how he would manage once they were gone, it was ultimately his own decision to make. Rather than hastily refuting the words of the elderly couple and causing them concern, it would be more prudent to simply acquiesce. After bidding farewell to his parents at the station, Li Mingyang swiftly resumed his work, as the popularity of his videos had begun to wane. As time progressed, he found himself no longer waiting passively for other creators to seek collaboration. Instead, he took the initiative to reach out to potential partners. He endeavored to connect with a few bloggers whose styles resonated with him and who could contribute to an engaging program. Through months of experience in video production, Li Mingyang had grasped the intricacies of collaboration. Unlike the complicated dynamics often seen among celebrities, the interactions among short video creators were markedly more straightforward. These creators were closer to everyday life and tended to be more relaxed in their collaborations. Such partnerships were mutually beneficial, provided that there was not a significant disparity in their popularity and that both parties could generate substantial interest. Thus, after meticulously selecting his collaborators, Li Mingyang finalized his choice for this upcoming video project, a prominent internet sensation known as Xiao Long, renowned for his discipline and boasting millions of followers. His content primarily centered around fitness and strength, showcasing a rigorously self-disciplined lifestyle that many ordinary people would find intolerable. Li Mingyang had a vague recollection of Xiao Long from his previous life, noting that there was little distinction between the Xiao Long of this world and that of his past. Both shared a similar level of popularity and appearance. The only notable difference was that this Xiao Long had yet to experience the heartbreak of a shattered relationship and remained energetically single. Hey, Yuqing, are you ready to tidy up and come to work? Our brother Long will be arriving this afternoon, so please come over to discuss the filming details for tomorrow. Let us brainstorm the shooting plan together. After all, it is said that 3 heads are better than 1, and having another mind at work can only be beneficial. The day following his parents' departure, Li Mingyang seamlessly transitioned into his next short video project. The unexpected visit from his parents had caused him to pause his updates for several days, but fortunately, he had 2 video compilations edited by Wang Yuqing during her onboarding to sustain his momentum. Otherwise, this hiatus would have posed a significant setback to his popularity. However, due to these 2 videos, Li Mingyang had garnered a new nickname among his fans, Brother Shui. Thus, upon welcoming the far-traveling Xiao Long at the airport, Li Mingyang felt a surge of excitement. Despite having collaborated with numerous creators before, this particular partnership held a sense of urgency for him. Welcome, Dragon Brother. I believe we could slightly alter the content of our collaboration. After all, the ordinary task of carrying loads may have become rather monotonous for our fans. I think it is essential for us to shift our perspective and strategy a little. In fact, I propose that we could entirely collaborate by experiencing each other's lives. It need not solely revolve around my work. Therefore, how about we divide our filming into 2 days? Dragon Brother, you could first immerse yourself in my work life, while I accompany you to experience a day of discipline. Moreover, I am considering relocating the filming of my work videos away from this city, as I believe we ought to embrace new challenges. This approach would help alleviate the audience's aesthetic fatigue, while also enhancing the popularity and quality of our collaborative videos. Although this marks the first time I have met Xiaolong in real life, Li Mingyang possesses a certain understanding of him, primarily through the intermediary, Gongzi. Xiaolong and Gongzi share a good rapport, which has afforded Li Mingyang some insight into Xiaolong's character and reality. Chapter 46. Aaron comes with a mission. Indeed, I have no objections. My intention here is merely to bask in your brilliance. It has been quite some time since I've had any fresh ideas, though I yearn for my videos to regain their former glory. Alas, the creative reservoir in my mind is rather depleted. If you, Brother Yang, have any thoughts, that would be splendid. Aaron is quite direct in his speech. Meeting him for the first time, he expresses himself so candidly, likely due to his familiarity with Li Mingyang through Gongzi. However, Aaron's forthrightness does catch Li Mingyang somewhat off guard. While they share a mutual acquaintance, it is rather surprising for someone to be so familiar right at their first encounter. Li Mingyang evaluates Aaron in his mind, quite impressive, a sincere young man. At least based on his current demeanor, he aligns well with Li Mingyang's tastes. Perhaps it is due to his previous experiences in that dismal company, where he witnessed endless scheming and rivalries. Despite being merely a mediocre company, the daily atmosphere felt akin to the harem intrigues of a period drama, with colleagues constantly undermining one another, an exhausting spectacle for Li Mingyang. Now that he has ventured out to work independently, Li Mingyang has developed a strong aversion to those who wear dual faces, feigning camaraderie while harboring ulterior motives. All right, since you, Brother Long, are so forthright, I can proceed with confidence in my arrangements. Firstly, you must be aware of the task's difficulty before your arrival. Everyone who comes here invariably faces greater challenges, never lesser. Many content creators have found themselves questioning their very existence while filming here, so do prepare yourself mentally for that. Next, regarding the specific filming location, we may need to change venues, requiring a flight and a day of travel. Of course, if we act swiftly, we could reach our destination by tonight. However, after a day of travel, I cannot guarantee how we will fare physically tomorrow. Thus, to be prudent, I suggest we commence filming the day after. Reflecting on this, Li Mingyang decides to merge his previous thoughts with the current situation. Collaborating with other content creators inherently generates a certain buzz, especially since he only collaborates with each one once. While the audience has grown accustomed to such collaborations, the introduction of a new face still sparks considerable interest. Now, Li Mingyang plans to take the young Aaron with him to Mount Tai to experience the life of a porter. While others aim to ascend Mount Tai in a single endeavor, Li Mingyang intends to emulate the legendary warrior Zilong from over 2 millennia ago, preparing to traverse the mountain back and forth 7 times. However, after contemplating the arduousness of the task, Li Mingyang quietly modifies his ambitious 7 to 3. Running back and forth 3 times to reach the pinnacle of Mount Tai should provide ample intrigue and challenge. Many bloggers revel in the challenge of ascending Mount Taishan, as if reaching its summit were an extraordinary feat in itself. The internet is replete with various memes claiming that Mount Taishan possesses the power to silence the most obstinate of individuals. However, for Li Mingyang, this endeavor transcends a mere ascent. He carries burdens while scaling the mountain, and not just once. Should Li Mingyang truly manage to enter and exit 3 times, it is beyond doubt that this video will garner immense popularity. With this thought in mind, Li Mingyang could no longer contain his fervor for work. His modest rental apartment had little to tidy up, his old clothes had long since become too small, and he possessed only a handful of new outfits. So, are we really setting off now? Is this all happening so abruptly? After a brief meal at a restaurant, Xiaolong, who had initially planned to rest a bit longer with Li Mingyang, found himself bewilderedly back at the airport, observing the energetic Li Mingyang ahead. Accompanied by his assistant Wang Yuqing, Xiaolong was surprised to discover that they had unknowingly arrived at the boarding gate. The boarding process had even commenced, illustrating the tight schedule they were adhering to. Naturally, when it comes to work, one must adopt a diligent and passionate attitude. This time, they were headed straight to Mount Taishan to challenge the labor of the porters. If they could endure a few round trips, they were certain to capture impressive footage. After expressing this, Li Mingyang turned to Wang Yuqing, whose face glowed with excitement, and playfully patted her shoulder, adopting a mock-serious demeanor, Yuqing is our filming assistant. You must keep pace with us, especially with me, your boss. I intend to make at least 3 entries and exits on Taishan. Do not think you can leisurely climb the mountain as if on vacation. As he spoke, a hint of schadenfreude crept onto Li Mingyang's face. Did she truly believe it was so simple to claim 6,000 yuan along with 5 social insurance and 1 housing fund from him? Even if the job were merely that of a filming assistant, following a boss whose physical prowess was increasingly formidable would undoubtedly prove to be a taxing experience. Of course, Li Mingyang was merely jesting. Not only was Wang Yuqing a recent university graduate, but even a man who regularly engaged in physical activity would struggle to keep pace with Li Mingyang's relentless strides on Mount Taishan. Simply reaching the summit alongside Li Mingyang would be a formidable challenge, let alone making multiple trips. Thus, it was clear that the primary focus of the filming would remain on Li Mingyang himself. Yet, unable to resist teasing his cheerful assistant, Li Mingyang remarked, "All right, no problem. Climbing Mount Taishan is no small matter, and I suppose I shall risk my life for the sake of camaraderie. However, you must assist me in completing a task when the time comes." Before the assistant could respond, Along interjected with a remark. However, this statement piqued Li Ming's curiosity. He truly did not anticipate that Along had arrived with a mission in mind. Chapter 47, Professional Physical Data Testing. What task? Faced with this sudden assignment, Li Mingyang could not suppress his curiosity and directly inquired. This was specifically instructed by Gongzi when he learned of my arrival. He believed that your physical prowess was exceedingly remarkable. Despite your evident progress at an astonishing rate, he was genuinely intrigued to ascertain the current state of your physical metrics. Of course, it was not only his curiosity. I too harbored a profound interest, as you have become an acknowledged powerhouse within our circle. Moreover, I observed that regardless of the weight of the objects being moved, be it bags of cement weighing 100 pounds or other items, you seemed to lift them with effortless ease, exhibiting no strain whatsoever. Particularly the other day, when you effortlessly hoisted 2 bags of cement simultaneously, totaling a remarkable 200 pounds. Witnessing your every movement, your nonchalant demeanor suggested that this was not even close to your ultimate strength. In fact, it felt as though you were far from reaching your physical limits, which intensified my curiosity. I thought it would be an opportune moment to conduct a comprehensive physical data assessment to discover the extent of your capabilities. As I broached this subject, a glimmer of anticipation appeared on Along's face. He, being a fitness enthusiast, possessed a deep understanding of physical training. Yet, it was precisely this profound knowledge that fueled his curiosity. He yearned to uncover the astonishing metrics of Li Mingyang's physique. Although Li Mingyang appeared robust, he paled in comparison to the exaggerated physiques of some bodybuilders. Nevertheless, his displayed strength was by no means inferior to those larger-than-life figures. While both he and Gongzi attributed these extraordinary attributes to Li Mingyang's exceptional physical talent aside, curiosity remained. Even though they were aware of Li Mingyang's remarkable abilities, they still wondered just how extraordinary his physical constitution had become. Upon hearing these remarks, not only was Along intrigued, but Li Mingyang himself could not help but feel a sense of curiosity. After all, he could sense his own daily improvements. Yet he remained uncertain about his precise level of fitness. If only a professional could find a suitable venue and conduct a thorough evaluation. In truth, Li Mingyang was quite willing to cooperate, as he too desired a detailed understanding of his current physical metrics. Very well, since we have no pressing matters tomorrow, let us set aside this task for then. I am equally curious. Although I am aware that my physique is not easily comparable to that of an average person, I remain uncertain about the extent of my capabilities. Unlike you, I have not engaged in fitness for an extended period. In truth, I am merely an amateur, lacking knowledge in many areas. Li Mingyang readily consented, displaying a palpable sense of eagerness, and were it not for the late hour upon reaching our destination, he might have wished to commence testing his physical prowess immediately. This obsession with one's bodily metrics is a common affliction among fitness enthusiasts. While Li Mingyang may not fit the mold of a traditional fitness aficionado, the goals he has set for himself far surpass those of ordinary fitness aspirations. Thus, his fixation on his physical data is even more intense than that of typical fitness enthusiasts. Yet, amidst the busyness of recent times, this matter had slipped his mind, only to be brought to attention by Along, prompting a surge of impatience within him. 100-meter sprint, 11.3 seconds. Upon seeing this result, Along could not help but exclaim, for it was evident that Li Mingyang, in both form and technique, was a complete novice. Although Along himself is not a professional, he recognizes that Li Mingyang's inexperience surpasses his own, especially considering that Li Mingyang does not even know how to perform a squat thrust. The fact that he achieved such a remarkable time while running in a rigid manner nearly brought him under the 11-second barrier, a performance worthy of a national-level athlete. One should not underestimate this achievement. With proper training, Li Mingyang could easily attain first-class status or even reach the level of a national champion. Incredible. Staring at this figure, Along was momentarily stunned, ultimately left to silently scoff in disbelief. Yet, once he regained his bearings, his curiosity about Li Mingyang's other metrics deepened. With such exceptional explosive power, how might he perform in other areas? Bench press, 465 kilograms. Clean and jerk, 205 kilograms. Squat, 532 kilograms. As each figure emerged, Along's initial shock gradually gave way to a numbing realization. All that echoed in his mind was a single thought. Is this even human? Surely. This must be some beast cloaked in human skin, a creature of feline prowess, for even the most formidable beast lacks such a combination of strength and explosive speed. Finally, the data revealed Li Mingyang's current height and weight, 188 centimeters and an astonishing 96 kilograms. For an average person, such height and weight would unequivocally classify one as overweight, nearing the 200-pound mark. However, when it comes to Li Mingyang, there is absolutely no sense of bulkiness. In fact, when this fellow dons his attire, he does not appear particularly robust. While it is certain that he is far from frail, he also lacks the exaggerated physique of those overly muscular individuals who, even clothed, exude an undeniable sense of corpulence, strength, speed, explosiveness, reaction time. After an array of data tests, Aaron was utterly astounded. To be frank, I am genuinely beginning to question whether you are even human. How could an ordinary person possibly achieve such metrics under your remarkable guidance? If a specialized athlete, dedicated solely to one discipline, accomplished this, I would find it somewhat justifiable, yet you have not engaged in any such training. Just look at these figures. If you were to tell me you had been injected with a super soldier serum like Captain America, I would readily believe you. Chapter 48, Live Body Testing. Truly cementing the title of beasts. Upon hearing this, Li Mingyang rolled his eyes in exasperation. Although his physical data was somewhat exaggerated when compared to Captain America, what truly distinguished him from an ordinary fitness enthusiast? After all, that individual is capable of lifting an airplane. If such a day were to arrive, I would be the first to climb through your window and drag you out for a thorough beating. Despite these thoughts, Li Mingyang believed in his own potential. As long as he continued to strive and break through, there would come a day when he might not be inferior to the legendary Captain America. It was even conceivable that he could surpass this cinematic character. However, such feats belong to the realm of science fiction, and regardless of how confident he felt, he could not allow even a hint of that confidence to show on the surface. Well, if that day truly comes, if you can reach such heights, even if you drag me out for a beating, I would gladly accept. After all, if that day arrives, you would be a true superhuman. To be bested by such an anomaly would certainly provide me with bragging rights. Yet, truth be told, if you wanted to torment me, you need not wait for that day. Even with your current extraordinary physical data, I am still far from your match. At this point, Xiaolong could not help but display a hint of melancholy. While physical prowess largely depends on personal talent, witnessing Li Mingyang's rapid advancement left him feeling overshadowed. After years of diligent effort and daily workouts, it was hard not to feel frustrated and defeated. Not to mention, there was Li Mingyang's astonishing stamina. Capable of enduring over 10 hours of high-intensity work, he could easily outlast even the combined efforts of 3 individuals. However, as the conversation continued, a sudden thought struck Xiaolong. Such remarkable data could deliver a shocking impact. If he could showcase these testing videos to the audience, wouldn't it yield excellent video results? Although it seemed he might not ride the wave of popularity, after all, the test was conducted solely on Li Mingyang, and the video would undoubtedly be posted on his account. Xiaolong yearned for everyone to witness what true excellence looked like. Surely, he couldn't be the only one left agape in astonishment. Brother Yang, he suggested, why don't we retest and record a video to share? After all, didn't you mention that your video performance has been declining lately? Body testing could be a new avenue to explore, though it may only be one video. Given your pace of improvement, filming an episode monthly would pose no issue. This way, everyone can witness your visible progress. And it could even be edited into a series compilation. I genuinely believe this is an excellent suggestion, Yang. Would you consider it? In the end, even Xiao Long couldn't help but light up with admiration for his own cleverness. However, such a method is only applicable to someone as extraordinary as Li Mingyang. No matter how hard I train daily, I may not achieve similar progress. If I attempted to emulate this approach, it would likely not enhance my video performance, but rather be a source of humiliation. Upon hearing these words, Li Mingyang felt a stir of intrigue within. Indeed, this suggestion was quite beneficial for him. After all, he couldn't possibly carry on with such exertions indefinitely. Even as his physique became increasingly remarkable, the act of lifting would undoubtedly become more exaggerated. Yet, when people witness the same thing repeatedly, they inevitably grow weary, and naturally, his popularity would decline. Therefore, Xiaolong's suggestion proved to be genuinely feasible. However, I feel that filming it as a video might be somewhat lacking in essence, considering the numerous critics online. They might claim it to be mere props. And with my current follower count, I could easily support a live stream. Rather than producing short videos, it would be more effective to conduct a live test. After all, live streams can also be edited later. The two formats do not conflict, and a live presentation is inherently more impactful. Li Mingyang's mind, sharp as ever, quickly incorporated a few of his own ideas after Along proposed this suggestion, significantly refining the original concept. It must be said that both Li Mingyang and Along are decisive individuals. Having made the decision to pursue this initiative, they did not hesitate. Moreover, Li Mingyang, with his extraordinary physical prowess, completed that round of tests without breaking a sweat. Thus, there was no better time than the present to commence the live stream test. Before the live stream officially began, Along imparted several techniques to Li Mingyang, ensuring that his testing data would appear more impressive. After all, in tests such as bench presses or squats, technique plays a crucial role alongside physical fitness in determining the outcome. Yang, I must say, I genuinely feel that your absence from the sports world is a significant loss to it. Setting aside your innate physical talent, your speed of learning is astonishing. It has only been a short time, yet I sense your movements are becoming even more professional than mine. Just over an hour has passed, and Along has nearly exhausted all his techniques, even surpassing him in certain aspects, leading to a bittersweet admiration. Yang, are you ready? Perhaps you should take a moment to rest. Let us commence our broadcast promptly at 3 o'clock. I have a premonition that this test will undoubtedly showcase your remarkable talents, potentially capturing the attention of many industry leaders. Most importantly, following this live broadcast, the moniker you've acquired is likely to be irrevocably cemented. Chapter 49. The Impact of a Live Broadcast. In the end, there was one thought that Along had yet to express, after all. It seemed somewhat inappropriate to voice it before anything had transpired. However, Along sincerely believed that today's live broadcast would undoubtedly ignite a considerable wave across the internet, verging on a tempest. While previous feats of strength, such as lifting buildings, were indeed awe-inspiring, they lacked the visceral immediacy that a physical data test could provide. In this era of rapid advancement, many individuals possess little understanding of the weight of various objects. Take, for instance, a simple bag of cement. Who could fathom that a seemingly modest package weighs a staggering 100 pounds, far too heavy for an average person to lift? Now, if one were to exchange that unassuming bag of cement for gym equipment, such as dumbbells or other apparatus, the dynamics would shift dramatically. Upon glimpsing the Arabic numerals denoting the weight, viewers instinctively relate these figures to their own capabilities. For example, should Li Mingyang effortlessly lift a bag of cement, it might not elicit much astonishment. Yet, if he were to lift a piece of gym equipment weighing 100 kilograms with ease, the glaring number would provoke thoughts of whether he could, in fact, lift an individual with a single hand. Such a demonstration would transform the video's impact into something profoundly striking, as the tangible representation of weight resonates deeply with the audience. Goodness, am I seeing things? Our mighty dragon warrior is actually going live? Who could argue otherwise? Is it possible that a content creator's camera is solely for promotional purposes? What could this unexpected broadcast entail? With Li Mingyang's approval, Along initiated the live stream. Utilizing Li Mingyang's account, Along refrained from appearing on camera, directing the focus entirely on Li Mingyang. Nevertheless, Along, being an experienced and seasoned content creator, adeptly managed the rhythm from behind the scenes. Brothers, today's live stream with Yang Ge is not about selling products or anything of the sort. Many of you may be aware that I, Along, have been eager to collaborate with Yang Ge on a video. After meeting him, I became curious about the true extent of his physical prowess. Coincidentally, Yang Gu was equally unaware of his specific metrics and shared my curiosity, leading to this live broadcast. Indeed, brothers, today's live stream is a testing session, showcasing our renowned lifting champion's extraordinary physical data. Many may not fully grasp this, as previous experiences in Yang Ji's profession did not provide the same intuitive understanding as gym equipment does. However, today we have the opportunity to delve into Yang Ji's specific physical data. Observing the thousands of viewers flooding into Li Mingyang's live stream just moments after it commenced, Alone couldn't help but feel a flicker of astonishment deep within his gaze. After all, prior to this, Li Mingyang had no foundation in live broadcasting. With a fan base that hadn't even reached half of his own, barely surpassing 5 million. Yet, within just 2 minutes of starting, thousands of viewers had already joined. Such figures would be challenging to achieve, even in his own streams. It is no wonder that countless so-called million-follower influencers are eager to collaborate with Li Mingyang. How did their followers accumulate? Many in the industry are well aware, akin to those celebrities boasting tens of millions of fans. How many of those are genuine followers? Perhaps even the stars themselves are oblivious, with only their operational studios truly understanding. In contrast, Li Mingyang's fans required no marketing expenditure. They are all authentic followers. The engagement of his audience is notably high, which explains the remarkable popularity he has garnered at the outset of his broadcast. Our first test today is the 100-meter sprint. Although nearly everyone has experienced this activity, the adage holds true. The more fundamental the task, the more it reveals the most authentic data. The 100-meter sprint is undoubtedly the best method to assess explosiveness and speed. As Li Mingyang positioned himself at the starting line, Alone fully embraced his role as host. Noticing that Li Mingyang had already adopted a fairly standard crouch starting position after only a few practice runs, Alone couldn't help but internally remark, the disparity between individuals can sometimes seem greater than that between a person and a dog. Even those who train professionally would likely not achieve such proficiency in merely a handful of attempts. Nonetheless, this development bodes well, with a more refined running technique. Alone believed that Li Mingyang could potentially break the 11-second barrier. Bang! With the sharp crack of the starting gun, Li Mingyang surged forth like a wild stallion unleashed from its confines. In a mere 10 seconds, he crossed the finish line, and the electronic timer beside it illuminated a striking figure, 10:78 seconds. Witnessing this result, there was no need for Alone to elaborate, after all. In this day and age, netizens are well-versed in various fields and possess considerable talent. Well, from Yang Ji's starting and running form, it was evident that he had not undergone any specialized training. This remarkable result was almost entirely attributed to his innate physical gifts. This level of performance qualifies him as an elite athlete. To put it plainly, with some basic training, he could easily secure a championship at a provincial sports event. With the spontaneous dissemination of knowledge among netizens, the number of viewers in the live stream has surged past 20,000. All of whom now grasp the significance of Li Mingyang's sub-11-second sprinting prowess. As he gazed at the incessant barrage of comments flooding the live stream, a faint smile of anticipation crept onto Along's lips. Yet, this was merely the inception of your astonishment. What awaited next? A squat of 568 kilograms, a bench press of 481 kilograms, a clean and jerk of 208 kilograms. With each test concluded, a plethora of remarkable figures emerged under the watchful eyes of the viewers. In contrast to previous trials, this time, after mastering certain techniques, Li Mingyang exhibited significant improvements in nearly every test. Even Along, who had witnessed it once before, could not suppress his astonishment, his mouth agape in disbelief. Truly, he was an unmitigated prodigy. While Along was aware that Li Mingyang's grasp of specific techniques would likely enhance his performance, he had not anticipated such instantaneous and striking progress. Chapter 50, exhausted to the point of nausea. Along, existential crisis for Along. The duration of the test, from inception to conclusion, barely spanned 2 hours. A feat accomplished only through Along's deliberate pacing. Had Li Mingyang immersed himself in the testing process, it would have concluded in just over an hour. Nevertheless, in pursuit of maintaining a semblance of entertainment, Li Mingyang was prompted to capture various intricate details, thus extending the live broadcast to just beyond the 2-hour mark. Despite the endeavor to enhance the show's appeal, the testing ultimately concluded amidst the reluctant cheers of viewers and resounding applause. It must be said, the efficacy of this live broadcast test was nothing short of extraordinary. Initially, the live stream attracted a few thousand viewers, but as the testing commenced, the audience burgeoned to over 20,000. By the time the broadcast drew to a close, the online viewership soared to an impressive 100,000. Even on Douyin, the largest platform in the nation, such engagement and viewer activity stood unparalleled. The tempest ignited by this live broadcast, which focused on bodily data testing, was merely in its nascent stages. Firstly, as Along aptly noted, Li Mingyang's moniker as a beast was firmly cemented, transcending even the previous title of God of Building Battles, as each of Li Mingyang's metrics appeared somewhat exaggerated in comparison to his physique. Crucially, Li Mingyang was not among those bodybuilders reliant on protein powders, boasting exaggerated and cumbersome muscles. While such musculature may confer considerable strength, it undeniably compromises agility. The data Li Mingyang exhibited, alongside his physical demeanor, resembled that of an anthropomorphic feline predator, akin to a human tiger, possessing formidable explosive power and nearly dominative strength. He also exhibited remarkable agility. With the proliferation of derivative videos and edited clips blossoming across the internet, Li Mingyang's popularity surged once more, entering a phase of rapid ascension. He anticipated that once he and Along completed their collaboration, coupled with the video of the Taishan Challenge, his follower count might very well surpass 6 million within the coming days. Such figures instilled in Li Mingyang a newfound admiration for Along. Indeed, it was evident that Along, a veteran of the internet realm and a prominent influencer with millions of followers, possessed a keen acumen for captivating the attention and interest of netizens. Simultaneously, Li Mingyang resolved to heed Along's prior suggestion to conduct a live testing session once a month. He envisioned establishing this as a staple feature on his account, believing that as long as he consistently demonstrated tangible improvement, he would undoubtedly attract a significant following. After all, in this era, numerous nurturing games have gained popularity, and his approach could be perceived as a variant of such a nurturing game. As the viewers witness his gradual transformation into a more formidable version of himself, it is not only Li Mingyang who feels a sense of accomplishment. The audience who has been following his journey also shares in this sentiment. Dragon Brother, I shall not say much today, but I hope you can keep pace with me in our endeavors. For the second and third rounds, you may maintain your own rhythm. But for the first round, if we are not in the same frame from the outset, the impact of our collaboration may be significantly diminished. Despite the satisfactory results from yesterday's live test, Li Mingyang remained vigilant in his work. Prior to his arrival, he had already familiarized himself with the arduous task of climbing Mount Tai, understanding that the porters commenced their labor at around 3 or 4 in the morning, a stark contrast to his previous experience of carrying loads in the city. By the time dawn breaks, the influx of tourists on Mount Tai is substantial. Should one begin transporting goods at that hour, it would be evident that they would not meet the supply demands. Hence, Li Mingyang and Along rose early, appearing at the foot of Mount Tai just after 4 o'clock. Surrounding them were numerous weathered middle-aged men, their skin tanned from years of toil. The endeavor of ascending Mount Tai is inherently exhausting, especially when one must carry heavy cases of bottled water and beverages. They were tasked with transporting standard cases of mineral water, each containing 24 bottles, with a fee of 60 yuan per case for the uphill journey. Typically, porters would opt for around 6 cases, weighing over 100 kilograms, roughly equivalent to the weight of an adult male. Along chose a workload that was average. But Li Mingyang, with his own standards, felt the need to exceed expectations. Even with the unique nature of this task, he believed he should not earn less than 1,000 yuan in a single day. Thus, under the astonished gazes of those around him, Li Mingyang boldly shouldered double the weight, effortlessly lifting 12 cases. With nearly 300 kilograms pressing upon his shoulders, he displayed no signs of strain, his demeanor remaining remarkably relaxed. Rest assured, what I carry is merely half of your load. If I struggle to keep up with that, perhaps we should abandon this challenge altogether. I might as well head home, wash up, and embrace the role of a house husband. Although aware of the disparity between himself and Li Mingyang, Along felt a surge of confidence as the two of them bore a similar burden. And then, Brother Yang, cough, cough. Brother, wait, let us take a break. It must be said that climbing Mount Tai indeed poses a significant challenge to human endurance. Despite Li Mingyang's nearly 300-kilogram load, his pace remained brisk, overtaking one mountaineer after another. Witnessing Li Mingyang's swiftness, Along gritted his teeth and resolutely pressed on. The consequence of such actions is that Aaron has completely disrupted his athletic rhythm, resulting in an increased expenditure of energy. He has yet to reach the summit of Mount Tai, With considerable distance still to cover, yet this young man is already on the brink of exhaustion. Not only is he panting heavily and struggling to articulate his words, but his voice has also grown hoarse. Ugh, just as Li Mingyang has come to a halt. And before I even have the chance to express my agreement, a loud thud resonates behind us. It is evident that Aaron has unceremoniously discarded the 6 bottles of mineral water he was carrying on his shoulder, followed by a series of gut-wrenching retches. Chapter 51. Late Night Snack? Transitioning to a fitness influencer? Are you all right? Upon hearing this voice, Li Mingyang immediately set down the heavy water he had been carrying. Though his action resembled more of a hasty drop than a gentle placement, the movements within were decidedly more relaxed, as he gradually and steadily lowered the load. If one cannot endure, then it is best not to force it. Simply adhere to one's own rhythm, for the body is not a vessel for bravado. After all, it was merely about recording a video. There was no need for excessive exertion. If one were to suffer from rhabdomyolysis, it would be an unwise trade-off. Observing Along, who appeared utterly drained, a note of concern and worry crept into Li Mingyang's voice. He had never anticipated that Along would struggle so desperately to keep up with his pace. Initially, he had fancifully envisioned that daily exercise would at least allow Along to accompany him to the summit of Mount Tai. Yet, upon scrutinizing Along's lean physique, it was evident that despite his title as a disciplined individual, his natural physical endowments limited him. Along belonged to the category of those whose muscle mass was not particularly substantial. At most, he weighed around 120 pounds. Carrying such a heavy burden and forcing himself to match Li Mingyang's strides, it was only natural that his body would reach its limits. After taking a sip of the water handed to him by Li Mingyang, Along nearly collapsed onto the ground. Phew, I've finally come back to life. I must admit, your stamina is truly extraordinary, bearing double my weight. After enduring such intense movement, I've merely worked up a sweat, and my breathing has even become significantly labored. He had initially thought that carrying just half of Li Mingyang's weight in water would allow him to keep pace. However, it became clear that he had been overly naive. This fellow was not only a beast, but an absolute anomaly. It was futile for anyone else to compete with him in physicality and endurance. As Along spoke, a hint of dejection crept onto his face. Although he had recognized the vast disparity between himself and Li Mingyang during yesterday's physical assessment, he had not anticipated that today, under such circumstances, he would falter even on a round trip to Mount Tai. A profound sense of defeat enveloped Along's heart, and inexplicably, he recalled the saying, "Genius? It merely serves as the threshold to meet me. If effort were truly sufficient, then what need would there be for talent?" This sentiment aptly encapsulated the chasm between himself and Li Mingyang. Despite his years of arduous labor prior to encountering Li Mingyang, Along had held a certain satisfaction with his physical prowess. Among individuals of similar stature, he had considered himself to be among the elite. Yet now, he found himself genuinely disheartened by the formidable physical gifts possessed by Li Mingyang. In a matter of just 3 months, Li Mingyang dedicated himself to intense physical labor to enhance his physique. Yet, despite his efforts, he found himself distanced from his desired level of fitness, leading him to ponder the significance of his years of toil. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Along found himself spiraling into a corner of despair. Reflecting on his relentless daily workouts to maintain his form and the meticulous planning of his diet, he had imposed stringent restrictions upon himself, seldom indulging in culinary delights. However, despite such rigorous self-discipline, the chasm between him and Li Mingyang appeared as unfathomable as the Mariana Trench, obscured and impenetrable. In that moment, Along's resolve began to wane, leaving him perplexed about the meaning of his perseverance over the years. He was disheartened by the realization that no matter how hard he tried, he seemed insignificant in the presence of those with innate talent. Consequently, his mindset shifted towards resignation. "This won't do," he thought. "I shall proceed at my own pace henceforth. Yang, you need not wait for me. Follow your rhythm." Although they could not maintain a constant presence together, at least they had shared a period of mutual endeavor. Such stark contrasts could indeed serve as a form of entertainment. As for himself, Along felt the need to rest thoroughly, lest his body succumb before reaching the pinnacle of Mount Tai. With that, he reclined, indifferent to the discomfort of the remaining steps, his expression reflecting an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Very well. Observing Along's decision, Li Mingyang refrained from further commentary, respecting his companion's choice while remaining steadfast in his own. Setting aside other concerns, he was determined to showcase his abilities on the renowned Mount Tai. After offering Ulung a few simple reminders to prioritize his well-being and not overexert himself, Li Mingyang resumed his arduous journey. 3 trips. A full 3 trips. From the early hours of dawn until the late evening, Li Mingyang labored tirelessly, taking little respite apart from brief mealtimes. Under Ulung's watchful gaze, he operated like a perpetual motion machine, working until nearly midnight, ultimately achieving his goal of 3 ascents and descents of Mount Tai. The rewards of this endeavor were substantial. Not only did Li Mingyang achieve the remarkable feat of earning 1,000 yuan in a single day, but he surpassed that benchmark. With just those 3 trips, his earnings exceeded 2,000 yuan. However, after enduring over 10 hours of intense labor, when he finally descended to the base of Mount Tai, even he could not suppress the tremors in his legs. Fortunately, as midnight approached, the sensation of his weary limbs would soon dissipate. Come on, Brother Long. Let us indulge in a late-night snack. After quietly resting on a patch of grass until the clock struck 12, within mere seconds, Li Mingyang sprang back to life, rising with the agility of a carp. Yet, in the presence of Aaron, Li Mingyang felt compelled to feign a semblance of fatigue, for he could not afford to unveil his secrets. He could attribute his extraordinary recovery abilities to a remarkable resilience, but he must never exhibit a full revival at a predetermined moment. Therefore, upon rising, Li Mingyang pretended to stagger slightly, simulating the lingering soreness in his thigh muscles. To be candid, Brother Yang, your physical prowess is truly the most formidable I have ever encountered or heard of, unmatched by any other. If you continue down this path, I can't help but feel it would be a waste of such talent. Have you ever contemplated a transition or a change in your career? After all, persisting in this manner daily may not be sustainable, as audiences inevitably experience fatigue in their preferences. If you are interested, I genuinely believe that becoming a fitness influencer could be an excellent avenue for you. Chapter 52. Planning for the future. Upon hearing this suggestion, Li Mingyang couldn't help but pause for a moment. A fitness influencer? This notion was not entirely foreign to him, as his unique talents and abilities were evident. To achieve success, one must undoubtedly invest in physical training. The idea of becoming a fitness blogger seemed, indeed, a commendable choice. However, merely becoming an ordinary fitness influencer appeared to diverge from Li Mingyang's overarching aspirations. Nonetheless, the prospect of being a fitness blogger held numerous advantages for Li Mingyang, such as acquiring specialized techniques and targeted training regimens. He was acutely aware that, despite his formidable physique, it had not been cultivated through professional training. His strength had been forged through relentless effort and remarkable recovery, accumulated day by day. If he wished to optimize his physical capabilities and ensure that his development was both effective and sensible, Li Mingyang recognized the necessity of engaging with professional knowledge. For instance, understanding which exercises target specific muscle groups and devising training strategies to achieve particular goals were essential components that required a solid foundation of expertise. Hence, transitioning to a career as a fitness blogger would undoubtedly be advantageous for him. For the time being, he decided to let this idea simmer. It would be premature to contemplate a career change at this moment. Nonetheless, he would proactively seek opportunities to engage with fitness, regardless of the outcome. He felt grateful for Long Ji's suggestion. After some contemplation, Li Mingyang resolved to remain still for now, acknowledging that a shift in career was inevitable. Becoming a fitness blogger indeed presented a promising avenue for development, but it was imperative for him to carve out a unique identity within that space. If he were to become indistinguishable from other fitness influencers, it would not bode well for his future endeavors. Don't worry, I merely mentioned it in passing. If it helps you, that's splendid. If not, it's of no concern. Each individual has their own distinct path to follow, and what may seem suitable for one might not be applicable to another. With that, he brushed aside further discussion. Now let's raise a glass. We've finally discovered this delightful barbecue. It would be a shame not to indulge a little more, considering the distance we've traveled. In contrast to the impression he previously held of Long, the current Long exuded a carefree spirit. Before him lay skewers sizzling with a tantalizing aroma, evidently rich in fat, and he savored them with abandon. It seemed he no longer cared about the impact such indulgence might have on his physique or his training regimen. Concerning such inexplicable changes, Li Mingyang found himself perplexed. However, despite his confusion, he chose to embrace respect. In life, what purpose does excessive contemplation serve? It suffices to live joyfully, hence, let us toast. Today, we shall revel until inebriation. Long, your disposition truly resonates with me. This collaboration has fostered our acquaintance, and we ought to maintain regular contact henceforth. From this day forward, should you not mind, you shall be regarded as my dear brother. My good comrade. The camaraderie between men can sometimes develop with astonishing swiftness. Although they had only shared 2 days together, their previous interactions were steeped in formality. Yet now, seated at a roadside barbecue stall, sipping the most commonplace yet affordable brews, the atmosphere between them was exceptionally harmonious, like old friends who had known each other for many years. Alas, had I known this fellow was so feeble, I would not have urged him to imbibe so copiously. Initially, they had spiritedly proclaimed that they would not return sober. Yet merely 2 or 3 hours later, Along had succumbed and crawled beneath the table of the barbecue stall. Regardless of Li Mingyang's calls, Along lay unresponsive, akin to a lifeless pig. Strangely, despite having consumed more than Along, Li Mingyang remained relatively sober, experiencing only a modest buzz, which merely heightened his enthusiasm without imparting any further sensations. The following afternoon, after bidding farewell to Along, Li Mingyang returned to his hotel. He had no intention of returning to his previous city. The rent there was set to expire in a matter of days, and the fatigue of the audience from ordinary video content had become palpable. Returning to that city would thus hold no significance, although Guangzhou had once harbored his dreams. It had long ceased to be suitable for him. After a simple lunch, Li Mingyang reclined on his hotel bed, contemplating his future plans. What course of action would be most fitting? If he truly wished to transition into a fitness influencer, should he not dedicate his spare time to studying fitness knowledge? Though endowed with a golden touch that mitigated concerns of physical injury, adopting a correct and professional approach to exercise could significantly expedite his physical enhancement. With this thought, Li Mingyang dispelled his hesitations and promptly dialed his assistant. Though she had been exhausted from accompanying him on a trip to Mount Tai the previous day, it was now midday. Surely, she ought to be awake by now. Yuqing, book 2 tickets. We are returning to Qian province. With no particularly favorable plans at hand, Li Mingyang decided to return to the familiarity of his hometown. Firstly, there exists a form of labor imbued with local characteristics akin to the porters who ascend Mount Tai. Undertaking the challenge of creating 2 video installments should yield commendable results. Secondly, well, there is no second point. The primary motivation is simply Li Mingyang's earnest desire to return home. In fact, even the initial point seems more like a contrived excuse, fabricated by Li Mingyang to soothe his conscience as he seeks to return home. Chapter 53. My Body. Infinite Possibilities. Taste this. The herb known as folded ear root is not as unpalatable as one might think. To be precise, its flavor is rather difficult to articulate. The unpleasantness lies solely in the manner of consumption. Each time I come across those so-called videos showcasing the consumption of folded ear root online, I cannot help but feel a sense of discomfort. I wonder whose culinary practices could be so misguided as to wash the herb briefly without any further preparation, then simply shove it into their mouths. Such a method of consumption would likely be unpalatable not only to those unacquainted with folded ear root, but even to us locals, who would find it hard to enjoy. I must admit, living in an era of advanced technology has its benefits. It was a sudden whim of Li Mingyang to return to his hometown. With the efficient execution of his assistant, the two arrived that very night in the provincial capital, Lincheng, in Guizhou province. What Li Mingyang cherishes most about his hometown is undoubtedly its vibrant nightlife. Whether during his studies abroad or while working in Guangzhou, he found the nighttime ambience lacking in excitement. In some places, after 10 p.m., one might find deserted streets devoid of open establishments, with scarcely a soul in sight. Even in a bustling metropolis like Guangzhou, the streets grow increasingly quiet after midnight, devoid of any lively atmosphere. However, the situation is entirely different in his hometown, where the nightlife pulsates throughout the entire night. Li Mingyang recalls a famous quote by Kobe. Have you ever seen Los Angeles at 4 a.m.? He yearned to apply this sentiment to his own city, particularly in the provincial capital where they currently resided. Have you ever witnessed a city experiencing traffic jams at 3 or 4 in the morning? Indeed, you read that correctly. It is not uncommon to encounter congestion at such late hours, especially around renowned culinary districts. Such late-night traffic occurs almost daily. Even at 10 p.m., midnight, or the early hours of 1 or 2 a.m., the streets remain bustling with throngs of people. For the people of Guizhou, despite the late hour, the nightlife is just beginning. Take, for instance, Wang Yuqing, who accompanied the proprietor to a bustling roadside stall, her eyes drawn to the proprietor's enthusiastic recommendation of sizzling tofu. Observing the heaping portions of folded ear root and scallions atop the dish, a look of reluctance crossed her delicate features. Although she had never tasted folded ear root, She had seen many individuals attempt it online and was well aware of its formidable reputation. However, encouraged by Li Mingyang's fervent endorsement, she mustered the courage to take a small bite, and in the next moment, her eyes brightened with surprise. Perhaps it's not so bad when consumed alone. Folded ear root appears challenging for most to appreciate. Yet, when paired with other ingredients, the combination becomes surprisingly palatable, with the fragrant chili powder complementing the silky tofu. Furthermore, with the addition of the proprietor's specially crafted secret seasonings, the final amalgamation of scallions and the aromatic fragments of Hautoinia cordata burst forth in a delightful explosion within the mouth. The flavor is utterly intoxicating. In any case, Wang Yuqing, this little girl, finds herself unable to resist, resembling a small hamster as she indulges in bite after bite. Just a moment ago, her face bore the unmistakable signs of refusal, yet in the next instant, she was savoring the dish with grease glistening at the corners of her mouth. Her gaze fixated on the iron plate of tofu before her, brimming with an overwhelming sense of possession. Burp. With a rather unrefined yet satisfying belch, Wang Yuqing struggled slightly to rise from her chair. Casting an earnest glance at Li Mingyang before her, she candidly quipped, "To be honest, with your appetite, I feel like you would be better suited for a career in construction or fitness. Although your physical prowess is remarkably outstanding, we might as well consider a side gig in live streaming our meals. I truly believe that if you ventured into the realm of live broadcasting, you would have an incredibly promising future. Even I, accustomed to your eating habits, find myself unwittingly consuming much more." Upon hearing this, Li Mingyang's eyes brightened with a hint of encouragement as he patted his assistant's shoulder, replying, "That is indeed a splendid suggestion. Since we must eat regardless after our daily workouts, dabbling in a side venture of food broadcasting could be an enjoyable option. Your constructive input is greatly appreciated. To show my gratitude, I shall add an extra 1,000 yuan to your bonus this month." The previously disgruntled assistant, who had been feeling quite uncomfortable from her bloated stomach, immediately transformed her expression, reminiscent of the traditional art of Sichuan opera face-changing. "Thank you, boss. You are so generous. Love you lots." Mr. Li possesses commendable physical attributes. Indeed, few professionals could rival your current physique. It could even be said that your physical quality and innate talent are exceptionally remarkable, nearly reaching the standards of athletes in higher tiers. However, Mr. Li, your technique is somewhat lacking in refinement. Wang Wen, who has prided herself on encountering a myriad of individuals throughout her nearly 5 years as a fitness coach, has established herself as a premier trainer at this large gym due to her striking appearance and solid expertise. Having guided no less than 300 students over the years, she has seen all types of athletes, yet Li Mingyang stands out as the most peculiar of them all, without exception. His technical abilities starkly contrast with his formidable physique, creating a striking disparity that even causes Wang Wen to question her understanding of life. "Don't worry, coach. I am well aware of my own limitations. I don't even consider myself a natural talent. I lack any sophisticated knowledge of fitness, so I will need to rely on your guidance in the time to come. As for fitness results, I am not particularly concerned. I simply wish to master the professional knowledge and techniques required." Li Mingyang's objectives have always been clear. Fitness pursuits are not particularly suited for the crowded and chaotic environment of a gym, where he feels constrained in his full expression of effort. Moreover, having acquired wealth, he finds no reason to compromise, and thus envisions creating a private gym within the comfort of his own home. Consequently, his primary purpose in attending is to acquire technique, while other considerations fall outside the realm of his aspirations. After an intensive 3-day regimen under the guidance of a professional coach, the experience has proven to be remarkably distinct, akin to a player who has invested significantly in a game. Initially, Li Mingyang was already content with the daily progress of his physique. Yet now he finds that his rate of improvement has surged beyond his previous benchmarks. Unlike his earlier reliance solely on brute strength, the incorporation of various specialized fitness exercises has afforded him a profound and unmistakable awareness each day. He senses that every muscle in his body has been thoroughly engaged, and his physical enhancement is comprehensive, with scarcely any weaknesses to speak of. Indeed, this body possesses boundless potential. As he revels in the newfound sensations his physique provides, he notices a certain harmony that was previously lacking. It is as if every muscle within him has transformed into finely tuned components, working together with increasing synergy. Thus, it is no wonder that Li Mingyang expresses such profound sentiments. Chapter 54. The holiday season has arrived. In the following month, Li Mingyang appeared to have entered a period of introspection. He refrained from seeking new collaborators among bloggers to create videos, and even his own content lacked freshness. Instead, he seized opportunities every few days to immerse himself in various unique physical labor experiences, such as carrying large baskets on the streets, or trying his hand at jobs he had never attempted before, like working as a loader for freight trucks. Compared to his previous monotonous work of carrying goods, these new tasks offered a refreshing change for his online audience. Although he no longer experienced the rapid growth in followers as before, he managed to maintain his current popularity. This was not a sign of complacency or a descent into a lackadaisical lifestyle. Rather, Li Mingyang had devoted the majority of his energy during this time to the study of fitness knowledge. Initially, he believed that possessing a natural talent would suffice, assuming that even with minimal technique, sheer determination would yield miraculous results. He thought that as long as he persisted in his training, his physique would inevitably evolve, progressing towards his ideal state. However, after a period of systematic and professional study, Li Mingyang realized the imperative nature of acquiring specialized fitness knowledge. He had no desire to sculpt his body into a mere caricature of muscle, nor did he wish to become rigid and robotic in his movements. Li Mingyang aspired to be a versatile warrior, possessing not only strength but also speed, agility, and explosive power, ensuring no weaknesses remained in his physique. Achieving such a goal necessitated a solid foundation of professional fitness knowledge. Moreover, with the introduction of structured training, he could distinctly feel the accelerated improvement in his physical condition compared to before. Fueled by this dual motivation, Li Mingyang pursued his studies and fitness with fervor. Aside from the obligatory work hours every few days, he nearly lived in the gym during his free time. This dedication led Wang Wen to harbor fleeting suspicions about Li Mingyang's intentions, questioning whether he held romantic feelings for her. After all, the cost of private training sessions was substantial, averaging several hundred to over 1,000 yuan per day, yet Li Mingyang was a rare student who attended almost daily. However, she soon dismissed such peculiar thoughts, recognizing that Li Mingyang's gaze was devoid of any interest in physical allure, regardless of how enticing her figure might be. Complemented by a face that could easily score an 8 out of 10, Li Mingyang remained indifferent to such superficialities. In his gaze lingered a pure and unadulterated thirst for knowledge, akin to a parched sponge fervently extracting every morsel of wisdom it could grasp. Beyond that, no other thoughts occupied his mind. After yet another day of rigorous training, Wang Wen cast a glance at Li Mingyang, his eyes betraying a hint of reluctance. It was not that he harbored any peculiar feelings for Li Mingyang. Rather, it was the rarity of clients like him, generous and devoid of ulterior motives, that made such encounters precious. He was akin to a giant panda in a zoo, a true national treasure. Wang Wen found himself wishing that if he could have but one student, it would be Li Mingyang, for the ease of earning his fee was truly remarkable. Regrettably, Li Mingyang had come with a singular purpose, to acquire knowledge. Now, Wang Wen found himself devoid of further teachings to impart, marking the conclusion of their month-long course. Mr. Li, you need not return tomorrow. Your mastery of fitness knowledge is commendable, perhaps even rivaling my own as a coach. I have exhausted my ability to teach you. It has been a pleasure to share this time with you, and I wish you a joyful and prosperous future. Wang Wen, not one to linger, expressed a few encouraging words out of admiration for Li Mingyang's dedication to learning and swiftly gathered his belongings to depart, not affording Li Mingyang an opportunity for a proper farewell. However, Li Mingyang paid little heed to this. His heart brimmed solely with the joy of having graduated from his training, leaving no room for other thoughts. As for the assistant, with the new year just a week away and the boss in high spirits, he decided to grant an early holiday. Starting today, you are on leave until after the Lantern Festival. As for your flight tickets, I will not be reimbursing those. Finally, farewell, I shall return home now. The hotel checkout is at 2 p.m. You may arrange your time as you see fit. Upon returning to the hotel, Li Mingyang hastily packed his belongings, offering the bewildered assistant no chance to react. Grabbing his suitcase, he swiftly exited. After all, who among the good souls would be working during the festive season? It was time to pack up, return home, and leave work behind until after the celebrations. Chapter 55. After taxes, 1.63 million. Time to buy a car. The journey from the provincial capital back to his quaint hometown would take approximately 3 hours by car, with direct buses available. Alternatively, one could take a train to the county seat, and then a small car for about 40 minutes to reach the town. However, this time, Li Mingyang had no intention of taking a bus or train. Upon stepping outside, he immediately hailed a taxi, heading straight for the largest automobile trade city in the city. Here, one could find nearly every brand of 4S dealership available in the country. Seated in the back of the taxi, Li Mingyang gazed at the balance in his bank account, a satisfied smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Although the number of advertisements he had accepted in the past month was not substantial, the revenue generated was considerable. Furthermore, several of his previously popular emoticons had garnered him a modest amount of copyright income. Now, his bank balance had surpassed 1.6 million, reaching over 1.63 million. And this was after taxes. Li Mingyang had no interest in tax evasion. Paying taxes was a civic duty that every citizen should fulfill. Even though it pained him somewhat to see such a significant portion deducted for taxes, he understood that only after these deductions could he spend his remaining money with peace of mind, free from the worry of being confronted by uniformed officials, which would not only require him to repay owed taxes but also jeopardize his personal freedom. What type of car should he purchase? Initially, as he packed his suitcase and prepared to leave, his mind was solely focused on buying a vehicle. Yet, upon arriving at the entrance of the automobile trade city and gazing at the myriad of brands within, he found himself momentarily stunned. His desire to buy a car was intense, yet he had never truly contemplated which car would be the best choice. Foolishly, he had packed his luggage and come here, leaving himself no room for retreat or reconsideration. Would he really have to find a hotel to stay in and then return to select a car at leisure? This thought barely surfaced in Li Mingyang's mind before he dismissed it. It was inconceivable. Such an action would be too embarrassing, portraying him as hasty and childlike. Nevertheless, since he had no immediate options, he decided to browse for a while. Although he had no specific idea of which car to purchase, he was well aware of his preferences regarding the types of vehicles he enjoyed, planning to opt for an off-road vehicle. Given the nature of his work, he would inevitably need to travel extensively, often to remote locations for video shoots. An off-road vehicle would be most suitable for him, providing strong cross-country capabilities and ample space for transporting various items. Whether for personal use or professional purposes, this vehicle proves to be remarkably versatile, making it the ideal choice for one's needs. As for the concern regarding high fuel consumption, it is of little significance to Li Ming, especially since his finances are currently quite robust, lending him a sense of confidence. As he ventured forth, a substantial 4S dealership came into view within mere minutes. Despite possessing over $1 million in his account, he harbored no intention of acquiring an extravagant car. This decision stemmed from his keen understanding of public sentiment. Having recently risen in stature, he was wary of the potential backlash from envious onlookers should he be seen driving a luxury vehicle. After all, animosity towards the affluent is a prevalent societal sentiment. In his current phase, while he could certainly afford a car, he resolved to avoid one that was excessively lavish. Moreover, he harbored a fondness for domestic brands, believing that contemporary Chinese cars possess commendable quality. When it comes to domestic off-road vehicles, there is no doubt that Great Wall stands as a paragon among its peers. With numerous brands under its umbrella, including Great Wall itself, Haval, and Tank, each sub-brand boasts exceptional off-road capabilities. Among them, the Tank brand is particularly renowned, dedicated exclusively to off-road vehicles. Shall we take a look? In the realm of domestic off-road options, Great Wall undeniably emerges as the optimal choice, accommodating a range of price points that align with Li Ming's budgetary considerations. From the economical Haval H5 to the mid-tier Tank 300 and the more upscale Tank 700, Great Wall encompasses a diverse array of off-road vehicles. Thus, as Li Ming approached the dealership, he paused momentarily before resolutely stepping inside. Having already determined his preference for a domestic vehicle that is reasonably priced, yet still offers substantial off-road capability, his decision was clear. He would undoubtedly find a suitable match within this 4S dealership. Good day, sir. Are you here to explore our vehicles? Have you familiarized yourself with our offerings under the Great Wall umbrella? Are there any particular models that pique your interest? Despite the impending new year, the sales personnel maintained a remarkably warm demeanor. For them, each sale translates to a commission. Though modest, it is still a welcome addition. I'm looking to examine some off-road vehicles that are not overly expensive, yet possess adequate off-road prowess. Do you have any recommendations that might suit my requirements? With his mind set on selecting a vehicle from the Great Wall lineup and little time to waste, Li Ming was direct about his expectations, hoping to drive away with a new car by the end of the day. Certainly, the most renowned vehicle under the Great Wall brand is undoubtedly the off-road vehicle. May I inquire if you have a specific budget in mind? Having a more defined budget would enable me to better recommend models that align with your requirements. For instance, if your budget is somewhat limited, I would highly suggest the Haval H5, which currently boasts several discounts, bringing the final price to approximately $150,000 to $160,000. Should your budget permit a bit more flexibility, both the Tank 300 and the Haval H9 are commendable options within the realm of off-road vehicles. If you have a penchant for pure off-roading, the Tank 300 would be the ideal choice, whereas if you prefer a larger interior space, the Haval H9 would be more suitable. Although the sales representative is posing questions to Li Mingyang, they simultaneously engage in enthusiastically promoting the various models available at their dealership. Chapter 56. The H5 of Great Completeness. As Li Mingyang strolled through the exhibition hall, he attentively listened to the sales representative's introduction. To be candid, due to the ample funds in his account, virtually all off-road vehicles under the Great Wall brand met his requirements. For instance, the most economical Haval H5 was within his acceptance, not to mention its affordability. Presenting this model to the public would project an image of practicality, resonating with the majority of netizens who could also afford such a vehicle. Opting for this as his mode of transport would, in an unspoken manner, bridge the gap between him and the online community, likely enhancing his rapport with the public. As for the slightly more upscale options, such as the Tank 300 or the Haval H9, both priced over 200,000 yuan, they were relatively commonplace in daily life and could be considered good vehicles, though not luxury ones. Given his current status, driving such a vehicle seemed entirely appropriate, subtle yet possessing a certain understated charm. Even when considering the priciest model, the Tank 700, which could be around 500,000 yuan, it felt reasonable for someone like him, a social media influencer with millions of fans. After all, it would be quite unusual for a celebrity with such a following to be unable to afford a vehicle valued at 50 or 60,000 yuan. Thus, Li Mingyang found himself engulfed in uncertainty, perceiving every vehicle as suitable, yet hesitating to make an immediate choice. Just as he was grappling with indecision, a particular vehicle caught his eye. It was a car styled in the Black Warrior fashion, clearly having undergone significant modifications. Most importantly, it was undeniably striking. Upon closer inspection, Li Mingyang realized it was a modified Haval H5, with alterations that were quite thorough. Compared to the original H5, this version seemed to belong to an entirely different league, both in posture and design, elevating it far beyond its predecessor. With just a glance, Li Mingyang felt an instant affection for the car's imposing aesthetic, as if it were crafted precisely to resonate with his tastes. However, he recalled that such modified vehicles were typically not street legal. Nonetheless, the allure of the car before him was undeniable, and his curiosity compelled him to inquire, "What is the story behind this vehicle? Was it modified by your dealership, or?" As Li Mingyang lingered before the transformed Black Warrior Haval H5, the sales representative noticed the expression on his face. Recognizing that this customer was likely captivated by the vehicle before him, this elicited a delighted expression from the salesperson. Although there are many enthusiasts for off-road vehicles these days, a significant number prefer to undertake modifications themselves. This particular vehicle has undergone substantial upgrades at their establishment, having been on display for several months without a sale. Should it remain unsold, it would inevitably become inventory, potentially costing the shop several tens of thousands of yuan. Sir, you truly possess discernment. This Black Warrior, the Haval H5, is indeed a modified case from our shop, and all modifications have been duly registered. In other words, should you wish to purchase this vehicle, we can proceed directly to registration. Every modification is entirely lawful, with no safety or legal concerns. Referencing the aircraft-style modifications on the H5, it is undeniably impressive. Each glance feels as though this enticing vehicle is beckoning me. Noticing that the salesperson seemed quite enthusiastic, Li Mingyang could not help but interject, "How much? If you are certain about the purchase, we can offer the best possible deal, a total price of 240,000 yuan, including registration and transfer fees." The salesperson continued, "All modifications utilize premium quality components, whether it be the wheels, tires, or suspension. After all, this is an official modified vehicle from our shop. Poor quality would tarnish our reputation. Significantly, we have also made extensive upgrades to the interior, beginning with the seats. We have not only replaced them with more comfortable leather seats, but also equipped both the front and rear with heating, ventilation, and massage features. Additionally, many interior elements have been enhanced for comfort. Lastly, the sound system is notably valuable. The original speakers were subpar, with fewer than 10 units. We enlisted a professional to upgrade to a complete set of 16 Harman Kardon speakers, making this vehicle's audio system competitive even against our Tank 700. Observing that Li Mingyang appeared genuinely interested in purchasing the vehicle, the salesperson's previously agile tongue became even more nimble. As Li Mingyang listened to the salesperson's continuous exposition, he couldn't help but nod in agreement. Setting aside the undeniably appealing design, while the price is slightly higher, close to 100,000 yuan more than the base model, these modifications represent tangible expenses. Just the sound system alone would cost several tens of thousands. After considering everything, the price of 240,000 yuan is not merely reasonable, it is quite favorable. Moreover, given his financial comfort and genuine affection for the vehicle before him, he had but one question. If I decide to take this car, can I drive it away today? Feeling an immense urgency to return home for the new year, I find myself with little time to linger here. If possible, I would swipe my card right now. Upon hearing this, the salesperson was almost moved to tears. At long last, this cherished vehicle had found a buyer. However, in the throes of excitement, the salesperson's words became shaky and stammered. No, that cannot be. Li Mingyang could not help but furrow his brow. There is no problem. I assure you that all the necessary procedures will be completed by 5 p.m. today. Li Mingyang thought to himself, what a manifestation of the spirit of Shingongbao. Chapter 57, The Ambitions of the Strongest Man on Earth. It must be said that with the impetus of financial motivation, the actions of sales personnel at the 4S dealership are remarkably swift. Perhaps such large-scale establishments have connections at the Vehicle Administration Office, as within just over 2 hours, all procedures were completed. The only thing lacking was that the vehicle currently bore only a temporary license plate. However, once the permanent plate is issued, the 4S dealership will send it directly to Li Mingyang, sparing him the trouble of making a long trip to collect it. Although Li Mingyang's experience with driving is not particularly extensive in this lifetime, he was an adept driver in his previous life, and thus he felt no psychological pressure whatsoever while behind the wheel. Whether navigating the complexities of urban traffic or soaring along the expressway at exhilarating speeds, Li Mingyang handled it all with ease. As the vehicle accelerated on the highway, the breathtaking scenery outside compelled him to exclaim in admiration. Yet, shortly afterward, a hint of dissatisfaction crossed his face. Despite the car being equipped with a 2.0T engine, its substantial frame and numerous modifications left him feeling that its power was somewhat insufficient. Nevertheless, he decided to make do for now and contemplated upgrading to a 3.0T engine in the future. He envisioned gifting this car to his father, who would undoubtedly delight in it, given his father's passion for automobiles. Reflecting on his father's enthusiasm for cars, it was evident that this heavily modified, fully upgraded H5 would perfectly align with his father's ideals. Presenting it to him would surely bring a broad smile to the old man's face, his joy evident in the way he might tug at his mustache in delight. Though Li Mingyang possessed extraordinary physical prowess and stamina, requiring no rest during the 3-hour journey, he harbored a peculiar habit. After driving for a while, he often craved a cigarette. Thus, as he neared the highway exit, he decisively pulled into the last service area, where he indulged in a satisfying smoke. Naturally, he did not forget to pull out his phone to scroll through short videos while enjoying his cigarette. Although currently preoccupied with thoughts of wealth rather than romantic pursuits, he still appreciated the beauty of the scenic clips that appeared. However, his expression soon morphed into one of surprise. What was happening? Hadn't he perfected his account long ago? Why was he now encountering not beautiful women, but rather a muscular man engaged in an unusual activity? Upon closer inspection, the astonishment on his face deepened, for the figure in the video was none other than Tyson, the legendary figure of the boxing world. What was going on? How many years had it been since Tyson's retirement? How was it possible to still come across videos of him? Nevertheless, Li Mingyang held a fondness for Tyson. Unlike ordinary boxers, Tyson embodied the ferocity of a tiger. Whether through fists or combat style, the sharpness of his prowess is undeniable, showcasing an absolute dominance over the ring in nearly every match. Even someone like Li Mingyang, who does not particularly relish boxing, finds himself immersed in sheer enjoyment while watching Tyson's bouts. Now that he has stumbled upon this content, it is only natural to delve deeper into it. However, he soon becomes aware of an unsettling incongruity. Initially believing he was viewing videos from Tyson's retirement era, he quickly realizes that the clarity of the footage seems rather too high definition for the cameras of several decades past. The backdrop of the ring, too, appears far too contemporary, blending harmoniously with modern aesthetics. With a keen sense that something is amiss, Li Mingyang promptly searches for information on Michael Tyson. and the results nearly leave his jaw on the floor. The man, who in his memory had long since retired and was now nearly 60, astonishingly appears to be merely 20 years old. Presently, the year is 2025, and the legendary Tyson, whom Li Mingyang revered, is shockingly a member of Generation Z. If Li Mingyang recalls correctly, Tyson's professional zenith occurred between the ages of 20 and 24. Thus, the match he is watching must be from the period when Tyson first began to demonstrate his unequivocal mastery over the ring. With this astonishing revelation, Li Mingyang eagerly searches for other boxers who have similarly captivated his imagination. The findings leave him in utter disbelief, revealing numerous heavyweight champions from various eras who, like Tyson, remain active in today's ring, many peaking in their careers, with some just beginning their professional journeys, yet to make their mark. For the heavyweight boxing scene of this era, the competition is undoubtedly of hellish caliber. The presence of these fighters renders this period the most exhilarating in boxing history, a veritable clash of titans. As he observes one remarkable athlete after another conquering the ring and watches countless match videos, Li Mingyang cannot help but feel a surge of adrenaline. Suddenly, a bold thought erupts in his mind like a thunderclap. He has embarked on a second life and possesses a physique that can be infinitely honed, a golden opportunity to strengthen himself. While he remains uncertain of any potential limits, it is evident that he is yet to approach the boundaries of this newfound power. And now, with these illustrious boxers still vibrant in the ring, might he too have the chance to measure himself against such titans? Despite his utter ignorance of boxing techniques and his scant experience in physical confrontations, this does not diminish Li Mingyang's unwavering confidence in his own physical capabilities, for he recognizes that his body now holds boundless potential. Even if I lack the innate talent for combat techniques, in comparison to these elite professional fighters, I feel like a mere novice fresh to the world. However, as the saying goes, one's strength can surpass 100 skills. As long as my physique is extraordinarily formidable, I can become a numerical powerhouse capable of overwhelming these top fighters. Despite my evident technical shortcomings, Li Mingyang possesses unwavering confidence that he can ascend to the pinnacle of the boxing arena amidst fierce competition. In this moment, Li Mingyang suddenly feels that titles such as God of War are unworthy of someone with a golden finger like himself. When setting goals, they should be lofty, such as the title of the world's strongest man, which seems quite fitting for me. Moreover, Li Mingyang does not believe that a driver equipped with a golden finger would be so inept. As long as I am willing to exert fivefold or even tenfold effort, there is no reason my skills cannot match those of these elite professional boxers. With the dual enhancement of technique and physique, the title of the world's strongest man is within my grasp. Is it not just a matter of time? Chapter 58, a type of slimness known as maternal slimness. Mother, I have returned. Li Ming's hometown, Qingyang Town, is a modest industrial town with a commendable economic development. Albeit with its 2 thermal power plants on the brink of closure, the reliance on thermal power has reached the precipice of obsolescence, no longer aligning with the nation's energy development policies. Nonetheless, the town's economy remains robust in comparison to its neighboring locales, the sole drawback being the severely compromised air quality brought about by industrial growth. The dust is indeed considerable, rendering it less than ideal for habitation. Yet, this town, steeped in over a decade of Li Mingyang's memories, remains home, irrespective of its environmental shortcomings. For each individual, the hometown inherently possesses no flaws. Thus, as Li Mingyang navigated his vehicle into this familiar yet unfamiliar town, a wave of sentiment washed over him. Their family residence occupies a corner on the main street, positioning it at the heart of the town. However, the house itself has seen better days, having endured nearly 2 decades of wear. Its design and appearance have long since diverged from contemporary standards, leaving much to be desired. What astonished Li Mingyang most was the wealth that now seemed to have proliferated among the town's inhabitants. As he drove through, he spotted several luxury vehicles parked along the streets, including multiple Q7S and X5S, not to mention a plethora of 5 Series and A6S. To his utter disbelief, he even encountered a Mercedes G-Class and a Lincoln Navigator, both valued at over $1 million. The realization that such opulence could be found in his hometown left Li Mingyang feeling somewhat out of place with his own new car. Nevertheless, he remained unbothered by this reality. After all, a car should reflect one's personal taste. In fact, he preferred his fully equipped H5 over those ostentatious models, if nothing else. It was undeniably stylish. Why have you arrived so early? Aren't you busy with work? I recall you mentioning that you were in a crucial phase of your career. needing to solidify your popularity. Your father and I thought you wouldn't be home for the new year this year. Upon hearing her son's voice, Li Mingyang's mother hurriedly appeared at the door. Her steps quickened. As she beheld her son standing before her, a tremor of joy laced her voice. She had already braced herself for the prospect of spending the holiday alone with her husband. To her surprise, with nearly a week remaining until the new year, her son had returned home early. Mother, that was ages ago. My popularity is quite stable now. Besides, even if I were at home, I could still film a couple of videos. After all, carrying the weight of the world daily might have bored my audience by now. Sending some videos about returning home for the new year could indeed refresh the viewers' perspectives. Moreover, I have managed to accumulate a fair amount of wealth. As the ancients say, returning home in splendid attire is akin to walking in finery under the night sky. Having finally earned some money, it is only fitting that I return home to revel in my success, is it not? In the realm of hybrid vehicles, Li Mingyang possesses a remarkable knack for conversation, effortlessly bringing a smile to my mother's face, whose mood was initially a bit complicated. Well, since you've earned your keep, how you choose to spend it is entirely up to you. If you wish to flaunt a bit upon your return, as your mother, I have no objections. After all, your exuberance reflects positively on me as well, does it not? However, I must remind you that when you left, I repeatedly urged you not to overexert yourself at work. Just look at you. It seems you have lost quite a bit of weight since we last saw each other. Are you working too hard out there? Upon hearing this, Li Mingyang was about to retort but found himself silenced by his mother's continued remarks. But it's all right. You're back home for the new year. And during these festive days, I will ensure you are well fed. I aim to help you gain at least 20 pounds before you return to work. At this, Li Mingyang opened his mouth, only to swallow his protest back down. They say there is a phenomenon known as maternal perception of weight loss. And Li Mingyang found himself in that very predicament. In truth, he had not lost weight at all. Rather, he had grown taller, now standing at 188 meters, and had gained a solid 12 pounds. He truly could not discern where he had lost weight. Instead, he appeared more robust than ever. However, upon hearing his mother's plans to prepare delicious meals to help him regain his strength, a plethora of delectable dishes sprang to mind. His mother's culinary skills often left him marveling. It was a pity she did not run a restaurant. Had she chosen that path, her business would likely surpass the meager success of their small grocery store. Tempted by the allure of food, Li Mingyang sensibly chose to remain silent, wishing he could raise both hands and feet in agreement with his mother's intentions. There is no rush. I might not even return to my previous endeavors, as the audience has developed a sense of fatigue with the current content. Therefore, I am contemplating a transformation in my video approach, if feasible. I might conduct my work from our hometown in the future. After all, as a digital professional, I have no stringent requirements regarding my workplace. By the way, Mother, I've noticed our house is quite old. If possible, why don't we consider renovating it? There is no need to worry about finances. While I may not have a fortune, I can certainly manage a modest renovation with ease. Chapter 59, The Vision of Transformation and Initial Trials. Upon hearing Li Mingyang's words, my mother instinctively felt the urge to refuse. Although our house had indeed aged, it was still quite livable, and there seemed to be no necessity to squander money on a complete renovation. However, just as the words of rejection were on the tip of her tongue, she swallowed them back, not for any particular reason, but because she suddenly realized that her little darling was approaching the age of marriage. When the time comes for him to wed, preparations for a marital home would undoubtedly be essential. Rather than hastily arranging everything at that moment, it would be wise to commence the process now. Additionally, my mother harbored a small concern. It is often said that wealth can corrupt a man. Although she had watched her little one grow up, the allure of the worldly temptations could become overwhelming with newfound riches. What if he were to fall into bad habits with money at his disposal? As for the vices of indulgence, eating, drinking, and gambling, she could accept the first two, as satisfying one's appetite is a natural inclination. However, the last vice, particularly gambling, could lead to ruin if one is not careful. At least investing in the renovation of the house was a legitimate endeavor, making the expenditure seem reasonable. With these thoughts in mind, my mother not only refrained from rejecting the idea, but also nodded earnestly, even offering her own suggestions. Our house indeed needs some renovation. Since we are considering a remodel, let us do it thoroughly. There are numerous illogical structures that must be addressed. As the conversation shifted to house design, Li Mingyang felt overwhelmed by his mother's plans for various alterations. While he acknowledged that the living conditions would surely improve, he sensed a significant gap between her vision and his own desires. Therefore, before she could finish outlining her plans, he interjected, "Mom, I believe this approach may be overly complicated, and the results might not be satisfactory. The most critical point is that our house is over 20 years old. The original structure is outdated and lacks safety. I propose we demolish the current house entirely and skip hiring the local labor teams. Instead, we should enlist a professional construction team. In just 2 or 3 months, we could erect a new, spacious home with a modern frame structure and contemporary designs. A new house would undoubtedly surpass this old one in practicality." As he contemplated further, Li Mingyang added, "By the way, I recall there is quite a large expanse of vacant land behind our house that remains untapped. This time, as we embark on the construction of a new house, let us make use of this vacant land. When combined with our original foundation area, the new foundation will encompass around 500 to 600 square meters. We can clear the entire first floor and convert it into a supermarket, as it aligns with our family's business. Expanding our scale should yield a prosperous venture. As for the second floor, why not design it as the first? We could place our living quarters atop the supermarket, while the original second floor space could be transformed into a garden. The flat terrain, elevated position, and pleasant views would grant us a degree of privacy. I believe this design is quite reasonable. It certainly offers more utility than our current residence, even when you two grow old and wish to retire from business. The ample retail space below could easily fetch a decent rental income, providing a reliable source of revenue." As Li Mingyang spoke, he deftly sketched his vision onto the draft paper with a pencil. His mother, observing the rudimentary yet clear design, nodded in agreement. Indeed, such a layout would be quite advantageous, ensuring that their family's living quarters remain comfortable without interfering with business operations. In just a few exchanges, the matter of building the house was settled between Li Mingyang and his mother, leaving his father with no objections. The old man, with a carefree disposition, welcomed the idea of renovating their home, especially as it would be financed by Li Mingyang, thus sparing him any financial burden. Naturally, Comrade Li was fully supportive. After all, who does not appreciate a fine house or a splendid car? Subsequently, Li Mingyang effortlessly transferred 1 million yuan to his mother, allowing her to make preliminary expenditures. With several months remaining until the house's completion, he was confident that a substantial sum would arrive in due course. Building a house presents no overwhelming financial strain. Particularly since the scale of their design is modest, the primary construction will likely not exceed 1 million yuan. The remaining expenses will pertain to subsequent renovations and garden preparations, which can be addressed with the continuous influx of funds Li Mingyang anticipates. Yes, let us leave these items here. Also, I would appreciate your help in securing all the equipment properly. We wouldn't want it to become misaligned after only a few uses. Given the impending renovations of the old house and Li Mingyang's high standards for fitness equipment, the sizable nature of many items made them unsuitable for home storage. Thus, he opted to rent a small warehouse in town, measuring approximately 300 to 400 square meters, at a modest rental price. While the conditions are somewhat rudimentary, it suffices as Li Mingyang's personal fitness space. Li Mingyang has acquired a considerable amount of knowledge regarding fitness, believing himself to be on par with those so-called professional trainers. Now that he has returned to his hometown, he intends to seize this opportunity to engage in a comprehensive and intense workout regimen. This endeavor also represents his attempt at transformation, as he aspires to capture videos of his extreme training sessions, hoping to present something refreshing and innovative to online viewers, thereby achieving a new level of engagement and progress. The proliferation of fitness influencers on the internet is a testament to the significant interest and enthusiasm surrounding this field. The concept of extreme fitness that occupies his thoughts promises to be quite compelling. He envisions designing various challenges with the existing equipment, akin to his previous endeavor with stair climbing. Collaborating with other influencers could further enhance this venture, and the uniqueness of his extreme fitness routine would undoubtedly set him apart in the vast online landscape, eliminating any concerns of imitation. With such a striking contrast in his approach, Li Mingyang would effectively position himself above other influencers, swiftly earning the title of the foremost figure in the fitness realm. Chapter 60. Breaking Limits in 100 Days. 1, 2, 3. Go. The fitness equipment utilized here differs significantly from conventional apparatus. The majority of these items have been custom-made by Li Mingyang. Fortunately, despite having gifted his mother 1 million and spending over 200,000 on a vehicle, he still retains nearly 400,000. Compared to the expenses of large gyms, this sum may seem trivial, yet it suffices for Li Mingyang's personal fitness apparatus. Moreover, the rental cost for the space is negligible, amounting to just over $10,000 a year. Although he possesses only $400,000, it is more than adequate to fulfill Li Mingyang's diverse fitness requirements. Observing the porters, red-faced and straining, as they shouted to lift his barbells, Li Mingyang found himself both amused and exasperated. Since he had some idle time, he decisively stepped forward and offered, "No worries, gentlemen, allow me to handle this. You can attend to the other items." Li Mingyang's barbells are exceptionally heavy. For stability, they are welded together, with a starting weight of no less than 200 kilograms, or 440 pounds. It is entirely understandable that ordinary movers would struggle with such weight. Furthermore, on top of this 440 pounds, various weight plates can be added for further intensity. Such extreme workout equipment can only be managed by someone with Li Mingyang's extraordinary physique. Once all items were successfully transported and installed, night had already fallen. Fortunately, the warehouse was equipped with several lighting fixtures. Li Mingyang promptly installed several high-wattage bulbs. Even though it was dark outside and the warehouse lacked windows, it remained as bright as day inside, allowing him to meticulously finalize the details of his fitness equipment. Training for explosiveness, endurance, strength, agility, and reaction speed must encompass every conceivable aspect. Having resolutely decided to become a versatile warrior, it is imperative that he possesses no weaknesses in his physical attributes. Even if his natural talents vary, he must ensure that his most efficient area surpasses other strengths. While murmuring to himself, Li Mingyang leaned over his desk, meticulously planning his training regimen commencing the following day. Though the new year was merely days away, it had been several days since he last updated his followers. Time to drop a little bombshell for his audience. In this fast-paced digital age, if he were to remain absent much longer, he feared that his status as a prominent internet figure might soon fade. As the clock struck midnight, ushering in a new day, a refreshing wave of warmth washed over him, revitalizing his somewhat fatigued body. At this moment, Li Mingyang had just completed his physical training regimen, gazing at the once blank sheet now filled with densely written content. Even he could not help but be taken aback. Such a merciless endeavor to push one's physical limits could only be strictly adhered to by someone like him. If this training regimen were imposed on anyone else, even the most elite athlete in the world would find it impossible to maintain for long. The intensity of this regimen would undoubtedly be a devastating blow to the body. However, for Li Mingyang, this plan was indeed just right, integrating the knowledge he had diligently acquired over the past month, ensuring that every muscle and even organ was thoroughly tested, enabling his physique to strengthen at an astonishing pace. He intended to embark on this training program for an initial span of 100 days, although the daily training duration would remain constant. The equipment and weights could be progressively intensified in accordance with his evolving physical capabilities. He firmly believed that after 100 days of rigorous training, his body would emerge in a state of unparalleled strength. This was Li Mingyang's confidence in his unique advantage, his faith in this plan, and his unwavering determination. If he aspired to become the strongest man in the world, this was not a realm of fantasy where one could rely on innate gifts. He would have to pay the price of blood and sweat for that title and ambition. Even the name of this training plan struck him in an instant: Breakthrough Limits in 100 Days. With this thought, Li Mingyang could no longer remain seated. He resolved to create a small promotional video to warm up his upcoming content. He first took out his phone to carefully film the training plan in his hand, then swiftly rode his mother's small electric tricycle to the warehouse he had just prepared that day. He meticulously captured the various fitness equipment inside, and then, in a town thousands of kilometers away from Li Mingyang, a young enthusiast resembling a golden-haired lioness stirred from her slumber, responding to the crisp notification from her phone. "Unreasonable boss, you promised me an extended vacation, yet here I am being summoned in the middle of the night to work overtime." However, before Wang Yuqing's lament could finish, her phone chimed again with another crisp notification. Upon seeing the vibrant transfer of 200 yuan, she exclaimed, "Thank you, boss. You are so generous. I'll get up right away and ensure your video is edited within the hour." Li Mingyang thought, "Did I just sneeze? Is someone secretly criticizing me?" Wang Yuqing retorted, Who would be so heartless as to criticize such a wonderful boss? They better not let me catch them, or I'll make sure they face a barrage of mischief." Chapter 61. The First Day. Dad is the live streaming assistant. By the way, my dear child, I have noticed you busily engaged in various activities in that warehouse of yours these past few days. What exactly are you up to? In the dining room of Li Mingyang's family, there is no strict adherence to the saying no words during meals. On the contrary, Mealtime is a splendid opportunity for the family to engage in lively banter. It seems that if they don't gossip or exchange a few words during dinner, the dishes on the table might lose some of their flavor. As the conversation unfolded, it unexpectedly shifted to the topic of the warehouse Li Mingyang recently rented. This mischievous lad has been rather secretive, piquing the curiosity of his parents. The crucial point is that Li Mingyang's previous remarks have caught their attention, indicating that if possible, he intends to remain close to home and not venture out much. While it is inevitable that he will have to travel for work at times, the primary focus is to be in their hometown. Hence, his parents have developed certain conjectures regarding the purpose of this warehouse. They believe it is likely related to their son's work arrangements in the local area or perhaps a preparation necessitated by his job. Their inquiry is not driven by a desire to pry, but rather to see if there is any way they can be of assistance. After all, if circumstances allow, no one wishes for their family to be scattered far and wide. The ideal is to harmoniously blend work and life, living together as a family. There exists no greater happiness than this in the world. Thus, his parents genuinely wish to explore how they might be of help, sincerely hoping that their son can prioritize his work in their hometown. Of course, all of this is contingent upon Li Mingyang's future prospects. If there are no development opportunities at home, he must prioritize his career. Though living together as a family brings immense joy, it is essential to have a solid material foundation. If the three of them were to subsist on meager means, even spending every hour of the day together would not guarantee a happy life. In any case, his parents are nearing retirement, and they might as well follow in their son's footsteps when the time comes. If Li Mingyang is in a big city, they could simply relocate there. After all, his father's retirement pension would suffice. They could manage to get by in any city, and in places with a lower cost of living, they might even thrive. As for the contents of the warehouse, it is primarily prepared for filming videos and live streaming. You see, given the nature of my work now, engaging in manual labor seems less likely to captivate an audience. Therefore, I am contemplating a transformation into the realm of fitness. The warehouse is filled with various fitness equipment I have gathered during this time. I intend to take advantage of my stay in my hometown to explore this endeavor thoroughly. After all, fitness is not particularly suited for the hustle and bustle of big cities, especially with my unique approach to it. In a bustling metropolis, the likelihood of being reported for disturbing the peace is high, not to mention the significant increase in various costs. However, our quaint little town presents a stark contrast. Renting a warehouse here amounts to just over $10,000 a year, and there are ample spaces available for use. Let us embark on this venture and ascertain its potential. If it proves unviable, we shall contemplate alternative strategies. Li Mingyang's explanation to his parents was a blend of truth and embellishment, as every word resonated with his genuine thoughts. Yet, his true aspirations remained concealed, for his endeavors extended far beyond mere entertainment value. Primarily, he sought to forge his physique, laying a robust foundation for his ascent to the pinnacle of strength. Is everything in order? Is there any area where assistance is required? Although his parents were not well versed in the realm of online streaming and short videos, they were familiar with numerous individuals in this small town. Should any insurmountable or perplexing issues arise, they could offer substantial help. Upon hearing this, Li Mingyang initially intended to decline, for he was nearly prepared to commence his work. He merely needed to carve out some time to finalize a specific date to officially launch his ambitious 100-day challenge. However, the words of refusal lingered on his lips, suddenly swallowed as he realized that during the festive season, he would likely be without his assistant. After all, he had just granted the assistant a holiday, allowing them to enjoy their time at home, and it would be unreasonable to expect them to travel back across the country. Li Mingyang contemplated, acknowledging that he was indeed lacking a live streaming assistant. With this thought, he lifted his gaze, his eyes keenly fixed on his father. To be precise, he focused on his father, as his teaching profession afforded him the luxury of summer and winter breaks, while his mother, despite the festive period, was busy operating the family supermarket. Thus, aside from himself, the only truly available person who could lend assistance was his father. Moreover, after years of teaching, his father had prior experience with online classes, making the role of a modest live streaming assistant seemingly manageable. Hey, Dad, believe it or not, I actually have a task that requires your help, and you are the most suitable candidate in our family. With this realization, Li Mingyang wore a mischievous smile, envisioning the amusing image of his 50-something father being thrust into the world of live broadcasting. However, upon hearing Li Mingyang's request, his father felt an instinctive urge to decline, as he was indeed a man of over 50 years, ill-equipped for the demands of live streaming. The mere thought of holding a phone and speaking to himself, with thousands or even tens of thousands of spectators watching, made every toe of his tightened in apprehension. Even the soles of his shoes were nearly worn through from his incessant fidgeting. Yet faced with the piercing gaze of Li Mingyang and the deathly glare from his own wife beside him, Comrade Lao Li found himself unable to utter a word of refusal after much internal struggle, ultimately resigning himself to a silent nod of agreement. Rather than waiting for an auspicious day, Li Mingyang, feeling restless after several days of inactivity, resolved to embark on his plan early the next morning, if necessary. He could always pause for a brief respite during the celebrations of New Year's Eve and the first 2 days of the new year. After all, the priority was to engage his body and to familiarize himself with his exercise regimen. Thus, the following morning, while his father remained ensconced in slumber, Li Mingyang roused him, forcing him into action with a smartphone in hand. Don't be anxious, Dad. Just think of it as if you were attending an online class. It's perfectly fine if you feel a bit nervous or struggle to find the right words, as long as you keep the camera focused on me. That's all that matters. This is your first live stream, and it's alright if it doesn't go perfectly. Ultimately, the spotlight is on your son's performance, so there's no need to feel any pressure. Chapter 62. Pulling an 800-pound tire for 10 kilometers as a warm-up? Li Mingyang's thoughts were remarkably well-formed. Bringing his father along not only served as his live-streaming assistant, but also as a filming aid. Even while he was engaged in strenuous training, he could enjoy the amusing antics of his father, treating it as a form of entertainment and relaxation. However, what Li Mingyang could not have anticipated was that his elderly father would open with a thunderous greeting. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to watch the live stream of my little rascal. With this robust introduction, the old man was soon startled by the rapidly increasing number of viewers in the live stream. He promptly lowered his voice, cautiously muttering to himself, mistakenly believing he was speaking in solitude, oblivious to the fact that he was still wearing a microphone. Wow, there are already several thousand viewers just after starting the broadcast. Oh my, it's climbing. Over 10,000 already? Good heavens, in just a few minutes, so many people. If this were a live sales event, how much could be earned? What to do? Speaking in front of so many people for the first time makes me a bit nervous. I hope I won't embarrass myself. It must be said that old Mr. Li possessed a certain charisma suited for live streaming. As soon as he spoke, the chat room erupted with excitement. Is this the old man? He looks like a normal person, yet how could he have produced such an extraordinary son? Does anyone up there dare to speak? What? The old man is clearly our beloved friend and brother. Hey, don't you fear being caught by Yonggu in real life for saying that? I can hear you loud and clear from Syria. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the genetic lineage of Yang Ji's family is indeed formidable. Although the old man had aged somewhat, he bore a remarkable resemblance to his son, Yonggu. The conversation in the live stream meandered for quite some time until Li Mingyang could no longer contain himself and spoke up. Welcome to all the brothers in the live chat. I believe many of you are already aware of the content of today's live stream. Indeed, we are embarking on a 100-day challenge to push our limits, officially commencing today. However, today can also be regarded as a trial version. Primarily, it serves to familiarize myself with various activities, especially since it is the festive season. Even if we don't consider today as part of our program, we should be ready to kick off by the first or second day of the new year. My goal is straightforward. Through a rigorous 100-day training regimen, I aim to discover the extent of my physical capabilities after this period. I trust that many of you have already reviewed the training list I posted earlier. I must emphasize, however, that I do not recommend that ordinary individuals follow my regimen. This list is not a stepping stone to strength, but could very well become a harbinger of danger. The human body cannot withstand such intense training. So I urge all brothers to exercise extreme caution. At this point, Li Mingyang took a deep breath and sipped from his mineral water before continuing his introduction. In this training regimen, I do not resemble those bulky muscle-bound individuals who merely pursue strength and speed. In fact, I can confidently assert that rapid acceleration was never a consideration for me from the outset. This training is comprehensive, encompassing strength, speed, endurance, agility, and various other facets. I intend to engage in sufficient training across nearly all disciplines, striving to evolve into a multifaceted warrior. So, I invite everyone to anticipate the transformation that will unfold over these 100 days. What remarkable state will my physical metrics achieve? As Li Mingyang began to establish his rhythm, the comments in the live stream gradually shifted focus, turning their attention to the array of hardcore equipment within the warehouse. Excellent. I now firmly believe that these 100 days will push the limits. Just observing the various apparatus here sends shivers down my spine. By the way, is that large metal contraption a barbell? If I am not mistaken, it appears to be directly welded together, right? I would conservatively estimate its weight to be several hundred pounds. Other equipment, while not particularly refined in appearance, exudes a wild energy. The comments from upstairs were overly cautious. I sensed that any single piece of equipment here, in my hands, would not only hinder my training, but could potentially crush me. Li Mingyang paid little mind to the barrage of comments in the live stream, instead quietly donning his training gear. Despite possessing a unique ability that revives him at midnight, he did not wish to sustain any injuries during his training. Though all negative conditions would dissipate after midnight, prior to that moment, all the suffering remained his to bear. Thus, to exercise prudence, he dutifully adorned himself with various professional athletic attire. Though it is winter, today the weather is rather pleasant. With the sun shining outside, an ideal day for exercise. It is said that the key to a productive day lies in the morning. Therefore, before embarking on intense training, we must first warm up. Today's training plan will commence with a 10 kilometers warm-up. Upon his declaration, the live stream erupted with comments. Is that it? After just a few days, our Yangge has reached this level? We expected some grand move upon his return, yet it's merely at 10 kilometers. Surely, after this 10 kilometers, any of us could accomplish it. Observing the various critical remarks from the viewers, Li Mingyang chose not to elaborate excessively. Instead, he directed the camera towards a massive tire behind him. Ordinary running would hardly provide an adequate warm-up effect, so for today's 10 kilometers, I intend to complete it while pulling this tire, which weighs a staggering 800 pounds. Chapter 63, The Stubborn Father. Back in my day, with a whimsical air, Li Mingyang secured the comically oversized tire around his waist with a rope, effortlessly dragging it to the entrance. After performing a few simple stretches, he was ready to commence his workout. At that moment, he was taken aback to see his father standing beside him, phone in hand. Wait, Dad. Are you really planning to run 10 kilometers while holding your phone? Li Mingyang's tone expressed genuine astonishment. It wasn't disdain for his father's age, but rather an understanding of his physical limitations. For Li Mingyang, a 10-kilometer run was not particularly daunting, even with the burden of a heavy tire. However, considering his father's physique, the idea of keeping pace for such a distance seemed ludicrous. Even a simple walk of that length would likely exhaust the older gentleman. Yet, it appeared that Li Mingyang's incredulous gaze stung his father's pride, prompting him to retort defiantly, "What's the big deal? It's just 10 kilometers. Back in my day, hearing that familiar opening line, Li Mingyang rolled his eyes in exasperation. The veracity of such claims was hardly worth debating, especially when his father was now in his 50s. Dad, you've already acknowledged that those were your youthful days. Now that you're older, it's wise to avoid overexertion. The last thing I need is for you to wear yourself out today. If you're too tired tomorrow, who will assist me with my live stream?" With this, Li Mingyang gestured toward his mother's little electric scooter, clearly suggesting that his father should opt for that instead. Observing his son's dismissive demeanor, old Li felt an urge to argue, yet the daunting prospect of 10 kilometers loomed large in his mind. Only the young would stubbornly insist on pushing their limits. A truly mature man recognizes the boundaries of his own body. Thus, despite the comical undertones in his expression, old Li complied, mounting the electric scooter and securing his phone in the holder above. After adjusting the angle, he trailed behind Li Mingyang, ensuring he could capture the young man's athletic endeavors. With a resounding rumble, the 800-pound tire seemed as light as a feather under Li Mingyang's determination, not hindering his pace in the slightest. From the outset, he maintained a steady speed, running several kilometers without any indication of slowing down. Were it not for the jarring sound of the tire scraping against the gravel, one might suspect the whole scene was fabricated. Recognizing this, his father occasionally reduced the speed of the scooter, directing the camera toward the distinct marks left by the tire on the ground. I tell you, this brat has undoubtedly inherited my robust physique. Back in my day, I could conquer far more than just 10 kilometers. A tire of such considerable size has been dragged along all day, yet I am utterly unfazed. It must be said that whether this recent live broadcast has activated some extraordinary switch within Comrade Li remains uncertain. From initial shyness to unabashed bragging in just about half an hour, this little old man has become quite the raconteur in the streaming room. Although nearly all viewers recognize his embellishments, the atmosphere and engagement in the live stream have turned out to be unexpectedly delightful. Indeed, as Uncle remarked, your generation endured great hardships. You developed your robust physiques from a young age, traversing mountains and scaling walls just to attend school. It is no wonder that the current youth cannot compare to those of yesteryears. Our parents, too, emerged from a crucible of trials and tribulations. The sentiments expressed from above resonate well. Our generation ought to learn diligently from these venerable predecessors. Who could argue otherwise? I recall my father effortlessly lifting and carrying burdens of 400 to 500 pounds with ease. As for Comrade Lee's rhetoric, the viewers in the live stream are quite familiar with it, especially the elders at home who enjoy a drink or two. Almost every post-drinking conversation inevitably veers towards such topics, as if in their narratives, they were all heroic figures leaping across rooftops. Or perhaps they consider themselves extreme athletes. Surviving to this day is, in itself, a remarkable feat now. Upon hearing that Li Mingyang's father espouses similar sentiments, the audience cannot help but join in with light-hearted banter. There is little malice in their teasing. They simply relish the amusement of the situation. Naturally, Comrade Lee is aware of the viewer's thoughts. After all, he closely observed his son's expressions when he shared these tales. Yet, he remains unperturbed, as he puts it. Idleness is not preferable. Why not entertain the youthful audience in the live stream? To the brothers in the stream, should anyone find ordinary warm-ups insufficient for eliciting a workout effect? And if one feels sufficiently capable, they may consider adopting my warm-up methods. If our own weight fails to provide adequate resistance, we might as well utilize external aids. Regardless of their simplicity, anything that fosters our physical development is a boon. A distance of 10 kilometers is roughly equivalent to 2 laps around the town. With Li Mingyang's extraordinary stamina, he accomplished this remarkable task in just over an hour. Upon returning to the warehouse, he first wiped away his sweat with a towel, then downed nearly half a bottle of mineral water before addressing the audience in a teasing tone. Excellent. I've mastered it. I've truly mastered it. Thank you, dear host, for your insightful guidance. Had you not mentioned it, I would have remained oblivious to the fact that one could drag an 800-pound tire for a distance of 10 kilometers. I must admit, the weight of 800 pounds seems rather insufficient. Perhaps I should consider tethering a semi-trailer behind me instead. I must say, the netizens within the live stream possess quite the wit, as even the legendary artifact of time travel, the semi-trailer, has made its appearance. Chapter 64. The attention of the former Asian heavyweight champion. Gentlemen, now that our warm-up has concluded, it is time to transition into our next endeavor. This particular exercise is one that many of you may have heard of. It is undoubtedly the optimal choice for cultivating explosive power and strength. Solely focusing on strength training can yield rigid muscles lacking the agility of explosive power. Hence, to ensure one possesses formidable strength while simultaneously maintaining sufficient explosiveness, numerous fitness experts have devised various methods. However, when it comes to the simplest yet most effective technique, it is undoubtedly the one we are about to witness. As Li Mingyang spoke, he dragged the tire, which had accompanied him for a full 10 kilometers, to a nearby open space. Simultaneously, he sprinted to a corner of the warehouse and retrieved an enormous iron hammer, the weight of which was strikingly impressive. This hammer was significantly larger than those typically found on construction sites, clearly custom-made and not available in stores. After all, it is not something an average person could easily maneuver. This behemoth undoubtedly weighed no less than 20 pounds, and it could very well exceed 30 pounds. Li Mingyang meticulously showcased this extraordinary hammer in the live stream, stating, for those who have deduced its purpose, the sport I am referring to is none other than striking tires with a hammer. This is not a whimsical notion conjured by the host. Such training methods are widely employed by boxers, particularly heavyweight fighters, who dedicate several hours daily to tire training in order to ensure they possess fierce explosiveness. Of course, there are various other training techniques involved, but hammering tires remains one of the most iconic. The hammer in my hand was custom-made, weighing precisely 30 pounds. To substantiate his claim, Li Mingyang produced a digital scale and placed the hammer upon it. The scale read 30.03 pounds, a clear indication that Li Mingyang's assertion was indeed accurate, effectively silencing the naysayers in the live chat. As Li Mingyang prepared to commence his tire training, an individual of considerable renown quietly entered the live stream. At first glance, one would hardly suspect that this seemingly unremarkable, even somewhat unattractive, portly man was a former heavyweight champion. Although he was merely the Asian heavyweight champion, he possessed a substantial reputation within the domestic boxing arena. Had it not been for an unfortunate incident that left him with a limp, his name might still shine brightly in the annals of boxing history. In fact, Wang Daniu had been following Li Mingyang for quite some time, for the latter's extraordinary physical talent was undeniably remarkable, catching the attention of numerous professionals. One might even describe it as dazzling. The unpretentious name of our former Asian heavyweight boxing champion belies the fact that he has been quietly observing the progress of Li Mingyang, one of the professionals keenly interested in his development. In fact, Wang Daniu's regard for Li Mingyang is more fervent than that of many others, as he perceives tremendous potential in the young athlete. This is partly due to Li Mingyang's physique, which seems to strengthen at a remarkable rate. The once relatively short and slender Li Mingyang appears to have undergone a second growth spurt recently, with his height now nearing 1.9 meters. While Wang Daniu has not measured him precisely, his years of experience in the sports industry allow him to confidently estimate that Li Mingyang's height is indeed around that mark. Should he continue to grow a few more centimeters, coupled with his considerable wingspan and extraordinary physical gifts, the mere thought of such possibilities sends a thrilling rush through Wang Daniu's veins. However, perhaps due to Li Mingyang's still developing skills, Wang Daniu has yet to approach him directly. Nevertheless, today, upon witnessing Li Mingyang preparing for his hammer training, Wang Daniu could not suppress his curiosity. Initially intending to merely observe and then attend to his own affairs, he found himself captivated by the impressive hammer. Bang! Before Wang Daniu could fully process his complex thoughts, Li Mingyang had already commenced his vigorous workout in the live stream. Though he had not previously engaged in such training, Li Mingyang was not entirely unfamiliar with the dynamics of hammering. It is rare for a rural child not to have felt the weight of a hammer at some point. After all, with a powerful and forceful swing, he brought the hammer down, and, buoyed by the tire's resilient elasticity, it rebounded with a deep thud, nearly slipping from his grasp due to the unexpected recoil. Fortunately, Li Mingyang's extensive high-intensity training had not been in vain. He quickly regained control of the hammer with his exceptional physique. Witnessing this somewhat comical scene from his perch on the sofa, Wang Daniu could not help but smile, though the grimness of his expression lent an air of intimidation. As the eyes of tens of thousands of viewers in the live stream focused on Li Mingyang, his technique with the hammer visibly matured. The hammer, weighing over 30 pounds, seemed to dance in his hands, and with each strike, the exaggerated tire beneath him contorted to its limits. Moreover, under the clever direction of old Li, the camera captured not only the tire's distortion, but also the vibrations coursing through the once solid concrete floor with each powerful blow. The ordinary viewers in the live broadcast were left agape, their faces a canvas of bewilderment, as they gained a profound understanding of the phrase "a beast in human skin." Even those unacquainted with the nuances of the situation were similarly affected, let alone Wang Daniu, who had been closely following Li Mingyang. Witnessing such exaggerated strength and formidable explosive power, Wang Daniu was nearly brought to tears, unable to contain his excitement as he sprang to his feet from the sofa. This was indeed the talent he had been searching for all these years. Chapter 65, Height and Physique are further developing. Only Wang Daniu knew the profound regret that lingered in his heart following that fateful accident. He could have been regarded as a rising star in the heavyweight boxing arena, having already reached the pinnacle of Asia and poised to conquer the world. Yet, just as everything seemed within reach, calamity struck. A car accident resulted in a shattering fracture of his right knee, and despite seeking the world's foremost orthopedic specialists and residing in the finest hospital, the nature of such an injury rendered complete recovery an unattainable dream, particularly in that era. Consequently, without exception, this once promising star plummeted from the sky, like a shooting star within a mere few months. As memories of the past resurfaced, Wang Daniu felt tears welling up in his eyes, his fists unconsciously clenching. After all these years, he had nearly reconciled himself to reality, acknowledging the inherent limitations of his lineage. In the lighter weight classes, one might argue that his countrymen could hold their own against anyone. However, when it came to the heavyweight division, the disparities in physique became starkly apparent, whether one accepted it or not. There was little room for naturally gifted individuals from his homeland in that arena. Even with sufficient height and weight, other physical attributes often fell short. For years, Wang Daniu had been resolutely dedicated to discovering a promising talent, someone capable of inheriting his legacy. Yet, despite the passage of time, he had not encountered a single young athlete, either online or offline, whose physical gifts could rival his own. As he aged, whether it was a sense of resignation or newfound acceptance, he gradually ceased his training. Much like Thor after the events of Avengers: Infinity War, He found himself gaining weight at an alarming rate, transforming into a formidable yet corpulent figure, devoid of the fierce appearance that once resembled a Tyrannosaurus Rex charging into the boxing ring. However, from this moment onward, all of that belonged to the past, for he had finally discovered the person he had been searching for over the past decade or two. This individual was none other than Li Mingyang, featured in a video. Although Wang Danyi had been closely monitoring Li Mingyang for some time, the latter's height and weight had previously left much to be desired. Now, having witnessed Li Mingyang's remarkable strength, Wang Danyi genuinely believed that even if the young man's physique could only reach a certain limit, with such extraordinary physical gifts and a commitment to training, he would undoubtedly carve out his own path in the ring. He could even bring glory to their nation. Not to mention, based on Wang Danyi's estimations, Li Mingyang's physical development was unlikely to plateau, promising further gains in strength and other areas. Li Mingyang seems to possess considerable potential yet to be explored, at least during the time that Wang Danyi has been paying attention. Li Mingyang has consistently demonstrated a visibly impressive rate of progress. Not only is there no indication of a slowdown, but with the continuous acquisition and reinforcement of specialized knowledge, the pace of Li Mingyang's improvement is accelerating. It is evident that this is far from the limit of his physical capabilities. Contemplating this, Wang Danyi can no longer contain his excitement. Observing the exercises Li Mingyang is currently undertaking, he cannot help but express his thoughts candidly. The approach is rather rudimentary. Indeed, too simplistic. How can such extraordinary physical talent be nurtured through such basic and brute methods? While these exercises are certainly more beneficial than ordinary routines, they lack the specificity needed to truly forge a body into a formidable weapon on the arena. It might have sufficed in the past, but now that Wang Danyi has set his mind to it, he cannot continue to merely observe. Without a moment to spare to tidy up, he hastily grabbed a few outfits from his wardrobe and stuffed them into his suitcase. Wang Danyi promptly booked the next available flight to the location where Li Mingyang resides. Although Li Mingyang possesses exceptional abilities that surpass those of ordinary individuals, it must be acknowledged that he is undeniably hard on himself. After completing all his training tasks for the day, it was nearly 10 p.m. Even with such extraordinary physical prowess, he was utterly exhausted at this hour. Collapsing onto the ground without regard for his appearance, breathing heavily and unconcerned about the dust beneath him. Witnessing this scene, neither his father nearby nor the viewers in the live stream ridiculed him. After all, they had observed him diligently progressing through each grueling training session since morning, completing one seemingly extreme task after another. If they were to reflect honestly, they would find that even completing a single task would leave them utterly spent. Yet, under the gaze of all, Li Mingyang persevered through every challenge, willing to endure fatigue to the point of collapse. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of admiration filled the hearts of all witnesses. I have a strong premonition that the achievements of this streamer will undoubtedly extend far beyond what is presently visible. With such determination, given the right platform and opportunity to showcase his talents, he is bound to soar to great heights in any endeavor he undertakes. In other live streams, if a viewer were to express such sentiments, they would likely be met with a swarm of detractors. Comments questioning the worth of their opinions or demanding monetary compensation would flood the chat. However, in Li Mingyang's live stream, not only were there no such detractors, but rather, almost all viewers instinctively concurred with the sentiment expressed. It is often said that genius is composed of 99 perspiration and merely one inspiration. While many assert that without that elusive one of inspiration, the 99 of hard work is rendered futile, it remains undeniable that without the substantial effort represented by that 99, a genius would struggle to illuminate the world with their unique brilliance. In the hearts of many, Li Mingyang is undoubtedly perceived as an exceptionally gifted individual who is equally industrious, a true prodigy. The potential achievements awaiting him provoke a sense of uncertainty among netizens, as they ponder over his future and realize that no matter the heights he may reach, they would not be particularly astonished. Son, it's time to rise after a brief rest. Lying down after vigorous exercise is not beneficial for your health. You ought to move about a bit. His father continued. By the way, have you noticed? It seems your clothes and trousers have shrunk yet again. Could it be that your second growth spurt is still in progress? You appear to have gained quite a bit of height since before. As Li Mingyang stood up, his father, who had been observing him quietly throughout the day, suddenly remarked, "Is that so?" Upon hearing this, Li Mingyang belatedly recognized the truth in his father's words. His garments indeed felt considerably tighter than before. Chapter 66, The True Man Challenge. Welcome to the Reality Check. having recently purchased these garments in response to a significant surge in my height and weight. It has only been a matter of months since then. Yet, I find myself perplexed by the sudden need to reassess my measurements. It is apparent that these clothes now seem a tad constricting. I am acutely aware of my weight gain, a consequence of my rigorous daily training regimen coupled with my dietary choices. If my physique were not to expand, that would indeed be a cause for concern. However, what astonishes me is the seemingly unexpected increase in my height. Although I was once dissatisfied with my stature at 176 centimeters, I had found satisfaction in my previous measurement. Yet, the thought of my height continuing to ascend indefinitely conjures images of me transforming into a hulking figure akin to the Hulk, which sends a shiver down my spine. Such a physique would be excessively exaggerated and foolish, certainly not my aspiration. Regardless of my preferences, I find myself at an impasse regarding my current condition, as the only solution would be to cease my intense training. Yet, when faced with that option, I would rather embrace the notion of becoming a formidable beast like the Hulk. After all, this transformation would not adversely affect my health. In fact, it would endow me with extraordinary physical prowess. Most importantly, should I achieve such a physique, I would undoubtedly reap substantial financial rewards for any endeavor I undertake. Even if my appearance diverges from the norm, the prospect of possessing considerable wealth would afford me a lifestyle far more lavish than that of the average person. I had not previously considered this, but now that it has been brought to my attention, I too sense the change. With the equipment readily available, why not measure my current height and weight? As I instinctively scratch the back of my head and glance upwards, I notice that the once comfortably loose clothing now clings to my form like a second skin. My prominently developed biceps appear as though they might rupture the sleeves at any moment. Witnessing this transformation, both my father and the viewers in the live stream involuntarily blink in astonishment. Reflecting on my physique when I first began my video account, it is astonishing how rapidly my appearance has evolved. Whereas I once embodied the essence of a fresh-faced young man, I now exude the aura of a fierce predator. My handsome visage still intact, but imbued with a palpable aggression. The very essence of my being radiates an overwhelming sense of dominance. The task of measuring my height and weight is relatively straightforward, requiring less than a minute to complete. With that brief interval, I have acquired the latest statistics of my physique, and both my father and I concur that I have indeed grown taller. My current height has surpassed 9 meters, reaching an impressive 91 meters. The most astonishing transformation is not merely in height, but rather in Li Mingyang's weight. If his previous weight could be deemed within a normal range, the current Li Mingyang can only be described as resembling a ferocious beast cloaked in human skin. Though his physique appears robust, one would hardly anticipate such a weight without stepping on the scale, an impressive 121 kilograms, which translates to a staggering 241 jin. Within a mere few months, his weight has surged by dozens of jin, which undoubtedly explains why his former garments have suddenly become quite constricting. Even considering the increase in his bone density and muscle mass, it remains a vast amount of flesh. It's inevitable that his frame would appear more formidable. This is extraordinary. It seems that no other adjective suffices to encapsulate such a physique coupled with such weight. It is no exaggeration to assert that the strength of the broadcaster's body has undoubtedly surpassed that of the average human. To be candid, had I not witnessed the broadcaster's gradual transformation, I might have suspected him of clandestinely using steroids. Those who are blind to this reality must ask themselves, what sort of hormones could sculpt such a physique? The rigid muscles that are all too obvious contrast sharply with the explosive and dynamic musculature of the broadcaster, which is an entirely different matter altogether. In light of the discussions within the streaming room, Li Mingyang remained unfazed, calmly signaling for his father to terminate the broadcast. Having already streamed for over 10 hours today, he had more than fulfilled his work hours. Indeed, he had far exceeded them. Were it not for his fatigue and the inopportune timing, he might have wished to test his current physical data, eager to discover how much he had progressed since his last assessment. Although he had yet to conduct such a test, a premonition stirred within him, suggesting he had indeed made significant strides once again. However, he resolved that any future data testing would not be broadcasted live. His previous assessment had already been nothing short of sensational, with several metrics nearing world records. Now, having made considerable advancements, he genuinely feared that continuing to test live might lead to his abrupt disappearance from this world, transforming him into a living specimen in some clandestine laboratory. Today's video editing was commendable, particularly the captivating title. It resonated with me. I must commend the assistant for their remarkable efficiency. They even managed to send over the edited footage of today's stream without requiring any direction from Li Mingyang. The foremost element was a strikingly eye-catching title, Real Man Challenge, Come and Debunk. Following this, the video showcased the highlights of Li Mingyang during his trainings, serving as a compilation of his most impressive moments, accompanied by exhilarating background music that stirred the spirit. Even Li Mingyang, the very individual who experienced it firsthand, felt an irresistible urge to undergo another round of training after viewing the footage. After generously transferring a bonus of 500 yuan to his assistant, he eagerly uploaded the video to his account. In his heart, he harbored a vague anticipation that perhaps someone might be intrigued enough by the title to come forth and challenge him. Engaging in some playful competition could indeed prove to be quite entertaining. Chapter 67. An Unexpected Visitor. Be My Apprentice. While Li Mingyang lay soundly asleep in his bed, on the other side, Wang Daniyu had just disembarked from a direct flight to the provincial capital. To become a top-tier professional boxer, Wang Daniyu's character was far from indecisive. Having resolved to personally persuade a talent of Li Mingyang's caliber to join him as a protege, he understood the necessity of demonstrating both the requisite attitude and prowess. Making the trip in person was merely the first step. Wang Daniyu was confident that, bolstered by his past accolades and a wealth of expertise, securing Li Mingyang as a mentee would pose no significant challenge. Furthermore, Wang Daniyu had gleaned much from Li Mingyang's training regimen. Noting that the young man harbored ambitions in boxing, the diverse array of exercises he engaged in suggested a serious preparation for stepping into the ring. After all, it was unlikely that a common fitness enthusiast would adopt such an eclectic training schedule or aspire to eliminate any weaknesses, aiming instead to become a versatile athlete. Given these observations, Wang Daniyu was compelled to make his decision swiftly. He packed minimally and promptly purchased a last-minute flight ticket. As he gazed at the location on his phone's navigation system, he realized that despite it being late at night with no direct buses to the small town, his former status as a top professional boxer coupled with a modicum of good fortune played in his favor. Years ago, he had invested his savings into several properties which, over a decade later, had appreciated immensely, ensuring that he was financially secure. Each month, the rental income alone was substantial. Thus, he pondered, how much for a ride to this location? I'll cover the fare for a day. Will 800 yuan suffice? Although financially comfortable, Wang Daniyu was no fool. The navigation indicated that the journey would take approximately 3 hours each way, including rest and meal breaks. The entire trip would not exceed 6 to 7 hours. Even at a leisurely pace, 8 hours would be ample time. Subtracting travel and fuel expenses, the 800 yuan would still yield a profit of around 400 yuan. Dad, let us go. You did quite well as my live stream assistant yesterday. Let us keep the momentum going today. Under the watchful gaze of a visibly concerned old Li Mingyang, seemingly unfazed, eagerly set off toward the warehouse. Previously, his father had been worried that such rigorous daily training might impair his son's health. Yet now, observing Li Mingyang, who had appeared utterly exhausted last night, rejuvenated this morning with an undeniable vitality and not a hint of fatigue on his countenance, Old Li found himself deeply resonating with the netizen's earlier description of his son as abnormal. Here it comes again, although this was not the first time witnessing such a sight. Each occurrence left one questioning the humanity of the streamer. After enduring an astonishing amount of training yesterday, how could he be so fully revitalized in just a single night? Is such physical prowess truly attainable by an ordinary human being? As the clock struck 8:30 a.m., under Old Li's adept guidance, the live streaming room was swiftly activated. The moment the camera focused on the energetic Li Mingyang, the audience could not help but begin their banter. Every normal individual has experienced profound fatigue, typically. One would expect to awaken the next day with sore, aching muscles. Yet, in Li Mingyang's case, such common signs seemed entirely absent, suggesting that his physical gifts were indeed extraordinary. As per the usual routine, today also commenced with a 10 kilometers warm-up. After rising this morning, Li Mingyang distinctly noticed an enhancement in his physical condition compared to yesterday, affirming that his training regimen was remarkably well-suited for him. Consequently, his enthusiasm for training today surged beyond that of the previous day, even adorning his face with an eager anticipation. In a matter of moments, he secured the tire ropes around his waist, greeted the live stream audience, and prepared to embark on today's exercise plan. However, at that moment, an unexpected visitor appeared at the warehouse entrance. "Hello, can I help you?" Even Li Mingyang was momentarily taken aback by the imposing figure before him. Instinctively, he switched to Mandarin for communication, as the individual's physique seemed far beyond what one would expect from someone in their midst. Towering at nearly 2 meters tall, this person possessed an exceptionally robust build. Despite the visible layers of excess weight on both the belly and face, the underlying muscularity subtly revealed itself with every movement, indicating that this was no ordinary overweight individual. In an instant, Li Mingyang concluded in his mind, this isn't simply a heavy-set person. Hello, you must be Li Mingyang. The visitor began. I'm here to see you, and was wondering if you had time to talk somewhere privately. At this juncture, Wang Daniyu seemed to recollect something and quickly added, by the way, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Wang Daniyu, a former professional boxer. If you have any doubts, feel free to search for my name online. You should find relevant information. Upon hearing this, Li Mingyang did not hesitate. He promptly pulled out his phone and began to search for the information right before the visitor's eyes. Numerous online viewers in the live broadcast room displayed similar reactions, for it was evident that the tall, middle-aged man before them was no ordinary individual. Although his demeanor did not suggest that he was seeking confrontation, the old adage holds true, knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in 100 battles. Gaining further insight into the other party can only be beneficial. Suddenly, an exclamation of astonishment escaped from Li Mingyang's lips. With a look of sheer surprise, he fixed his intense gaze upon the middle-aged man before him. Despite the noticeable changes in his appearance due to excess weight, Li Mingyang could still connect this visage to the rugged countenance of his youth. Are you Wang Daniyu, the Asian heavyweight champion? The one heralded over a decade ago as the most promising Asian contender in the global boxing arena? Upon witnessing the astonishment etched on Li Mingyang's face, Wang Daniyu could not suppress a hint of pride. Although he had succumbed to the inevitability of age and weight, he had once basked in the glow of glory. However, the memory of a tragic accident soon clouded his expression with a fleeting sense of melancholy. Yet, this sorrow dissipated upon encountering Li Mingyang, for Wang Daniyu perceived a far greater talent in him. If he himself had been a contender for the world stage, then Li Mingyang was undoubtedly destined to claim the championship belt. Indeed, those are merely remnants of the past. The reason I have taken the liberty to intrude upon you today is to inquire. At this juncture, Wang Daniyu hesitated momentarily, but ultimately continued, Li Mingyang, would you become my disciple? Chapter 68. The late emperor's ambition shifted to boxing. At this juncture, Wang Daniyu, apprehensive of a potential refusal from Li Mingyang, hastened to elaborate further. I can discern the significance behind your training regimen. If I am not mistaken, you must harbor a certain yearning for boxing, correct? Take, for instance, the training exercise of swinging the hammer to strike the tire, which, as you mentioned, is predominantly an endeavor undertaken by boxers. Moreover, such training methods were quite prevalent in our era, and many other exercises unmistakably reflect the shadows of boxers' training techniques. Given your aspirations in this direction, and my modest proficiency in the sport, while I cannot claim to accompany you to the very end, I can at least serve as a mentor to introduce you to the fundamentals. Upon concluding his remarks, Wang Daniyu anxiously fixed his gaze upon Li Mingyang's expression. Fearing the possibility of a rejection, Li Mingyang represented Wang Daniyu's last glimmer of hope. Should he decline, Wang Daniyu pondered, he would find it exceedingly difficult to identify a more fitting candidate. Simultaneously, the viewers in the live stream began to take notice of the unfolding situation. Previously, they had been perplexed by Li Mingyang's sudden engagement in such training. Although it was visually striking, the monotonous exercises lacked the entertainment value of his earlier videos. Indeed, even the most captivating spectacles can induce aesthetic fatigue after repeated viewings, rendering them rather mundane. To many fans, Li Mingyang's choice was incomprehensible, but upon hearing Wang Daniyu's words, the realization dawned upon them. No wonder, it turned out that Li Mingyang intended to pursue a path in boxing. After a moment of bewilderment, the viewers in the live stream could hardly contain their excitement. They had envisioned numerous potential trajectories for Li Mingyang's career. Yet they had never anticipated that the very host they had initially supported for his remarkable ability to carry heavy loads would one day ascend to the boxing ring. Moreover, this was the former Asian boxing champion who had voluntarily stepped forward to offer his mentorship to Li Mingyang. Although they had grown accustomed to Li Mingyang's extraordinary physique and talent over time, Wang Daniyu was the first professional to approach him. In that moment, a peculiar sense of pride welled up within nearly everyone in the live stream, akin to witnessing a beloved pet transform into a military dog. Perhaps that analogy is not entirely fitting. Rather, It was as if someone they had watched grow up had suddenly achieved remarkable success. Seeing Li Mingyang remain silent for an extended period, even the viewers in the live stream began to grow anxious. What are you waiting for, host? Hurry up and accept his offer. Although our Asian champion has been absent from the boxing arena for many years, it was due to unforeseen circumstances. We have thoroughly investigated the other party's background, and indeed, they're a rare powerhouse. If it weren't for an unfortunate accident. Host, what are you still hesitating for? Such a golden opportunity lies before you, and yet you failed to seize it? Amidst the sparse barrage of comments in the live stream, Li Mingyang paid no attention to them, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Daniyu before him. He had gathered some information about this man and was aware that he was undoubtedly a top-tier talent. In the realm of heavyweight boxing, it would be difficult to find anyone superior within the country. The sudden appearance of such an industry titan, expressing a desire to take him on as a disciple, felt akin to a pie falling from the sky and landing right in his lap. However, Li Mingyang was acutely aware of the adage that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Such propositions could not be accepted lightly. He must ascertain what the other party truly sought from him. Despite his exceptional physical talent, Li Mingyang was confident that, even without a professional coach, he could ascend to the pinnacle step by step. After all, the saying that sheer strength can overcome technique is not mere jest, as long as he continued to progress. Even the most seasoned master could be bested. Yet, if he were to act impulsively and agree to terms without understanding the implications, he risked signing a myriad of confusing contracts. Such cautionary tales abound in the world, and Li Mingyang knew he had to tread carefully. Why have you sought me out? Be specific. What is your purpose in approaching me? After a moment of contemplation, Li Mingyang fixed his gaze on Wang Daniyu and spoke. Upon hearing this, Wang Daniyu reflected on his approach, realizing that his unexpected visit might have aroused Li Mingyang's suspicions. While somewhat amused, he felt a sense of satisfaction. The contest within the boxing ring is not merely a test of strength. In this industry, every step could lead one into traps set by others. And possessing such vigilance was not a flaw but rather a virtue. You need not worry. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. To put it differently, I am not in need of money. My purpose in seeking you out is to fulfill a long-held aspiration of mine. The world of boxing is dominated by Caucasians and African Americans, and I yearn to see a heavyweight champion of our own Asian heritage. I was prepared to abandon this dream, yet at that moment, I stumbled upon you online. I must say, your talent is truly the finest I have ever encountered. Bar none. Therefore, though it may be somewhat presumptuous, I took the initiative to reach out to you. Chapter 69, Coach. Another physical test. Upon hearing these words, Li Mingyang could not help but acknowledge that the hefty figure before him was indeed a remarkable talent, and the sincerity displayed was undeniably substantial. Traveling countless miles just to recruit someone like himself was no small feat, however, when it came to the notion of apprenticeship mentioned by the other party. Li Mingyang felt no inclination whatsoever. After all, what era are we in? The concept of master and disciple seems rather antiquated. Having an elderly gentleman at home, along with a father, was already sufficient. Li Mingyang had no interest in finding another paternal figure to impose upon him. Thus, he decided to address him as Uncle Wang. Given the considerable age difference and the fact that he had sought him out, Li Mingyang was genuinely touched and grateful for Uncle Wang's effort to come such a distance to approach him. However, the idea of apprenticeship was something he had never contemplated. Perhaps it was simply a matter of the 21st century ushering in a new era. Additionally, being the only child in his family, he had grown accustomed to a certain degree of freedom, which made him somewhat resistant to overly strict supervision. Although the prospect of being mentored by such a formidable professional boxer was indeed enticing, it was certainly a far cry from the haphazard training Li Mingyang was currently engaging in. Yet, as he had previously stated, even in the absence of an elite coach, he possessed the confidence to carve out his own path. In Li Mingyang's mind, he had a plan to first hone his physicality and concerning technical skills. After accumulating some resources over time, he could easily seek out a professional coach for one-on-one instruction. Ultimately, it was merely a matter of investing a bit more money. And as long as he was afforded some time, financial constraints were hardly an issue. While he wouldn't claim to be financially free or exceedingly wealthy, he could certainly allocate funds to hire several professional coaches without difficulty. Upon reaching this point in the conversation, Wang Daniyu was initially taken aback, wondering how he had been so abruptly rejected. However, he soon realized that his previous remarks might have been somewhat ambiguous. After all, the concept of a master has deep roots in the domestic culture, And for the younger generation, the idea of a master can indeed feel like a heavy burden. Thus, it was understandable that Li Mingyang would directly refuse him upon hearing those words. Nevertheless, Wang Daniel felt compelled to clarify. Li Mingyang had truly misunderstood his intentions. He had no desire to exert authority over others, but rather, he sought to appreciate the innate talent within Li Mingyang and offer guidance in his technique. Ultimately, Wang Daniel's aspiration was simply to witness a heavyweight boxer of their ethnic heritage truly standing on the international stage, and even to establish absolute dominance within the heavyweight division. His sole intention was to contribute to this goal, without any expectation of gaining something in return from Li Mingyang. No, you have misunderstood. Perhaps I was overly eager and failed to express myself clearly earlier. My visit today is not genuinely about taking you on as a disciple. I merely wish to extend my assistance to you. You may perceive me as a complimentary coach at your service, regardless of the training sessions. Or in your future endeavors and competitions, your opinions will always take precedence. I will merely be a supportive presence, offering suggestions without ever infringing upon your choices. Upon finishing, Wang Daniel, anxious that Li Mingyang might misunderstand, hurriedly continued, "Let us make an agreement. Allow me to remain by your side to assist you in crafting a comprehensive training regimen. I shall unreservedly impart all my knowledge to you. And should anything during this process cause you discomfort, you are free to voice your concerns or even dismiss me at any time." How does that sound? As for my role, you may regard me simply as an ordinary coach, or any other role you see fit. Witnessing this scene, not only Li Mingyang but even the viewers in the live stream were left momentarily speechless. Could this truly be the formidable figure from over a decade ago? Once celebrated in the boxing realm and dubbed with titles such as the Tyrant of the Ring and the Fierce Beast? Why, before Li Mingyang, did he appear so humble? In fact, humble seems a rather gentle term. Many who beheld this moment instinctively thought of a more direct expression as sycophant. Though it may seem somewhat inappropriate to use such a term, it perfectly encapsulates Wang Daniel's current demeanor. Upon hearing this, and glancing at the sincere expression on Wang Daniel's face, Li Mingyang took a moment to reflect. He realized that accepting this offer truly posed no detriment, only advantages. Gaining the support of such an esteemed individual would undoubtedly spare him from numerous missteps, while imposing no additional constraints upon him. This arrangement aligned perfectly with Li Mingyang's own plans and expectations. Furthermore, given that Wang Daniel had articulated his intentions so clearly, if Li Mingyang were to decline, it would reflect poorly on his understanding of the situation. After all, this was a chance to receive invaluable assistance free of charge from a top-tier professional. How could one pass up such an opportunity? Very well, since that is the case. Shall I call you Coach Wang from now on? No, perhaps it feels more endearing to call you Uncle Wang. With the conversation having reached this point, I will entrust my training plans entirely to you, Uncle Wang. Wang Daniel had made his intentions abundantly clear, and naturally, Li Mingyang was inclined to offer a few kind words in return to show his appreciation. Upon hearing that Li Mingyang had finally consented, Wang Daniel could not help but burst into a hearty laughter, his eyes even betraying a hint of redness. "Well, call me whatever you like, Mingyang. As for the training regimen, I indeed have some suggestions. The training plan of a professional boxer is not static. It must be adapted according to varying physical conditions. Therefore, our immediate priority is to conduct a comprehensive physical assessment of Mingyang. Once I obtain the specific data, I can formulate a refined training plan tailored to your current physical state." At this juncture, Wang Daniel felt an urge to critique Li Mingyang's previous training arrangements. Yet he restrained himself, considering they had only just met and were not yet well acquainted. Thus, he opted for a more tactful approach. "Regarding your current plan, well, it is somewhat rudimentary. If possible, I would recommend pausing this training regimen for now. Let us allocate some time today to undergo the necessary tests. I assure you that I will devise the latest training plan by tomorrow, and it should not significantly impede your training." Chapter 70. These are fists that can kill. Due to Li Mingyang's previous rejection, Wang Zhuanglio spoke with a hint of caution. After all, he had not forgotten his earlier words. If Li Mingyang felt uncomfortable, he could terminate this collaboration, if it could even be called that. Wang Zhuanglio would assist Li Mingyang in becoming stronger, while Li Mingyang could help him realize his long-held aspirations and desires. Certainly, there were no objections. After all, compared to a coach, you are the true expert. If a more accurate training plan could be promptly devised, it would undoubtedly be optimal. Moreover, under the watchful gaze of viewers in the live stream, today's broadcast was rather hasty, and it was abruptly announced that it would conclude. Li Mingyang had already resolved that all future physical data tests would not be streamed live. Thus, it was only natural to cease the broadcast. Of course, presenting his physical data in front of Wang Daniyu was entirely acceptable. After all, as long as he remained silent, his father would not betray him either. Even if Wang Daniyu acquired his true physical data, one would have to consider whether such exaggerated numbers would be believed. As long as Li Mingyang denied it vehemently, claiming it to be mere fabrication by Wang Daniyu, he truly did not believe many would accept the notion of his possessing such extraordinary physical attributes based solely on Wang Daniyu's words. Naturally, this was merely the worst-case scenario. In reality, it was far more likely that upon witnessing his actual physical data, Wang Daniyu would become even more excited. Perhaps even more so than Li Mingyang and his father combined. Simultaneously, he would gain a clearer understanding of how to manage Li Mingyang's physique, allowing for the formulation of a perfect training regimen. Furthermore, it was highly probable that Wang Daniyu would choose to keep Li Mingyang's physical information confidential. For Li Mingyang was his sole hope of achieving his ideals and goals. He would not easily find another with such talent. Though the venue was somewhat rudimentary, they decided to conduct the tests here, as all the gym equipment was prepared for him. They could close the door and still derive a rough estimate of the data. While it lacked the precision of a professional gym, it should suffice. Li Mingyang declined Wang Daniyu's suggestion of finding a professional gym for more gradual testing. As his physique became increasingly extraordinary, Li Mingyang's sense of vigilance intensified. Even if he could afford to rent out a gym for a day, it would still be laden with cameras. If substantial video evidence were to emerge, it would pose a significant risk for Li Mingyang. Wang Daniyu had no objections to this proposal. After all, it had already been agreed that everything would revolve around Li Mingyang's will. Since there was reluctance to proceed within, it was decided to conduct the testing here instead. However, after a brief assessment, Wang Daniyu quickly expressed his opinion. Testing here is feasible. Yet we are still missing one crucial element. You must wait for me here for no more than an hour. I shall procure a boxing heavy bag. Before Wang Daniyu could finish his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted by Li Mingyang. There's no need for that, coach. Why complicate matters? Not to mention the challenge of finding a decent boxing bag, it would likely require a trip to the nearby city. The round trip alone would take no less than 3 to 4 hours, and while a professional bag is essential for long-term use for a simple test, we have plenty of alternatives in this town. We can simply find a sturdy sack and fill it with sand. As for a professional boxing bag, we can purchase one online, and it will arrive within 2 or 3 days at most. Li Mingyang was not inclined to squander time on such trivial details. If today's matters were not resolved, the training schedule for tomorrow would be compromised, resulting in yet another wasted day of exercise, something Li Mingyang wished to avoid. Moreover, the true physical assessment must consider various data points. A mere boxing bag is not of paramount importance compared to other specialized testing. Thus, upon hearing Li Mingyang's perspective, Wang Daniyu nodded in agreement without hesitation. His desire to obtain a boxing bag stemmed from a wish to evaluate Li Mingyang's talent and explosive power in boxing. Hitting a bag would undoubtedly be the most effective method. However, an even better approach would be for Wang Daniyu to don protective gear and engage in direct sparring. Yet, given that formal boxing technique instruction had yet to commence, such confrontational training was deemed premature. Therefore, opting for the sandbag was the more prudent choice. After donning the necessary gear and protective equipment, the testing commenced promptly. First up was the straightforward 100-meter dash, compared to the last attempt. This time yielded only a marginal improvement of approximately 0.1 seconds. Next came a series of common strength tests: squat, 596 kilograms, bench press, 491 kilograms, clean and jerk, 218 kilograms. Although Wang Daniyu had previously glimpsed these figures in video clips, witnessing them unfold before him was astonishing. Moreover, it had only been a short while since Li Mingyang's metrics had advanced remarkably. Such physical prowess was nothing short of extraordinary. Finally, they moved to the sandbag testing. Under Wang Daniyu's brief guidance, Li Mingyang grasped the fundamental techniques for generating power in his punches. With a resounding thud, his powerful strike sent the heavy bag, easily weighing over 200 pounds, soaring into the air, despite Wang Daniyu noticing numerous flaws in Li Mingyang's technique. Wang Daniyu harbored no doubts that, should Li Mingyang deliver a few more blows, he might very well puncture the sandbag before him. Such a breathtaking display of power prompted Wang Daniyu to silently appraise it in his heart, even without undergoing systematic training. These fists were undoubtedly lethal enough to take a life. Chapter 71. Mastering the Basics, then Enduring the Blow. Indeed, Even without any formal training, Li Mingyang, armed solely with his remarkable physique and fist as hard as steel, could effortlessly take the lives of others. It is not difficult for Wang Daniyu to discern that even a mere strike not aimed at vital points could spell disaster for an ordinary individual confronted by Li Mingyang's iron fists. A single blow to the chest may well result in fractured ribs piercing vital organs, thereby extinguishing a life. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wang Daniyu, with a serious expression, earnestly advised, "Mingyang, you must firmly remember one thing. Your physique is not something an ordinary person can recklessly challenge. In the future, even if you find yourself in a conflict, it is best if you avoid any altercations altogether. Otherwise, I fear that in a moment of rage, you might inadvertently deliver a fatal blow." At this juncture, Wang Daniyu paused, feeling that his words might come across as somewhat peculiar. However, after a few seconds of hesitation, he continued, "If it comes to that, perhaps we should consider hiring 2 bodyguards when we go out. Should any issues arise, we can leave it to them to handle. Of course, these bodyguards are not there to protect you. Their primary duty is to safeguard others. Should they engage, it would likely result in mere superficial injuries. But if you, young man, were to lose control and truly fight, we need not even discuss reaching the pinnacle of the boxing world. I fear you might spend the latter half of your life behind bars." As he spoke, Wang Daniyu's demeanor was profoundly serious. Li Mingyang, who had yet to undergo any systematic combat training, already possessed such destructive potential. It would not be an exaggeration to say that once he completed rigorous training, Li Mingyang would resemble a razor-sharp butcher's knife. He would become a cold, unfeeling machine of death, capable of inflicting injury merely by proximity and causing fatality upon contact. Wang Daniyu recalled a news story from 2 years prior, where an amateur with merely basic sparring training had kicked and killed a man in his 50s. It is essential to take preventative measures when dealing with someone as exceptionally gifted and rigorously trained as Li Mingyang. Understood. I will not engage in physical confrontations with others. And even if such a situation arises, I will exercise restraint. Aware that Wang Daniyu was not jesting, Li Mingyang understood the destructive power his physique could unleash. For the sake of his career and future freedom, he would certainly be mindful of his strength. After all, having fought hard for a second chance at life, Li Mingyang's aspiration was to savor every moment. Even if his current build could ensure his survival in prison, he was unwilling to sacrifice his freedom as a man. The life of a frog reigning in a well could hardly compare to that of a toad roaming freely in the open world. One must possess a sense of measure within oneself. However, once you step onto the arena, the notion of restraint becomes irrelevant. The ring is a stark manifestation of the survival of the fittest, where the mightier you are, the more you are revered. The ferocity of your combat prowess directly correlates with your stature within the realm of boxing. Moreover, within the confines of the ring, one encounters professional fighters whose caliber surpasses that of the average individual. Even with your current strength, delivering a fatal blow is not a trivial endeavor. Thus, when in the ring, you must adopt an attitude that starkly contrasts with your everyday demeanor, striving to exert your utmost effort while adhering to the rules. Contrary to his earlier demeanor, a palpable excitement illuminated Wang Daniyu's face as he expounded on these matters. Despite once being an exceptionally gifted heavyweight, a natural powerhouse, Wang Daniyu has since transformed into a middle-aged man, even encountering physical limitations. Yet, despite his diminished training, should he engage in street combat today, his innate abilities could still pose a significant threat. After all, Wang Daniyu has always been among the more talented heavyweights, his physique already setting him apart from the ordinary. If he were to truly face an average individual, it would resemble an adult man engaging with a child in kindergarten. Days swiftly passed, and during this interval, Li Mingyang's live broadcasts continued unabated, with his father steadfastly fulfilling the role of his assistant. Aside from the physical assessments, Li Mingyang's daily training remained consistently broadcasted, albeit with training regimens meticulously crafted by Wang Daniyu. Remarkably, often within a mere day, Wang Daniyu would present an entirely new training plan, continuously adjusting it to maximize Li Mingyang's physical potential. Attention to footwork is paramount. Combat sports encompass far more than mere hand movements. At times, footwork is even more critical than the finesse exhibited by one's hands. It not only dictates your defense but also shapes your offense. To execute a sharp attack and seize more offensive opportunities, one must possess exemplary footwork. Observe the multitude of athletes in the ring across all weight classes. Those who ascend to the pinnacle of the sport invariably exhibit superior footwork. A quintessential example is Muhammad Ali, whose butterfly step would leave opponents bewildered. perfectly complemented by his remarkable hand techniques. He dominated the heavyweight boxing arena for an extended period, thanks to Li Mingyang's extraordinary physique. He now engages in daily foundational boxing instruction in addition to his strength training. Whether it pertains to the force behind his punches, his footwork, or the synergy between the two, it is evident that Li Mingyang remains a novice, having only recently embarked on this journey of mastery. However, Wang Danyu's expectations of Li Yong are anything but ordinary. The slightest indication of a flaw prompts him to demand that Li Mingyang engage in additional training. Boxing is not merely a matter of intellectual understanding. In esoteric terms, it requires the cultivation of combat awareness, whereas from a scientific perspective, it necessitates the development of muscle memory. Even before your mind comprehends the situation, your body should instinctively respond with the most appropriate counteraction, delivering a powerful rebuttal to your opponent. At this moment, it appears that Li Mingyang's continued practice is yielding diminishing returns. Wang Danyu donned his boxing gloves and remarked, "It seems you have firmly ingrained the foundational movements in your mind over the past few days. However, to achieve rapid improvement, mere practice devoid of any pressure is inadequate. Therefore, moving forward." At this juncture, a mischievous smile crept across Wang Danyu's face as he continued. "There is a well-known adage in the combat sports world. To learn how to strike, one must first learn how to endure strikes. Henceforth, your task is to defend against my attacks using your footwork and guard as effectively as possible. And just a friendly reminder, your sole responsibility is to defend and evade my strikes. You are forbidden from retaliating." Chapter 72. The visible speed of progress. Upon hearing those words, Li Mingyang's eyes widened in astonishment. Although he had long mentally prepared for this day, he truly did not anticipate its arrival would be so swift. However, having resolutely committed himself to becoming the strongest man in the world, he felt no aversion to such training. Rather, he harbored a sense of eager anticipation. Even as an ordinary individual, Li Mingyang believed he would not falter, especially now, with his unique advantages. After all, it was merely enduring some strikes, and with the added protection of boxing gloves, he felt emboldened. Even without them, he was not one to shy away from a challenge. His physique was already far beyond that of an ordinary person, even if Wang Danyu exerted his full strength. Li Mingyang anticipated that he would only sustain minor injuries. He knew that by midnight, all adverse effects on his body would vanish, including any injuries sustained. Thus, this form of training presented little downside for him, aside from some discomfort and a potential increase in appetite. In fact, the sensation of pain experienced during the strikes could be seen as a positive, for it would engrave itself deeply in his memory, allowing him to cultivate muscle memory and instinct for combat more swiftly. "So bring it on, coach. I am ready." With utmost vigilance, Li Mingyang assumed a somewhat competent boxing stance, though regrettably, his few days of training left him little more than a mere fade, despite his commendable posture. When it came to execution, his body struggled to keep pace with his mind's commands. Do not be deceived by Wang Danyu's stout physique or his limping gait. Once he stepped onto the ring and donned his gloves, his fierce intensity transformed him into a formidable tiger, with an agility and ferocity entirely at odds with his appearance. He lunged toward Li Mingyang. Bang! Bang! In the preceding days, Li Mingyang had managed to hold his ground, but under the onslaught of Wang Danyu's relentless aggression, his nascent defenses and evasions, riddled with errors, quickly laid bare their vulnerabilities. With a dull thud, Wang Danyu's fist struck Li Mingyang squarely in the abdomen. Goodness! While Li Mingyang had anticipated the force behind Wang Danyu's blows due to his size, the reality of that explosive punch landing on him left him wide-eyed, nearly exclaiming a traditional expletive. Pain. It was excruciating, penetrating to the very marrow of his bones and the depths of his soul. Li Mingyang had momentarily forgotten a crucial fact. Though his physique had grown increasingly formidable, it was merely in strength. He had neglected other aspects. As for his capacity to absorb punishment, it seemed he had not engaged in any conditioning for quite some time. Thus, when that punch landed, the sensation was indescribably intense, leaving him breathless for a fleeting moment. However, Wang Danyu showed no inclination to pause. The moment Li Mingyang became acquainted with him, another punch was thrown his way. Time swiftly elapsed, and nearly an hour had passed, yet Li Mingyang and Wang Danyu remained on the stage. Unlike an hour prior, Li Mingyang now appeared considerably disheveled, with even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. This was not due to any internal injury, for he was not so fragile. Rather, it was merely a small cut at the corner of his lip. In contrast, Wang Daniu, after such an extended period of intense exertion, could not help but gasp for breath. After all, he was no longer the vigorous professional athlete he once was, and his stamina had diminished. Even without expending energy in defense, focusing solely on offense had severely drained his vitality. The fact that he could endure nearly an hour was a testament to the solid foundation he had built in his prime. Had it been an ordinary person, they would likely have collapsed long ago. Come on, coach, we've barely begun, right? I feel like I've made significant progress compared to before. Moreover, my body can still handle it without any issues. We should seize the moment, Li Mingyang thought. It must be said that he possessed a fierce spirit. Since he could not avoid being struck, he resolved to treat each blow as an opportunity for resilience training. All his energy was concentrated on defending against and evading Wang Daniu's punches. He aimed to enhance his defensive and evasive techniques amid the barrage of blows, casting aside fear and adopting a mindset solely focused on training and improvement. Li Mingyang's progress was indeed evident to the naked eye, even to the viewers in the live stream, who, though not experts, could discern the transformation. Wow, at first, I thought the host's ambition to step into the ring was somewhat fanciful. But now, I genuinely believe that our nation might soon witness the emergence of an extraordinary figure in the boxing world. The host's physical prowess is remarkable, not to mention his seemingly extraordinary capacity to learn. It hasn't been long since he started, yet his defensive and evasive skills have improved significantly. This is what true talent looks like. I finally understand. For the audience who witnessed the entire ordeal of endurance, their astonishment was no less than that of anyone present at the scene. Their perspective was clearer, and their analysis more comprehensive, allowing them to maintain a relatively objective stance. This clarity intensified their internal astonishment as they contemplated the nature of such a gifted individual. No way, I am not a physical monster like you. Let's conclude today's training session. You can reflect on and summarize your feelings from earlier, Wang Daniu replied, wiping the sweat from his brow and choosing to decline Li Mingyang's invitation, for he was utterly exhausted. Chapter 73. Finding a professional sparring partner is no easy feat. Upon hearing this, Li Mingyang scrutinized Wang Daniu's condition once more, realizing that the middle-aged man had indeed been thoroughly exhausted by his efforts. The way he struggled to catch his breath suggested that he could no longer continue the practice. Reluctantly, Li Mingyang accepted this reality. Just as he felt he had just begun to find his rhythm, his opponent suddenly faltered. This left Li Mingyang with an agonizing sense of incompleteness, akin to being on the verge of an exhilarating confrontation only to discover a lack of necessary tools. The emotional turmoil of being caught in such a limbo was truly tormenting. As someone who had experienced this before, Wang Daniu easily sensed Li Mingyang's unease. After taking a moment to steady his breathing, he spoke earnestly. In the initial days of our training, I could just about manage the role of a sparring partner. But this is not a sustainable solution. Moving forward, we must earnestly address the issue of finding sparring partners. With your current stamina, 1 or even 2 partners will likely be insufficient. It is not just a matter of quantity, the quality must also be adequate. If I were to bring in 2 partners lacking in strength, it would be far more beneficial for me, as an old hand, to spar with you myself for a few more rounds. As he spoke, Wang Daniu found himself contemplating his network, pondering whether he could swiftly resolve this predicament for Li Mingyang. However, after a thorough mental assessment, he sadly concluded that regardless of his connections, the number of heavyweight contenders in the country was exceedingly scarce, let alone those of a respectable caliber. Securing a few competent sparring partners was indeed a challenging task, one that could not be easily resolved in the short term. It appeared this issue would weigh heavily on his mind for quite some time. Nevertheless, during these initial days, or rather the first month, there was no need to impose such stringent demands. He could endure for the time being while inviting a couple of reasonably skilled partners to accommodate Li Mingyang's early training intensity. After all, Li Mingyang's skill level was not particularly advanced. Even at this stage, he could barely be considered a novice. Although he had made significant progress compared to before, there remained a considerable distance to traverse before reaching a foundational level. While it was possible to find a few partners of acceptable competence to make do, the matter of securing professional sparring partners was something Wang Daniu needed to prioritize. From the current training outcomes, it was evident that selecting Li Mingyang as the stepping stone to realizing his ambitions was an exceedingly wise decision. Not only did this young man possess remarkable physical talent, but his aptitude for learning was also strikingly evident. The most crucial aspect lies within the indomitable spirit and mindset, which, while not guaranteeing invincibility in the ring, undoubtedly serves as a remarkable advantage. Almost every day after training, Li Mingyang finds himself pleasantly surprised by his own progress. This has led Wang Daniyu to increasingly regard Li Mingyang with seriousness. He no longer waits for Li Mingyang to speak first. Instead, Wang Daniyu has begun to contemplate how to seek out professional sparring partners, even considering tapping into some of his cherished connections. Mingyang, practice on your own today. Coach will step out for a while and should be back by tomorrow noon at the latest. Although I might struggle to find an excellent sparring partner at the last minute, locating two reasonably competent ones should not pose a significant challenge. During my absence, focus on some strength training. Feel free to manage your time as you see fit. If necessary, grant yourself a brief respite. Even professional boxers must balance work and rest, he stated. Seemingly struck by a thought, Wang Daniyu hastily issued a few directives before departing in his modest vehicle without awaiting Li Mingyang's response. Though Wang Daniyu is not financially constrained, he insists that his stay here will not be prolonged, so a functional mode of transportation suffices. Moreover, due to Li Mingyang's training, the vehicle must possess a degree of practicality, which led him to choose a second-hand Wuling, though its condition appeared somewhat shabby. Nevertheless, Wang Daniyu seemed to take delight in it, showing no signs of disdain. At times, he even wore a mischievous grin while gazing at the car, leaving one to wonder about his intentions. Each time Li Mingyang glimpses this expression on Wang Daniyu's face, an involuntary chill runs down his spine, as though he were under the watchful eye of a formidable presence. Your eagerness as a coach is quite remarkable, as if you cannot bear to wait even a second longer, remarked Comrade Lao Li, observing Wang Daniyu's hurried departure. He followed up with, "Yet, I find this temperament rather appealing. Being overly fussy can be truly vexing." For the moment, it appears that Wang Daniyu harbors no ulterior motives. He seems genuinely captivated by Li Mingyang's talent and aspires to witness an individual of Asian descent ascend to the pinnacle of the boxing world. Upon hearing his father's musings, Li Mingyang did not even turn his head, continuing his physical training diligently. He remains indifferent to Wang Daniyu's intentions, as long as the latter possesses the capability to facilitate his rapid advancement. As for other matters, Li Mingyang has not signed any contracts, so he feels no concern regarding any ill intentions from Wang Daniyu. There exists a form of moral coercion, yet Li Mingyang need not concern himself with it, for he is entirely devoid of such burdens. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, as long as Wang Daniyu is willing to impart his knowledge for a day, Li Mingyang will diligently follow and learn. As for future matters, they can be addressed in due course, after all. Li Mingyang has already prepared for the worst and harbors no fear of any underhanded tactics. Meanwhile, after starting his vehicle, Wang Daniyu swiftly made his way to the provincial capital. Although he initially considered finding two moderately skilled sparring partners, it is important to note that Wang Daniyu is a former Asian boxing champion, having nearly reached the world stage. The caliber of opponents he seeks is thus understandable. They must possess considerable skill, at least within the province, if not the entire nation. It is likely that ordinary athletes would spend a lifetime striving to match the prowess of his previous contemporaries. Fortunately, Wang Daniyu still has numerous old friends who remain active in the boxing industry, even in Qian province. While seeking out two competent heavyweight sparring partners may require additional effort, it is certainly within Wang Daniyu's reach. After all, the only cost may be a bit more expenditure, and for someone like him, who is unconcerned with such trifling details, this is hardly a hindrance. Chapter 74. The Agile, Crippled Fat Man Come. You must attack. Your fists cannot be weak and your footwork must be in perfect harmony. Envision yourself as a fierce tiger, possessing both agility and the ferocity to deliver a decisive blow. It has now been nearly a month and a half since Wang Daniyu officially became Li Mingyang's coach. At this stage, the training has finally transcended the most rudimentary defenses and evasions, having refined the foundational techniques of striking. In recent days, Li Mingyang has finally been able to engage in drills that resemble actual combat, with his opponent undoubtedly being his coach, Wang Daniyu, accompanied by two temporary sparring partners. Though these two sparring partners are among the top contenders in the province, the overall level of heavyweight boxing in the region is rather lackluster. Even if they rank highly within the province, they are hardly a match for the budding Li Mingyang, who is still in the early stages of his journey. It is akin to athletes vying for a spot on the field. If Wang Daniyu is merely a passable professional athlete, then these two are substitutes with little chance of taking the stage. Strike without hesitation, seize any opening with a thunderous blow. What? Do you think that after just over a month of training, you can easily defeat me? Let us not even discuss whether your fledgling techniques can land a hit on me. even if you do manage to strike me. Do you think the protective gear I wear is merely for show? Are you afraid you might send this old man packing with a single punch? Compared to a month ago, Wang Danyu's physique has become significantly more robust. The layers of excess fat have vanished, replaced by a powerful, muscular form. His strength may not have fully returned to its peak, but it has certainly increased by more than 30% since his arrival. After all, taking on the role of a sparring partner is indeed a physically demanding task, even though old Wang has not undergone any specialized training. The high-intensity workouts have surprisingly revitalized his physical condition. Coach, as you have said, I shall not hold back any longer. Indeed, as Wang Danyu pointed out, Li Mingyang had previously been somewhat hesitant in his approach. It was not that he underestimated the former Asian champion, but rather that his opponent's age and mobility limitations were evident. A man in his 40s cannot be compared to a vigorous young man in his 20s. And Li Mingyang genuinely feared that a single punch could lead to serious consequences for his elder opponent. However, upon reflection, Wang Danyu's words do carry some weight. Setting aside the foundations built over the years, after a month of interaction, Li Mingyang has come to realize that although his coach's physical gifts and condition have diminished, his boxing skills remain remarkably refined. Just as Wang Danyu remarked, it is uncertain whether Li Mingyang can even land a blow on him. Furthermore, adorned with thick protective gear and possessing a physique that far exceeds that of an average individual, Wang Danyu, even if struck by a powerful punch from Li Mingyang, would certainly feel pain, yet it seems improbable that any significant consequence would ensue from such an encounter. With this thought, Li Mingyang cast aside his hesitations, a fierce grin spreading across his face. Over the past month, he had endured a myriad of beatings, to the extent that one could say he was either being hit or en route to being hit. The individual who had dealt the harshest blows was undoubtedly the middle-aged, corpulent figure before him. Now, with a chance for retaliation presenting itself and his opponent clad in heavy protective gear, Li Mingyang felt liberated from any reservations about striking. What was there to ponder? He would simply unleash his fury. Assuming a boxing stance and advancing with cautious yet agile steps, Li Mingyang resembled a tiger stalking its prey, exuding an intimidating aura as he bore down on Wang Danyu. Observing this scene, a glimmer of admiration flickered in Wang Danyu's eyes. Although he regarded Li Mingyang as still somewhat inexperienced, he could at least appreciate the burgeoning spirit exhibited. With a swift left hook propelled by Li Mingyang's formidable strength and consistent speed, the punch sliced through the air with a distinct whoosh. Yet, as the old adage suggests, experience triumphs. While Li Mingyang's punch appeared nearly unavoidable to an ordinary person, Wang Danyu found it lacking. With a nimble dip, he evaded the powerful blow and, seizing the opportunity created by Li Mingyang's momentary lapse in defense, delivered a swift and forceful strike to Li Mingyang's left abdomen. Had this encounter occurred a month prior, during the initial stages of his impact training, such a punch would have left Li Mingyang grimacing in agony for an extended period. However, now, with the passage of time and under the influence of his unique training, Li Mingyang's resilience had evolved significantly, rendering him nearly impervious to Wang Danyu's near full-force punch. Instead, he merely flashed an even more menacing grin. Old Wang, have you forgotten to eat today? No sooner had he spoken than Li Mingyang followed up with a right hook. Although Wang Danyu adeptly evaded this attack as well, Li Mingyang remained undeterred by this minor setback. After all, he was merely a novice, having only trained for just over a month, while his opponent had years of experience. It was entirely reasonable that he would struggle to land a clean hit. Yet, Li Mingyang was acutely aware of his own advantages. His punches were undeniably powerful, and his stamina was extraordinary. It is often said that youth prevails in combat. Even if this seemingly agile opponent could evade him for a time, fatigue would inevitably set in. He needed only one opportunity, a single, solid connection. Even with Wang Danyu's protective gear, Li Mingyang was confident he could impart a profound lesson. It can be regarded as a slight act of retribution for the physical and emotional torment inflicted upon oneself by the other party over the past month. Chapter 75. Targeted Training Recruitment. It must be said that Li Mingyang possesses a remarkably clear mind. He is acutely aware of his own advantages as well as the weaknesses of his opponent. By employing such a strategy, it is unlikely that more than 20 minutes will pass before Wang Danyu's stamina wanes, inevitably leading to a lapse in his defense. As long as Li Mingyang perseveres, he will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to deliver a devastating blow to Wang Danyu. However, Li Mingyang has overlooked a crucial detail. While his tactics are indeed exemplary, in the context of the arena, this method would grant him the chance to capitalize on openings. After all, in the ring, regardless of one's desire to fight, one must endure through all the rounds. Yet, currently, Li Mingyang and Wang Daniyu are merely training, devoid of the true essence of a professional boxer's bout. In other words, should Wang Daniyu sense any irregularities, he can terminate the training at any moment, and the objective is all too evident to a seasoned veteran like him. As the time approached 20 minutes, and Wang Daniyu felt his energy significantly depleting, he raised both hands and declared, "Stop, let us conclude this training session for now. Mingyang, take some time to familiarize yourself with the sensations from your recent offensive maneuvers and identify your shortcomings." While he appeared solemn on the surface, Wang Daniyu could hardly suppress a chuckle. "You young rascal, do not think for a moment that I am oblivious to your ploys. After all, how could an old hand like me be blinded by a fledgling?" Upon seeing the barely contained grin at the corner of Wang Daniyu's mouth, Li Mingyang understood that his strategy had been entirely deciphered. Although he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction for failing to exploit the opportunity for retaliation, he did not attribute this to flaws in his tactics, but rather to the cunning nature of his opponent. Yet, this discontent was fleeting. He bore no further thoughts on the matter. Instead, he candidly acknowledged his previous intentions and strategies, saying, "I must admit, coach, while you may have neglected training and allowed your once-peak physique to succumb to excess, your wealth of experience remains formidable, and your mind is still sharp enough to see through my tactics in an instant." As he spoke, Li Mingyang couldn't help but rub his belly, reflecting on the merciless strikes delivered by the hefty coach. Initially, there may have been some restraint, but during the latter part of their session, Wang Daniyu's ability to absorb and deliver punishment had evidently intensified. Under the guise of training Li Mingyang's resilience, Wang Daniyu invariably unleashed his full strength whenever the opportunity arose. Even with Li Mingyang's extraordinary physique, he had endured no less than 30 punches within these 20 minutes, leaving his abdomen sore and aching. However, the current circumstances have brought great satisfaction to Li Mingyang. After all, he has not forgotten the time when he was almost stunned by a punch from this hefty figure before him. Now, after enduring so many blows, he merely feels a slight soreness in his muscles. What more could one desire in terms of progress? You young lads still have a long way to go if you wish to retaliate for my previous training sessions. Although your talent is undoubtedly the finest I have ever witnessed, boxing demands time and dedication, a considerable accumulation of effort. Without delving too far into the future, it will likely take another 2 to 3 months before you can fully harness your extraordinary strength, which currently remains untapped. At this juncture, Wang Daniyu could not help but recall the earlier moments when he narrowly avoided being struck by Li Mingyang's fists. Despite donning professional protective gear, Wang Daniyu certainly did not wish to be on the receiving end of a punch from this young man. Observing how Li Mingyang practices on the punching bags, he noted that even the most high-quality training bags purchased could not withstand his relentless strikes for more than 10 days. Usually, it would take about a week before the bags were rendered unusable. Wang Daniyu harbored no doubts that even with professional protective equipment, a direct hit would be far from pleasant. Furthermore, during the upcoming training sessions, it would be impractical to halt the practice after merely 20 minutes, as they had done today. Such limited daily training intensity would hinder Li Mingyang's advancement. While most would find themselves at a loss in such a situation, our coach Wang is no ordinary individual. As the saying goes, nothing is difficult in the world, only the wealthy fear nothing. Conveniently, Wang Daniyu happens to be a wealthy man with an extensive network of connections. Since he is unable to keep pace with Li Mingyang's training, he might as well enlist a few individuals to serve as fresh sparring partners. Although finding suitable heavyweight contenders has proven challenging, it is not impossible to seek out boxers from other weight classes. Previously, 2 heavyweight fighters alongside himself were sufficient to train Li Mingyang's ability to withstand blows. Now, however, the focus has shifted to honing Li Mingyang's skills, whether in offense or evasion, and the previous sparring partners, along with Wang Daniyu, are struggling to maintain the rhythm. Since heavyweight fighters are hard to come by, why not explore lighter classes? Despite the significant disparity in combat power across weight categories, it must be acknowledged that lighter fighters possess a natural advantage in agility. Whether dodging or attacking, their rhythm tends to be swifter than that of their larger counterparts. If Li Mingyang can acclimate to the speed of middleweight or even lightweight opponents, he will undoubtedly excel further in the ring. With these thoughts in mind, Wang Daniyu resolved to conclude today's sparring session. Let us call it a day for this training. Should you have any further ideas, feel free to seek out 2 sparring partners. Coach, while the time is still early, I shall go find a few new sparring partners for you. I believe these newcomers will bring you ample surprise." Observing the sinister smile on Wang Danyu's face, Li Mingyang felt a chill run down his spine once more. He was aware that this middle-aged, rotund man was likely concocting some nefarious scheme. However, Li Mingyang remained indifferent to such matters. In fact, he secretly harbored a sense of anticipation, hoping that when the storm arrived, it would strike with even greater ferocity. Chapter 76. Training with the cart. Are you stepping on the brake? I must say, old Wang is remarkably swift, within merely 3 to 4 hours. And even before dinner time, he returned driving his second-hand Wuling, which puffed out black smoke. Accompanying him were several young men, whose physiques did not appear particularly imposing. "Mignon, come over here. Allow me to introduce you to a few new friends. These are middleweight and lightweight professional athletes I have recruited from the province. For the next 2 to 3 months, they will serve as your sparring partners. Your training task is quite straightforward, alongside ensuring ample daily physical conditioning. You will spar with them. Your objective is to land strikes on them or, alternatively, to evade their attacks. Do not underestimate these friends. Although they may not be top tier in the domestic ring, they are more than sufficient to handle a novice like you. Moreover, they possess natural advantages, being lighter in weight and more agile in movement. Keeping pace with them will not be an easy feat." Upon hearing Wang Danyu's words, Li Mingyang could not help but feel a twitch at the corner of his eye. This rotund man had evidently gone to great lengths to challenge him. After extensive training, Li Mingyang was no longer the boxing novice he once was. He was acutely aware of the disparity in conditions when facing opponents who were 1 or even 2 weight classes lighter. In a genuine competition on the ring, the outcome would be quite clear. When skill levels are comparable, a heavier weight class provides an undeniable advantage. Even if one is agile, it is futile if they cannot land a blow, while a single punch from the heavier opponent could suffice to conclude the match. However, what Li Mingyang faced now was the reality of daily training, contending against one vigorous opponent after another. He had no doubt that this cunning rotund man intended to employ a strategy of attrition against him. Initially, there were 2 sparring partners, and with coach Wang Danyu now adding 3 more, Li Mingyang was set to confront 6 energetic adversaries. The thought of the arduous days ahead made him feel momentarily dizzy. "All right, I understand, coach. I will train diligently from now on." Although Li Mingyang readily agreed, there was an unmistakable undertone of gritted teeth in his response. Nonetheless, he recognized that Wang Danyu's intentions were for his benefit. If he could indeed keep pace with these opponents who were 1 or 2 weight classes lighter, he would not only possess the same physical advantages against competitors of his own class in the future, but also enjoy superior speed and rhythm. To opponents of similar skill, he would become a veritable nightmare. "Are you all joining me in training as well?" Early the next morning, when Li Mingyang arrived at his small warehouse, he was somewhat surprised to discover that several new sparring partners, brought by old Wang, were already present. Observing them gathered together, warming up, Li Mingyang could not help but curiously inquire. "After all, we are professional athletes, and even though we have been on a break lately, it is essential to maintain our training regimen. Otherwise, when we return to the gym..." At this point, he seemed to recall their stern and unsmiling coach. Undoubtedly a man with a dark heart and an even darker demeanor. They certainly did not wish to find themselves at the mercy of their coach due to a decline in physical condition. "Shall we train together?" Seeing the scene inside, the others understood that Li Mingyang was indeed intent on physical training. Though they had recognized him as a novice upon his arrival yesterday, and despite his larger physique, they were seasoned fighters who had battled in the ring for years. Reflecting sincerely, they questioned whether their physical capabilities truly surpassed those of Li Mingyang. Of course, this was merely their own assumption. "Sure, I often find training alone a bit tedious. Having a few companions would be splendid." All being young men engaged in the same profession without any competitive rivalry, there was no trace of the inexplicable animosity often depicted in novels. Instead, the atmosphere among them was quite pleasant, filled with light-hearted banter and laughter as they exchanged gossip. Their rapport developed swiftly, but this camaraderie lasted only until Wang Danyu's arrival. "Coach, what on earth did you load into the van?" It felt like the vehicle nearly struggled to ascend that little slope at the entrance. Li Mingyang inquired with curiosity upon noticing the unusually sprightly van. Upon hearing this, Wang Danyu could not refrain from breaking into a mischievous grin. "Mingyang, this is a brand new training regimen meticulously prepared for you by the coach. Although we had previously acquired a larger tire, it seemed that our current training volume could not keep pace with your physical progress. Thus, for today's 10-kilometer session, we have devised a new twist. You shall push the van. To meet your training demands, I have deliberately filled the van with sand. Upon hearing this, Li Mingyang could not help but twitch his lips. He knew that whenever this scheming, portly man wore such a grin, it spelled trouble. However, pushing a van, even if laden with sand, was merely a task. To Li Mingyang, it was just a matter of exerting some effort. He even sincerely felt that this training volume might not surpass the previous tire-pulling exercises. After all, tires do not roll like wheels. They lie flat on the ground, creating considerable friction. Then, oh my! Li Mingyang's face flushed and his neck thickened as he gasped for breath behind the van. Pushing the vehicle with all his might, he acknowledged that he had been somewhat youthful in his approach, underestimating the intensity of this training. To be precise, he had underestimated Wang Dania's cunning nature. Indeed, it was correct to say they were supposed to push the van. But who among the kind-hearted would press the brakes so firmly during such an exercise? Coach, I truly appreciate your effort in pressing the brakes with such force while I was struggling to push the van. By the way, doesn't your foot ache? Chapter 77, like a sword that has just revealed its sharpness. Li Mingyang spoke through gritted teeth, harboring a dark thought within. If only that portly man's limp were a touch more pronounced. Ideally, it would be the kind that necessitates a wheelchair, rendering him utterly powerless. While he pondered whether such sentiments were overly sinister, the sight of two distinct dark blue-black marks on the ground swiftly dispelled those thoughts. This rotund man had evidently discarded any semblance of conscience during his training. As a student, Li Mingyang recognized the necessity of learning diligently from his coach. If the coach forsook his sense of morality, then it was only natural for Li Mingyang to do the same. At that moment, the visage of Wang Daniel, with his infuriatingly chubby face, emerged from the window of the van. Observing the flushed and agitated Li Mingyang, he couldn't help but chuckle. You young folks are still so naive. Nowadays, most vehicles are automatic, equipped with electronic handbrakes that hardly require any physical effort. You seem to have overlooked the existence of the handbrake. Simply pulling it engages the brakes, thus sparing your feet from fatigue. Glaring at that face, Li Mingyang silently clenched his fist. His resolve had solidified. Yet, he showed no signs of relinquishing his training. Instead, he exerted himself even more fervently. He had resolved to bolster his strength with utmost urgency. When the time came for sparring with Wang Daniel, even if his opponent donned protective gear, Li Mingyang was determined to leave him with a face adorned with the blossoms of embarrassment. Harboring pent-up frustration could shorten one's lifespan, and Li Mingyang had no intention of meeting an untimely demise. Thus, he would have to endure the whims of his coach. Envisioning such a scene in his mind, the anger on Li Mingyang's face faded, replaced by a trace of delight. He was acutely aware of his own body and its progress. With his current rate of improvement, he firmly believed that the day he yearned for was not far off. As 2 months swiftly passed, from the frigid depths of winter when Wang Daniel had first approached Li Mingyang, to the now warm and blossoming spring, the intensity of training had undeniably escalated. Yet, the clothes worn by Li Mingyang and his fellow trainees had grown increasingly lighter. Notably, despite the monotonous nature of this rigorous training, the number of viewers in Li Mingyang's live streaming room had not dwindled, nor had his popularity waned. On the contrary, each time he broadcasted, the viewer count conservatively exceeded 100,000. This perplexed Wang Yuqing, his live stream assistant, who expressed her bewilderment, unable to comprehend the reason behind it. Despite the fact that their boss had recently delivered scant entertainment value, not only did the metrics remain at their peak, but an array of gifts were showered upon him during the streams. In the live streaming room, the audience exhibits a palpable excitement every day. Wang Yuqing truly struggles to comprehend what these individuals find so exhilarating. If only the audience could convey to her the essence of the satisfaction derived from character development. Playing casual nurturing games is one thing. They recognize it as mere entertainment, a solitary endeavor, no matter how impressive it may seem. However, witnessing Li Mingyang's daily transformation in the live stream, visibly growing stronger each day, evokes an irresistible thrill. Despite the monotony of Li Mingyang's training regimen, there remains a considerable number of female fans in the stream. As for the male viewers, their enthusiasm is even more pronounced. The sport of boxing inherently appeals to a vast majority of men. While not everyone follows every match when the opportunity arises, they are more than willing to linger on such spectacles. After all, the visceral thrill of each punch landing ignites the primal instincts of every man, akin to the exhilaration found in fishing. Even though they are watching Li Mingyang's tedious training, their imaginations conjure visions of his future dominance. Just the thought of such potential stirs excitement within the audience. This is the live stream of a future heavyweight boxing champion. Compared to the lightweight bouts, the raw power of heavyweight fighters is far more exhilarating. Historically, individuals of Asian descent have faced inherent disadvantages in this regard, with few exceptional talents emerging. Yet now, a genuinely gifted prodigy stands before them, presenting not merely hope, but what seems an inevitable triumph. Just then, as Wang Yuqing remained lost in thought, a sudden outcry of traditional martial arts jolted her from her reverie. Upon closer inspection, she realized the source of the commotion was none other than Coach Wang Daniu. A stark contrast to his former self. Now, he grimaced, one hand clutching his abdomen and the other his face. Despite donning thick protective gear, his visage was visibly bruised. A trace of blood lingered at the corner of his mouth, indicative of the tremendous force he had endured. "You little rascal, your strikes are truly ruthless. If it weren't for this protective gear, I wager your punch could send me into a deep slumber." Wang Daniu mused, silently acknowledging the pain coursing through him, and added with a hint of dark humor, "At least 2 or 3 days of sleep, perhaps even a slumber from which I might never awaken." In the brief span of those few sentences, Wang Daniu's cheeks swelled at a noticeable rate, rendering his speech increasingly slurred. Yet, upon witnessing this scene, Li Mingyang displayed no remorse or concern. Instead, he erupted into a callous and boisterous laughter. "Haha, old Wang. You have no idea how long I have yearned for this day. What? You were permitted to strike me ruthlessly in the past, yet I am not allowed a modest reprisal?" As Li Mingyang spoke, he retrieved a bag of ice from the thermos beside him. "Here, use this to soothe your face. I had prepared it for you long before our practice session commenced today. Don't be too moved. After all, you are my coach. And this is merely my duty as your student." As Li Mingyang spoke, he couldn't help but flash a broad grin, his face undeniably radiating a sense of schadenfreude. His delight was indescribable, akin to sipping a refreshing bottle of ice-cold soda on a sweltering summer day, offering an exhilarating sensation that invigorates both body and spirit. Chapter 78. Are you ready? The first professional boxing match of life. Despite the pain radiating from his face and abdomen, Wang Daniu could not help but smile broadly at the sight of Li Mingyang, who stood nearby, radiating confidence. This was not due to any masochistic tendencies, rather. Wang Daniu perceived an extraordinary aura emanating from Li Mingyang, akin to a newly forged sword. Its sharpness was palpable, exuding an intimidating presence that struck fear into the heart. Just a glance revealed a formidable force brimming with aggression. This was the genius Wang Daniu had sought for nearly 2 decades. After only a few months of training, Li Mingyang had already showcased the essence and aura unique to a true champion. Suddenly, Wang Daniu recalled how effortlessly the young man had delivered 2 precise punches moments ago. Despite being retired for many years, his own striking power may not be as fierce as it once was, but the foundation of his skills remained intact. Yet, this young prodigy had effortlessly identified his vulnerabilities and landed those blows, compounded by his extraordinary physical gifts. In plain terms, Li Mingyang had already emerged as a contender, and it seemed no one would question his prowess. Thus, a thought began to stir within Wang Daniu, eager to take flight. A fledgling cannot soar unless it leaves the nest. Although Li Mingyang's training period was relatively brief compared to other professional boxers, even amongst ordinary fighters, this duration barely sufficed to establish the most rudimentary foundations. Yet, if the only measure were time, what purpose would genius serve? Without a doubt, Li Mingyang was a prodigy in the realm of boxing, one not likely to be seen for centuries. Consequently, Wang Daniu felt that this young man resembled a caged tiger, ready to be unleashed into the wild to experience the true essence of competition. To be direct, Wang Daniu was preparing to have Li Mingyang participate in several matches. "Young man," he remarked, after training for so long and effortlessly besting a coach in protective gear, "don't you feel your fists itching for action?" Wang Daniu, sensing Li Mingyang's potential misunderstanding, decided to be forthright. "While your current skill level may still fall short compared to the top international contenders, remaining cooped up is not a viable strategy. Therefore, I suggest we engage in a few matches to immerse ourselves in the atmosphere of the ring. Rest assured, we will begin with domestic competitions, and I won't arrange anything overly challenging for your debut." He recalled that just a couple of days prior, there had been a heavyweight boxing match in their province. Although the prize money seemed modest, only around 30,000 yuan for the champion, it would attract a few professional fighters. making it an excellent opportunity to experience the thrill of competition firsthand. Upon hearing those words, Li Mingyang initially displayed no reaction. Yet the two boxers serving as his sparring partners were immediately struck with astonishment, their eyes widening in fear. They were acutely aware that one day Li Mingyang would rise like a brilliant sun in the boxing arena. However, they had never been informed that this radiant sun would emerge from the very ring within their province. When it comes to understanding Li Mingyang's extraordinary prowess, no one was more knowledgeable than these sparring partners, particularly the two heavyweight ones. During their training sessions, Li Mingyang rarely engaged in defense, opting instead for mere evasion. In fact, as time passed, there were instances when he would intentionally absorb a few blows to fortify his resilience. Despite their relentless strategy of rotating in and out, and pouring every ounce of strength into their punches, striking Li Mingyang felt akin to hitting solid granite. The opponents seemed largely unscathed, yet after several blows, they found their own fists throbbing in pain. In contrast to the terror etched on the faces of the two heavyweight sparring partners, the expressions of the other three bore a hint of schadenfreude. Although they too had endured relentless punishment from Li Mingyang's prodigious talent over the past month, at least they were reassured that, should Li Mingyang enter a competition, he would be competing in a different league entirely. Consequently, they need not worry about encountering such an extraordinary opponent in the ring. Observing the expressions of their two unfortunate comrades, the mood of the three sparring partners lifted considerably. Had the circumstances allowed, they might have erupted into laughter. Neither Li Mingyang nor Wang Daniyu paid heed to the expressions of the sparring partners, whether out of ignorance or indifference. At Li Mingyang's current level, even these individuals, relegated to the role of sparring partners, seemed somewhat unable to keep pace. Let alone acting as opponents in the ring. Should they find themselves in that position, it would be akin to a ferocious tiger entering a flock of sheep, dispatching one with a single swipe. From the very first day of training, I have long anticipated this moment, as I am sure the coach has as well. Finally regaining his composure, Li Mingyang gradually stood up, stretching languidly. Though his tone appeared calm, the excitement radiating from his eyes was unmistakable. It is said that a sword is honed over a decade, while my own blade has not been sharpened for 10 years. My journey in the streaming profession has nearly reached a year. At the very least, over half a year has passed, during which my physique has been refined and my skills honed. Especially after successfully knocking down Wang Daniyu today, the eagerness bubbling within me has reached its zenith. Even if my coach does not initiate the conversation, I will find ways to engage in a couple of matches to test my abilities. Indeed, young man, to ascend to the pinnacle of the boxing world, one must embody this unwavering spirit of perseverance. One must possess the audacity of a fearless newcomer, unafraid of the challenges ahead. For the next few days, refrain from engaging in such intense training. Instead, take the time to rest and pay attention to your diet. I will contact someone to assist you with your registration, hoping that in your inaugural professional boxing match, you will showcase your unique prowess. Chapter 79. Pre-match weigh-in. What a bunch of misfits, remarked Wang Daniyu, prompting Li Mingyang to respond with a sinister grin, devoid of even a moment's hesitation. During this period of training, Li Mingyang resembled a powder keg, brimming with an untold reservoir of strength yearning for release. Rather than harboring any trepidation regarding the impending competition or his opponents, he was instead consumed by an exhilarating anticipation. He could hardly wait to ascend the ring, to showcase the physique and skills he had meticulously honed over time, delivering a jolt of surprise to his adversaries. After all, the relentless, punishing training he had endured was solely to hasten the arrival of this day. He was confident that he would bestow a delightful surprise upon each of his opponents. Witnessing the malevolent smile on Li Mingyang's face and the chilling tone of his words, the two heavyweight sparring partners nearby involuntarily shuddered. In that moment, they silently resolved to avoid the upcoming match by any means necessary, convinced that participating would likely result in a harrowing experience. Perhaps a stay in the hospital for a month or two would be considered fortunate. Regardless of the circumstances, they had no intention of confronting the formidable Li Mingyang. Having made this decision, the two heavyweight sparring partners felt an immense weight lift from their shoulders, their previously gloomy moods dissipating. Within mere seconds, a sense of schadenfreude welled up within them, swiftly filling their hearts. They began to anticipate Li Mingyang's performance in the match, not in hopes of his triumph, for they knew well that none of the local competitors stood a chance against such a monstrous opponent. Instead, they looked forward to witnessing the dismay of their past adversaries. Relishing the thought of those whom they had once loathed, now reduced to tears beneath the onslaught of Li Mingyang's fists. With this thought, their spirits brightened considerably. The King of Boxing Championship? The competition was set to commence in just 3 days. During this brief interlude, under Wang Dania's vigilant supervision, Li Mingyang diligently managed his diet. For heavyweight competitors, there exists only a weight limit without an upper threshold, thus he experienced no torment of weight loss. His dietary restrictions were primarily to avert any unforeseen mishaps. Certain foods, if ingested, could lead to erroneous test results. What should be a straightforward competition could easily lead to suspicions of doping following a urine test. To prevent such unnecessary misunderstandings, Wang Dania had meticulously eliminated many items from Li Mingyang's meal plan. In the final 3 days, Wang Daniu intensified his already stringent dietary regimen for Li Mingyang. Essentially, each meal was meticulously prepared by this coach himself. During this period, Li Mingyang experienced the most arduous phase of his training. It was unclear whether Wang Daniu's approach was intentional or inadvertent. Each dish presented appeared visually appealing, yet the taste was indescribable. It was not that the food was particularly unpalatable. Rather, it was devoid of flavor, quite literally lacking any discernible taste. The myriad flavors of sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and salty that one could imagine bore no relation to Wang Daniu's offerings. Every ingredient resembled mere water, boiled and served without further enhancement. As Li Mingyang gazed at the prominently displayed golden characters behind the arena, his eyes involuntarily twitched. It was merely a provincial competition, and regardless of the weight class, the other competitors seemed to lack exceptional skill. Was it truly appropriate to adopt such a flamboyant title? A champion merely reigning within a single province. Could that truly be deemed a champion? Even if Li Mingyang were to secure the title of champion in this contest, he would find it difficult to mention it with pride afterward. Consider the scale of the champions in other regions, intercontinental champions, or even world champions. At the very least, one would expect national champions to be recognized. Yet here, in a relatively underdeveloped and remote province, a competition boldly labeled as a champion of champions was being held. A torrent of thoughts surged within him, yet he found himself at a loss for where to begin his criticism. All contestants, please line up in an orderly fashion for the pre-match weigh-in. Fortunately, while the scale of the event was modest, it exuded professionalism. According to Wang Daniu, the preparation was no different from that of larger competitions. The protocols and other aspects adhered strictly to the highest standards of the sport. The weight requirement for heavyweight competitors was set at over 91.25 kilograms or 201 pounds, with no upper limit imposed. Naturally, Li Mingyang met this baseline requirement. In fact, even before commencing formal boxing training, he had already surpassed this weight. After enduring an extensive period of rigorous training, both his height and weight had further developed. In casual attire, he appeared robust without an impression of bulkiness. However, when he approached the weigh-in and removed his shirt, his physique resembled that of finely forged steel, with every movement revealing the fierce contours of his muscles. The scene left many competitors present utterly dumbfounded, with Li Mingyang keenly observing that several individuals, who appeared to be his opponents, exhibited an unmistakable glimmer of fear in their eyes upon catching sight of him. Further scrutiny revealed that these so-called professional athletes bore physiques that suggested a lack of rigorous training. Some even displayed noticeable signs of a slight paunch. Can one truly believe that a professional fighter could exhibit such physical shortcomings? In an instant, Li Mingyang's enthusiasm for the competition waned significantly. What manner of adversaries were these? They resembled nothing more than misfits. Had he known better when old Wang proposed he enter this contest, he would have steered clear of such a minor event. The prospect of facing these lackluster opponents was simply uninspiring. He mused that, should a bout ensue, he ought to temper his strength, lest he inadvertently inflict serious harm. The thought crossed his mind that a mere 2 punches could potentially end someone's career, and he certainly did not wish to find himself suspended before his own had even commenced. Li Mingyang silently berated the situation in his mind. Chapter 80, 16 seconds. KO. As Li Mingyang stepped onto the professional weighing scale, his height and weight were swiftly displayed on the large screen. Height, 194 centimeters. Weight, 132 kilograms. The audience and fellow competitors were already astonished by Li Mingyang's formidable physique, resembling that of a wild beast. When the numerical data appeared, the previously bustling venue fell into a profound silence. Witnessing Li Mingyang's astonishing stature, they were taken aback to discover his weight, a staggering 264 pounds. This exceeded the heavyweight category's limit by nearly 40 kilograms, equivalent to the weight of several women combined. Observing Li Mingyang's physique, with muscles brimming with explosive power, no one could doubt the authenticity of his ironclad muscles. Although the attendees possessed varying levels of expertise, they were at least professionals, capable of discerning the difference. The muscles cultivated through mere protein supplements or performance enhancers in a gym could not compare to the sheer magnitude of Li Mingyang's physique. Without the need for any practical demonstration, the mere sight and dynamic display of his muscles were enough to convey their superiority. The competitors from other weight classes, after their initial astonishment, could only express admiration and envy. Some quick-witted individuals even felt a tinge of schadenfreude, relieved that their lighter weights would likely spare them from ever facing a freak of nature like Li Mingyang. Simultaneously, as their gazes inadvertently drifted toward other heavyweight fighters, sympathy filled their eyes. They perceived Li Mingyang as undoubtedly belonging to a prominent figuress in her circle, having been secretly nurtured for many years. Perhaps to bolster his disciples' confidence, Li Mingyang was thrust into such a grand spectacle for his debut match. No one questioned whether Li Mingyang was a seasoned veteran. After all, with such an exaggerated physique and striking appearance, had he emerged in the professional boxing arena earlier, it would have been impossible for his fellow competitors to remain oblivious to such an iconic figure. Competitors, please come forward to draw lots. Following the announcement, Li Mingyang nonchalantly joined the queue, surrounded by heavyweight boxers. Their expressions were a tapestry of emotions. Some wore scowls, while others appeared utterly forlorn, regardless of the expressions they donned. In that moment, their thoughts were remarkably aligned. Please, do not let me face this monster immediately, having already been on from a distance. Now in close proximity to Li Mingyang and feeling the solidity of his iron-like muscles, nearly everyone instinctively swallowed hard. The overwhelming sense of power he exuded suggested that a single punch from him could indeed be lethal. Group A? Upon seeing his draw, Li Mingyang raised an eyebrow, unfazed. Unconsciously, he cast his gaze upon the competitors beside him, eager to discern which unfortunate soul had drawn the same Group A as himself. In an apparent effort to facilitate differentiation, not only were the letters on the balls distinct, but even the colors of the balls themselves varied. For instance, the ball in Li Mingyang's hand was a vivid shade of red, though he had yet to glimpse the specific numbers on the other's balls. However, he swiftly spotted a fellow competitor whose face was etched with disbelief, clutching a ball of the same hue. It was evident that this individual had been closely watching him during the draw. Thus he must have been aware of Li Mingyang's identity as his opponent even before the draw concluded. When their eyes met, this rotund contender instinctively averted his gaze, his body trembling ever so slightly, as though fearing that Li Mingyang's formidable fists might descend upon him at any moment. Relax, Li Mingyang pondered. My coach has assured me that none of these opponents possess exceptional prowess. It is akin to participating in a mock examination prior to the college entrance exams, primarily to acclimate oneself to the competitive atmosphere. Naturally, one should not be careless. Even a slight lapse in vigilance does not significantly affect the final outcome. Nevertheless, one should strive for a flawless performance in life's inaugural contest. Having drawn Group A, Li Mingyang was undoubtedly the first to take the stage. As he donned his mouthguard, he listened to Wang Danyu's incessant chatter. Within, he felt no tumultuous emotions, as if the moment were as mundane as eating or drinking. In stark contrast, Wang Danyu was visibly anxious, aware that the opponent posed no real threat to Li Mingyang, yet still betraying palpable tension on his face. After more than a decade away from the competitive arena, returning to this familiar yet foreign ambience made Wang Danyu feel as if he were the one standing in the ring, oblivious to his own transformation into a chatterbox. Rest assured, even when facing a rabbit, a lion exerts its full strength. I shall grant my opponent no quarter. With that proclamation, and the crisp sound of 3 bells ringing, the first round of the match commenced. Before him stood a timid opponent, cowering like a frightened rabbit, prompting Li Mingyang to sincerely find the sight somewhat painful to behold. Despite the fact that this individual was, in fact, taller and more robust than himself at that moment, he resembled nothing more than a meek little creature. Regardless of his adversary's demeanor, Li Mingyang harbored no intention of showing mercy. He advanced with nimble steps, and both the beginning and conclusion of the match took everyone by surprise. As the timer froze at 16 seconds, Li Mingyang's opponent lay sprawled on the mat, soundly asleep. Throughout the entire process, Li Mingyang dedicated no less than 15 seconds to constraining his opponent's breathing space. Ultimately, in less than a second, with a single punch, he delivered a decisive knockout, leaving no room for doubt. Chapter 81. Like a tiger king reigning over his territory. Behind the arena, a large screen incessantly replayed the moment when Li Mingyang's opponent was knocked out. The ferocious might of Li Mingyang was vividly showcased in this looping footage. With a single punch, his adversary's visage was nearly contorted beyond recognition. It was an exaggerated transformation, prompting speculation that the opponent's head might tear apart in the next instant. Following this, a crisp sound resonated as the body collided with the ring's surface. The opponent, who had just moments ago been retreating in trepidation, now lay sprawled on the canvas like a lifeless pig. Although it was evident to any discerning observer that there was no need for a countdown, given that the opponent had completely lost consciousness, the referee diligently counted the seconds in the interest of fair play until the medical personnel arrived. The sparse audience in the arena initially stood in stunned silence, but soon erupted into fervent cheers, accompanied by a wave of animated discussions. After all, aside from family and coaches, those who made the effort to watch such matches live were undoubtedly diehard enthusiasts of boxing. It was clear that one must possess an extraordinary level of obsession to attend even a modest match like this. Moreover, this deep-rooted passion and understanding of the sport allowed them to grasp the caliber of domestic fighters, particularly within the heavyweight category, where the skill level was relatively uniform. Many who might have arrived with self-doubt found themselves relieved upon realizing that their peers were of similar standing, leading to an unburdened exchange of blows in a contest of novices. The audience had accustomed themselves to such displays. Yet they were taken aback when Li Mingyang emerged like a dark horse. He showcased his formidable prowess and unparalleled dominance in the ring. In truth, the entirety of the match unfolded in a mere second. The preceding moments were merely a dance of pursuit. With one decisive punch, he dispatched his opponent with astonishing efficiency, evoking a sense of disbelief among the spectators. They felt as though they were witnessing not a local bout, but a contest at the pinnacle of international boxing. Only those at the zenith of the sport could exhibit such terrifying strength. However, in stark contrast to the audience's fervor, the expressions of Li Mingyang's forthcoming opponents were far less favorable. During the weigh-in, they had already sensed a significant disparity between themselves and Li Mingyang. Yet they could scarcely fathom the extent of the gap. The opponent Li Mingyang had just vanquished was a familiar face to them, a testament to the evenly matched nature of their previous encounters. When it comes to determining victory or defeat, there exists no overwhelming advantage. The competition is merely a matter of points. One could assert that all participants are evenly matched, their strengths comparable. At this moment, the competitors, once brimming with enthusiasm for their forthcoming matches, find themselves besieged by a disconcerting thought, since they are destined to forfeit the championship today. Perhaps it would be wiser to concede directly to their opponents. By doing so, they could avoid facing that formidable contender, sparing themselves the humiliation of being knocked out in such a disgraceful manner. The prospect of encountering such raw power leads many to privately ponder their own resilience. Would they truly withstand a single devastating blow from this adversary? Meanwhile, Li Mingyang remains indifferent to the thoughts of his future opponents, having dismissed them entirely since the weigh-in. In fact, he does not regard them as genuine rivals. If anything, they serve merely as a backdrop for his inaugural foray into professional competition, enhancing the atmosphere of the event. Out of nowhere, a rather absurd notion crossed his mind. Didn't I instruct you earlier to temper your strength against these opponents, whose abilities are rather lackluster? He reflected on his recent punch, doubting whether a bit more force might have resulted in dire consequences for his opponent. Surely you wouldn't want to be suspended right after stepping onto the professional stage, would you? Li Mingyang's expression turned peculiar as he recalled how Wang Dainid had berated him upon leaving the ring. It was amusing to remember that the loudest cheer during his decisive victory had come from none other than Wang himself. That exclamation had been so exuberant that one might have thought a wild beast had entered the arena. Coach, you should know my strength better than that. I had already tempered my punch. It was evident from the weigh-in that this group is quite inexperienced. I am not a monster. I do not derive satisfaction from causing harm without reason. Yet, I am genuinely astonished by the extent of their inadequacy. I barely exerted 7/10 of my strength. And yet it appears my opponent sustained significant damage. In the end, even Li Mingyang could not suppress a sense of bemusement regarding the caliber of his adversaries. What curious specimens they were. It seemed imperative for him to recalibrate his strategy for the forthcoming contests. He must showcase his prowess while ensuring he does not exert excessive force, lest he find himself entangled in legal troubles before his career has even begun. Lost in thoughts of Li Mingyang, he could not help but cast a scrutinizing glance at his adversaries. It seemed as though he was assessing their physiques, quietly evaluating the degree of force he would need to employ against each opponent when the time came. Yet, when confronted with the sudden gaze of Li Mingyang. Nearly all of his opponents instinctively averted their eyes. It was akin to a king of beasts, a ferocious tiger surveying its territory. While these individuals resembled mere creatures within that realm, in the presence of such a formidable ruler, even without any overt action, they could not suppress their instinctive tremors. It was as if a pressure emanating from the depths of their bloodlines and souls enveloped them, a primal, physiological fear taking hold. Faced with the might and brutality of Li Mingyang, any notion of resistance was utterly extinguished within them. Chapter 82. A heavy blow again. A 3-second knockout. Logically, those who embark on the path of professional boxing, regardless of their varying skill levels, must possess a significant degree of prowess compared to the average individual. The most crucial aspect is their ability to persevere through the amateur ranks to become genuine professionals, which undoubtedly requires a fighting spirit within their hearts. Under normal circumstances, regardless of the opponent faced, one would not simply resign to defeat. Even when aware of their own shortcomings, they should at least attempt to put up a fight. It is unfathomable that they would be unable to muster even the slightest notion of resistance in their current situation. However, when confronted by Li Mingyang, such thoughts and attitudes manifested starkly within them. It was as if Li Mingyang belonged to an entirely different species, exuding a sense of superiority that felt almost primal, surpassing their years of rigorous training. This reaction is perhaps understandable, as evidenced during the weigh-in ceremony, where it was apparent that they were far from elite athletes forged through stringent training, in comparison to those who graced the pinnacle of the boxing arena. These individuals appeared to be mere placeholders, merely showcasing that such a profession exists in their country and that a handful of professionals can be presented. As for their actual skill levels, it seems neither they nor their supporting teams held particularly high expectations. Lacking the endurance to withstand the torturous trials that others have faced, it is only natural that their resolve is not as steadfast as one might assume. When confronted with an opponent they know they cannot hope to overcome, feelings of fear seem entirely justified. Nevertheless, Li Mingyang had little interest in analyzing the mindset of these inferior opponents, whether they chose to resist in stages or, like his current adversary, reacted to his presence as a sheep would to a tiger, overwhelmed with the primal urge to flee, trembling instinctively, regardless of their state of mind. It would not alter the ultimate outcome of the contest. In fact, any attempt at resistance might only expose further vulnerabilities, potentially leading them to falter before even reaching the 16-second mark of the first unfortunate soul to fall, charging bravely into the fray, only to be met with a resounding slap, and then, down they go. All told, the encounter might last a mere 3 seconds. This contemplation leads one to wonder if being a coward is truly such a disadvantage. At least it might prolong their time in the ring, allowing them to lose with a modicum of dignity. This match, while appearing quite professional in many respects, barring the competitors themselves, was tightly scheduled, featuring 2 bouts in one day, one in the morning and another in the afternoon. Thus, when Li Mingyang prepared to face his second match of the day, it was only 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In contrast to the sparse morning audience, the turnout for the afternoon bout was noticeably larger, likely due to the circulation of his earlier match footage. As Li Mingyang made his entrance, he was unexpectedly met with sporadic cheers, a pleasant surprise for him. To my astonishment, having only participated in a mere 16 seconds of competition, I find myself already possessing admirers within the boxing realm. Such a rarity indeed. Speaking of which, I have already viewed this morning's video, and that fellow is truly formidable. Just that one punch. As he spoke, the spectator could hardly contain his excitement, animatedly mimicking the actions, as if, in that very moment, he had transformed into Li Mingyang within the ring. To be fair, although his opponent may not appear as fierce as this individual, he is undoubtedly a muscular giant, a professional fighter who has undergone rigorous training. Rumor has it that the unfortunate soul now lies in a hospital bed, yet to regain consciousness. Just imagine if such a powerful, thunderous punch were to land upon my face. At this thought, the fan's previously exhilarated expression morphed into one tinged with a hint of dread, his body involuntarily shivering. It seemed as though the grim image of enduring such a blow had already taken shape within his mind. Without a doubt, should I, with my slight physique, be struck by such a punch, even if it did not directly hit my head, I might very well meet my demise on the spot. I must say, the youthful minds of today are remarkably swift. One moment they wear expressions of fear, and the next they are filled with excitement. As for this afternoon's match, how long might this gentleman's opponent endure? Will it be longer or shorter than the fleeting 16 seconds? Though we are mere strangers, united by our shared passion for boxing. We have congregated due to the unexpected rise of Li Mingyang. Thus, discussions on such topics feel devoid of any barriers. It is difficult to predict. If the opponents were to watch this morning's contest and were to adopt a more cowardly strategy, perhaps they might last a bit longer. After all, if one is solely focused on evading in the ring, even if this fighter seeks to conclude the bout swiftly, it would undoubtedly require more time. If faced with a particularly stubborn adversary, I suspect this new unfortunate contender may not last beyond 10 seconds. Such a ferocious punch is indeed a rarity, even on the world's most prestigious stages. Ding ding ding. Bang. With the crisp sound of the bell marking the commencement of the match, Li Mingyang executed a sweeping kick without hesitation. He had discerned that today a second unfortunate contender was likely employing a strategy of retreat. Having assessed the caliber of his opponent, Li Mingyang approached the confrontation with unwavering resolve. Empowered by his formidable strength, the opponent found himself devoid of any opportunity to resist. On the brink of losing balance and collapsing to the ground, seizing the chance presented by his adversary's momentary vulnerability, Li Mingyang advanced swiftly. Bang! A fierce right straight punch. The anticipated outcome unfolded flawlessly as the opponent's tall, robust frame crumpled to the floor, seamlessly transitioning into a slumber akin to that of an infant. At this moment, the countdown on the large screen behind the arena came to a halt, displaying a glaring crimson number, 3 seconds. The match concluded in a mere span of 3 seconds. Chapter 83. The competition video goes viral. In the midst of the electrifying atmosphere on the arena, nearly all spectators erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Li Mingyang undoubtedly emerged victorious in the competition. Yet as he approached the edge of the ring, he was met not with the joyful visage of Wang Daniyu, but rather with a countenance of grave seriousness. "I have noticed a concern," Wang Daniyu stated. "It seems you have a penchant for employing your legs as weapons during the match. While I do not intend to discourage you from utilizing your legs, nor do I wish to inhibit your leg training, it is imperative that you comprehend our ultimate objective. Our aim is to ascend to the professional stage of international competitions. Fortunately, although this championship is dubbed a boxing contest, it is not a professional boxing match, but rather a free combat event. The regulations of free fighting do not impose restrictions on the use of leg techniques. However, had you executed that particular maneuver just now, not only would you have likely failed to secure victory, but it could also adversely affect your professional trajectory. Before the commencement of any match, you must diligently remember the rules, ensuring that your legs do not hinder your thoughts and movements. In the realm of free fighting, one might naturally employ whatever techniques are advantageous. However, you must not become so accustomed to this rhythm of combat that, when faced with a true boxing ring, you instinctively resort to using your legs. Even if you consciously remember the rules and refrain from attacking with your legs, this could still disrupt your original offensive rhythm. Therefore, in the forthcoming matches, you must regard this not as a free fighting contest, but as a professional boxing match. Your legs should serve solely for movement and evasion. Your attacks must rely exclusively on your hands and fists directed towards your opponent's upper body. Wang Daniyu's expression remained solemn as he spoke. While there are numerous intricate rules and competitions upon reaching the pinnacle of the world, free fighting is no exception. However, these contests lack the well-established upward structure that boxing possesses. If Li Mingyang aspires to reach the zenith of the world swiftly, then dedicating himself to the discipline of boxing is undoubtedly the wisest course. Regular training must not be neglected, yet when the time comes to enter the ring, it is crucial to remember to refrain from utilizing his legs. First, cultivate sound competitive habits and develop a robust combat memory. As for exploring other domains, that can certainly wait until Li Mingyang has achieved a certain level of proficiency. For now, concentrating on a singular domain will undoubtedly facilitate Li Mingyang's rapid growth. Upon hearing these words, Li Mingyang nodded earnestly. "Understood, coach. I will be mindful in the upcoming matches, but I shall not relent in my practice of leg techniques. After all, the title of a world boxing champion is not my sole aspiration. I believe that regardless of the type of combat, these individuals should all be overshadowed by the might of our Eastern Dragon." In the end, Li Mingyang could not help but break into a grin, which, although initially appeared to be a radiant smile, combined with his tone and gaze, exuded an unsettling ferocity. To this, Wang Daniyu not only showed no dissent, but instead wore a look of satisfaction. Yes, such a mindset is essential. When we step onto the battlefield to hone our martial skills, these monkeys might still be residing in trees. Why should these sports now become their domain? Our goal is not for any other reason, but to proclaim to the world that you are still who you are. In conclusion, Wang Danyu could not suppress a boisterous laugh. Had it been anyone else uttering such words, he might have chastised them for their arrogance. However, since it was Li Mingyang who spoke, whose physical prowess is undoubtedly unparalleled, he felt no such need. Moreover, even knowing that Li Mingyang's body is still in a phase of rapid development, aiming for the modest target of dominating the ring seems quite feasible. Wang Danyu believes that this day is not far off, perhaps merely 2 years away, or even just a year's effort. The Li Mingyang before us, this fledgling heavyweight boxer, is destined to become the brightest star in the annals of boxing history. As for the others, regardless of their current prowess and dominance in the ring, they pale in comparison to his extraordinary physical talent, akin to fireflies attempting to shine alongside the luminous moon, let alone the blazing sun. Wow, brothers, look what I've discovered. Li Mingyang is now a major internet sensation with millions of genuine fans, devoid of bots or fake accounts. Naturally, his online popularity is substantial, and he boasts a considerable fan community. Many fans have been puzzled as to why Li Mingyang had not streamed for several days, although his daily broadcasts consisted solely of training. Many boxing enthusiasts among his followers found great excitement and could hardly contain their enthusiasm. In just a few days, Li Mingyang's private messages had piled up like a mountain, with countless notifications reading 99. However, he had no time to attend to these messages. The one who uncovered this gap was a fervent boxing fan. He had treated Li Mingyang's training sessions as spiritual sustenance, and not seeing them for several days felt quite unusual. Yet, being a boxing aficionado himself, he sought to find some matches to watch in Li Mingyang's absence. Little did he expect that upon looking, he would be startled to see a familiar, fierce figure on the professional stage. Goodness, I wondered why this guy hadn't updated in several days. So, they secretly went off to compete without informing us? A mere 16 seconds, and then just 3 seconds. Is this truly the prowess of a warrior? Initially, I assumed that after only a few months of training, their skills would still be lacking. Yet, the opponent not only delivered a resounding blow to your pride, but also flaunted that astonishing achievement right before your eyes. To be candid, this is undoubtedly the most exhilarating instance of being humbled I have ever experienced. Although I have been struck down, I cannot help but exclaim, exhilarating. I support the sentiments expressed above. If possible, I hope for more such humbling experiences to come. Originally, these 2 videos were fervently discussed within our group, but alas, the fanbase of Li Mingyang is rather intricate, with many individuals belonging to multiple fan circles. Before long, this compilation of knockout videos, barely totaling 20 seconds, began to spread wildly among the fan groups. Subsequently, it remains unclear who initiated the first action, but before we knew it, this knockout video found its way onto the internet. Given that Li Mingyang already had a considerable following, not to mention the captivating allure of such a thrilling knockout video, fueled by the enthusiasm of the fans and the algorithmic recommendations of the Douyin platform, Li Mingyang's debut competition video unexpectedly skyrocketed in popularity across the entire platform. By the time Li Mingyang became aware of this video, its view count had already soared to an astonishing 30 million. And this was merely the result of less than 5 hours of brewing. Chapter 84. A crushing victory. The undisputed champion. In our country, heavyweight boxers are indeed a rare breed, and even fewer participate in such minor competitions. If all goes as anticipated, the matches may conclude as early as today or tomorrow. As the old saying goes, one should perform with a calm demeanor, especially considering the caliber of these opponents. At this juncture, Wang Danyu displayed a rare expression of hesitance, as if caught between thoughts. Initially, he intended for this inaugural ring experience to serve as a learning opportunity for Li Mingyang, opting for a match that would not pose excessive difficulty. However, to his dismay, rather than accumulating valuable experience, they encountered a rather unsatisfactory array of adversaries. Wang Danyu's primary concern now is that Li Mingyang may develop an inflated sense of confidence. Although the physical prowess of the opponents is undeniably extraordinary, and their aptitude for learning is commendable, Li Mingyang's technical skills do not rank among the elite, while he possesses considerable talent. If we were to rate technical proficiency on a scale of 100, Li Mingyang would hover around 90. In contrast, on the global stage, the foremost prodigies, such as the illustrious Tyson, display a boxing talent that easily surpasses 120. Tyson's dominance, achieved in a mere 2 years from training to professional debut, is nothing short of remarkable. Moreover, despite being comparatively shorter among heavyweight contenders and lacking reach advantages, Tyson epitomizes an unparalleled fighting talent that transforms perceived disadvantages into distinctive strengths. While Li Mingyang's physical attributes are certainly among the finest worldwide, there remains a significant disparity in technical prowess when juxtaposed with the top-tier competitors. Should Li Mingyang become overconfident and face a technically adept opponent, provided the rival is not physically inferior, it could result in a profound setback for him. This concern weighs heavily on Wang Daniu. He fears that a harsh defeat could shatter the young man's resolve. Boxing transcends mere physicality. It demands skill, a sound mindset, and unwavering mental fortitude. In summary, these opponents may seem inconsequential to you, yet they are equally unremarkable to other skilled fighters. Although your progress has been rapid, and your current capabilities could secure you a respectable position in domestic competitions, the gap between you and true elite fighters remains substantial. Do not forget that this match is not a life-or-death struggle. It adheres to regulations, and in a real fight, one could easily overpower and incapacitate an opponent. However, in the context of competition, constrained by various regulations, the opponent can fully exploit their advantages. While a knockout may be improbable, they can easily secure victory through a points margin. Upon hearing Wang Daniu's words, Li Mingyang understood perfectly well the underlying implication. It was merely a concern that after participating in this match, he might develop an inflated sense of self-worth, believing himself invincible, which could lead to a neglect of his daily training. Should he encounter a formidable adversary thereafter, he might find himself questioning his very existence, his resolve crumbling. Li Mingyang possesses a keen awareness of his own capabilities. He recognizes that against these average competitors, he is indeed a dominating force. Yet, even within a domestic boxing landscape that lacks extensive development, he does not harbor complete confidence in overcoming the elite contenders. Thus, following the match, Li Mingyang would not ease his training regimen. Rather, he would impose even stricter demands upon himself. After all, life is fleeting. Although he has resolved to ascend to the pinnacle of the boxing arena, this ambition will not consume his entire existence. At present, what Li Mingyang desires is to realize this goal as swiftly as possible. To achieve such an extraordinary ideal, which is unattainable for most, even with the advantage of a golden finger, he must exert even greater effort. As Wang Daniu had surmised, today's competition featured 3 matches, scheduled for morning, afternoon, and evening. Li Mingyang even speculated whether this arrangement was influenced by his own capabilities. The stark disparity in strength between Li Mingyang and the other contestants was evident to even the most ordinary observer, let alone the organizers. Since Li Mingyang could not afford to expend excessive energy in any single match, it seemed sensible to conduct all bouts within a single day. Uncertain of the relevance to himself, Li Mingyang remained indifferent. The thoughtful scheduling provided ample intervals between the morning, afternoon, and evening matches. Even if the matches were arranged back-to-back, he would not be the slightest bit concerned about facing such opponents. The first match concluded in 18 seconds, an undeniable knockout. The second match wrapped up in 15 seconds, another set of ineffectual opponents dispatched. The third match lasted 32 seconds. This adversary demonstrated a modicum of resilience, managing to endure 2 punches and displaying slightly more agility and footwork, thereby prolonging the contest for a little over half a minute. Crucially, Li Mingyang adhered to Wang Daniu's counsel, employing solely his fists for offense throughout these 3 contests. 3 matches, each an unequivocal display of superiority. As yet another opponent fell beneath the force of his blows, Li Mingyang rightfully claimed the trophy designated for the heavyweight champion of the arena. Chapter 85. It is not my inflated ego, but my opponents are truly weak. However, the trophy feels surprisingly devoid of any sense of achievement. Throughout this journey, Li Mingyang encountered no formidable opponents, let alone individuals capable of exerting pressure to foster his sense of progress. To illustrate the sensation of the past 2 days of competition, it resembled a grown man with brass knuckles battling a defenseless kindergarten child. Thus, when Li Mingyang exited the arena and entered his vehicle, he carelessly tossed aside his trophy, displaying a complete lack of regard. Witnessing this scene, Wang Daniu could easily surmise Li Mingyang's current mindset. After all, Wang Daniu had been a spectator to Li Mingyang's journey, and given Li Mingyang's physique and skill level, this competition indeed lacked excitement. However, understanding Li Mingyang's perspective also filled Wang Daniu with concern. He feared that this young man might become overly complacent, mistakenly believing that all opponents were of such a caliber, potentially leading to a slackening in his training regimen. Yet, Wang Daniu's expression did not escape Li Mingyang's notice. Before Wang Daniyu could voice his thoughts, Li Mingyang raised his hand to preempt his words. Coach, I understand what you wish to convey. Rest assured, I do not possess such a mindset. It is not that I have genuinely inflated my ego, but rather that the opponents I faced were indeed too weak. I'm acutely aware that there remains a considerable distance to traverse before I can contend with true masters. Nevertheless, for my next opportunity for practical training, I hope to participate in competitions of a higher caliber, at least at the national level. I am not averse to the prospect of defeat. Should I encounter an adversary capable of besting me, regardless of the method, be it a points victory or a direct knockout, so be it. Admittedly, I feel that the latter scenario is unlikely. However, even merely being outpointed would be beneficial, as it would allow me to learn from my opponent and recognize my shortcomings, thereby facilitating swift improvement, rather than squander several days of training for a competition devoid of significance. Upon hearing these words, Wang Daniyu could not help but chuckle. Thankfully, Li Mingyang's mindset appeared intact. In fact, following this competition, his attitude seemed more robust than before, aspiring to continue his ascent in the arena until he reaches the pinnacle. This ambition necessitates a steadfast commitment to improvement, devoid of pride or complacency. Nonetheless, the concerns Li Mingyang articulated represent a genuine issue. It is not only Li Mingyang who should remain vigilant, but Wang Daniyu as well. After all, as Li Mingyang aptly noted, participating in such competitions indeed constitutes a waste of time and a squandering of life. However, participating in such a competition for the first time is not without merit. All right, I understand, and I will certainly take more care when arranging future matches. Nevertheless, I hope you do not falter in your mentality when you encounter a truly formidable opponent. Although the level of boxing in our country pales in comparison to the international arena, it has been gradually developing over the years. During my era, I was able to attain the honor of being the Asian boxing champion, yet in today's context, I cannot say with certainty that I would possess the same confidence. Times are evolving, and techniques and training methods are undergoing constant transformation. In other words, today's boxers are undoubtedly far superior to those of my time. Moreover, your participation in this competition was not a mere waste of time. Surely, you do not believe that one can casually enter a national competition without any accomplishments to their name? As the old saying goes, the journey must be taken step by step, and the meal must be consumed bite by bite. Even if this competition holds little significance for you, it serves as a stepping stone to higher-level contests. You must achieve this degree of success to qualify for more prestigious competitions. Thus, regarding this trophy, as Wang Daniyu spoke, he reached for the trophy that Li Mingyang had casually tossed onto the back seat. While Li Mingyang did not place much value on it, Wang Daniyu regarded it with a sense of importance. After all, this was the first honor of Li Mingyang's professional career. Although its worth may be minimal, it still holds a degree of collectible and commemorative significance. This can be considered your ticket, while it may lack substance. It is nonetheless a tangible achievement earned through your own efforts. It carries a certain sentimental value and should be preserved well. After saying this, Wang Daniyu ceased further conversation and started the vehicle, preparing to return to the town to continue Li Mingyang's training. Furthermore, after observing Li Mingyang's performance in this competition, Wang Daniyu, despite Li Mingyang's lack of significant gains, had garnered considerable insights himself. Although he had yet to meticulously formulate a detailed training plan, a preliminary outline had already begun to take shape in his mind. Upon returning, he intended to tailor a brand new training regimen specifically for Li Mingyang. To begin with, the duration of physical training could be slightly shortened, as Wang Daniyu had come to realize during this time. Li Mingyang is truly an extraordinary individual. As long as he is not pushed to the brink of exhaustion, he will train relentlessly, bouncing back to life the very next day. Injuries seem to have no place in his experience. Therefore, he could appropriately increase the weights during each training session, allowing Li Mingyang to achieve the same training outcomes in a shorter span of time. As for the rest, it is imperative to focus more on honing Li Mingyang's skills and techniques. Although this competition was characterized by a dominant performance, Wang Daniyu was not entirely satisfied with the technical proficiency displayed by Li Mingyang. After all, his opponents were indeed rather inept individuals. Even if they were intent on evading, the arena was confined to a limited space. If Li Mingyang possessed superior footwork and a more incisive offensive strategy, the match should have concluded with greater swiftness and decisiveness. In fact, during the final bout, the contest dragged on for over half a minute, which, in Wang Daniyu's estimation, was an excessive duration against such adversaries. The optimal approach would have been to strike with thunderous might, swiftly closing the distance to his opponent and delivering a clean, decisive blow. Given Li Mingyang's extraordinary physique, Wang Dania harbored no doubts about his capacity to eliminate his opponent in a mere instant should he manage to deliver an effective strike. Yet, in a contest characterized by such a disparity in skill, it was indeed perplexing that Li Mingyang spent an entire half-minute in combat, a situation Wang Dania deemed entirely unacceptable. Chapter 86. Preparing for the national championship. By the way, there is something else I wish to convey to you. Don't you aspire to partake in more advanced competitions to hone your skills? Since you have already expressed your lack of fear regarding failure, I have delightful news to share. While driving, Wang Dania seemed to suddenly recall something. He did not turn around but raised his voice so that Li Mingyang could hear him. In 3 months, our nation's national championship will commence. This event is arguably the most prestigious boxing competition in our country, where nearly all the elite fighters across various weight classes will participate. Your weight class is no exception. If you wish to refine your technique and experience the pressure of the ring, this competition undoubtedly presents the finest opportunity. Furthermore, with our recent acquisition of this trophy, we have secured our qualification to compete. Although this event may not feature exceptionally high-caliber opponents, it is nonetheless a legitimate competition that has been officially registered. Your status as the provincial champion carries substantial weight, at least granting you access to the national championship. At this point, Wang Daniu frowned slightly, revealing a hint of hesitation on his face. Despite Li Mingyang's previous clarity, Wang Daniu could not suppress his inner turmoil. He grappled with uncertainty, pondering whether it was truly right or wrong to have Li Mingyang participate in such a competition at this level. Coach, please ensure my registration for this event. After all, we still have 3 months, he insisted. Moreover, I have only been training as a professional boxer for about 3 months. With 3 full months remaining before the national championship begins, although it seems my current skills may not suffice to shine in such a competition, I firmly believe that if I train diligently and refine my techniques, I will unveil my unique brilliance on that stage, even if I do not secure the championship. The crux of the matter is that secluding oneself will not yield fruitful results. To achieve better outcomes and ascend to greater heights, we must venture out to experience the world beyond. Furthermore, facing 1 or 2 failures does not signify defeat, does it? As long as I ultimately stand atop the highest peak, that is all that matters. Reflecting on my past missteps, they are not true failures. They are merely the path I have traversed. Before Wang Daniu could continue, Li Mingyang spoke up, and upon seeing the confident and radiant smile on his face, Wang Daniu felt a profound impact within him. Indeed, as a boxer aspiring to reach the pinnacle, how could one fear the challenges and failures encountered along the journey? In the days of my youth, I boldly ascended to the pinnacle of the Asian boxing realm, propelled by an audacious spirit undeterred by challenges. Had fate not intervened, I might well have continued to thrive on the world stage. Yet, as I now guide my protege, Li Mingyang, I find myself hesitating. A stark contrast to the tenacity of my past. In an instant, the frustration that once clouded Wang Daniu's mind dissipated, transforming his demeanor into one radiating optimism and newfound confidence. This confidence, unlike the self-assuredness I had previously cultivated, now emanated genuinely from the very core of his being. Although 3 months may seem insufficient for an ordinary individual to enact significant change, I must remind myself that Li Mingyang is no ordinary person. He is an exceptional talent. Rest assured, I will devote myself wholeheartedly to his training over the coming months, even if it means risking my own reputation. I am determined to elevate his abilities during this time. However, as I ponder this commitment, a wave of regret washes over me. I had anticipated this day would arrive eventually, and perhaps sooner than expected, yet I did not foresee its rapid approach. Given Li Mingyang's current prowess and burgeoning mindset, I find myself questioning whether I will still be qualified to mentor him post-training. My past successes, though commendable, belong to a different era, and many of my training methodologies are now outdated. As Li Mingyang aspires to excel further in the ring, it becomes evident that he requires not only a better coach but also a more specialized team to support his ambitions. Nevertheless, I quickly recalibrate my perspective. While I may not accompany him to the conclusion of his journey, I can proudly claim my role as his initial guide. Without my influence, his path would undoubtedly have been less expedited. In reflecting on this, I realize I have etched a significant mark in the narrative of this future champion's life. This realization lightens my heart, and I begin to contemplate whether I should take the initiative to reach out at the appropriate moment. assisting my promising mentee in accessing superior training opportunities. Although leveraging my current connections may present challenges, with earnest effort and a willingness to put my reputation on the line, possibilities may yet arise. Of course, all of this hinges on Li Mingyang's performance at the World Championships, where he must achieve a remarkable result to pave the way for his future. After all, the essence of sports competition is the survival of the fittest. It is a realm where achievements and prowess reign supreme. Li Mingyang possesses the strength, thus everything falls into place. Yet, without such capability, inevitably, all matters become irrelevant to you. Chapter 87. The grave atmosphere among rivals. Bang. 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 Still within this familiar town, still in this modest workshop. Yet the individuals training here have undergone a significant transformation since the initial days. First and foremost, Li Mingyang himself has evolved dramatically compared to 3 months ago. He is almost an entirely different person, inside and out. To begin with, his appearance has changed remarkably over these 3 months. His height has soared to 196 centimeters. And his weight has reached an astonishing 138 kilograms. Such physique and weight are undeniably extraordinary, even among heavyweight contenders. Moreover, Li Mingyang possesses exceptional speed and explosive power while maintaining this imposing stature. Furthermore, his internal attributes have also seen vast improvement, whether in terms of strength or other aspects. Including technique, Li Mingyang now far surpasses his former self from 3 months prior. Observing him train in the ring reveals the extent of his transformation. Unlike the ordinary sparring partners sourced from the province before, this time, Wang Daniu has truly leveraged his connections to recruit high-level professional boxers, even by national standards. These seasoned fighters have provided Li Mingyang with targeted practice, honing his ability to withstand blows, as well as his offensive and defensive capabilities. Li Mingyang can be described as having undergone a complete metamorphosis. In the final stretch of his training, to intensify the challenge, he has engaged with 2 opponents simultaneously, significantly enhancing his defensive and offensive skills under extreme conditions. From the initial struggles of facing 2 adversaries to now handling them with ease, Li Mingyang's progress has astonished not only his sparring partners but also left Wang Daniu, who knows him well, utterly speechless. The longer one spends time with Li Mingyang, the more he seems like an inexhaustible treasure. No matter how much one delves, only the tip of this remarkable iceberg is revealed. Take, for instance, the current training session focused on evasion and defense. Under the relentless assault of 2 lightweight competitors, it is nearly impossible for them to inflict any effective damage on him. Every attempt is either dodged or thwarted by Li Mingyang's seamlessly integrated defensive techniques. However, as the old adage goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. There are moments of oversight or delayed reaction when he does get struck. Yet, the blows from these lightweight opponents, who weigh even less than half of Li Mingyang, feel like mere tickles against his skin. Not only do they fail to deliver a critical hit, but even a direct punch hardly leaves a mark on him. His overall defensive prowess has seen yet another remarkable leap compared to 3 months ago. If his training was evidently strenuous back then, now, any discerning observer can easily recognize that Li Mingyang embodies a true beast, walking the professional boxing stage. Even the muscles around his neck have become remarkably robust, nearly matching the dimensions of his head. However, such transformation comes at a price. Under the rigors of intense training, Li Mingyang has lost the handsome visage he once possessed. Though his face still retains its charm, complemented by a physique that undeniably exudes masculinity, he now conveys an aura more akin to a feral beast than mere attractiveness. Every inch of his being radiates a sense of violence, as if at any moment he might unleash a lethal blow upon you. Well then, let us conclude today's training. Persisting further would yield little progress. The national championships are imminent, and much like the last time, take a few days to rest and monitor your diet. At this juncture, Wang Daniu paused, his gaze towards Li Mingyang filled with profound satisfaction. Li Mingyang is truly the most gifted individual he has ever encountered and taught. Most importantly, he possesses an unwavering work ethic. In just 3 months, he has trained relentlessly, pushing himself to the brink. Even in areas where he was comparatively weaker, Li Mingyang's technical advancements are nothing short of transformative. Now, even if Wang Daniu were to face such an opponent at his peak, he would have little confidence in enduring 3 rounds against Li Mingyang. However, following this professional championship, I firmly believe you will achieve results that will astonish everyone. Securing the champion's throne and the national boxing champion's golden belt is not beyond your capabilities given your current prowess. Thus, after participating in this national championship, I sense our teacher-student relationship may soon reach its conclusion. The path ahead is one I, as your coach, may no longer be able to navigate alongside you. Moreover, as times advance, to thrive in the contemporary boxing arena, one must possess techniques and training methods that align with the present era. I hope you will excel in the upcoming championship, ideally clinching the title. When that time comes, I will endeavor to place you in a world-class training camp. Should you stand out in this camp, I believe the day you ascend to the world stage and reach the pinnacle of boxing will not be far off. After all, this is a truly prestigious world champion training camp, with over 60 of those currently active in the ring having emerged from here. They are undoubtedly the most proficient experts in the field of boxing training. Seemingly sensing Li Mingyang's desire to inquire further, Wang Daniyu waved his hand dismissively. Of course. Even if you were to ask me now, I would not divulge the specific details. Your sole focus at this moment should be on preparing diligently for the domestic championship, striving to reach the highest position attainable in this event. Once you have completed this competition, we shall engage in a detailed discussion regarding the training camp. At this juncture, Wang Daniyu seemed to recall something, turning to Li Mingyang to add, by the way, I must remind you of one thing. After the championship, there will likely be a month or two before the next event. During this period, I shall refrain from interfering with your training. You may manage it as you see fit. However, one point you must remember is to seize this opportunity to enhance your English skills. After all, you cannot carry a translator throughout the training camp, and a fluent command of English is essential as you aspire to enter the international boxing arena. Watching Wang Daniyu's retreating figure, Li Mingyang stood in a daze for a while, suddenly coming to a realization. He had initially thought that attaining a robust physique would free him from the burdensome academic life. If he had achieved good grades back then, he would not have embarked on this path. Yet now it was unexpected that despite his formidable strength, he still had to confront his most vexatious challenge. As a true-blooded citizen, Li Mingyang seemed to have a peculiar aversion to the English language. Could it be that this individual would emerge as our opponent? When did such a formidable contender arise domestically? Unlike the previous provincial competitions, this national championship gathered the finest talents from across the country. Given its high prestige, virtually all eligible contenders would seek to participate and gain recognition, even if one could not achieve remarkable results. Merely taking part in such a competition is a testament to a fighter's caliber. Thus, even in the heavyweight division, the arena was teeming with competitors. However, when Li Mingyang entered the venue, the previously vibrant atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Almost instinctively, everyone turned their gaze toward Li Mingyang, whose exaggerated physique and the agility and explosiveness displayed in his movements led them to conclude in their minds that he was undoubtedly a formidable adversary. Chapter 88. A formidable technical opponent. The once light-hearted atmosphere turned suddenly heavy with the unexpected arrival of Li Mingyang. An air of inexplicable tension permeated the surroundings as nearly everyone scrutinized him, particularly those of greater prowess. The more rigorous their training, the more they could discern the formidable qualities embodied in Li Mingyang's physique, which clearly indicated he was a man who had clawed his way out of hell. This, of course, did not refer to any literal inferno, but rather to the grueling nature of his training. Ordinary training could never yield such an exaggerated and explosive physique. Furthermore, his apparent resilience to physical punishment was remarkable, should he also possess exceptional skills. It would not be an exaggeration to declare Li Mingyang the frontrunner for the championship in this national tournament. However, this charged atmosphere dissipated within mere minutes, as many of those lacking in strength quickly averted their gazes. Their purpose for attending was merely to participate, without any significant ambition or aspirations regarding rankings. Some even harbored the singular hope of not suffering too much misfortune, at the very least avoiding elimination in the first round. Or perhaps, in the event of defeat, they merely wished for it not to be too humiliating. Thus, regardless of Li Mingyang's formidable presence, it bore little relevance to them. After a brief moment of astonishment, they resumed their casual eating and drinking, as if Li Mingyang had never appeared at all. After all, they were not from the same world. Gossip was acceptable, but they had no intention of investigating this opponent further. Those who believed themselves capable of standing against Li Mingyang were, in fact, among the elite in the realm of heavyweight fighters within the country. Having reached this point in their careers, they were distinguished figures in their field, imbued with a sense of self-assurance. Although Li Mingyang's physique was indeed remarkable, they did not cower in fear. They quickly masked their initial seriousness, transforming it into a focused respect for Li Mingyang. Some of the quicker-witted individuals had already instructed their companions to gather information, ideally reviewing footage of his past matches. Li Mingyang had long since grown accustomed to the mix of astonishment and wariness directed towards him, a phenomenon he first encountered upon entering the competitive arena. Moreover, after enduring 3 months of grueling training, he had become accustomed to the unusual stares of passers-by even during his daily walks. Thus, such scrutiny no longer fazed him. Upon entering, he busied himself with his own affairs, harboring no intention of engaging in conversation with anyone. Mingyang, it seems you have truly encountered a worthy adversary this time. After skillfully drawing lots, Li Mingyang paid little heed to who his opponent might be. For regardless of the rival, he would compete with unwavering determination. His confidence stemmed not from arrogance, but rather from the extraordinary nature of his physique and stamina. The championship directly corresponds to the international professional arena, which is far from the typical 3-round boxing matches. Professional boxing bouts worldwide adhere to a 12-round format. It's not just the competitors active domestically. Even the titans of the global boxing scene find the consumption of stamina over a full 12 rounds to be exceptionally taxing. Even the most physically endowed boxers will find their peak condition depleted after 7 or 8 rounds. In the final rounds, most fighters are merely enduring. As for the domestic contenders, their challenges are even more pronounced. However, Li Mingyang stands as an exception. After extensive training, his physical endurance has long surpassed the 12-round threshold. With intervals for rest between rounds, the mere span of 12 rounds holds little concern for him, even if his opponent possesses superior technical prowess. As long as he can extend the match into the later rounds, he can seize opportunities when his adversary's condition wanes, regardless of any score disadvantage. If he can deliver a decisive blow to his opponent, victory will be unequivocally his. Thus, Li Mingyang regards Wang Dania's words with indifference. For he has thoroughly assessed his strengths and weaknesses. He has a clear strategy for his professional career and combat techniques. Your fortune is uncertain. The opponent you face is a seasoned technical fighter. Although your skills have improved significantly, there remains a gap when compared to theirs. I can assert that if you cannot secure a knockout with a powerful punch during the match, there will likely be a considerable disparity in the scores. Chapter 89. The Fierce Tiger Slays the Sheep. A single strike to kill. It must be said that Wang Dania's analysis is indeed astute. The opponent's weight is teetering on the threshold of heavyweight status. This indicates that while the adversary possesses considerable strength, their agility will likely surpass that of an ordinary heavyweight competitor. Moreover, the opponent boasts skills that are undoubtedly among the finest in the country, making him a formidable challenge for Li Mingyang. However, despite this, Li Mingyang harbors ample confidence in his abilities. After all, no matter how proficient his opponent may be, a critical weakness lies within their physique. It is often said that a flurry of wild punches can fell a seasoned master. Not to mention, Li Mingyang considers himself a novice, yet his physical prowess significantly eclipses that of his opponent. The adversary may strike him 10, 20, or even 100 times. Yet, if he seizes the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow, he could very well conclude the match in an instant. With a full 12 rounds ahead of him, Li Mingyang is untroubled by the outcome of this bout. Rest assured, coach, in this truly significant match of my life, I will undoubtedly achieve an astonishing result that will leave everyone astounded. As for my first opponent, let us just chalk it up to his misfortune. Despite being a veteran in the arena for years, he has drawn me as his challenger. At this juncture, Li Mingyang chose not to elaborate further. Yet his countenance radiated with confidence. In this premier national event, Li Mingyang extends due respect to each of his opponents, valuing every competitor who stands before him. Simultaneously, he possesses unwavering confidence that he will vanquish every obstacle in his path with his fists. And this unfortunate soul before him is merely the first. Ding ding ding. With the sound of a crisp bell, the first round of the match between Li Mingyang and his opponent commenced. It must be acknowledged that Yang Jian is undoubtedly the most formidable adversary Li Mingyang has encountered, at least in the course of his competitive career. This represents his first true rival. From the outset, Li Mingyang adopted his customary strategy, aiming to constrict his opponent's space for survival. Compelling him to engage in a direct confrontation, he sought to leverage his overwhelming physical advantage to dominate his challenger. Yet, Yang Jian's technique far surpassed those of the opponents Li Mingyang had previously encountered. Li Mingyang had thoroughly analyzed Yang Jian's data, and naturally, Yang Jian's team had done the same. Not to mention, Li Mingyang's entrance immediately captured their attention. In light of this, they had diligently studied his prior matches, noting his extraordinary physique and the terrifying power of his punches. Although Li Mingyang's former adversaries lacked remarkable skill, they were undeniably solid heavyweights. Yet, almost all his opponents crumbled under the weight of his second punch, leaving no doubt regarding the lethal force behind Li Mingyang's fists. The seasoned Yang Jian swiftly discerned the tactical nuances of the match. Faced with such an opponent, engaging in a direct confrontation would yield no fruitful outcome. However, the relatively unrefined skills of Li Mingyang provided Yang Jian with a glimmer of hope, as long as he maintained a high degree of agility and avoided being cornered. He could leverage his technical superiority to secure victory through points against this physically formidable adversary. From the outset of the match, Li Mingyang recognized that his opponent was unlike any he had previously encountered. The opponent's movements were remarkably agile, akin to a slippery fish gliding through water. Regardless of how he pressed, the opponent consistently found escape routes, evading Li Mingyang's pursuit. At the conclusion of the first round, Li Mingyang not only failed to gain any advantage, but also found himself trailing by several points. Indeed, this adversary was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. Despite the opponent's advancing age and a slight decline in physical condition, one could argue that he was still in his prime. Especially considering the years of competitive experience that had honed his skills to perfection. Li Mingyang's sole opportunity lay in his superior physique and seemingly boundless stamina. It was imperative that his strategy evolve. He could not afford to replicate the tactics of the first round, given his remarkable endurance and resilience. He need not fear succumbing to the opponent's blows. As long as he safeguarded his vital areas, he could withstand the opponent's attacks elsewhere. Thus, from the second round onward, Li Mingyang's objective was to relentlessly constrict his opponent's space, drawing him into his rhythm. He aimed to chase the opponent around the ring like a dog, expending his energy at an accelerated pace. The quicker the opponent fatigued, the greater Li Mingyang's advantage, allowing him to seize an opportunity for a decisive strike and potential knockout. Despite Yang Jian's experience, Li Mingyang had the presence of Wang Dainidu in his corner, a retired boxing strategist whose tactical acumen remained sharp despite years away from the ring. During the brief respite, Wang Dainidu whispered his advice into Li Mingyang's ear, reinforcing a strategy that was already in place. With a resounding clang, the second round commenced. From the very beginning, Li Mingyang charged at Yang Jian like a hungry, straightforward tiger. Although he did not inflict any substantial damage and found himself further behind in points than in the first round, Li Mingyang could discern that his opponent's breathing had grown noticeably more labored. This was a clear indication that Li Mingyang's strategy was indeed sound. It was only the second round, yet his opponent had already begun to exhibit signs of fatigue after 12 rounds of opportunity loomed ahead. Li Mingyang believed that within 2 or 3 more rounds, he would seize his opportunity to strike. However, to his surprise, in the very third round, Yang Jian found himself under immense pressure, struggling to cope with the situation. As the saying goes, one cannot walk by the riverbank without getting their shoes wet. The principle that prolonged defense inevitably leads to failure is a truth understood by nearly every citizen. Yang Jian's extended evasion and defensive tactics not only rendered his performance rather awkward and unappealing, but ultimately led to his downfall. In the final minute of the third round, Li Mingyang capitalized on an opportunity for a counterattack. After a deft dodge, he found his opponent exposed, with an open path to strike. Yang Jian, in his carelessness, had inadvertently revealed his most vulnerable point, believing Li Mingyang's skills to be lacking while underestimating the tactical nature of his approach to exhaust his opponent's stamina. Such an inadvertent lapse, taking scarcely a second, proved to be a fatal oversight in the arena of elite competition. With a resounding thud, Li Mingyang delivered a powerful right hook, visibly shaking the muscles of his opponent's face and rendering his gaze vacant in less than a second. Seizing the moment, and to safeguard against any unforeseen outcomes, Li Mingyang decisively followed up with a fierce left jab. With a thunderous impact, his opponent fell backward onto the ring, unconscious. In those fleeting seconds, Li Mingyang exhibited a ferocity reminiscent of a tiger charging into a flock of sheep, a predator honing in on its prey, striking with lethal precision. Brutal yet pure. Chapter 90, A Natural Heavyweight? What a coincidence. So am I. As the referee counted down, the medical team swiftly approached the ring. Li Mingyang relaxed completely, possessing a clear understanding of the power within his fists. One punch would likely suffice to vanquish his opponent, not to mention the follow-up strike. It seemed improbable that this fellow would regain consciousness for several hours. Thus, at that moment, Li Mingyang began to celebrate his impending victory, raising his hands triumphantly, not roaring like a primal beast. Yet his gaze surveyed the arena, akin to a fierce predator patrolling its territory. This commanding display struck a chord with the audience, who had been teetering on the brink of slumber. The unexpected intensity of the moment jolted them awake, and soon the arena erupted into a cacophony of cheers. akin to a landslide or tsunami. Knockout. Moreover, it was an unequivocal, decisive knockout. Such occurrences are a rarity on domestic rings, particularly within the heavyweight division. After all, regardless of their striking power, every heavyweight contender possesses a robust physique. The ability to absorb punishment exhibited by these fighters is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. This very reason renders knockouts in the domestic heavyweight boxing scene almost non-existent. But now, observing the replay on the large screen behind the ring, one could see a single punch render the opponent unconscious, swiftly followed by another that propelled his chin skyward, leaving his heels momentarily airborne before collapsing to the ground like a lifeless carcass. Furthermore, his opponent was no novice. Yang Jian was a formidable contender for this year's championship medal, even regarded as a potential champion by many seasoned boxing enthusiasts, holding a respectable position within the domestic heavyweight landscape. Yet, this capable fighter, a heavyweight in his own right, was dispatched with merely 2 punches, without any semblance of resistance or struggle, leaving little room for debate regarding the match's outcome. Li Mingyang's displayed prowess and ferocious punching power captivated every spectator present. While many seasoned fans recognized that Li Mingyang had technical deficiencies, the physicality he exhibited was undeniably extraordinary. The victory in this match was not a matter of technical superiority, nor was there any lament of a near miss. From start to finish, it was clear that Li Mingyang had achieved an overwhelming victory through his absolute physical dominance. In a 12-round professional boxing match, he managed to knock out such a formidable opponent in merely the 3rd round. Li Mingyang's displayed prowess immediately captured the attention of all seated competitors. Although they had previously regarded him with considerable respect, the intensity of their focus has now escalated significantly. After all, the extraordinary state in which Li Mingyang has performed is nothing short of remarkable, should they inadvertently encounter an opponent like him. They too might find themselves overwhelmed and knocked out in the ring, a prospect that every boxer dreads. The national-level competition naturally entails a more convoluted schedule, given the greater number of participants. By the time the draw for the semifinals commenced, it was already the morning of the 3rd day. Upon glancing at the large screen displaying the results, Li Mingyang's eyes brightened at the sight of his opponent. While the previous contender, Yang Jian, was indeed a formidable adversary, the disparity in their physiques rendered it less of a true contest, lacking the thrill of a worthy match. However, today's draw presented him with an unexpected surprise. Iron Bull, Zhang Tiniu. Li Mingyang pondered whether this name, reminiscent of the rural naming conventions of the 1960s and 70s, was indeed the opponent's real name or merely a stage name. Despite its somewhat rustic connotation, the prowess of Zhang Tiniu should not be underestimated. Both competitors follow remarkably similar paths, yet Zhang's technical skills are notably more refined. It is no exaggeration to assert that Zhang Tiniu is a born heavyweight, boasting numerous knockouts in the heavyweight boxing circuits. His professional record stands at 39 victories, 4 defeats, and 16 knockouts. In the realm of domestic heavyweight boxing, such statistics are undeniably formidable. The 4 losses he has incurred were all during his early career, where less developed skills led to victories for his opponents by points. Since honing his craft, he has not faced a single defeat on the domestic professional stage. This individual is truly a natural powerhouse. How do you feel? Unbeknownst to Li Mingyang, Wang Dania had silently approached him. Unlike the previous tense encounter, Wang Dania now wore a faint smile. Upon hearing these words, Li Mingyang could not help but reveal a fierce grin. A born powerhouse? What a coincidence. I am one too. Chapter 91. A Clash of Raw Violence. Although the opponent is indeed a renowned heavy hitter, Li Mingyang possesses unwavering confidence in his ability to overpower him in a sheer contest of strength. At times, he cannot help but jest internally, likening himself to a budget version of Captain America. Aside from lacking the extraordinary ability to evenly match his adversaries like Captain America, as well as the spontaneous surge of power, he is also without a vibranium shield. Beyond these shortcomings, Li Mingyang perceives that his physical attributes are not significantly inferior to those of this illustrious fictional character. At the very least, his genuine physical capabilities are far beyond what an ordinary human could achieve. In a simple comparison of strength, Li Mingyang feels that even 2 of his opponent combined would scarcely match his prowess. When it comes to defensive capabilities, while Li Mingyang may not be invulnerable, he seems to have mastered a form of hard qigong akin to the legendary Iron Shirt. Ordinary punches against his body, while painful, struggle to inflict genuine harm. After all, his physique has been honed through a continuous cycle of injury and recovery, leading to a defense that refreshes daily. As of today, Li Mingyang has yet to encounter a punch in the arena or during his training that could breach his defenses. In fact, during recent training sessions aimed at enhancing his resilience, he has allowed his sparring partners to employ tools, starting with rubber hammers and eventually escalating to wooden sticks as thick as his arms. The brutality of this training has occasionally left his coach, Wang Daniu, unable to watch, questioning whether Li Mingyang intends to beat himself to death. However, the evidence shows that Li Mingyang possesses a profound understanding of his own body. This rigorous training regimen has not caused any irreversible damage. Instead, both his defensive capabilities and physical constitution have grown at a visibly remarkable pace. Thus, upon learning that his next opponent would be a famous heavy hitter, much like himself, who relishes in delivering knockouts with sheer force, Li Mingyang's excitement was palpable. Regardless of how formidable the opponent's punches may be, he is entirely confident that he will not succumb to them. Moreover, he is resolute that within the 12 rounds of this match, his opponent will undoubtedly be knocked down by his powerful strikes, with no unexpected outcomes to arise. After all, throughout the competition thus far, Li Mingyang has refrained from unleashing his full strength, cautious of inadvertently causing an accident. Yet, should this Iron Bull prove to be a surprise, he would not mind allowing him to be the first to witness the true power of his full-force punches, perhaps a fortunate encounter, or perhaps a stroke of misfortune. On one side, Li Mingyang's face radiated excitement, while on the other, Zhang Tiniu attentively listened to his coaching team elucidate Li Mingyang's profile. Following Li Mingyang's first-round knockout of a formidable opponent, nearly every reputable contender's team delved into his past match footage. Upon recognizing Li Mingyang's strikingly similar style to his own, Zhang Tiniu could not help but exhibit a gleam of anticipation. Despite Zhang Tiniu's more advanced technical prowess and extensive experience, which far surpassed that of the novice Li Mingyang, he still felt a slight gap in skill when compared to other technical fighters. Among the competitors in the ring, his greatest disdain was reserved for those slippery, elusive adversaries. A glance at Zhang Tiniu's record reveals that his 4 defeats were all at the hands of such opponents. Now, facing Li Mingyang, a straightforward fighter known for his aggressive approach, Zhang Tiniu experienced a long-lost surge of fervor. Tiniu, I have observed that this opponent's technique is, on the whole, rather immature, and he lacks substantial match experience. While I understand your confidence in your physicality, I must assert that, based on our observations and analyses, this individual likely surpasses you in physical attributes. Therefore, I believe it prudent to adopt some strategic maneuvers to ensure a guaranteed victory, one coach implored. Yet, Zhang Tiniu remained resolute, unyielding to their earnest counsel. No, I will not alter my fighting style. Even if I were to fall to this opponent, it would be a fate I deserve. Moreover, I yearn for an adversary of my caliber to best me. As you know, my physical condition has been on the decline. I am uncertain how long this so-called peak form can be sustained, perhaps a year, or maybe 2. Rather than cling desperately to my current standing, I would prefer to witness the rise of a new champion. In summary, Zhang Tiniu declared, today, I shall not modify my strategies. A true man should relish a contest of raw power, should he not? With that, he closed his eyes, dismissing the words of his coaching staff as mere background noise. He allowed their advice to flow through one ear and out the other, yet he could distinctly feel his heartbeat quickening, a long-forgotten thrill of encountering a worthy opponent. Reminiscent of his early days in the professional boxing arena, where every match was met with unbridled determination and an overwhelming impulse to give his all. With a resounding clang, Li Mingyang and Zhang Tiniu ascended the stage from opposite sides, stepping into this small arena of destiny. Regardless of whether it is Li Mingyang or Zhang Tiniu, when the two finally meet, standing on the same stage and locking eyes, they perceive in one another's gaze a fierce determination burning like an uncontrollable blaze. With a resounding bang, accompanied by the referee's hand ascending, Li Mingyang and Zhang Tiniu instinctively charge towards each other. Almost from the very onset of the match, they engage in a visceral exchange of blows, a primal clash of skill and physique. There is only defense. They do not flee or evade like cowards in the arena. Even some spectators seated in the front row cannot help but divert their gaze to the large screen behind the stage, eager to discern the intricate details of the contest between the two, to witness the exhilarating impact of each strike. It seems as though these two fighters are not merely human, but rather feral beasts engaged in a fierce struggle for territory or prey in the wild. Technique has, at this moment, become a mere embellishment, overshadowed by the raw competition of physical prowess and indomitable spirit. Their minds are singularly focused on one objective, to deliver a crushing blow that sends their opponent sprawling to the ground. Chapter 92. Online commenters. After a few days of absence, has he already advanced to the national semifinals? A punch, 2 punches. Li Mingyang's skills were somewhat inferior to those of his opponent, Zhang Tinyu. In such intense combat, his defensive techniques were not as formidable as Zhang Tinyu's. Soon, he was struck heavily in the abdomen by 2 of Zhang's punches. Feeling the force behind those blows, even Li Mingyang couldn't help but grimace. That long-lost sensation of pain was undeniably invigorating. Yet, it amounted to little more than that, aside from rekindling a long-forgotten fiery pain. Zhang's punches could inflict no further harm on Li Mingyang. In fact, those 2 strikes fiercely awakened the latent strength and ferocity within him, and in the next moment, Li Mingyang seemed to forget that he was in a ring, disregarding the necessity to control his power. Bang! With a powerful right hook. Although Zhang Tinyu managed to defend against it, he felt an unmistakably different intensity. Zhang's eyes widened in shock. It was so close. Just a fraction away. Li Mingyang's punch nearly shattered his defenses. This was not a technical breach, but a sheer forceful assault, no matter how tightly he defended. Li Mingyang's fist was akin to a battering ram. That single punch nearly distorted his defense. Simultaneously, a sharp pain surged through his forearm, as if it might snap at any moment. A glance from the corner of his eye revealed his forearm bruised and swollen. What monstrous strength this was. In his prime, many had dubbed Zhang Tinyu a beast of the boxing ring. Yet at this moment, facing Li Mingyang, he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. If he was a beast, what was this man before him? A tiger cloaked in human skin? No, even that would be an understatement. This was a tiger that had transcended into something more formidable. Perhaps it resembled a saber-toothed tiger from the primordial era? The dynamics of the match shifted dramatically. Li Mingyang, who had visibly been at a disadvantage, suddenly seemed to unleash some hidden switch within him, his expression turning fierce. He even abandoned the defense of less vital areas, focusing solely on offense. His punches were unleashed with reckless abandon, indifferent to whether Zhang Tinyu was on the defensive or aggressive, and unconcerned with whether his strikes could penetrate defenses to deliver effective blows. At that moment, Li Mingyang appeared not to be competing in a ring, but rather engaged in a street brawl. His ferocity sent shivers down the spines of many spectators at the ring's edge, as if they too were in imminent danger of being struck by his fists. My goodness! The defense is crumbling. From the initial moments when he could barely withstand the onslaught, even managing to counter with a few punches at Li Mingyang, to now, where he could only awkwardly defend himself, Zhang Tinyu found himself in a dire predicament. Several of his punches merely grazed the side of Zhang Tinyu's head. What a freak! From which obscure corner of the world did such an anomaly emerge? At first, Zhang Tinyu felt no fear towards Li Mingyang's fighting style. In fact, he harbored a hint of contempt. Although Li Mingyang's strength had surged dramatically, he seemed to have all but abandoned any defense aside from protecting his head. Did this fellow truly not comprehend that a critical blow was the essence of a knockout? Despite his reservations, Zhang Tinyu was determined not to squander this opportunity, seizing every chance to deliver powerful strikes to his opponent's abdomen. However, the scenario he envisioned, Li Mingyang being toppled and his combat effectiveness diminished, never materialized. After a few exchanges, Zhang Tinyu even felt a sharp pain in his own fists, as if he were striking not the softest part of the human body, but rather the tire of a massive truck, sturdy and resilient. His fist struggled to penetrate his opponent's defense. Upon this realization, Zhang Tinyu found it hard to fathom the conjecture that had surfaced in his mind. As a renowned heavy hitter in the domestic arena, even though his current form was slightly diminished compared to his peak, he still believed his punches were among the heaviest in the country. Yet, he found himself utterly ineffective against this novice before him. Meanwhile, every punch Li Mingyang landed on him grew increasingly powerful, and now, Zhang Tinyu's hands had nearly lost all sensation. Finally, bang! A straight punch, as forceful as a truck colliding, broke through Zhang Tinyu's tightly guarded defenses, striking him squarely on the bridge of his nose. It shattered, accompanied by a crisp cracking sound. The thought flashed through Zhang Tinyu's mind, and in that moment, he felt his cognitive processes slow. Bang bang! Yet Li Mingyang showed no mercy, immediately following up with a left hook, and then a fully powered right swing. After enduring 2 more heavy blows, Zhang Tinyu, like all of Li Mingyang's previous opponents, rolled his eyes back and collapsed onto the ring like a limp noodle. Ding ding ding! As Zhang Tinyu fell, the signal indicating the end of the first round rang out. Given his condition, it was evident there would be no second round. 1 minute later, the referee unequivocally raised Li Mingyang's right hand, declaring him the victorious fighter of this bout. Meanwhile, Zhang Tiniu had already been rushed to an ambulance by the medical personnel who had been waiting at ringside, suggesting his injuries were quite severe. With this triumph, Li Mingyang became the first competitor to successfully advance to the semifinals of this tournament. Chapter 93. He is drawing upon the experiences and techniques of his opponents. Even the video of Li Mingyang's participation in the provincial competition last time unexpectedly surged across the internet, let alone this national championship. Although due to the larger number of participants, Li Mingyang did not immediately attract attention, being overlooked once could be forgiven. However, this marked the second occasion where he exhibited unparalleled dominance in the ring. Even as an amateur, he should have garnered a wave of new fans by now. Not to mention the substantial following he already possessed online. Following the previous event, his fan count had been steadily approaching the remarkable milestone of 10 million. All genuine and actively engaged, underscoring the immense attention Li Mingyang commanded on the internet. Thus, when the first fans stumbled upon Li Mingyang's match footage, they were astonished to see him perform with such vigor at a prestigious national competition. It was as if they had been invigorated. Immediately commencing to edit and share a compilation of Li Mingyang's highlights from the championship. Similar to the last situation, even more exaggerated. The videos from his two matches spread like wildfire. Much like malignant cells, they were spontaneously replicated and disseminated by netizens, and within mere hours, they had taken over the entire Douyin platform. Even those who did not consider themselves fans of Li Mingyang, while scrolling through Douyin, could hardly miss the captivating clips related to his matches. Such a massive influx of attention naturally brought Li Mingyang numerous new admirers, particularly among male viewers. Even those indifferent to boxing found it hard to resist the adrenaline-pumping nature of such a visceral sport. Thus, upon witnessing Li Mingyang's undeniable prowess, even casual onlookers could not help but discreetly follow him after witnessing those thrilling moments. Ordinary Douyin users reacted similarly, let alone Li Mingyang's ardent fans, who were exuberant, reveling in discussions about his participation in the national championship across various fan groups. The most popular sentiment echoed among them was, after a few days away, I thought Li Mingyang was slacking off, only to discover he has quietly advanced to the semifinals. Reflecting on Li Mingyang's formal training, which had only just surpassed 6 months, it was astonishing that within such a short time frame, he had consecutively triumphed over 2 formidable opponents. What else could this be but sheer, unadulterated talent? If given additional time, could they truly witness the emergence of a yellow figure representing their nation on the world's grandest stages? This prospect not only stirred Li Mingyang's fans, but even many bystanders found themselves uplifted. Consequently, Li Mingyang's popularity soared, with several enthusiastic individuals dubbing him the most promising heavyweight boxer of the new century, poised to reach the pinnacle of global boxing. If an ordinary person were to encounter these marketing accounts, they would likely feel compelled to issue a lawyer's letter. After all, it is doubtful that they possess such strength and confidence. The higher the current fervor, the more brutally the reality will strike when the day arrives. However, Li Mingyang is no ordinary individual. As a remarkable contender who has experienced a second life, he is entirely confident in his ability to handle such attention and acclaim. Far from harboring any trepidation, he genuinely believes that the domestic talents have been suppressed for too long, leading netizens to tread cautiously even in their dreams. Merely stepping onto the world stage is hardly sufficient. Li Mingyang's ambition is to become the strongest man on the planet, not just within the boxing ring, but to dominate all martial arts disciplines. He aspires to become the insurmountable mountain in the hearts of all fighters, a presence even more magnificent than Mount Everest. He wishes to proclaim to the world, whether to the rednecks or the disparaged, that he is their father. Though he may have been silent for a century or two, the throne that reigns atop the world will forever belong to him. Ladies and gentlemen, you are now witnessing this year's most unexpected contender in the boxing arena. The beastly newcomer from Guizhou, Li Mingyang. His opponent is none other than the seasoned veteran of our heavyweight boxing scene, Zhao Hu, who has garnered countless accolades and is known as the killer on the ring. From the very outset of the match, our veteran displayed his wealth of experience. Rather than engage in a brute force confrontation with our youthful adversary, he opted for a strategy of tactical evasion. It must be said that although our veteran may not be at his peak, his skills have reached an extraordinary level of refinement. In contrast, our dark horse, Li Mingyang, exhibited a sense of frustration from the very beginning of the match as he yearned to corner his opponent. However, the seasoned Zhao Hu offered not even the slightest opportunity to this powerhouse of devastating strikes. As the semifinals commenced, it became evident that all contenders who reached this stage possessed considerable skill. At this point, The national championship was not only being broadcast live but also featured professional commentary for each match. For instance, now, as Li Mingyang grapples with his opponent in the fourth round, his expression reveals an unprecedented gravity. Zhao Hu stands as the most formidable adversary he has ever encountered, possessing not only refined technique and vast experience, but also remarkable stamina. If he were up against an ordinary opponent, they would have been gasping for breath by the fourth round under such intense combat. Yet, Zhao Hu, aside from slightly labored breathing, displayed no signs of fatigue. Nor did he reveal any weaknesses due to exhaustion. This is a testament to nearly a decade of honed skills in the ring, which have become his greatest advantage in facing Li Mingyang. Particularly with his agile footwork, Li Mingyang often finds it impossible to intercept his opponent on the arena, even when he deliberately relinquishes his defense. Ladies and gentlemen, as we enter the fifth round of the match, it is evident that the dynamics of the contest have shifted. Unlike the preceding rounds, I had sensed a hint of this change during the fourth round, yet I remained uncertain. However, I can now assert with confidence that our dark horse, Li Mingyang, is undoubtedly a formidable boxer. Facing such a seasoned veteran, as the point gap steadily widens, our dark horse remains remarkably composed. He not only chooses to respond with poise but also consistently maintains his rhythm and style, striving to deplete the stamina of our veteran, Zhang Hu. Additionally, I have observed that this boxing prodigy is absorbing his opponent's experience and techniques at an astonishing rate. At this point, even the seasoned commentator cannot help but express his astonishment. It is indeed a rare sight to witness someone like Li Mingyang openly and earnestly learning from his opponent's skills in the ring. After all, ordinary fighters typically devote all their energy to countering their opponent's assaults or seeking opportunities to strike, leaving no room for contemplation of such nuances. Yet, Li Mingyang is different. Endowed with an extraordinary physique, he can almost disregard the negligible attacks from Zhao Hu. Even when he occasionally takes a few punches, it does not affect his physical condition. Given the inability to find a quick solution against his opponent in the short term, he wisely seizes the opportunity to openly absorb the strengths of his adversary. Utilizing this practical experience, he strives to integrate these attributes into his own capabilities. Li Mingyang appears to be a natural fighter. The skills that progress slowly during training are now enhancing at an extraordinary pace in this moment. Chapter 94. Information exposed, the most promising heavyweight boxer of the Dragon Kingdom. As the match progressed into the fifth round, Li Mingyang maintained an unyielding and high-intensity stance, resembling an inexhaustible powerhouse, exhibiting no signs of fatigue whatsoever. Conversely, Zhao Hu, despite his unwavering determination, found his physical condition inevitably waning. Coupled with Li Mingyang's rapid technical advancements, he had begun to subtly match Zhao Hu's rhythm, nearly cornering him on several occasions against the ropes of the ring. To many bewildered spectators, Li Mingyang appeared akin to a protagonist from various anime. Seemingly experiencing a sudden surge of power, he unleashed a combat prowess that far surpassed his prior performance, transitioning from being thoroughly suppressed by his opponent to gradually asserting a dominating presence over Zhao Hu. Ding ding ding. Accompanied by a crisp signal, the fifth round concluded. Much to Li Mingyang's slight disappointment, he could distinctly sense that, given just 2 more minutes, he would undoubtedly exploit his opponent's vulnerabilities and deliver a thunderous blow. Yet, as the rules of the competition dictated, the ringing bell signaled the end of this round. However, despite having missed such a prime opportunity, Li Mingyang brimmed with confidence. In just 2 rounds, at most, he would completely deplete his opponent's stamina. He was certain he would uncover the flaw in Zhao Hu, who felt as though he had been encased in an impenetrable shell, and with his powerful fists, he would decisively bring his adversary crashing down onto the canvas. Boom. As Li Mingyang grew increasingly attuned to Zhao Hu's rhythm, his footwork began to synchronize with his opponent's movements. At that moment, he resembled a relentless shadow, a description that, while seemingly inadequate, aptly captured the essence of the scene. No matter how Zhao Hu attempted to evade or escape, Li Mingyang clung to him like a relentless parasite, denying his opponent even the slightest opportunity to distance himself. Throughout this process, Li Mingyang capitalized on his exceptional reach to perpetually assault his foe. Although Zhao Hu displayed a remarkably refined defensive technique, Li Mingyang employed a strategy akin to that used against previous opponents. Regardless of how fortified Zhao Hu's defenses appeared, as long as he could seize the opportunity, he would unleash ferocious attacks without hesitation. Bang in the 6th round, barely halfway through, under the tempestuous onslaught of Li Mingyang, yet another formidable opponent succumbed to his fists. With this victory, Li Mingyang secured his place in the semifinals, officially entering the top 4. A mere 2 more victories would grant him the prestigious title of national champion, a significant milestone in his life. At this moment, the dark horse, Li Hu, finally garnered the attention he deserved. His detailed profile appeared on the desks of executives in prominent domestic clubs, and even internationally, many eyes were fixated upon him. After all, Li Hu's physical prowess was nothing short of astonishing, capable of rivaling even the world's elite boxers, while his technical skills were admittedly somewhat raw. Especially when compared to the top contenders, this was not viewed as a flaw by the seasoned professionals. Technique can indeed be honed through practice. Even with modest innate talent, diligence can bridge the gap, allowing one to gradually keep pace with the elite, if not surpass them. However, such extraordinary physical talent is not something that can be acquired through mere perseverance. If we consider Li Mingyang's current performance to be a tentative score of 60 or 70, in the eyes of the boxing elite, his potential is valued at a staggering 95 or above. In the harsh arena of sports, physical endowment is the ultimate currency. Moreover, Li Mingyang's evident aptitude for learning is commendable. He exhibits rapid progress during matches, managing to keep up with the seasoned Zhao Hu within just a few rounds. Without a doubt, Li Mingyang is a prodigious talent, akin to a precious gem, yet to be fully revealed. When these discerning individuals learned that Li Mingyang had only been training for a mere 6 months, their final reservations evaporated, replaced by an insatiable fervor and desire to possess him. Li Mingyang is undoubtedly the most promising heavyweight boxer to emerge from the Dragon Nation in decades. There is no comparison. He embodies a genuine hope of ascending to the pinnacle of the world stage, with the potential to claim the title of world champion. Such a talent is precisely what clubs and companies yearn for. In an instant of realization, nearly every significant boxing club and company sprang into action, eager to seize this nascent star before he fully emerged from obscurity. Chapter 95, Another Knockout. The Finals. As the draw results for the semifinals were revealed, Li Mingyang and Wang Daniyu exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of bewilderment. Wang Daniyu hesitated, struggling to find the appropriate words to articulate the situation before them. To be frank, the fact that this opponent had made it to the semifinals was either a stroke of incredible luck or a testament to Li Mingyang's own fortune. Upon reviewing the opponent's profile, it was evident that, while he was indeed a competent heavyweight professional boxer, he paled in comparison to Li Mingyang's previous 2 adversaries. Given his capabilities, it was unfathomable that he could have reached the current stage of the competition. However, it seemed that fortune had smiled upon him throughout this tournament. The opponents he faced were inferior to him, while the formidable contenders, like the 2 fighters Li Mingyang had previously encountered, had been eliminated in earlier rounds. It must be acknowledged that luck is indeed a component of skill. This competition likely marked the pinnacle of his achievements, as he remarkably advanced through the ranks to the semifinals. Yet, his streak of good fortune would end here. Among the top 4 contestants, he was clearly outmatched. Regardless of his prior luck, encountering Li Mingyang meant that the young man's good fortune had reached its conclusion. After a mere glance at the opponent's profile, both Li Mingyang and Wang Daniyu set it aside, recognizing that this contender did not warrant their attention. In fact, they could almost declare their progression to the finals prematurely. If Li Mingyang were unable to triumph over this opponent, it would be better for him to abandon his aspirations in the boxing arena altogether and return home to tend to his family, rather than dwell on this weak adversary. It would be more prudent to analyze the 2 remaining contenders who posed a genuine threat. In terms of capability, the disparity between Li Mingyang and his upcoming opponent was vast, while the challengers on the other side were truly evenly matched, regardless of who advanced to the finals. Both Li Mingyang and Wang Daniyu deemed it a natural outcome. Thus, rather than squander time on the imminent weak opponent, they resolved to dedicate their energies to the potential challenges that awaited them in the finals. Ding ding ding. With the sound of a crisp notification, Li Mingyang revealed a fierce grin towards his opponent. Sun Pao, well aware of the details contained within the profile, felt a deep sense of despair upon discovering that he would be facing Li Mingyang. The latter's brutal fighting style had instilled a primal fear within Sun Pao, akin to a shudder that resonated from his very soul. Now, standing on the same stage as Li Mingyang, he could vividly envision the scenario of being knocked out by a powerful blow, left bedridden in a hospital for a month. Upon witnessing Li Mingyang's menacing grin, Sun Pao instinctively raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Yet, he quickly remembered that he was on the national live broadcast stage of the semifinals. If he truly acted on that impulse, his professional career would likely meet a premature end. No boxing gym would ever choose a cowardly opponent who fled in the face of adversity. As a professional boxer, one must embody the spirit of resilience. Even if he was acutely aware of his inability to best his opponent, he felt compelled to at least deliver a blow that would knock out a tooth. Reflecting on his advancement to the semifinals, which he deemed the pinnacle of his career, he realized that his prospects would significantly improve after this match. What if he allowed himself to be knocked out by the formidable Li Mingyang? Perhaps he could claim an injury and bow out gracefully. He understood his own limitations and sensed that he was nearing the peak of his physical prowess. Continuing to fight could diminish his market value, especially since he might never again be fortunate enough to reach the semifinals. Conversely, seizing this opportunity could lead to a future where, if nothing else, he could secure a position as a coach, undoubtedly earning a better livelihood than he ever had based on his previous achievements. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Sun Pao, despite the lingering fear, let out a fierce roar, summoning his courage. Instead of fleeing, he charged toward Li Mingyang. Then, the outcome was swift. After 2 intense rounds of combat, Li Mingyang had honed his skills remarkably. In essence, the Li Mingyang before the match was not the same as the one now. The current Sun Pao was undoubtedly the weakest opponent Li Mingyang faced in this national championship. Consequently, within a mere round, as the clock struck 1:53, Li Mingyang unleashed a devastating punch followed by a ferocious left hook, sending Sun Pao crashing to the mat, securing Li Mingyang's place in the finals. However, unlike previous celebrations, Wang Daniyu, witnessing this victory, did not display much excitement. From the outset, both competitors had an unspoken understanding of the match's outcome. Not even Li Mingyang felt any profound joy, despite advancing to the finals. He yearned for a worthy adversary, one that would test his mettle. As if attuned to Li Mingyang's thoughts, Wang Daniyu presented 2 detailed dossiers immediately after the match concluded. "Look," he remarked, "while we have indeed reached the finals, which is commendable, we both knew this was coming. However, as the saying goes, human desires are insatiable. We are now merely one rival away from attaining the illustrious title of national champion. This achievement would undoubtedly aid you on the path that lies ahead. If possible, I hope to witness the championship trophy clasped in your hands. Therefore, I believe it is imperative for you to delve into the profiles of these 2 competitors. Regardless of which one you face tomorrow, their caliber surpasses that of your previous opponents. This will undoubtedly be the most arduous battle yet. Should you fail to achieve a knockout within the 12 rounds, our aspirations for the championship may dwindle to almost nothing. Thus, in tomorrow's match, you must exert every ounce of your strength, initiating with the utmost intensity to deplete your opponent's stamina from the very beginning. After all, both contenders are currently at the pinnacle of their physical capabilities. If you do not engage them in a high-intensity confrontation from the outset, you may find it challenging to exploit any weaknesses or opportunities, even after the 12 rounds conclude. Chapter 96. We are champions. Upon hearing Wang Daniyu's words and observing the solemn expression on his face, Li Mingyang refrained from saying much, merely accepting the documents in silence. It must be acknowledged that the resumes of these 2 individuals were indeed formidable, having endured over 60 bouts in their careers, both large and small. Remarkably, they maintained an almost flawless record, with once suffering only a handful of defeats, several of which were exchanges of victories between themselves. Their prowess was undoubtedly on par with one another, marking them as representative figures in the realm of domestic heavyweight boxing. Coincidentally, both fighters belong to a similar category of competitors, exemplifying a perfect blend of technique and physicality. Unlike lighter heavyweight contenders who rely solely on skill and points due to their lack of overwhelming strength, or those who possess only brute force, like Li Mingyang, these 2 exhibited mastery of their craft. Their records of knocking out opponents in the ring were plentiful, and they had gradually established a noticeable gap between themselves and other heavyweight boxers in the country. While they may not rank as the strongest adversaries on the world stage, they undoubtedly possess the credentials to compete at that level. Even if they were to find themselves at the bottom of the standings, entry into that arena required merit. In contrast, other domestic heavyweights lacked such qualifications. After meticulously studying the profiles of these 2 fighters, even Li Mingyang could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. This was indeed a formidable challenge. It was the first time since he began his competitive journey that he felt such genuine awe. Regardless of the formidable opponents he had previously encountered, although he sensed that this upcoming match would be arduous, he still retained a sense of confidence in his victory. However, when faced with these 2 opponents, especially after reviewing numerous videos of their past matches, Li Mingyang found himself devoid of that usual confidence and assurance. Although they did not possess the same extraordinary physical capabilities as himself, they were undoubtedly exceptional athletes among ordinary individuals. For instance, when they clashed in the ring, almost every match extended the full 12 rounds, while a noticeable decline in stamina became apparent in the final 4 rounds after the 8th. Their energy and fighting instincts remained at peak levels during the initial 8 rounds. This was a direct result of their intense confrontations. If he could not draw either opponent into such high-stakes exchanges, the outcome of the match tomorrow would be predetermined. Even though Li Mingyang's skills and footwork had improved significantly, a stark disparity remained evident between him and these two fighters. He did not need anyone to point out the gap. He could see it for himself. Li Mingyang found himself in a rather distressing predicament. He was unwilling to concede to a disappointing outcome, even though failure is often regarded as a commonplace experience among competitors. After all, even world-class champions inevitably encounter setbacks on their journey from obscurity to greatness. Moreover, following a decline from peak performance, defeat becomes an almost inescapable part of every athlete's narrative. Yet, Li Mingyang was resolute in his refusal to accept such a fate. Retreat was, of course, out of the question. Thus, he was left with but one final course of action: to roll up his sleeves and plunge headfirst into the fray. He was determined to leverage his exceptional physicality and formidable defense, unleashing a ferocity unmatched by others, and from the very first round, he would pursue his opponent with the relentless tenacity of a rabid dog. No matter who stood before him, an adversary facing such a self-destructive yet relentless fighter, inflicting 0 damage while sacrificing 800, would surely find the encounter troublesome. Indeed, if he could maintain this relentless assault, the toll on his opponent's stamina would likely prove more severe than during their previously evenly matched contest. This was Li Mingyang's singular opportunity for victory. Contingent upon his physical resilience enduring until that moment, his capacity to absorb punishment, coupled with unwavering determination, had to be formidable enough to prevent his opponent from achieving a knockout before he realized his ambition. Ding ding ding. The familiar alert rang in his ears. In the moment the referee signaled the commencement of the match, Li Mingyang surged forward like a frenzied beast. This striking transformation did not escape the notice of the audience and the commentators alike. It was apparent that our underdog, Li Mingyang, had altered his strategy and tactics from the very outset of the bout. He appeared to have all but abandoned his defense, seemingly intent on drawing his opponent into his aggressive rhythm. However, such reckless abandon left me genuinely apprehensive for the well-being of our audacious contender. As the 9th round approached, at the outset, Zhou Jin regarded Li Mingyang's dogged approach with considerable disdain. He had nearly forsaken his own defensive posture. Was he not merely a target? Yet, as the rounds progressed and they reached the 9th, the excessive strain on Zhou's stamina began to manifest as a blurring of his vision. A madman. This was a lunatic. A desperate soul willing to employ any means necessary to secure victory. No, this individual was a brazen monstrosity. Any ordinary person would have crumbled after enduring 8 rounds of such unrelenting aggression. An opportunity. With the 9th round scarcely underway, within mere moments, his opponent displayed unmistakable signs of disorientation and vulnerability. After enduring 8 grueling rounds, Li Mingyang finally seized the moment. With an explosive surge of energy, he unleashed a powerful swing, delivering a crushing blow to his opponent's jaw. Thud. The sheer force of this exaggerated punch sent the opponent's legs soaring off the stage, rendering them devoid of consciousness in an instant. They lay motionless on the arena floor, sprawled out under the open sky. Chapter 97. The invitation to the Alaska training camp. Confronted with this unforeseen spectacle, not only were the staff at the arena taken aback, but even the spectators found themselves momentarily dazed. The battle, which had been fiercely contested, took an unexpected turn as one of the figures in the ring collapsed heavily to the ground. Who was it? Who emerged victorious? The abruptness of the scene left many audience members, despite having witnessed the event clearly, instinctively voicing their bewilderment. The first to regain composure was Wang Daniu, who had been keenly observing the unfolding events in the ring. Upon witnessing Li Mingyang indeed vanquish such a formidable opponent, he could not contain his jubilant cheers, which resonated with a heart-wrenching intensity. Champion! We have triumphed. We are truly champions. In the next moment, Wang Daniu's eyes glistened with tears, swelling with emotion as he acknowledged the prolonged wait for this day. He had yearned to encounter a prodigy like Li Mingyang for so long and had invested countless efforts over the years. Now, the fruits of victory lay before him. The feeling of a dream suddenly materializing, after nearly 2 decades of relentless striving, was a profound release from the torment he had endured. Meanwhile, Li Mingyang, After striking down his opponent, refrained from exuberant celebrations, instead finding himself momentarily lost in thought, absorbing the atmosphere around him. The resounding cheers, akin to a cataclysmic wave, enveloped him, evoking a surreal sensation. Was this what it felt like to be a national champion? To stand atop the pinnacle of one's field within a nation? This sensation seemed rather splendid. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a subtle smile began to grace Li Mingyang's lips. He acknowledged that, at this moment, he had genuinely fallen in love with the sport of combat, cherishing the feeling of besting one formidable adversary after another. It was at this juncture that his aspiration to ascend to the pinnacle of the world solidified with fervor. No longer was he merely executing tasks to meet a goal. Now, the concept of reaching the summit of the world had transformed into a fervent dream. The mere thought ignited a surge of passion within him, compelling him to immerse himself in training. He longed for his sweat and the arduous trials of training to intensify, propelling his progress forward with greater velocity. Was this the championship trophy of the national tournament? It appeared rather splendid, at least far superior in craftsmanship to the previous tarnished cup. The attitude Li Mingyang held towards this trophy was entirely different from that of the provincial championship trophy he had received before. Even as he entered the vehicle, his gaze lingered on the trophy in his hands, infused with a sense of enchantment and fulfillment. In truth, the craftsmanship of trophies is not markedly different, as they are merely ordinary modern artifacts. The primary distinction lies in the intrinsic value of the trophy itself. Unlike the previous so-called provincial champions trophy, this one truly embodies the essence of a commemorative keepsake, an object of profound significance that marks a pivotal milestone in one's life. Although we have now attained the national championship and carved our name in the realm of professional boxing, the genuine challenges lie ahead. After the National Cup, you must contend with the Asian Cup and the World Cup. Numerous formidable opponents await you, and your immediate task is to further solidify your capabilities. Even if you may not possess the innate talent and combat techniques that rivals the elite competitors, your physical prowess is undeniably exceptional, regardless of the methods employed. Whether through physicality or technique, I hope to witness you advance in all aspects of your physicality, striving to eliminate any glaring weaknesses that could be exploited. Therefore, it is imperative that you engage in more rigorous, professional, and demanding training, enabling you to navigate encounters with stronger adversaries with greater ease. As Wang Daniyu received the trophy from Li Mingyang, his gaze reflected joy tempered by a sense of melancholy and uncertainty. He recognized that the moment had come for him to part ways with Li Mingyang, for the path that lay ahead was one that this relic of a bygone era could not accompany. Nevertheless, Wang Daniyu quickly adjusted his mindset. Although he had only accompanied Li Mingyang during the initial stages of his journey, he regarded himself as the latter's mentor, the guiding light that led him onto the path of boxing. In fact, he had envisioned himself as a facilitator of Li Mingyang's future endeavors. Now that the moment had arrived for action, there was little left to contemplate, was there? With this thought, Wang Daniyu's expression turned resolute as he pressed the trophy into Li Mingyang's hands and retrieved an exquisitely crafted invitation from his bag. Li Mingyang, bewildered, accepted the invitation adorned with an image of a ferocious brown bear, curious about its significance. Before he could voice his inquiries, Wang Daniyu promptly addressed his unspoken question. Do you remember when I mentioned the need for more specialized and stringent training? This is an invitation from one of the world's premier training camps. The Alaska training camp has produced at least half of the top boxers in the world, with many having trained there at some point in their careers. Your remarkable performance in the competition, coupled with the modest favor I extended, has finally secured you this invitation. The journey ahead may require you to navigate alone, as I, an outdated relic of over a decade, can no longer keep pace with the rapid advancements of our times. However, I firmly believe that if you emerge from this training camp, your skills, techniques, and even your physical prowess will undergo a profound transformation. At that juncture, you will undoubtedly possess the capability to step onto a world-class stage. As I reflect on this, even Wang Daniyu cannot suppress his excitement, eagerly anticipating the arrival of that day. As Li Mingyang's first coach, he is acutely aware of this young man's extraordinary talent, and he knows that this day is certainly not far off. Chapter 98. The Agony of English. Indeed, there are just under 2 months remaining until the commencement of the Alaska training camp. During this interval, you must diligently enhance your English skills. While achieving seamless communication may be ambitious, it is imperative that you at least comprehend the simple English found on the invitation. After all, the training camp will be conducted entirely in English. A language barrier would create significant obstacles to communication, hindering your training experience. Furthermore, such a prestigious global training camp is unlikely to provide you with a dedicated Chinese translator. However, given your remarkable talents in other areas, I trust that mastering a mere language will not pose a formidable challenge for you. Keep striving, my boy. I eagerly anticipate the day when I see you standing at the pinnacle of the world. As he concluded this sentiment, their vehicle arrived at the entrance of the capital airport, and it was at that moment that Li Mingyang realized something was amiss. He noted that Wang Daniel had taken a completely different direction upon entering the airport. Coach, what are you doing? Haha, did I not mention this before? As an old man lagging behind by over a decade or two, I can no longer keep pace with your current rhythm and progress. And since we are all grown men, rather than indulging in sentimental farewells, it is better to be decisive at this juncture. I have confidence that over the next 2 months, you will adeptly manage both your training and English studies. You are undoubtedly the most disciplined individual I have ever encountered. Perhaps without my interference, you might even unleash greater physical potential. Very well, let this be it. When you genuinely step onto the world as premier stage, I will certainly be there to witness your performance. With that, Wang Daniel gracefully waved his hand and turned to leave, affording Li Mingyang no further opportunity to speak. Although initially taken aback, Li Mingyang quickly regained his composure. As Wang Daniel had articulated, they were indeed men. There was no need for the sentimental tendencies typical of women, nor for weeping farewells. Besides, this was not a matter of life and death. If they wished to reunite, a simple phone call would suffice. Even if separated by thousands of kilometers, a few hours by plane would bridge the distance. Thus, once he collected himself, Li Mingyang donned a carefree smile and strode confidently toward his flight home. Little assistant, I have a particularly serious question to pose to you. Upon returning home and gazing at the adorably foolish little assistant, Li Mingyang's spirits noticeably lifted. It has been shown that when one is in a melancholic state, surrounding oneself with beauty can significantly alleviate one's mood, especially when even the slightest action can evoke a seismic response. Ahem. Regardless, it is indeed a delightful sight to behold. The petite assistant, possessing an impressive physique, was inherently attuned to the gazes of others, and thus promptly sensed Li Ming's scrutiny. She had long grown accustomed to such attention, for who could blame her for being so captivating? Yet, coupled with Li Ming's gaze and tone, she mistakenly interpreted his intentions. Ah, so it has finally arrived. Even though she had opted to forego a conventional office job in favor of being a live-stream assistant, could she truly escape such encounters? However, if this individual were her own boss, perhaps it wouldn't be entirely objectionable after all. He was rather handsome, and his physique was quite alluring. But what about her petite frame? Wouldn't that lead to no? Caught up in her thoughts, the assistant's face flushed crimson, and she inadvertently exclaimed. This left Li Ming in a state of confusion. What did she mean by no? He thought to himself, I expected more from you. A top student from a prestigious university, and didn't you claim to have passed level 6 in English? Surely you can manage to teach me the language. I had even contemplated raising your salary by a decent sum. Yet, it seems Li Ming was no fool. He recognized that the assistant had misconstrued the situation. However, to clarify it directly would only render the atmosphere between them quite awkward. Nevertheless, he was adept at steering conversations, and with a few well-chosen words, he not only resolved the misunderstanding, but also successfully redirected her attention towards the prospect of a salary increase. I feel utterly despondent. Truly, I have never experienced such a bleak period in my life. Fast forward nearly a month, and once again they found themselves in the training facility, but this time, Li Ming's demeanor was far from one of enjoyment. His appearance was disheveled, with hair resembling a bird's nest and dark, pronounced bags under his eyes. His gaze lacked vitality, resembling a stagnant pool, devoid of even the slightest hint of liveliness. Boss, keep it up. You've made significant progress compared to a month ago. It's just English, after all. I believe your talent will enable you to conquer it effortlessly. Observing Li Ming's state, the assistant initially stifled a few chuckles of schadenfreude before offering a rather perfunctory encouragement. At first, she assumed this task would be trivial, given her own commendable grasp of English. In fact, Wang Yuqing had never perceived English as a particularly challenging subject, and naturally assumed that Li Ming would find learning the language to be a manageable endeavor. Subsequently, the little assistant realized their error. In terms of proficiency in English, their employer exhibited a level of ineptitude reminiscent of a mentally challenged child. It was as though they were inherently incapable of grasping the language, with each word passing through their mind, without leaving even the faintest trace. Chapter 99. the assistant entrusted with important duties, temporarily departing from the homeland as the commencement of the training camp approached. Li Mingyang dedicated his time not only to daily training but also to mastering the English language. He had begun to address the intricacies of visa applications, yet, thanks to the invitation letter from the training camp, the visa process was rather straightforward and had been completed with ease. However, the challenge of mastering English loomed large, and Li Mingyang felt that achieving seamless communication before the training camp began was increasingly unlikely. After a month of intensive practice, he felt as though his mind was on the verge of exploding, yet he remained only partially proficient in English. It seemed as though he had no destiny intertwined with the English language. Throughout his academic life, he had been somewhat of an English outcast. Even now, despite the pressing requirement to learn the language, he found it persistently elusive. As the days dwindled down to his final moments in the country, his proficiency in English remained stagnant. By this point, he had relinquished hope for significant improvement, resigning himself to the notion that alternative methods would emerge when the time came. After all, could one truly perish from the trivialities of language? In these final days, Li Mingyang had nearly ceased his training, not to maintain peak performance for the forthcoming camp, but rather to spend quality time with his parents. Their new home was nearing completion, and the couple reveled in their newfound joy. The supermarket downstairs had expanded, leading to a bustling business. With a new house, a new car, and satisfactory income, his parents wore smiles that radiated contentment. The only cloud on the horizon was the impending departure of their eldest son to Alaska for the training camp. Nevertheless, they understood this was part of his professional journey and career, and although their hearts bore a hint of sadness, they silently expressed their support. Thus, in these final days, Li Mingyang made a concerted effort to cherish moments with his father and mother. He had an intuitive sense, or perhaps a clear understanding, that while his time at home had been manageable, he was now on the brink of stepping onto the international stage. His future would entail not just training, but a whirlwind of competitions across various countries, leaving him with scant opportunities to remain in his hometown. Therefore, he sought to relish the warmth of family life while it was still within reach. Lost in these thoughts, a sudden knock on the door jolted him from his reverie. "You little rascal, don't you realize what time it is? It's past noon, and you're still in bed. Are you planning to skip lunch?" Upon hearing his mother's irate voice echoing through the doorway, Li Mingyang felt a few strands of frustration slip down his forehead. Amidst my musings, I found myself ensnared in trivial thoughts when, in the blink of an eye, my mother intruded, shattering the ambience. "Yuqing, do eat more. It's a pity for you to assist this rascal of ours. We have watched him grow since childhood. We know all too well his character and temperament, often too lazy to lift a finger." When Li Mingyang finally mustered the strength to rise from his slumber and made his way to the dining room, he was greeted by a scene that felt as if Wang Yuqing was the true daughter of his parents, while he himself appeared as an outsider. His parents, with their warm demeanor, were fervently serving her dishes, and the atmosphere was filled with laughter and camaraderie among the three. At that moment, his mother's gaze caught sight of Li Mingyang, and her expression of warmth and tenderness seamlessly transformed into one of disdain. "Now that you're up, hurry and sit down to eat. What? Do you expect your mother to serve you as well? A grown man in his 20s, yet you laze about like a sloth. It's only Yuqing who can tolerate your temperament. If it were anyone else, with the paltry allowance you provide, they would have long since fled." While she expressed her discontent, she did not miss the opportunity to belittle her own son. Hearing this, Li Mingyang felt his lips twitch involuntarily. He wished to argue that his assistant's salary was quite reasonable. In this employment climate, an assistant could earn an average of 10,000 a month, which is indeed a respectable income nowadays. Many graduates struggle to find jobs that offer 3,000 or 4,000 a month. However, Li Mingyang was acutely aware of his mother's intentions. His parents were subtly attempting to play matchmaker, eager to see him in a relationship with his assistant. Yet, at this moment, Li Mingyang was not inclined toward such thoughts. Thus, he chose to let his mother's words drift past him, allowing them to enter one ear and exit the other without leaving a trace in his mind. "Yuqing, how's the visa I asked you to arrange coming along?" As the final 3 days approached, Li Mingyang finally recalled this crucial matter. Upon hearing his question, Wang Yuqing appeared astonished, almost believing her boss had forgotten about it altogether. "It's already been taken care of, but why do I need a visa as well? I shouldn't have any work to do while you're at training, right?" With a wry smile, Li Mingyang shook his head. "No, you seem to overlook a significant detail. Have you forgotten my lamentable command of English? Therefore, I have an important task for you during this training camp in Alaska. You shall serve as my translator. Indeed, while time still permits, make haste to secure your flight tickets. I had previously forgotten to inform you. We shall travel together. And as for the matter of outsiders being prohibited from entering the training camp, we shall cross that bridge when we come to it. I firmly believe that solutions will present themselves in due course. At this moment, a confident smile graced Li Mingyang's visage. Although he had never participated in such a camp, he could easily envision its nature. As long as one could demonstrate undeniable prowess, it is only natural for the strong to enjoy certain privileges in such an environment. Furthermore, my request is hardly unreasonable. It merely seeks to address language barriers by adding a small assistant. I trust that the individuals within the training camp will have no objections to this arrangement. Chapter 100, Arrival at the Training Camp, a horde of beasts cloaked in human skin. As for what to do if someone were to emerge and voice dissent, Li Mingyang appeared to have already envisioned such a scenario, a sinister smile involuntarily spreading across his face. After enduring nearly 2 months of rigorous training following the conclusion of the competition, and in the absence of Wang Daniu, Li Mingyang relentlessly pushed his physical limits, becoming increasingly unrestrained. The experiences amassed during the matches, along with various other insights, had been thoroughly assimilated and transformed into Li Mingyang's own techniques. He confidently asserted that he could defeat himself from 2 months prior within the confines of a 12-round professional bout, achieving victory in no more than 6 rounds. Although the Alaska training camp is renowned as one of the world's premier training facilities, it remains, at its core, merely a training camp. While many elite athletes emerge from its ranks, it does not imply that all participants are of world-class caliber. If they were, why would they attend a training camp at all? Therefore, despite not having commenced training, Li Mingyang possessed unwavering confidence, regardless of the extraordinary talents present in this cohort. The ultimate fate of these individuals was predetermined. They would serve as his stepping stones. Any objections? Very well, we shall see if your fists are mightier than mine. If not, it would be prudent for you to silence yourself, for Li Mingyang's punches are indeed quite painful. A single misstep could result in an unfortunate participant missing out on this season's training camp. What? Feeling anxious? As he sat on the plane bound for Alaska, Li Mingyang observed with bemusement the young woman beside him, her face etched with tension. They were on their way to attend a training camp for the world's elite boxers, not venturing into the treacherous regions of northern Myanmar for some nefarious purpose. Why the nervousness? One might mistakenly assume Li Mingyang was a human trafficker. A bit. This was, after all, my first time abroad, and I was heading straight across the ocean. Prior to my departure, I had researched the area and discovered that Alaska is known for its rugged spirit, coupled with a troubling number of gun-related incidents annually. I genuinely worried that I might find myself struck down by a stray bullet while walking down the street. I am still so young, with countless delicacies and adventures yet to experience. I do not wish to lose my life in a foreign land thousands of kilometers from home. As she spoke, the young assistant seemed to conjure such grim images in her mind, her emotions visibly escalating. It was as if she were convinced that she would be shot dead at any moment, prompting Li Mingyang to shake his head in disbelief. Rest assured, we are headed to a training camp, not a haven for gangsters. Even if you wish to walk the streets with the intent of being shot, it is highly unlikely to occur. The desolate location of the training camp poses considerable challenges, and your sole mission here is to serve as my translator. As for your well-being, I assure you that I will ensure your safe return, unscathed. How could he have overlooked this before? This little assistant appears rather timid. Yet one cannot deny that her bashful demeanor is somewhat endearing. The Alaska training camp has taken into account the unfamiliarity experienced by fighters from various nations. Consequently, all participants were contacted in advance to confirm their flight details, ensuring that they were met by reception personnel upon disembarking. However, upon encountering the 2 imposing figures, one dark and one fair, the assistant instinctively recoiled slightly behind Li Mingyang. Although the men remained silent, Li Mingyang could remarkably discern the unspoken sentiments in the assistant's eyes. Is this what you deem safe? These 2 behemoths appear to be nearly 2 meters tall, their muscular physiques reminiscent of thugs from the underworld. Are you certain we are partaking in a legitimate training camp rather than a gathering of gangsters? After collecting Li Mingyang and Wang Yuqing, the 2 robust men exchanged curious glances at Wang Yuqing, seemingly puzzled by her unexpected presence. However, accustomed to such situations, they said little and simply drove towards the training camp. Perhaps they perceived Li Mingyang as a reticent and taciturn athlete. Little did they know that Li Mingyang is typically quite talkative, albeit he can be somewhat socially awkward. The reason for his current silence lies primarily in the language barrier, which is undeniably awkward. Hello, you must be Mr. Li Mingyang. Welcome to our Alaska training camp. I believe you will gain unparalleled experiences here. However, I have a concern. This young lady does not appear on our invitation list. The Alaska training camp does not accommodate unrelated outsiders. Thus, upon arriving at the base, the robust man, seemingly in charge, directly addressed the issue concerning Wang Yuqing, the uninvited guest. Wang Yuqing dutifully assumed her role as a translator. Her expression still tinged with trepidation, yet she conveyed the man's words clearly. Upon hearing this, Li Mingyang exhibited neither fear nor hesitation. Although this training camp is indeed among the world's most elite, should they wish to target him specifically, he remains undaunted. If necessary, he would simply return home to train. Li Mingyang firmly believes that with dedication and perseverance, he will inevitably ascend to the pinnacle of the world. Not participating in this so-called Alaska training camp would be a loss for the camp itself, not for him. Even if the opponent hails from the world's most prestigious training camp, it is unlikely that a competitor possessing dominion over all martial arts disciplines has ever emerged.